The tattered ancient book that couldn't be opened marked the beginning of Su Ran's reversal. The war between humans and Darky erupted, plunging the world into crisis. It wasn't until the ancient book opened and the system issued a terrifying task that Su Ran felt true dread. It's time to feed. You must consume human blood within 24 hours. Su Ran, a good-for-nothing without even a trace of supernatural ability. Just then, a boy shouted from behind, "Don't fall to your death." Su Ran, ha 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 ha. Harassment had become a daily routine for him, yet each taunt still stung. Su Ran stopped in his tracks, adjusted his battered, crooked glasses, and turned around to flip the bird without hesitation, retorting, "I bet you can't even count how many fingers I'm holding up." The boy's face darkened as he clenched his fists and charged, yelling, "You worthless runt! Who do you think you are to act tough in front of us?" He clasped his hands together, conjuring a green energy orb, then thrust it forward, releasing a beam of green light in an instant. Su Ran had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth and brace for impact. The beam struck Su Ran directly, sending his body airborne before slamming hard into the corridor wall. Bystanding students began murmuring, "What just happened? Still fighting on the last day?" Soon, the hallway was crowded with onlookers. A girl initially stepped forward to check the situation but immediately retreated upon recognizing Su Ran. Friends then began chatting and laughing, with some even mocking her. Su Ran weakly stood up, picked up his glasses from the ground, the temple broken again, and sighed, "Just my luck, running into someone like this on the last day." He was exhausted by the endless bullying and refused to endure it silently, knowing those who stayed quiet suffered even worse fates. Back home, Su Ran opened a drawer and took out the thick, ancient black book. Muttering to himself, he said, "Let's try one more time today." He then retrieved a small test tube from his bag, experiment number 2 hydrochloric acid, hoping for a reaction this time. Carefully, he poured the liquid onto the book, but it remained unchanged. Su Ran had tried countless methods, yet the book stayed pristine. With a resigned sigh, he lay on his bed and turned on the TV. The news was playing. The conflict between humans and the Darky has lasted 30 years. They suddenly descended upon Earth, threatening to enslave humanity and plunder resources. Modern technology proved useless against them. Only with the emergence of the Awakened did the situation stabilize temporarily, but their immense power is monopolized by a few, leaving ordinary people to struggle for survival. Su Ran's parents had died in the war when he was just 10 years old. This book was their only legacy. Su Ran couldn't help but complain, "Why is this world so unfair?" Then, Su Ran walked to the table, picked up the broken glasses, and tried to push the lens back into place, but when he applied force, the lens shattered, and a shard of glass cut his thumb, causing blood to gush out. Su Ran lamented bitterly, "Why is fate treating me like this?" As he was cleaning up the fragments, one piece fell onto the book. When he moved the glass away, a drop of blood from his thumb happened to drip onto the center of the book. Next, the circular pattern on the book lit up, and the book trembled violently before floating in midair, emitting a blinding light. It began flipping its pages automatically. Su Ran couldn't look away, and though the text was in an ancient language, he somehow understood its meaning. When the book turned to the last page, it turned to dust, and Su Ran felt dizzy before his vision blurred and he fell into darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a voice say, "Congratulations on obtaining the vampire system." It was unclear how much time had passed before Su Ran gradually regained consciousness, his head throbbing and his body aching. After checking to confirm he wasn't injured, he picked up the glasses from the floor, now missing one lens, and put them on, only to find his vision even blurrier. Then he took them off and was shocked to discover his eyesight had become flawlessly clear. Su Ran's mind flashed back to the scene before he lost consciousness. Suspecting it was because of that book, he began searching the room for it, but couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. How could such a large book disappear in such a small room? This made Su Ran increasingly restless. Struggling to recall the events, he vaguely remembered something about a system message. Just as he was murmuring about it, a status screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, displaying, "User, Su Ran, race, human, level, 1, experience points, 0 out of 100, health points, HP 10 out of 10, strength, 10, agility, 10, stamina, 10. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel. It was just like those old-school games. He noticed more tabs at the top of the screen. As soon as he skimmed them, the status screen automatically switched to the skills page, but all the skills were locked. Grayed out. It then quickly switched to the store page, displaying a message that upgrades would unlock only after reaching level 10. This left Su Ran puzzled. So there's nothing I can do right now? Fortunately, the last tab for tasks wasn't locked. Main quest, reach level 10, daily task, drink 2 liters of water, reward 5 EXP. After checking the system functions, Su Ran silently thought close. and the screen vanished. When he willed it to open again, it reappeared instantly. Only then did he realize what his parents had left him was an ability tome. Books like these usually sold for exorbitant prices and could be purchased from the military or the black market. But Su Ran had never heard of an ability tome disappearing and granting the user such a system. Normally, ability tomes required study to master. At this thought, a smile crept onto Su Ran's face. This was great news for him. After all, he'd always been a level 1 ability user because he couldn't afford an ability tome. Now, he finally had a chance. Next, Su Ran couldn't wait to test his abilities. He stretched out his palm and shouted, "Fire, come forth!" Then, repeating the gesture, he yelled, "Water, appear!" But nothing happened. Su Ran frowned. What the hell is this? Is this really a system ability? After some thought, he figured he might need to complete tasks to grow stronger and unlock more skills. Earlier, he'd mistaken the ancient book for an ordinary ability tome. But clearly, this tome was special. Usually, ability tomes focused on just one power, and ordinary people could only wield one ability. That's why choosing the first ability tome was so crucial. If the first ability is transformation, then only related attribute abilities can be obtained afterward. Thinking this, Su Ran walked to the fridge, took out a water bottle, and began drinking. A new notification appeared, daily task completed. Gained 5 EXP, 5 out of 100. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the door, and Su Ran hurried to open it. Standing there was a burly, bald man wearing a black military uniform covered in medals, with Sergeant Lu Yan written on his chest. "Move out of your room immediately. The vehicle is ready, we've been waiting for 5 minutes. Not only are you weak, but you're also slow." The series of events had made Su Ran completely forget about today's arrangements. Lu Yan continued, "It's time to head to the military academy. Due to the war between humans and the Darky, everyone was required to undergo 2 years of training at the military academy. Although it was currently peacetime, no one believed the peace would last forever. Dalki is greedy, power-hungry, and extremely controlling. News of conflicts between the two factions surfaces daily, and the citizens feel that war could break out at any moment." Su Ran hurriedly packed his things and left the room when a strange notification screen appeared. "Your body is being affected by direct sunlight. Under sunlight, all your attributes will be halved." Instantly, Su Ran felt his body grow extremely heavy. Checking his status, he saw that both his attributes and health points had dropped significantly. Su Ran couldn't help but want to shout, "What the hell is this?" Then, another new task notification arrived. "You have received a new task. Daily task, avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Reward, 5 EXP. Seeing this task, Su Ran's mood improved. This was something he could complete just by sleeping. If the system worked like a game, where gaining 100 EXP would level him up and boost his attributes, getting more daily tasks was clearly a good thing. Lu Yang shouted, "Why are you walking so slowly? If you keep this up, the school won't even leave scraps of you." Lu Yang's yell snapped Su Ran out of his daze. Su Ran walked towards the bus parked outside the apartment building. As he entered the bus, he realized that it was already filled with students his age. He felt some relief that his new surroundings might get him out of the bullying and maybe even make new friends. He chose to sit in the only empty seat at the front of the bus. Just as he sat down, the screen popped up again. Properties have returned to normal. Apparently, avoiding direct sunlight could quickly return his attributes to normal. His body was re-energized as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It seems that only direct sunlight affects attributes. The students on the bus were all talking until Lu Yang boarded the bus and the bus fell into silence. Whenever a student started talking, Lu Yang would stare at them with a stern gaze, forcing them to shut up. Lu Yang didn't need to speak, they just needed a look to understand. After about 10 minutes, a new message popped up on the screen. A substance has been detected in the air. Resistance +1. Su Ran found this message a bit strange. He began to observe the situation inside the car and realized that half of the students had fallen asleep while the other half dozed off. He tried to stay awake, but felt his body becoming heavier and heavier, his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Eventually, Su Ran also felt dizzy and blurred in consciousness. Your resistance to this substance has increased. Resistance +1. At that moment, he heard footsteps and looked up to see Lu Yang standing beside him. It seems that a few of you were able to resist the anesthetic gas, so we'll just have to bag you up. Lu Yang quickly placed the black bag over Su Ran's head, his vision completely obscured. The anesthetic gas began to slowly erode his consciousness, and he was powerless to resist, his hands hanging helplessly to the side as he eventually fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 3, Military School. After a while, Su Ran felt a burst of cold water sprinkle on his head, instantly waking him up. Opening his eyes, he saw green smoke filling his surroundings. He and a few other students raised their heads and looked around. They were now standing on an open plain, their surroundings unfamiliar and confusing. "This is where you will be living for the next 2 years," Liu Yang's voice rang out. The green plains weren't the only sight the students saw. There were 3 huge futuristic buildings in front of them. The buildings were completely carved out of glass, and each one was at least 20 meters tall. This platform overlooked a hidden city, and all of the students were dressed in military uniforms. The technology in front of them was amazing. The equipment was so advanced it was beyond their time. Machinery was moving. Crates and construction machines towered over the city, constantly laying down building materials despite the fact that no one was at the controls. The airships flew so low that Su Ran feared they would crash into the tall buildings, causing shards of glass to fall into the city. However, no accidents occurred. All the airships flew on specific routes, and there were hover trains traveling on unseen tracks. Much of the technology is still undisclosed. After the First War with the Dalki, humanity made leaps and bounds in various fields of technology. These advances came from equipment recovered from the Dalki during the war. The military decided to keep most of the technology for themselves, claiming the equipment was too dangerous for public use. Su Ran finally stopped his amazement at the new world as he felt the weight on his wrist and realized that there was a digital watch strapped there, but the screen showed nothing. "This watch is your lifeline. It will recognize you as students on the military base, allow you access to certain areas, pay for food, etc. When not in use, the watch will display a number, your ability level," Liu Yang said. Su Ran listened in confusion, and the faces of the other students also showed confusion. He had thought that his life would change when he came to the military academy, but it seemed as if everything was the same as before, just in a different place. "We will begin testing your respective ranks immediately. Don't move if you haven't been called yet." Liu Yan flashed a sardonic smile and the students nodded. Sergeant Liu Yang's smile contrasted sharply with his grim countenance. "Good luck." After human beings first came into contact with abilities, everyone quickly realized that different abilities had different strengths and weaknesses. Thus, the ability level system was born. The entire system is divided into 8 levels, with level 1 being the weakest and level 8 being the strongest. And each major rank was subdivided into rank bands from 1.1 to 1.9. There are 2 main ways to acquire abilities. The first is through the books of abilities that have been passed down since the beginning of the war. These books contain detailed information on how to obtain certain abilities, and some of the more common books are sold openly, while those of higher levels are monopolized by large corporations or the military. Typically, level 1 to 5 books are sold to the public, while higher level books are rare. Another way is to become an original. Primordials are the first to discover and master certain abilities, and they often pass them down from generation to generation within their family. Since the abilities of the originals were not publicized, it was often difficult to determine their level, even beyond level 8. Because of these reasons, Su Ran had only been able to be a level 1 ability. He couldn't afford to buy a book of powers, nor did he have the abilities passed down from his family, so he wasn't an original. When he had accidentally acquired that book, he had once speculated that it might be a book of supernatural abilities, but it was not until now that he realized that he had acquired some sort of strange ability. However, he had never heard of a similar ability, nor was he clear about the rank of this ability. Su Ran raised his hand and looked at the bracelet on his wrist, which showed his current level, level 1. He looked around and realized that the other people's bracelets showed level 1 as well. At this moment, Liu Yang was standing in front of all the students, naming them in batches of 5 for the test. At first, Su Ran still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that this test might be able to improve his abilities. But soon, he received a system prompt. "You are being exposed to direct sunlight. All attributes halved." Su Ran didn't even know if the original 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, and 10 points of endurance were considered strong, but judging from his eyesight, these figures should be at the peak of an average human. But at this moment, he only felt unusually weak and slow to move, as if his body was filled with lead. He was sweating profusely and burning up, and he was secretly glad that he had drunk a large amount of water in advance, otherwise he would have been dehydrated long ago. "Are you okay?" a stranger next to him suddenly asked. That boy's name was Song Ichuan, with a handsome face and a height of 1.89 m, while Su Ran was only 1.8 m. Such people were always the center of attention in Su Ran's old school, and Su Ran had always hated attracting attention, so he usually stayed away from these people. "If you're not feeling well, I can call someone for you," Song Ichuan said with concern. "It's fine, I'm just a little nervous." Su Ran forced himself to endure the discomfort and barely stood up straight. Song Yichuan looked Su Ran up and down. Su Ran's body was thin and appeared incomparably weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. Song Yichuan couldn't help but guess that Su Ran was probably the type of person who was often bullied in school, so it was no wonder he was so nervous. After all, if the measured ability level was level 1, I'm afraid the future wouldn't be easy. Don't worry, I'm very strong. If someone bullies you, you can always come to me for help. Song Yichuan said with a smile. Su Ran usually didn't like this kind of vibrant and positive energy person very much, but he couldn't help but develop a trace of goodwill towards Song Yichuan. Thinking back to his past experiences, Su Ran realized that he had never really established a deep friendship with anyone. My name is Song Yichuan. Song Yichuan extended his hand and warmly introduced himself. Su Ran looked at Song Yichuan's outstretched hand. This was the first time he had felt such friendly treatment. However, Su Ran knew that this kind of friendship would quickly dissipate once the other party knew his ability level. Inwardly, he longed to forget all of this for a while. My name is Su Ran. Su Ran reached out to shake hands with Song Yichuan. Ability use detected. Ability has been rejected. The system prompt froze Su Ran for a moment. The prompt had popped up just moments after they shook hands. Moreover, Song Yichuan hadn't let go of Su Ran's hand yet. The system prompted once again. Ability use detected. Ability has been rejected. Su Ran quickly let go of his hand, and the system was clearly hinting that Song Yichuan was attempting to use an ability on him. And Song Yichuan himself revealed a hint of confusion. You? Song Yichuan asked, what is your ability? Su Ran hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. He wanted to see Song Yichuan's reaction after learning the truth. I have no ability. Hearing this answer, Song Yichuan was no longer confused, as if this was all expected. Just as Song Yichuan was about to open his mouth, Lu Yang's voice came through. Su Ran, Song Yichuan, Li Ruiqi, Lin Yu, and Jinuer, come and take the test. Chapter 4 No Ability. As the names of the 5 students were called, they walked forward to instructor Lu Yang, who stood in front of the crowd. Besides Su Ran and Song Yichuan, there was another boy in their group named Li Rui. Li Rui looked more nervous than everyone else. He kept looking around, and his hands and feet moved around uneasily. He was thin and small, wearing a pair of heavy glasses and messy brown hair, giving off an unattractive look. Seeing Li Rui's appearance, Su Ran couldn't help but think of himself the same skinny figure, the same unimpressive existence. The remaining 2 were girls. Lin Yu had short hair and a tall figure, and carried a bow on her back, which surprised Su Ran. After all, nowadays, in this era, most people no longer used cold weapons, with the exception of some special organizations, such as the Pure Faction. This organization claimed that psychic powers were the scourge of humanity and insisted on using traditional weapons. However, they were extremely rare, and Su Ran had only heard of them and never actually encountered one. The other girl, Jinuer, was a completely different type, and her beauty was enough to make people turn around frequently. She had a well-proportioned figure, and her long black hair was as smooth as silk, like a shroud of light. But the only problem was that her face was expressionless and cold as ice. Even when walking through the crowd, her expression was always the same, making people feel like she was rejecting people. Even when the students next to her were filled with amazement, her face did not fluctuate. Su Ran did not recognize anyone here, and the other students seemed to be strangers to each other. This was likely a deliberate arrangement by the school to keep them from influencing each other during the test. Soon after, they were arranged to stand behind the previous group of students, waiting to be teleported to the testing location. Song Yichuan seemed to be naturally good at socializing as he greeted everyone warmly and even politely extended his hand. However, when he walked up to Jinuer, he was blocked back by the other party's indifference. Jinuer just lightly swept him a glance, with no intention of shaking hands at all. Don't be like that. Making a friend won't do anything. Song Yichuan said with a smile, casually patting Jinuer's shoulder. This was a big mistake. Jinuer's movements were so fast that it was hard to see. She grabbed Song Yichuan's wrist, and frost instantly spread from her fingers, covering Song Yichuan's arm. This scene caused the surrounding students to crowd around, and many of them murmured excitedly. Wow, she actually has an ice-type ability. Ice is a rare ability. I'd let her freeze me. Lu Yang frowned and snapped, that's enough you two. If you have this energy to fight, you might as well save it for the test. Jinuer let go of her hand, and Song Yichuan's arm gradually thawed, but he still grimaced in pain and hurried back to the group, his face full of embarrassment and dissatisfaction. Look at her like that, I was almost wasted by her. Song Yichuan complained. You can't just touch anyone else either. Su Ran responded calmly. I know, I just didn't expect her to be so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that she's a pretty girl, I would have taught her a lesson a long time ago. Song Ichwan's words caused quite a few people to look sideways, including many of Jin Yuer's suitors, and one by one, they were hostile towards Song Ichwan, as if they were trying to win Jin Yuer's favor by belittling him. Seeing these people's reactions, Su Ran couldn't help but move to the side for fear of being mistaken for Song Ichwan's friends. Finally, it was their group's turn to take the test. The 5 people were asked to stand within a square with a white line drawn on the ground, a space that was just big enough to accommodate the 5 of them. Outside the square stood a man wearing a hood. Begin teleportation. With Liu Yang's command, the hooded man pressed his hands on the ground, and the square area immediately emitted a dazzling purple light. So it's a spatial teleportation ability. This is a rare ability. Song Ichwan came to Su Ran's ear and whispered, which caused Su Ran to feel somewhat uncomfortable. The surrounding scenery quickly blurred into colorful swirls, and in the next moment, they appeared in a barren wilderness with only 2 figures in front of them. A woman dressed in black, and a man still wearing a hood. Su Ran noticed that their uniforms did not display any markings, making it impossible to determine their exact identities and ranks. The woman in black held a tablet in her hand, looking down to check something, seemingly not caring about the newly appeared students. After a while, she raised her head, looked at the students, and spoke coldly. I am Jane, and I will be in charge of your tests today. After the test is over, I will update your information, and your levels will be synchronized and displayed on the watches on your wrists. Su Ran felt that her expression was as cold as Jin Yuer's. Now, who will go first? Oh, it looks like a few of you have measured your rank before? Jane scanned the flat screen and continued. The information she mentioned had obviously come from the students' previous school records. Li Ridge, come out. The scrawny Li Rui walked out, even more nervous than before, almost unsteady on his feet. Su Ran thought he looked very ungainly, but compared to himself, Li Rui's state seemed worse. At least Su Ran could barely stand, while Li Rui seemed as if he would collapse at any moment. What are your powers? Jane asked. I don't have powers. Li Rui replied in a low voice. Now, Su Ran and the others finally understood why Li Rui was so nervous. It wasn't uncommon to have no abilities, especially during the war when many children were orphaned like Su Ran and they didn't have the chance to buy the ability books. Don't worry, Li Rui. Jane said, this is for you. The hooded man standing next to Jane suddenly had a book appear in his hand and handed it to Jane. Jane took the book and handed it to Li Ridge. Give it to me? For free? Li Ridge said in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief. Thank you. You can study this book on your own, and you can come back and test it when you have mastered the ability, but for now I can only give you a provisional rating of a level 1 ability. Although Li Rui received a level 1 rating, he didn't care. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope as he finally had a chance to change his fate. Su Ran, come out. Jane's gaze turned to Su Ran. Su Ran walked forward. What is your ability? Su Ran felt in his heart that this was all really absurd and ridiculous. It was obvious that Jane had gotten all of his information from his previous school a long time ago. She knew that he had never possessed any powers before, and the problem now was that Su Ran was debating how to react. Chapter 5 Grade Results. Before coming to the military school, Su Ran had done some homework on his own. He knew that the military would issue a book of psychic abilities to all students without psychic abilities, and that every student received the same book, a native system psychic ability book. The reason the military did this was to make these students grateful to the military. Not only that, but the military also monopolized almost all of the Earth system alien ability books. In other words, if you wanted to improve your strength, you had to remain loyal to the military, and in return, they would grant you more power. Before Su Ran realized that he had unique psychic abilities, he actually thought that this was a good way out. Even if he didn't intend to remain in the military after 2 years, mastering the Earth-type psychic ability would still be useful, especially in the construction industry where it was very much in demand. But the problem was that Su Ran already possessed his own psychic ability, which meant that he couldn't learn a new psychic ability book. This book of psychic abilities was almost useless to him. Moreover, Su Ran was quite certain that the military would strictly monitor every student who received a book of psychic abilities, and his teachers looked forward to the next time they would see him use his Earth-based abilities. Su Ran took a deep breath and said, I don't have any psychic abilities. As before, the hooded man standing next to Jane handed a book to Jane, who then handed it to Su Ran. Su Ran had just received the book when suddenly, a system alert window popped up. Unable to learn this ability. Whether to convert this book into 10 experience points? Su Ran had expected the system to display the first message, but the second one really took him by surprise. Su Ran did want to convert the book into experience points, but he knew that this would likely lead to more trouble. Sorry, I don't want the book, Su Ran said, returning the book to Jane. The students and instructors present were shocked. Jane had been working as an instructor for 5 years, and this was the first time she had ever seen a student without psychic abilities refuse a psychic book. One moment, please. Jane left the students and walked over to where they couldn't hear her and made a phone call. Yes, he says he doesn't want the shifter book, what do I do? Jane said over the headset. Let him keep testing. The mysterious man on the other end of the phone replied. After hanging up the phone, the man couldn't help but be interested in Su Ran. He began to check Su Ran's file and found that the student really didn't have any psychic abilities and didn't seem to have any connection to the pure faction. Let's see how long you can last in this cruel world, Su Ran. The man muttered. On the testing grounds, Jane ended the call and rejoined the students. Sorry for the wait, Jane said, since you refused the Book of Powers, we still need you to continue with the test. Su Ran thought this was a joke. If Su Ran really didn't have any supernormal abilities, then they would have already known the results, so what was the point of such a test? Su Ran felt that they were just deliberately making him feel humiliated and powerless, ultimately forcing him to give in and beg for that native systemic alien energy book. Please follow me. Jane led Su Ran further into the testing area, and Su Ran noticed huge craters, burn marks, and various other traces of destruction on the ground, all of which were left over from the previous tests. Please destroy the targets ahead as soon as possible. Jane said, the test is about to begin. As soon as Jane's words fell, 3 targets located in various parts of the wasteland suddenly appeared. They were metallic circular targets with a red dot in the center. But when Su Ran tried to observe these targets, everything in the distance became blurry. He suddenly realized that his eyesight seemed to have become abnormally bad under the sunlight. Is it because I'm in the sunlight? Su Ran thought to himself. Su Ran had no choice but to slowly run towards each target and hit them one by one with his fists, his speed naturally being very slow. Next, Su Ran needed to complete 2 more tests. The second test was a strength test, in which Su Ran was asked to hit a huge drum-shaped machine as hard as he could. With all his might, Su Ran struck the drum heavily, and the machine sent out a vibration, eventually displaying a number in the center. Strength 5, Jane said as she recorded the result on her tablet. The last test was an agility test where they brought in a large circular machine with many holes covering the front. When the test started, the machine would fire holographic spikes at the participant. All Su Ran had to do was dodge the spikes. The machine gradually escalated in difficulty, speeding up and shooting more and more spikes, and eventually Su Ran was hit, and the test ended with it. Agility 5, Jane recorded the result once again. After Su Ran heard Jane's scores, he began to wonder if they were somehow related to his system. In the strength test, Su Ran had gotten a score of 5, and the strength value displayed in his system was also 5. Similarly, in this agility test, his score was also 5, which matched his system's data perfectly. If Su Ran had conducted the test at night, all of his scores would likely have doubled. This also meant that as long as he continued to upgrade, his scores would continue to rise as well. Su Ran realized that his supernatural ability seemed to be an ability that could evolve, but it also came with some limitations. As expected. Jane said, unfortunately, your current battle level is 1. Su Ran clenched his fists and returned to the group. He knew that the next few days would be very difficult as a level 1 ability, but that would all change soon. The test continued and it was Lin Yu's turn to appear next. She was the only one carrying a weapon, which was a bow and arrow, but it looked very different from a traditional bow. The bow was carved from the parts of some kind of beast and was so black that it almost looked like it was made from precious stones, and even the bowstring was made from a special material. The reason why this bow looked so different was because it belonged to the category of beast weapon. The so-called fey weapons were weapons made from the body parts of beasts. After the human race was attacked by the Dalki race, technology developed rapidly and successfully copied the technology of the Dalki race. Through these technologies, humans learned to use portals to travel to other planets, which were often inhabited by different levels of fey beasts. The stronger the beast, the more powerful the weapon produced. This was the first time Su Ran had ever seen a fey beast weapon, as no one in his previous school possessed such a thing. He found it strange that someone who seemed so young and had probably never been to another planet could possess a Fey Beast weapon. Chapter 6 Copying Abilities. Lin Yu stood in the center of the testing ground, quietly waiting for the test to begin. Unlike Su Ran, everyone was waiting for her to be ready before they started, and Su Ran began to notice this difference in treatment. As soon as the test began, 5 targets randomly appeared in different locations in the wasteland. Lin Yu quickly drew out 5 arrows, all of which were hitched to the bowstring and shot at once. The arrows were extremely fast and forceful, but suddenly, the 5 arrows actually separated and flew towards different targets. Song Ichuan said, her psychic ability is Nianli, but it's a relatively weak ability, so she used it in combination with her bow and arrows together to control these arrows. In an instant, 5 targets were hit at the same time, and Lin Yu easily completed the first test. For the first time, Su Ran realized the power of Fey weapons, and that even if her psychic ability wasn't strong, she could still enhance her strength through Fey weapons. Su Ran wasn't quite sure about his alien ability, but even if it was simply a matter of boosting his attributes through upgrades, he was still considering how useful it would be to have a beast sword or a similar weapon. In the next strength test, Lin Yu did not perform well. She tried to accelerate her fists to hit the drums through her chanting power, but her final score was only 8 points. In the final agility test, Lin Yu performed equally poorly. At the beginning of the test, she tried to use her psychic powers to control the spikes coming at her, but they were only holograms, not physical objects, so her psychic powers were completely ineffective. In the end, Lin Yu could only rely on herself to dodge the spikes, resulting in the same score as Su Ran. It looks like your ability level is 2. Jane said, and then the number 2 appeared on Lin Yu's wrist. Su Ran could tell that Lin Yu was not too happy, and she huffed as she walked back to the group. Su Ran thought to herself that such a test was not fair. Although her ability level was only level 2, when used in combination with her bow and arrow, Su Ran felt that she was fully capable of defeating some level 3 or even level 4 opponents. This made Su Ran realize that this academy only cared about the strengths and weaknesses of the supernatural abilities, not the actual fighting abilities. It was Jin Yuer's turn to test next. She confidently walked onto the field without even glancing at the others, standing directly in the center of the testing field and waiting for it to begin. 5 random targets appeared on the wasteland once again. Jin Yuer quickly condensed ice spears and accurately threw them to hit the targets, her speed almost on par with Lin Yu. In the strength test, Jin Yuer's performance was even more stunning. Her palms gathered frost, and after a period of accumulation, a huge pillar of ice gushed out from her hands, hitting the drum directly, the drum sounding louder than any of the previous times, and the score kept climbing, eventually stopping at 50 points. No wonder she's so confident. Song Ichuan sighed. Su Ran thought to himself that it was fortunate that the two had not exchanged blows, otherwise Song Ichuan might have become an ice sculpture. In the final agility test, the instructor told Jin Yuer that she couldn't use her supernatural abilities and could only dodge the spikes by herself. Jin Yuer didn't show any reaction and started the test directly. She nimbly dodged most of the spikes, but as her speed increased, she was eventually hit. Remarkable. Jane said, best score so far, ability level 5. Jin Yuer walked back to the group as if nothing had happened, as if she already knew her score, or she didn't care at all. The last person to test was Song Ichuan. It's my turn to shine, wish me luck. Su Ran had absolutely no idea who he was talking to, and it wasn't until he winked at Su Ran as he walked towards the center of the field that Su Ran realized he was talking to himself. Is this guy really strong? Su Ran thought to himself. Usually, people with great strength were either arrogant and cocky or silent, but Song Ichuan was different. He was neither proud, but neither was he humble, but rather, he was full of dramatic displays. When the tests began, everyone stared at him dumbfounded. In every test, Song Ichuan made the same moves as Jin Yuer, used the same ice-type supernatural ability, and performed equally well. See, I told you I'm strong. Song Ichuan proudly showed Su Ran his level 5 wristwatch. Su Ran was puzzled in his heart. What exactly was Song Ichuan's supernatural ability? When Song Ichuan shook hands earlier, the system prompted that Song Ichuan had attempted to use his ability on Su Ran, but it didn't work. If Song Ichuan's ability was ice-based, then his hand should have frozen, unless Su Ran had a talent that shielded all abilities, but that was obviously unlikely. What was even stranger was that Song Ichuan's reaction at that time was also abnormal, and he asked Su Ran rhetorically what abilities he actually had, as if he realized that his abilities did not work on Su Ran. Subsequently, Su Ran recalled the previous details. Why was Song Ichuan so obsessed with shaking hands with someone he had just met? If he remembered correctly, Jin Yuer had refused to shake Song Ichuan's hand, but Song Yichuan had finally found a chance to pat Jinyuer's shoulder. It seemed a bit strange at the time, but now Su Ran realized that none of this was a coincidence, but rather, there was something to it. Touch was the key. The last person Song Yichuan touched was Jinyuer, and Song Yichuan then possessed the same ice ability as Jinyuer. This could not be a coincidence, meaning that Song Yichuan's ability was most likely copying someone else's ability. Su Ran's ability wasn't as straightforward, so the copying didn't work. Su Ran finally couldn't help himself and asked in a low voice, "Hey, Song Yichuan, is your ability able to copy other people's abilities?" Song Yichuan glanced at Su Ran and smiled. "You actually guessed it so quickly, how did you know?" "You were obviously surprised when you shook my hand because nothing happened." Song Yichuan felt that Su Ran was truly a marvelous person, being able to guess his abilities based on just one handshake. After all, it was more likely that others would think that he had acquired an ice ability through the Book of Supernatural Abilities. A special ability such as the copy ability could not be obtained through a book of alien abilities, which meant that "You're a progenitor?" Su Ran continued to pursue the question. Song Yichuan did not answer directly, only blinking at Su Ran, almost confirming Su Ran's guess. Song Yichuan was a native, that is, those special characters whose families chose not to disclose their abilities to the outside world in order to maintain their uniqueness, and they could often surpass level 8 ability users. After the test, the man in the hood used a teleportation device to send the students to the main gate of the academy, where they would be living. The academy was magnificent, the tallest building in the entire city, and looked like it consisted of 3 hotels stacked on top of each other. 10 teachers stood in front of the academy, and in front of them were the students who had just finished their tests. The students were told to wait until everyone had finished testing. Every so often, a group of 5 would be teleported in front of one of the teachers. Eventually, the group Su Ran was in numbered 20. "Alright, follow me and I'll show you around the academy," the teacher leading the group said. Chapter 7 Destiny. Their teacher was a middle-aged man with curly hair and glasses named Shangwan Ming. As he led the tour of the academy, he had a smile on his face throughout, as if nothing could upset him. "You'd better get to know each other better," Shangwan Ming said. "These people will be your future classmates." Hearing this, the students began to talk animatedly, but Su Ran noticed that the mid-ranked students were trying desperately to befriend the higher-ranked ones, while the lower-ranked ones were being ignored altogether. Su Ran and Li Rui were the only level 1 students in the class, and without realizing it, they were squeezed to the end of the line. Li Rui's head lowered, his mood even lower than Su Ran's. Su Ran had expected this, but Li Rika had obviously been hit harder. Suddenly, Su Ran heard a familiar voice calling his name. "There you are!" Song Yichuan shouted, "Gosh, a group of people just surrounded me, and you disappeared as soon as I turned around. Come on, hang out together, friend." Su Ran felt that Song Yichuan was indeed a strange person, but that wasn't a bad thing. Song Yichuan then noticed Li Rui standing alone as well. "Come over here too, don't look so sullen." Li Rui looked up and pointed at himself as if he couldn't believe it. "Nonsense, who else can I talk to?" Song Yichuan replied. So the 3 continued to loiter at the back of the group, following the teachers as they toured the academy. During the process, they saw the combat arena, which was equipped with equipment similar to the wasteland testing ground, as well as multiple square fighting platforms. In addition, they also visited classrooms, combat training rooms, gymnasiums, and so on. Shangwan Ming would briefly introduce each place they visited, but Su Ran wasn't too interested in them until they arrived at the library. As you can see, the library is divided into 3 levels. First-year students can only enter the first level, second years can go up to the second level, while the third level is only open to the military. Su Ran took a keen interest in the library, as the books here were unavailable to the outside world, and perhaps he would be able to find clues about his abilities here, and he hoped that this information was on the first level. Eventually, the tour drew to a close and Shangwan Ming stopped in front of the dormitory building. "This is your future residence. After dropping off your luggage, you are free to move around. There are no classes today, so feel free to explore the academy in the afternoon." Each student was given a slip of paper in turn with their room number written on it. Su Ran noticed Song Yichuan walking towards him. "Hey, Su Ran, what's your room number?" Song Yichuan asked. Number 23. "No way, are you kidding? I'm number 23 too, looks like fate has tied us together," Song Yichuan said excitedly. "Maybe," Su Ran responded indifferently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, 2 students were talking. "Wow, what's wrong with you?" One student looked at his friend and asked. I don't know, just now a guy suddenly rushed over and punched me, and even switched room numbers with me. So should we try to get it back? The student asked. Forget it, I think I saw that his wrist shows level 5, it's better not to mess with him. Su-ran had the rest of the day at his disposal after packing his bags. It was still only noon, and he had plenty of time to explore the academy or do something he wanted to do. Su-ran's dormitory had 3 single beds, and surprisingly, his roommates were Song Ichwan and Lee Rue. Other than these 3 beds, the rest of the room was almost empty. The students of the academy spent most of their time studying and practicing, leaving little time to enjoy entertainment. What do you guys want to do with the rest of your time? Song Ichwan asked. I'm still packing, you guys don't need to wait for me, go have fun by yourselves. Lee Rue replied. Lee Rue seemed to gradually open up to them. In the beginning, he barely spoke and was a completely shy character, but around Su-ran, he gradually became relaxed. Lee Rue felt a lot safer in his heart, probably because he knew that Su-ran was a level 1 ability like him. I'm going to go to the library, Su-ran said, but that might be a bit boring for you guys. Boring? I can make anything interesting, besides I can't remember the last time I read. Song Ichwan paused for a moment and chuckled. All 3 of them laughed and eventually Su-ran and Song Ichwan decided to go to the library together. When they got there, they found that there were already quite a few students reading on the first floor. Su-ran noticed that there were many circular tables set up in the library, each with a glowing sphere in the center. Are you wondering what that thing is? Song Ichwan asked. It doesn't look like there are any such devices in public schools. Just by touching that ball, you can create a space where only the invited people can hear each other. This way, everyone can talk freely without disturbing others. Technology is really advancing at a rapid pace. Su-ran sighed. The 2 found a table with other students sitting at it and sat down. Just as Song Ichwan had said, Su-ran saw the other party talking, but could not hear any sound. Apparently, the sphere's range of action was limited to the area around the table. Once you left the table, the others would be able to hear you. Su-ran began to look around the library for books related to abilities, and he took quite a few, most of which were about the various abilities in the world. Song Ichwan didn't seem to care too much, casually picking out a novel and starting to read it. The 2 sat quietly at the table while Su-ran began flipping through the books. However, after reading a few books, Su-ran realized that he hadn't made any new discoveries. He already knew most of the abilities mentioned in the books, but none of the books mentioned abilities like his. Song Ichwan had been keeping an eye on Su-ran, noting the types of books he picked. Are you looking for anything in particular with all these books? Song Ichwan asked. Su-ran pondered for a while before deciding to give an answer. Although Song Ichwan wasn't great at academics, he seemed to have a very deep understanding of abilities, as he possessed that special copying ability. I'm considering what ability to choose since I refused the school's offer. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I thought you were one of those purists who hated abilities, but it turns out you just hated being a dog for the army. Song Ichwan laughed. So is there anything in particular you're looking for? There's nothing in particular I'm looking for, but there's one ability that I'm a little concerned about. Have you ever heard of an ability that weakens in sunlight? Song Ichwan suddenly burst out laughing. Are you crazy? I've never heard of such an ability. Abilities are things that our bodies learn, although some people have limits and can't learn powerful skills or do less than others, but getting weaker because of sunlight? That sounds like you're a vampire, ha ha ha. Su-ran was a bit embarrassed to hear this. Song Ichwan's reaction was expected, but it was true. As long as Su-ran was in the sunlight, all of his attributes would be halved. Su-ran continued to look for clues in the library, and in the end, he browsed through all the books he could find on abilities, but still came up empty-handed. Su-ran raised his head to look upstairs to the area where the second-year students were and thought to himself, maybe there's information I need there, but if I get caught breaking the rules, I wonder what the academy will do to me. Chapter 8, A New Mission. As he continued to wander around the library, Su-ran inadvertently made his way to the fiction section, where his eyes were caught by the title of a book, The Truth About Vampires. Su-ran picked up the book and quickly flipped through it. Vampires were usually in existence in fairy tales, and none of them claimed to be vampires even after people began to awaken their abilities. Su-ran couldn't help but start reading the book, and although there was little hope, perhaps he could find something that resonated with him. However, after reading the book, Su-ran realized that most of the content was of little use, and the vampire behavior mentioned in the book had nothing to do with him. Vampires needed to drink human blood, some could turn into bats or perform illusions, and some were extremely talented in swordplay and hypnosis, but Su Ran had nothing. The only thing that resonated with Su Ran was the fact that they became weaker in the sunlight. Eventually, Su Ran decided to close the book and end the day's exploration. It seemed that he could not find any useful information on the first floor of the library. However, the moment Su Ran closed the book, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding! You have gained more knowledge about the system. Gain 10 points of experience. Experience value, 15,100. This can't be right? Su Ran thought to himself. Su Ran stared at the system message for a long time, repeating it over and over again to confirm that his eyes hadn't made a mistake. This can't be possible, I actually gained experience value by reading that fantasy novel? Su Ran immediately wanted to verify this speculation. He searched for a few more books on abilities and quickly flipped through them, but none of them brought him any experience value. Only that book, The Truth About Vampires, caused the system to react. In order to confirm if this phenomenon was repeated, Su Ran looked for another fantasy novel about dragons, a book called Transmutation into a Human. He similarly quickly skimmed through the key contents, but after closing the book, the system was unresponsive. Su Ran then looked for another book about vampires, and this time he read it just as carefully, but the result was still the same, the system did not respond. In the end, Su Ran speculated that perhaps the system had given him some belated rewards after he had read a large number of books about abilities. He was unwilling to believe that this book about vampires was somehow connected to his system, despite some deep-seated misgivings. When Su Ran was ready to leave the library, he realized that Song Ichwan had already disappeared, and there was no sign of him on the table. He probably got bored and left on his own, right? Su Ran muttered to himself. He looked out the window and realized that the sun had already begun to sink in the west. Su Ran had already been in the library for 6 whole hours, and the time had flown by to the point that he was a little surprised. Just as Su Ran was about to leave the library, the system once again sent a message. Daily tasks completed. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Gained 5 points of experience value. Experience value, 2,100. Su Ran finally completed the second daily mission. Taking the school bus took about 2 hours, and with the time spent indoors and in the library, Su Ran completed the quest with ease. Su Ran felt a sense of satisfaction whenever the system gave him a reward, and as he saw his experience value gradually approaching 100, he was filled with anticipation and couldn't wait to find out what would happen when he reached his goal. He guessed that it would probably be an upgrade. After all, the system clearly stated that the store function could only be used after reaching level 10. Su Ran's only wish now was to find a way to upgrade faster. With just 2 quests a day, it would take several days to reach level 2. Right now, however, he could only continue to live a normal life. After leaving the library, Su Ran decided to head to the combat training grounds. He had a theory he wanted to test. As he walked through the school's corridors, he suddenly saw a boy being cornered by another student. The cornered boy already had a few bruises on his face, and had obviously taken a few punches. It seems that school bullying has already begun. Su Ran thought darkly. He glanced at the wristwatch on the bully's wrist, which displayed an ability value of 1.2. Su Ran was surprised by this because in this world, usually only people who were more powerful than himself would become bullies, and this bully was clearly not powerful. Su Ran took a closer look at the one being bullied and suddenly recognized his identity. It was surprisingly Li Rue. Since Li Rue's face was turned to the other side, Su Ran didn't recognize him at first. Su Ran was torn in his mind whether to intervene or not. He hated bullies, the very people who had ruined his school life, and he knew that soon he might be the next target as well. Of course, Su Ran also wanted to test his power, and the student in front of him happened to be a good test subject. The opponent's ability value was only 1.2, and Su Ran had a good chance of winning. At that moment, the bully raised his fist once again, ready to punch Li Rue again. You think an apology will do the trick? He shouted angrily. Just then, Su Ran pretended to accidentally fall and bumped into the student, causing him to lose his balance and his fist to fall. Su Ran? Li Rue looked up to see that it was him and let out a surprised cry. What are you doing bumping into me? The student looked at Su Ran angrily and questioned. He immediately looked at the wristwatch on Su Ran's wrist and saw that the other party was only level 1 before his confidence swelled violently. How dare a level 1 loser get in my way? Su Ran sneered. I was wondering how long it would take for a bully like you to appear, and it looks like I lost the bet I set. I thought it would be at least a few days before I would encounter one. And what can you do? The student teased. Li Rui felt worried about Su Ran. He knew that Su Ran didn't have any abilities at the test site while the student in front of him did. If the two joined forces, Li Rui felt that there might be a silver lining, but in the end, he was afraid. He had endured injuries all his life and didn't want to get hurt again. This was the cruel reality of this world. Those with great power always bullied those weaker than themselves, while those who were weak turned to bully weaker individuals. This student had never encountered anyone weaker than himself before, and now, he finally had the chance to make others feel the pain he had once experienced as well, so that he wouldn't feel like he was at the bottom of the food chain. Su Ran noticed that the student's hands were behind his back, as if he was preparing for something, and what happened next confirmed his suspicions. Ability activation detected. Entering battle mode. New mission issued. First battle, opponent's ability value 1.2. Victory gains 50 experience points. Su Ran suddenly revealed a big smile, knowing that this would be his chance to quickly upgrade. Chapter 9 New Skills. Su Ran stared at the student in front of him, the man still hiding his hands behind his back, obviously hiding his abilities. Even without the help of the system, Su Ran could tell that something was wrong with the other person. What's wrong? You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? The student provoked. I think your arrogance should be hidden behind your back, right? Su Ran responded disdainfully. This sentence directly enraged the other party, which was exactly the effect Su Ran wanted. You punk, go to hell! The student roared angrily and violently swung a claw at Su Ran. Fortunately, Su Ran's reaction was very quick as he immediately raised his arm to block the attack and quickly backed away. However, the student's claw still cut through Su Ran's skin and blood seeped out. Damn it! Su Ran cursed. The system interface immediately displayed HP 810. Su Ran looked towards the student. At this time, the other party's hand was already visible. It turned out that his ability was a partial transformation. His palm became like a tiger's claw, and his nails became abnormally hard. Su Ran thought to himself, the system means that I'll be finished after 4 more attacks like this? At this moment, Su Ran's expression became serious, the tingling sensation coming from his arm reminding him that this was a real battle, not a game. The existence of the system had made him gullible for a moment, but reality quickly brought him to his senses. The student rushed towards Su Ran once again, brandishing his claws. This time, Su Ran quickly ducked low and countered with a punch to his opponent's abdomen. Why is this guy so powerful? The student said in his heart. But the student didn't give up. He took the opportunity to make another claw mark on Su Ran's back. HP 610. Su Ran gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shut up! I know!" He then grabbed the student's legs with both hands and threw him hard against the wall. How does Su Ran have so much strength? Li Ruichi thought suspiciously from the side. The two of them are about the same size. Su Ran actually managed to fling him out with ease. Is he really incapable? Su Ran didn't stop. He had to make the other party understand a point, otherwise this kind of person would continue to come looking for trouble in the future. He had to make the other party never dare to mess with him easily again. Su Ran ran to the student who had fallen to the ground and kicked him in the abdomen with all his might. The kick was so heavy that the student couldn't help but cough up some blood. The system immediately displayed, mission completed. Gained 50 points of experience value. Experience value, 7,100. Is he dead? Li Rui asked somewhat nervously. The student began to cough violently again. No, but if he dares to do it again, he's looking for death. Su Ran said coldly. In fact, Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He wasn't aware of the Academy's standard of punishment for student brawls, especially when it involved killing. Even if he had reasons for self-defense, he didn't want to carry such a heavy burden of guilt. Thus, he felt very grateful when the system rewarded him with experience points without the need to kill the other party. Just then, a new message popped up from the system. Additional quest reward. Skill unlocked, appraisal. Su Ran's heart was filled with excitement as he finally obtained his first skill. He had hoped that this skill would help him understand his abilities, but judging from the name of the skill, it didn't seem to be that simple. Appraisal? Perhaps it can allow me to understand my opponent's weaknesses? Su Ran speculated secretly. Su Ran decided to test this new skill, so he looked at Li Rui standing at the side. Although he didn't know how to use the skill, when he focused on appraisal, the skill activated automatically and a screen appeared next to Li Rui. Name, Li Riku. Race, human. Ability, none. HP, 3-5. Blood type, A+. Ridges, ridges, ridges. Su-ran looked at the information displayed by the system and realized that some parts were hidden. He guessed that this might be because the skill level was still only 1, but the information that had been displayed was also very useful to him. It told Su-ran what kind of abilities the opponent possessed, which was very helpful in battle, and also displayed the opponent's life value. However, there was one piece of information that made Su-ran feel strange, and that was the blood type. He didn't understand why the system was telling him something so specific, nor did he know how this would help him in the future. Su-ran proceeded to walk over to the student still lying on the ground and used the identification skill on him. Name, Tang Yuan. Race, human. Ability, transformation. HP, 1-8. Blood type, B. By checking Tang Yuan's status, Su-ran learned something new. The ability information provided by the system was only the type of ability, and the specific details could not yet be known. After all, there were a wide variety of transformation-type abilities, and the system was unable to pinpoint them. In addition, he also learned about the role of HP. It seemed that he would be able to win as long as he reduced his opponent's HP to 1. However, Su-ran was still unsure if HP reduced to 0 meant death or just unconsciousness. Right after Su-ran had finished checking Tang Yuan's status, the system once again popped up a message. Optional mission activated. Suck the victim's blood to absorb an attribute point. What the hell is this? Has the system gone crazy? Su-ran was secretly shocked in his heart. Even if sucking blood could raise attribute points, Su-ran would never drink someone else's blood. The thought alone made him feel nauseous. However, Su-ran's gaze couldn't help but glance to the mouthful of blood that Tang Yuan had spat out on the ground. Perhaps, drinking a little bit won't hurt. No, Su-ran, what are you thinking? Let's go, Li Ruiqi. Su-ran forced himself to divert his attention and greeted Li Rui. The two walked down the corridor together, but Li Rui noticed that Su-ran kept looking back at Tang Yuan, who was still lying on the ground. He must be worried about that student. Su-ran is still a good person. Li Rui thought in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. In fact, Su-ran was not looking at Tang Yuan, but rather staring at the puddle of blood on the ground. As the two of them continued to walk down the corridor, Su-ran suddenly felt a strange power surging through his body. Shouldn't you go to the infirmary? I've heard that there are healers there who can help you heal your injuries. Li Rui asked with concern. Well, thanks for the reminder, I'll go. Su-ran replied, you don't need to go with me, there's still a lot of things to do tomorrow, so go back to your dormitory and rest first. Although Li Rui was worried about Su-ran, he himself didn't want to stay in the corridor much longer. After all, other students might see him. Su-ran could tell that Li Rui was hesitating. Don't worry, Song Yichuan just went to the restroom, he'll be back soon, it's fine. Hearing Su-ran say that, Li Rui hurriedly ran back to the dormitory, while still not forgetting to cover his wristwatch with his sleeve from time to time. He didn't want to encounter any more trouble. Su-ran, on the other hand, immediately rushed towards the men's restroom not far away. After he entered the restroom, he immediately checked the arm that Tang Yuan had scratched with his claws. Through the mirror, Su-ran slowly saw that his wound was healing. Although it seemed slow, it was an amazing speed. It was an incredible sight to be able to see his skin scabbing over and healing with his own eyes. During this process, Su-ran did feel some sort of strange change in his body, especially when he was talking to Li Rui just now. The reason why he had desperately tried to make Li Rui leave was because he didn't want him to see these abnormal phenomena. If Li Rui saw this situation, he would undoubtedly think that Su-ran possessed some sort of ability. Chapter 10, The Second Test. Su-ran waited for a few minutes and opened his status screen. As expected, his HP was also slowly recovering. HP, 810. Eventually, the wounds on his arms and back completely healed, leaving only the torn clothes. HP, 1010. Your HP has recovered. Your hunger has increased. Just as Su-ran received these two messages, he suddenly felt a surge of hunger. Does this mean that the system uses food to heal wounds? It makes sense, energy has to come from somewhere. Su-ran thought. The pain in his abdomen was mild, like he had just missed breakfast. He would go for a quick bite when he had the chance. There was one more thing Su-ran had to do before returning to his dormitory, and that was to check out the training room on display at the school. It was already late and the students had returned to their dormitories early, a perfect opportunity for Su-ran to enter the training room without being seen. Su-ran finally arrived at the academy's training room. It was a huge oval domed building with an empty area in the center. The edges of the room were filled with all sorts of technological equipment. Giant mechanical robots, shooting targets, and some machines that Su-ran didn't even know the purpose of. The one he wanted to see the most was still the device that tested his strength. When Su-ran entered inside, just as he thought, there was no one else. Su-ran walked past the various machines and finally stood in front of the drum-like strength testing machine. This machine was precisely the equipment that tested the user's strength. Lin Yu also quietly came to the training room at night to train her bow and arrow skills. She always practiced at night because she was nervous and anxious about tomorrow. Just as she heard the door to the training room open, as usual, she hid behind a giant robot. She saw the student walking in her direction. "Isn't that the boy I saw in the test? I remember he had no powers then," Lin Yu thought to herself. Lin Yu continued to watch Su-ran as he walked over to the large drum. "Now begin," Su-ran said, readying his fist. He swung his fist back and hit the drum as hard as he could. The numbers on the drum began to rise and finally stopped at 10. "Looks like I didn't guess wrong," Su-ran said. After hearing the results of his test, Su-ran had a theory that the attributes displayed by his status interface data also matched the equipment used in the school. Although it was just a theory, Su-ran still personally verified it. Lin Yu saw Su-ran's new score from behind the robot. 10, didn't he score 5 last time? Is he hiding his abilities? This score is even higher than mine. Lin Yu suddenly became interested in this mysterious student and continued to observe him. Su-ran then went to the holographic spike machine. Last time, Su-ran had lasted 10 seconds under this machine, and in the end, he was unable to dodge the attack because it was too fast. If his theory was correct, then now that his attributes were no longer decreasing, he should be able to last at least 20 seconds. Su-ran activated the test, and the result was just as he expected, getting 20 seconds in the end. That's right. After Su-ran confirmed his results, he prepared to go back to his dormitory and wait for the start of the next day. Lin Yu witnessed all of this, and she couldn't understand why a student would hide his power in school. A low rank meant that you would be a target for others. Lin Yu only had one thought in her mind: interesting. She decided to keep a close eye on Su-ran from now on. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the piercing sound of an alarm clock rang out in the dormitory, and the students were all woken up. This was the wake-up signal every morning, and everyone had to rush to get up, get dressed, and then head to the cafeteria together for breakfast. When Su-ran woke up, the system gave him an unexpected surprise. Daily tasks completed. Avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Reward 5 points of experience value. Experience value, 75-100. It turned out that the daily quest had reset at midnight, and as Su-ran had slept for 8 hours, he easily gained experience points without having to deliberately complete the quest. At this time, his stomach made a rumbling sound. Why is it that I'm particularly hungry today? Could it be that yesterday's battle consumed too much energy? Su-ran thought as he walked towards the cafeteria. As Su-ran walked around the campus, he realized that most of the school was very simple white walls, unadorned spaces, and just the occasional window. This minimalist modern style seemed to have become the mainstream of the world. The cafeteria was a spacious hall, but very simple. Several rows of long tables were arranged in the cafeteria, and each side could seat 3 people. As soon as Su-ran entered the cafeteria, he noticed an obvious fact: there were no fixed seats in the cafeteria, and students could choose to sit at any location they wished. This immediately led to a division in the school. Students of lower grades sat together, and students of higher grades only sat with those of higher grades. As Su-ran, Li Rue and Song Ichuan lined up to get their meals, they saw a student who had come in late, but this student ignored the majority of the people and cut right in front of the others. And not a single person dared to say anything for a simple reason: his ability level was higher than theirs. Su-ran hated this behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it at this moment. After the 3 of them got their food, they started looking for a spot to sit down. "Shall we go over there?" Song Ichuan said as he pointed to an empty seat. "Are you sure, Ichuan?" Li Rue was a bit hesitant. "That side is a level 1 area, you don't have to sit with us, Su-ran, what do you think?" "That's right, don't push yourself," Su-ran chimed in. "You two cut the crap, we're friends, I don't care about some stupid hierarchy," Song Ichuan said, unimpressed. So the 3 of them walked towards the table of a lower-ranked student, and slowly, the cafeteria began to fill up, but none of them dared to sit at their table. The reason was simple: they were all afraid of Song Ichuan. The low-ranked students could clearly see Song Ichuan's high ability level, and none of them were willing to approach him. As soon as the dinner plate was placed on the table, Su-ran immediately wolfed it down. Even the parts he usually didn't like too much were eaten in one gulp. "Hey, if you're not going to finish those, mind if I eat them?" Zuran asked. "Sure, whatever," Li Ruwei replied. Not only did Su-ran eat up his own portion, he also ate all the leftover food from Li Rouge and Song Ichuan as well. On top of that, Su-ran also took 8 bottles of water because he wanted to complete the system quest as soon as possible. Last time when he was under the sun, he had sweated more than usual, but because he had drunk a lot of water beforehand, he didn't feel too thirsty. If they went out again, drinking more water would be a great help to Su-ran. "Look at you, skinny guy, you can really eat," Song Ichuan teased. Although Su-ran had eaten a lot, he still felt a little hungry. However, this hunger was still bearable and didn't affect him too much. Daily task completed: drink 2 liters of water. Reward 5 points of experience value. Experience value, 8100. Su-ran was now only 20 experience points away from upgrading, and he would soon be able to see the benefits of upgrading. Afterwards, Su-ran remembered the appraisal skill he had learned yesterday and decided to use it to check on Song Ichuan. HP, 1010. Race, human. Ability, none. Blood type, O. Seeing these data, Su-ran froze for a moment. The system actually showed that Song Ichuan had no abilities? "Ichuan, can you still use Jean Yuer's ice ability now?" "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so interested in me." Song Ichuan scratched his head and said, "Actually, my abilities reset every day, and I haven't touched anyone else today, except for you two of course, but you're all useless to my abilities, ha ha ha." Chapter 11, School Grades. After breakfast, the 3 of them prepared to head to the classroom. In the middle of the corridor, Su-ran and Li Ruiqi happened to see Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan looked like he had recovered very well and was fully recovered. But as he passed by them, Tang Yuan deliberately avoided eye contact. "Do you think he'll tell the teacher what happened yesterday?" Li Ruwei asked in a low voice. "It's unlikely. It's a very humiliating thing for him to be defeated by someone weaker than himself. Besides, if the others found out, he would only become a target." It was time for first period and they needed to report to class together. Today's teacher was Shangguan Ming, who had shown them around the campus yesterday. The students sat in their seats, just like in the cafeteria, and people chose their seats based on their ability level, except for Song Ichuan. Song Ichuan decided to sit with the first and second level students and chose to sit in the middle of Li Ruwei and Su-ran. This immediately caused the other students to talk. "What is he doing? Actually sitting with those lower class people. I saw him sitting with them in the cafeteria as well. If this goes on, won't the school's hierarchy go wrong? Will the seniors do something? Yeah, if he continues to break the rules, the seniors will definitely take action." This kind of differential treatment wasn't just a problem in schools, it was the same in society as a whole. The higher the ability level, the better the job and salary, and the more support from the government, while the lower levels were forgotten. Those at the top of the hierarchy naturally have no problems. The lower ranks are willing to do anything to gain new skills from them in the hopes of one day raising their ability level. And anyone who tried to break this system would quickly be silenced. This was one of the reasons why the Purity Faction organization existed. They were against the system, and as such, they were also treated as terrorists. Shangguan Ming began today's lecture on the introduction of the school and the history of the Great War. When we were on the verge of losing the war with the Daki race, they stood up. We called them the Initiates. It was the world's first exposure to the ability. Before that, without our knowledge, they had kept these abilities for centuries, passing them on only to their own family members. Thanks to them, humanity was able to gain access to the abilities, but of course, not everyone did. When we refer to originators, we are referring to either the creators of the abilities or a group of people who are unwilling to share their abilities with the world. Speaking here, Shangguan Ming suddenly looked serious. Although we are in a time of peace, no one knows when war will break out again, and that is why you are here. After the lesson ended, the students began to take a short break. Song Ichuan, Su-ran, and Li Ruwei went outside together to buy snacks. As soon as Su-ran walked out of the classroom, the system's beep sounded once again. All attributes halved. Su-ran immediately felt a wave of weakness. "Are you all right? You look sick again." Song Ichuan asked, "And you're sweating especially hard." "It's fine, I just sweat easily." Su-ran forced a smile. The three of them continued to chat about inconsequential things, sharing their experiences at school. Just then, 6 male students suddenly appeared in front of them. Each of them wore black armbands, indicating that they were second-year students. Looks like the rumors are true. One of the second-year students said. We have some things to talk to you about, mind coming with us? Su-ran, Lee Ruichi and Song Ichwan were taken to another area of the school by the second-year students. The school was divided into different districts, and the second year's building was separate from the first year's building, so the second year's students usually rarely dealt with the first year's students. Should we run? Lee Rui asked in a low voice. Running might make things worse. Su-ran replied, if they really wanted to do something to us, they would have done it long ago in a place where no one was around. They purposely took us away in public because they wanted to give a warning to the other low-level students. After walking for some time, they finally reached their destination. It was a quiet corner on the side of the second-year teaching building, and although there were occasional second-year students passing by, it was relatively cold. On the steps outside the teaching building sat a tall man. We brought the people as you ordered, Jia. One of the second years said. You guys can go now. Zhang Jia stood up and waved his hand to signal those second-year students to leave. Only after they left did Zhang Jia slowly speak. I heard that a high-ranked student actually mixed with a group of low-ranked students. Su-ran saw the watch Zhang Jia wore on his wrist, which displayed the number 6. Is this against the school rules? Song Ichwan asked. Zhang Jia smiled, not really, but there are some unwritten rules in the academy. He walked over to Su-ran and whispered, once this kind of trash is treated as useful, they get carried away. At this moment, Su-ran attempted to use his appraisal skill, but the information on the screen was blurry, as if it had been distorted by some kind of force, unable to read anything. Is it because I'm under the sun? Su-ran thought to himself. Zhang Jia reached out and pointed at Su-ran, sneering, look at this guy, I'm standing in front of him and he's not even a little bit scared. I'm so glad the war broke out because it cleared out you weaklings and only the strong survive. Su-ran felt angry. He hated that war had taken everything from him, including his parents. He no longer cared if he was going to get beaten, he just wanted to punch Zhang Jia hard. Su-ran finally couldn't help himself, he swung his fist at Zhang Jia. But just at the moment when his fist was about to hit the other party, Zhang Jia flicked his side and dodged Su-ran's attack. Seeing this, Song Ichwan immediately stepped forward and attempted to grab Zhang Jia, however, Zhang Jia moved nimbly and dodged Song Ichwan's hands once again. You think I would let someone who doesn't know his abilities touch me? Zhang Jia laughed coldly, I don't intend to fight you guys today, this is just a warning. There are some people in the school that even the military wouldn't dare to mess with. If you guys continue like this, they will personally step in. After saying that, Zhang Jia turned around and left, returning to the second-year school building. He's threatening us? Li Rui asked, I didn't like this kind of thing when I was in a normal school before, and now that we're in a military school, the situation seems to be even worse. Why don't the teachers stop these bullies? Because it's in their favor. Su-ran replied, stronger people bullying weaker people pushes the weaker people to go for more power. But if you're weak to begin with and you don't have a family background, then where can you go to gain strength? The army. Song Ichwan replied. That's right, teachers and schools don't interfere because it's good for them. After going through 2 years of hell, your will be destroyed, and you'll go after power at all costs, and the army can provide you with just that power. Su-ran said. Su-ran then looked at Song Ichwan, we should obey their demands for the time being and act separately. Why should I listen to them? Song Ichwan shot back angrily. Su-ran did not expect Song Ichwan to be so resistant to his proposal. Ichwan, I understand that you want to help me and Li Ruichi, but perhaps you don't understand because you've never felt as powerless as we do. When we go against their rules, they won't take a shot at you, they'll only target me and Li Rouge. Su-ran was very reluctant to say these words to Song Ichwan. After all, Song Ichwan was the first high-ranking student who was willing to befriend him without regard to rank. And with Song Ichwan around, the other high-ranking students didn't dare to do anything to them when they walked around campus. But that also led them to even bigger trouble, something they couldn't deal with right now. Fine, as you wish. Song Ichwan finished angrily and turned around to go back to the dormitory building. Shouldn't we explain a little more? Li Rui asked. No need, this is fine. Su-ran replied. Although it looked like Song Ichwan left in anger because of Su-ran's words, this was not the case. Song Ichwan was angry about the whole thing at school, and even here, people were still telling him how he should live his life, who he should be friends with, and who he shouldn't be with. Song Ichwan didn't want Su Ran to get hurt, so he knew it was the right decision. But he won't let these people control his life either, and Song Ichwan is determined to fight back against them. Chapter 12, The Next Target. Lin Yu had been secretly following Su Ran and his partners, and she had even quietly observed as Su Ran and Zhang Jie confronted each other. The only thing that confused Lin Yu was why Su Ran's punches seemed so slow and feeble. It was reasonable to say that Su Ran really wanted to punch Zhang Jie, and based on what she had seen at the training center, it was clear that this was not Su Ran's true strength. After Song Ichwan left angrily, Li Rui and Su Ran prepared to go back to the classroom for their next lesson. They walked along the corridor for a while, and just as they were about to return to the first-year teaching building, a group of first-year students blocked the stairs. There were 3 students in total, and the watches on their wrists showed that their ability levels were between 2 and 2.5. What should we do? Lang asked us to turn in 50 points by the end of this week. One of the boys complained. Yeah, why do they have to pick on us? Just because we're weaker than him? Another boy responded. Points were the common currency system in schools and cities. Even though they were in the military school, the rest of the city still functioned normally. There were still restaurants, stores, and even various recreational activities and games. If you want to participate in these activities, you need to pay with points. Students get free food at the school, but they also receive 10 points per day, which are transferred directly to their watches. Students could also earn more points by completing tasks, participating in school activities, and receiving rewards. Li Rui and Su Ran continued to walk towards the classroom, and just as they passed the group of boys, one of them suddenly called out to them. Wait, you two stop right there. That boy shouted. Li Rui immediately stopped in his tracks while Su Ran continued to walk forward. Hey, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The other boy said, then immediately stopped in front of Su Ran and pushed him back to Li Rui. Su Ran hoped that at least in the sunlight, there wouldn't be another conflict. If he could get into the school building in time, he felt he had a glimmer of hope. I think we have a solution to the points problem. You two must be the only first-class students in this school. The boy said, pay 10 points each, and you guys can get in. But that's all the points we have, Li Rui said, disgruntled. I don't want to do this either, but if I don't, I'll take a beating myself. Hurry up and hand over the points. Li Rui looked at Su Ran with hopeful eyes. Perhaps he was expecting Su Ran to step in and help like he did last time. But Su Ran knew that after that time with Zhang Jie, he didn't have much of a chance of beating these people at all. What's more, these people were level 2, so even if he was at his best, he might not be able to beat them. Su Ran decided that it would be better to hand over his points. It was better than losing the fight and having to force himself to be robbed of his points. Just then, Su Ran's system suddenly popped up a new message. Level 2 ability gap detected, extra mission reward opened. Defeated the student named Chao Binbin. Su Ran suddenly entertained the idea of testing his luck. The lure of the extra mission made his heart skip a beat, but he wouldn't be swayed by greed. There were now 3 level 2 abilities in front of him, and the system only required him to defeat one of them. Su Ran had to enter the school building first, so he could use his identification skill to find out which one was Chao Binbin. If he used it outside, it would only show a blurry image. In the end, Su Ran decided to hand over 10 points first. He placed his watch on the other party's watch, and the points were instantly transferred over. Li Rui did the same thing, and the two were then allowed to enter the school building. Hey, this is a great idea. One of the boys said, why don't we just stay here and wait until we find someone weaker than us again? What? Su Ran cursed in his heart. He had thought that after handing in his points these guys would leave, but it looked like they were planning to remain outside. Su Ran suddenly stopped and began to think about what to do next. Why don't you two get lost? Do you want to get your asses kicked? A boy threatened. Su Ran suddenly clenched his fists and shouted, Chao Binbin. The 3 boys simultaneously turned their heads to look at Su Ran, but none of them responded to him. Su Ran's luck didn't seem to be very good, but he still had a way to find out who Chao Binbin was. Chao Binbin, if you dare to do this to me again, you're dead. Su Ran continued to threaten. At this moment, the boy standing in the middle of the trio with dyed red hair snapped to his feet and shouted angrily, what did you just say, kid? Run! Su Ran shouted. Like lightning, Li Rui and Su Ran flew towards the classroom for the next lesson. Why are you doing this? Li Rui asked. I just wanted to annoy them. Although Li Rui thought Su Ran was a bit crazy, he appreciated the fact that Su Ran didn't submit to people stronger than him, and even admired Su Ran a bit. As they ran outside the classroom, Su Ran opened his status screen to check if the quest was still there. Very good. Although Su Ran had left Xiao Binbin's line of sight, the quest was still valid, and as long as he completed the quest, the experience value would be added to him. Now that he knew who Xiao Binbin was, he also identified his next target. You are my upgrade tool. Finally, the first day of classes ended. Since it was the first day of school, most of the classes were introductory content about what the students would be learning during school. Li Rui and Su Ran tried to avoid the other students as much as possible. After all their previous experiences, they didn't want to get into any more trouble. After the lesson, it was time for dinner. Su Ran's stomach was already rumbling, so he was full of anticipation for the dinner. This time, Su Ran and Li Rui chose to find themselves a table in a corner of the low-grade area. Li Rui looked around as if he was looking for someone. I don't see H1, do you think he's alright? Li Rui asked. Su Ran followed suit and looked around, but didn't see Song H1 in the cafeteria either. Don't worry too much, I can guarantee that he's much safer in this school than we are. The two continued to eat, and after dinner was over, they decided to return to the dormitory. To their surprise, Song H1 had already returned to the dormitory and was lying on his bed alone. As they closed the dormitory door, Song H1 looked up and immediately flashed a smile at Li Rui and Su Ran. Hey, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Song H1 sat up from the bed. I want to say sorry, I wasn't angry at you guys before, but I was angry about all of this. As Song H1 stood up from the bed, Su Ran noticed a light red mark on the side of his face that seemed to be slightly swollen. What happened to your face? Li Rui asked with concern. Chapter 13, Revenge. Oh, this? Song H1 touched the scar on his face. I fought someone before, but don't worry, I didn't lose. You don't have to worry about me, I'm very strong. Just then, a gurgling hunger sound came from the room. Li Rui and Song H1 immediately turned their heads to look at Su Ran and saw that his face was flushed red. Sorry, probably still didn't eat enough for dinner. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. Then why don't you go to the convenience store to buy something, it's not far from here. Song H1 suggested. Su Ran looked at his watch and realized that even if he went to a convenience store, there was no way he could buy anything since he had no points. Before he could say anything, Song H1 had already walked over and gently touched his own watch to Su Ran's. Successful transfer of 10 points. The notification tone sounded. Don't say anything, go buy something to eat. Song H1 said with a smile. Thanks. Su Ran left Li Ridge and Song H1 with gratitude and rushed to the convenience store. The convenience store was not far from the military school, and it took about 20 minutes to walk out. There was a huge gate in front of the school's main entrance, and there were always 2 security guards standing guard at the entrance, so only students, teachers, and specific military personnel could enter the school. On the way out, students were required to show their watches to the security guards, and the same was true on the way in. After walking through the gate, Su Ran decided to test what exactly the effect of 10 points of endurance was. He began jogging at a relatively fast pace. After running for about 5 minutes, he realized that he wasn't out of breath like he usually was. He decided to run faster and eventually made it to the convenience store in 7 minutes. I'm now running at a pace of less than 5 minutes per kilometer, and I'm not out of breath at all. Su Ran thought. These attributes gave his body the qualities of an athlete, no longer the frail body from before, but also not a supernatural body that surpassed human limits. Additionally, he noticed that when running at night, his vision became exceptionally clear. Even when there were no streetlights, it was as if the moonlight illuminated everything, having an effect similar to night vision. Your hunger increases slightly. I know, I don't need the system to tell me I'm hungry. As Su Ran entered the convenience store, he picked out a few of his favorite snacks, including ice cream and potato chips. Just then, he suddenly realized that Xiao Binbin and his friends were also in another aisle of the same store. Su Ran quietly hid and waited for them to finish shopping before he planned to make his move. What a stroke of luck, I thought I'd have to go looking for him, but I didn't expect him to come to my door on his own. Su Ran hid in the mask section, and he found a special mask. It was an all-black mask that only covered the upper part of the face, with the mouth exposed. The mask was decorated with bloodstains. It looks a bit scary, Su Ran said to himself. When Xiao Binbin and the others left the store, Su Ran picked up the mask and the snacks and walked over to the cashier to check out. Lin Yu was in the store as well, and she noticed the mask Su Ran had bought. Hey, it's not even Halloween yet, what's he buying this kind of mask for? She muttered in her mind. Lin Yu decided to keep following Su Ran while Su Ran was also following Xiao Binbin and his friends. We're going to the park to play basketball, do you want to join us? One of the boys asked. Forget it, you know my ability is useless for this kind of game. Xiao Binbin replied, I'd better go back and wait in front of the school to see if anyone can get some points out of them. The other two boys looked at each other, they knew it was wrong, but because they didn't want to be beaten by the high-leveled Xiao Binbin, they still chose to follow him. It seemed like Xiao Binbin had some fun with bullying people weaker than him. Xiao Binbin started walking towards the school, passing a small park on the way. It was sparsely populated, the lights were faint, and there were plenty of trees for Su Ran to hide himself. Time to go up, Su Ran said. At this point in time, it was already late in the day and the surrounding area was almost pitch black, with the only source of light coming from the moonlight and a lone street lamp. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, Su Ran decided to start moving, and he put on the terrifying mask. Even if he's discovered now, he won't know who's taking revenge on him. At this moment, Xiao Binbin was checking the information on his watch, and the fluorescent screen showed that he had 80 points in his account. I'm such a genius, I should have done this a long time ago. Xiao Binbin mumbled to himself triumphantly, with these points, it's enough for me to deliver to Brother Lang, and I can still keep some for myself. As long as I continue to curry favor with Brother Lang, no one will dare to make a move against me. However, just in the moment when Xiao Binbin was feeling smug, he felt a strong impact coming from his right side. Su Ran suddenly rushed out from the bushes and kicked, directly knocking Xiao Binbin to the ground. Xiao Binbin looked up, only to see a student standing in front of him wearing a blood-stained horror mask. Who are you? Xiao Binbin shouted in horror. Su Ran, of course, would not answer, intending to make quick work of the situation. He quickly stepped forward and threw out his leg again, and this time, Xiao Binbin was on guard and raised his hand to block the blow. However, when Su Ran's leg kicked at Xiao Binbin's hand, he felt as if he had kicked a hard stone. Ouch! Su Ran immediately jumped away and examined his leg. He rolled up his pants leg and saw that his leg had been severely injured, and the bones seemed to be slightly bent. What? Xiao Binbin watched his attacker retreat, suddenly noticing the watch on his opponent's wrist flashing in the darkness, displaying the number 1. Xiao Binbin began to laugh. I see, you must be the student I robbed of points earlier, right? Looks like you want to come and get back at me. Su Ran immediately used the system's appraisal skill to check his opponent's situation. HP, 810. Race, human. Ability, hardening. Blood type, B+. Damn, no wonder it kicked like a rock. Although Su Ran's sneak attack didn't work, he still felt that he could win this battle. Su Ran rushed at Xiao Binbin again, this time he threw a punch faster than Xiao Binbin expected, he couldn't use his hardening skill in time, and he was punched hard in the face. I can feel my teeth cracking, why is this kid so strong? Xiao Binbin was shocked in his heart. Su Ran proceeded to throw a punch with his other hand, but Xiao Binbin was prepared this time and hardened his face in time. When Su Ran's fist struck Xiao Binbin's face again, he felt as if he had hit a rock again. Your fist is fractured. HP, 710. Su Ran quickly stepped back and pulled away from Xiao Binbin. If this keeps up and he keeps hardening his body, what should I do? Chapter 14 Upgrading. Just then, a thought flashed through Su Ran's mind. If Xiao Binbin was able to harden his body, then why didn't he stay hardened all the time? If he kept hardening, his own first attack wouldn't have worked. Did this mean that Xiao Binbin could only harden one part of his body at a time? Su Ran decided to take a chance, and this idea gave him a plan. Su Ran shouted as he rushed towards Xiao Binbin once again, I'm going to punch you in this ugly face. Xiao Binbin once again hardened his face and prepared himself, but right at the last moment, Su Ran suddenly changed the direction of his attack and kicked Xiao Binbin in the abdomen, causing him to bend over in pain. Success! Afterwards, Su Ran pretended to use his knee to attack Xiao Binbin's abdomen again, but at the last moment, he changed it to a heavy blow to the back of Xiao Binbin's head. Xiao Binbin fell to the ground, defenseless. Su Ran quickly delivered another hard blow to the back of Xiao Binbin's head, causing him to pass out on the spot. Do you really think I'm going to tell you where I'm going to hit? Su Ran sneered. Mission completed. Gained 50 experience points. Level 1. Additional 20 points of experience value rewarded. 100 experience points. You have reached the maximum experience value. Do you choose to upgrade? Upgrade. Why bother asking me? Su Ran thought in his heart. Yes. Once upgraded, any changes will be irreversible. Do you continue? Who cares, continue. Congratulations! You have now reached level 2. The evolution process has begun. Evolution? Suddenly, Su Ran felt a sharp pain coming from his heart as it began to beat at an unprecedented rate. Blood began to flow rapidly throughout his body. The pain caused Su Ran to fall to his knees, but he tried his best to hold back any sound for fear of alerting the others. The pain spread throughout his body as his broken hand and injured leg began to heal, followed by a stabbing pain coming from his teeth. This pain continued for a full 5 minutes until it finally ended. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved. You are now a half-spirit race. Su Ran looked at the information given by the system, but did not understand it at all. He had never heard of the term half-spirit race. Then, more information began to pop up. Your attributes have been enhanced. New skill unlocked. Rank 1, Blood Blade. Blood Blade, a skill that can release red lines of energy within a range of 5 meters. When using the skill, the user's own blood needs to be consumed, and each use subtracts 1 HP point. Before Su Ran had a chance to check the changes in his attributes, another even more shocking message popped up. Your hunger has increased. You can no longer suppress your thirst for blood. You will lose 1 point of HP every hour until you drink human blood. Su Ran stood still, his body staggering, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Especially that last message made him mutter, I turned into a vampire? Xiao Binbin on the ground moved slightly. No matter how hard he tried to ignore it all, this message had laid the truth bare before him. All the signs had been obvious for a long time: the book on vampirism granting him experience points, the gradual weakening in the sunlight, the constant hunger, the clear night vision, and the temptation that the blood of his first victim had held for him. Su Ran wasn't sure if he could follow the system. There was still a shred of morality within him, a shred of humanity that was his last line of defense against a complete descent into bestiality. He looked down at the fainted Xiao Binbin, and the scene before him was the perfect opportunity for him to act according to the system's instructions. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, which gradually gathered in his mouth. Some kind of power was drawing him closer to Xiao Binbin's body. He could smell the victim's blood and could hear the beating of the heart. Just without realizing it, he had leaned down close to Xiao Binbin and saw the pulse beating in his neck, blood flowing through his veins. The smell of that blood spilling from the injured teeth was strong and intoxicating. You have accepted the optional quest. Suck the victim's blood to absorb an attribute point. There were countless questions in Su Ran's mind, questions that left him confused and unanswered. How much blood do I need to suck? If I do, will Xiao Binbin die? Will he turn into a vampire like me? From the moment Su Ran left the convenience store, Lin Yu had been observing him from a distance. When she saw Su Ran following Xiao Binbin and putting on a mask, she realized what he was planning to do. She carefully kept to the bushes to avoid detection and still have a clear view of the whole thing. Although Su Ran's sneak attack failed, he still managed to defeat his opponent through a ruse. However, what happened afterward became very strange. Su Ran suddenly grabbed his chest, then his abdomen, and then he fell to his knees, an expression of extreme pain on his face. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether or not to go and help him, but in the end, he didn't make up his mind. 5 minutes later, Su Ran seemed to have regained his composure. Then, she saw Su Ran kneeling next to the unconscious Xiao Binbin, slightly lifting his body off the ground. Su Ran's gaze as he looked at Xiao Binbin was very strange, neither the kind of gloating that a victor would have for a loser, nor any other common emotion. What is this situation? Lin Yu wondered. He wouldn't be trying to kiss him, right? Is this guy sick in the head? In the very next moment, Su Ran placed Xiao Binbin's body back on the ground. He was still struggling inside, his thoughts swaying from side to side. Damn, it looks so simple in the movies. Stabbing my teeth directly into someone's body. I just can't do it. Wait, maybe I don't have to. Maybe I can just make a small cut in his arm and lick it, maybe that'll do it. He muttered to himself, looking like a madman. Lin Yu tried to make sure what she was seeing was real as she slowly made her way through the bushes and trees, creeping closer to Su Ran's direction. Just then, her foot stepped on a small branch and made a slight snapping sound. What's that sound? Su Ran jerked his head around to look around, but found nothing. He felt a wave of panic, worried that someone might find him, so he hurriedly left Xiao Binbin's body and turned to run back to the school. Lin Yu didn't realize that she had stepped on a branch and didn't even hear the sound. As far as she was concerned, Su Ran had just suddenly left. What the hell was he doing just now? Surprisingly, he didn't do anything in the end. Lin Yu was filled with doubts, not understanding what the significance of Su Ran's final act was. Su Ran hurried back to the school and stuffed the mask back into his shopping bag. He realized that the ice cream he had bought had already melted, but when he looked at it at this moment, he no longer had that appetite in his heart. There was a hunger in his stomach that he couldn't satisfy with food, and he couldn't help but begin to worry about how much longer he could stand it. Chapter 15, I'm a Vampire. After finally returning to his dormitory, Su Ran decided to go to the restroom first. He scrutinized the mirror to see if there were any changes in his appearance, but from the looks of it, everything was the same as before. He even lifted his lips to see if there was any difference in his teeth, but they too remained as usual. Phew, at least nothing looks abnormal on the outside. But why did my teeth hurt so much then? Su Ran then opened his status screen to check the changes in his attributes after evolution. Name, Su Ran. Race, half spirit. Life value HP, 1515. Experience value, 5200. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Free attribute points, 1. From the interface, Su Ran's life value had increased by 50%, while other attributes remained unchanged. Frankly speaking, Su Ran was a bit disappointed by this. After all, evolution sounded like it should have had greater changes. However, he still gained a free attribute point, which allowed him to choose between strength, agility or endurance to increase by 1 point. After thinking for a while, Su Ran decided to add this point to agility. Agility, 11. Su Ran had originally considered increasing his strength to deal with opponents like Xiao Binbin, but he felt that he could also solve this problem through a good weapon, so it was a bit of a waste to spend his attribute points on strength. At the moment, he preferred to be as fast and agile as an assassin. Su Ran thought to himself that there might be a reason why the system only gave him 1 attribute point, and then he remembered the optional quests given by the system. So far, Su Ran could have gained 2 additional attribute points through these quests, and the upgrade had only given him 1 attribute point. If he wanted to get stronger quickly, doing quests was clearly the fastest way. However, Su Ran wasn't sure if he could actually do that. He first wanted to research the system more to see if he could find more useful information. Now that Su Ran had a direction in mind, his system seemed to be similar to that of a vampire. Perhaps, if he could learn more about vampires, he could find a way to avoid drinking blood. With this thought in mind, Su Ran returned to his dormitory. There, he heard Song Yichuan and Li Rui practicing together. Li Rui was trying to study the exotic abilities book that the military had given him while Song Yichuan was tutoring him on the side. What took you so long to come back? Song Yichuan asked as soon as he saw Su Ran. We thought you were lost. It's fine, I just wandered around the city a little. Su Ran lied a little. I'm a little tired, and I plan to go to bed early today. Then we should rest as well. Li Rui suggested. He looked exhausted already. Song Yichuan agreed to Li Rui's suggestion, so the 3 of them turned off the lights and prepared to fall asleep. Although Su Ran was the one who suggested going to bed early, he was unable to sleep at the moment. His stomach was aching violently, and his mind was filled with all sorts of worries. If what the system message said was true, Su Ran's time was running out. However, there was nothing he could do right now. The school curfew started at 10 p.m., and if he was caught going out without authorization, the consequences would be very serious. With no choice but to close his eyes, Su Ran could only hope to solve these problems again in the morning. Finally, he fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, when Su Ran woke up, the pain was even more intense than before. His head was throbbing violently, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to open the system. 10 hours have passed. Your hunger is growing. You lost 10 life value. Life value, 515. Your life value will continue to decrease every hour. Su Ran's HP had dropped by 2/3, but he didn't feel pain or near death. This sensation was completely different from his weakened state in the sunlight. Instead, his senses had become unusually sharp. Su Ran, are you alright? Song Yichuan asked with concern as he saw Su Ran's shocked face. It's fine, it's just that I have to go out for a bit. After Su Ran finished speaking, she hurriedly left the room and went straight to the restaurant. Everything was out of Su Ran's expectation. The system told him that he would lose 1 HP point every hour, so he only had 5 hours left now. Originally, he had only planned to sleep for 5 hours, and he would still retain at least 10 hours, but yesterday's battle had left him exhausted, and he had slept for 10 hours. Su Ran began to calculate the time he had left. Breakfast was from 8 to 9, then classes would last until 12 noon, and he still had to stay at school for 4 hours. Of course, he could also choose to skip classes, but it wasn't as easy as regular school. The army would severely punish students who skipped classes and even hunt them down. But if he was about to die, what did it matter? At this moment, Su Ran was standing in the cafeteria line, ready to take his meal. He took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, trying to acclimatize himself to his highly acute senses. He could even hear conversations at the other end of the restaurant, and the clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen seemed to be within earshot. Slowly, Su Ran began to learn how to ignore these noises, and his thinking gradually became clearer. Just then, Xiao Binbin walked into the dining room. After yesterday's battle, he had fully recovered after treatment at the medical center, but he was still in a terrible mood. As soon as he saw Su Ran, it was like he had found a target to vent his anger on. Xiao Binbin walked straight through the queue of level 1 students until he stood in front of Su Ran. "Shorty, do you have a problem with me cutting in line?" Xiao Binbin asked. But Su Ran was too busy concentrating to hear it. "Are you ignoring me? Today is not a good day to ignore me." Xiao Binbin saw the shining one on Su Ran's wrist and immediately remembered the humiliation he felt during yesterday's battle. He had originally wanted to kill that opponent, but now he could only take his anger out on Su Ran. "I said don't ignore me." Xiao Binbin grabbed Su Ran's collar. In that very instant, Xiao Binbin's face was unusually close to Su Ran. Su Ran could hear his heartbeat, could feel the blood flow in his arm, and the tension in his muscles. Some sort of power instantly dominated Su Ran's body, and he knocked off Xiao Binbin's hand and lunged over, the two of them collapsing onto the ground together. Su Ran was currently pressing down on Xiao Binbin, using both hands to deaden his wrists. "You crazy bastard, let go of me!" Xiao Binbin shouted, but no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from Su Ran's grip. Even using his powers didn't help. His powers would only harden his skin, but not enhance his strength. Su Ran suddenly felt something growing in his mouth, his lips only a dozen centimeters away from Xiao Binbin's neck, ready to go. However, the moment Su Ran opened his mouth, someone grabbed his collar from behind and threw him towards the crowd in the group. "Don't touch my brother," a low voice said. Lang Su walked over. He was a lanky youth with a muscular body, looking less like a teenager and more like a strong adult man. "Brother Lang, thank you so much." Xiao Binbin stood up, sweating profusely. "You're dead, kid." Lang Su took a step forward, wanting to teach Su Ran a lesson, but he was blocked by Song Yichuan and Li Rui. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Song Yichuan raised his arm, showing the ability level on his wrist. In reality, Song Yichuan was just bluffing. His ability depended on whose ability he copied, and right now, he was only copying Li Rui Rose level 1 Earth ability. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning. However, Song Yichuan's plan worked, and Lang Su chose to retreat and left with Xiao Binbin. However, before leaving, Xiao Binbin made a throat-slitting gesture at Su Ran, implying that he would come back to settle the score with him in the future. "Oh, thank goodness, it actually worked," Li Rui said gratefully after knowing Song Yichuan's secret. Chapter 16: The Problem. After the incident in the cafeteria, Su Ran realized one thing: no matter what happened, the teachers would not intervene. There were a lot of guards standing around the corner in the cafeteria, but they didn't come forward to stop it from start to finish. After eating, Su Ran and his brothers went to their morning classes, but Su Ran couldn't concentrate at all. All he could do was try to calm himself down in class and watch as his HP decreased little by little. The process was driving him almost crazy, and he now even regretted not biting Xiao Binbin's neck yesterday. When lunchtime arrived, Su Ran once again left in a hurry. This time he went to the library alone. HP 115. "What's wrong with me?" Su Ran's hands kept trembling. Every time Su Ran's HP dropped, it became harder and harder for him to control his body, and sooner or later he would lose his mind. Many times during class, he fantasized about tearing the classroom to shreds and drawing blood from the necks of his classmates. Upon realizing where he had gone, Su Ran found himself in the library. He walked over to a quiet corner of the library where the fiction books were located. "I hope there's something here I can use." Su Ran flipped through one fantasy novel after another about vampires. Some of the books mentioned that vampires could rely on animal blood to survive, but Su Ran's system made it clear that he needed human blood. Not only that, it was also very difficult to find animals. In other books, it was mentioned that he could go to hospitals to grab blood reserves, but the hospitals in the city were heavily guarded, and he didn't have the time to do that. Feeling weaker and weaker, Su-ran sat down on the floor and read the last book, but found no useful information. As he closed the book, he realized that Lin Yu was standing in front of him. "Are you okay?" Lin Yu asked with concern as she watched Su-ran's face become unusually pale. Lin Yu bent down, leveled her eyes with Su-ran and placed her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. "Why are you so cold? Do you want me to take you to the infirmary?" Lin Yu asked. Su-ran only said, "I'm sorry." After Su-ran finished speaking, he violently pulled over Lin Yu's arm and pulled her closer before biting down hard on her neck. Su-ran opened his mouth wide. He could feel the ends of his teeth start to grow. He didn't know what was wrong with him, as if his body was being controlled by some kind of power. His consciousness was already blurred. Su-ran's teeth quickly pierced into Lin Yu's skin while a stream of blood gushed into his mouth. However, Lin Yu did not feel any pain. Instead, she had an indescribable feeling of pleasure, and as the blood gushed out of her neck, a paralyzing sensation spread throughout her entire body, and even if she tried to resist, she could not move at all. Su-ran's hunger finally began to wane. Hunger value has decreased. You will no longer lose life value. The system hinted that Su-ran's hunger had eased, but he still continued to suck on Lin Yu's blood. Life value is recovering. Life value, 1515. When the last message appeared before his eyes, Su-ran's consciousness finally returned. He let go of Lin Yu, causing her body to fall helplessly to the ground. "What did I do?" Su-ran looked around in surprise, only to realize that Lin Yu was lying on the ground. "Did I do it?" Although he felt like he had no control at the time, he still remembered the entire process, and that crazy longing seemed to have been seared into his memory. A plus blood type absorbed. You have gained +1 power. Although Su-ran was eager to check the exact meaning of the system prompts, he knew that the priority right now was to get Lin Yu out of the library. The corner of the library they were in was relatively quiet, but there was no guarantee that no one would come over. Fortunately, Su-ran could see that Lin Yu was still breathing, so at least she was still alive, but there were 2 obvious bite marks on her neck that had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Su-ran picked Lin Yu up with both hands, realizing that she was much lighter than she thought. On the way to the infirmary, Su-ran couldn't stop thinking about everything that had just happened. For a moment, he suspected that the system might be playing a trick on him. He could see the life value dwindling, but he never felt like he was actually going to die. Su-ran wasn't sure if the life value dropping to 0 meant death, but he didn't want to take that risk. Su-ran knew he needed to do a few things. First, he had to figure out how often his body needed to replenish its blood. To do so, he would have to starve himself once again. But this time, he would prepare his blood ahead of time to better cope. However, before doing that, he had a more pressing problem to solve. Would Lin Yu remember everything that had just happened when she woke up? Or would Su-ran need to convince her to keep it a secret? If the others found out that Su-ran possessed this rare ability, the military and private companies would surely scramble to snatch him up. They would stop at nothing to get their hands on this brand new ability. Until Su-ran could protect himself, he had to keep a low profile. As Su-ran walked down the corridor with Lin Yu in his arms, other students cast curious glances. Although it wasn't strange to see someone injured being carried to the infirmary in school, it was still a bit surprising to see a boy carrying a girl, unless they were a couple. Finally, Su-ran arrived at the infirmary, where there was a female doctor in her early 30s named Su Li. She wore round glasses and a ponytail, looking gentle and beautiful. Su-ran had never had much contact with girls in school before, but seeing Su Li, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. "Another one?" Su Li said. "There's an empty bed in the back, put her there." Su-ran followed Su Li's instructions and gently placed Lin Yu on a single bed in the back. The infirmary was quite large. Su-ran had never seen such a large infirmary in the school. There were 30 beds in total, but Su Li was the only doctor here. At this point, about half of the beds in the infirmary were occupied by students, and Su-ran noticed that most of them were low-level students, but of course there were some high-level students as well, and they did have their share of arguments and conflicts that arose. Su Li walked over to Su-ran's and Lin Yu's beds and began to check on Lin Yu's condition. She held Lin Yu's wrist and did a few basic checks. That was when she noticed the 2 small holes in Lin Yu's neck. "What's going on here?" Su Li asked. "I'm not sure, I saw her already on the floor when I was in the library," Su-ran replied. "I'm not sure how long she's been unconscious, but the wound on her neck seems to have started healing on its own." Suli said, I'm not sure if it will heal completely though, it would be a shame if a pretty girl like her was left scarred. Suli placed her hand on Lin Yu's neck and closed her eyes. After a few seconds the bite mark disappeared. Can I wait here until she wakes up? Su Ran asked. Oh, young people nowadays, Suli said with a smile. I didn't realize you two were in this kind of relationship. No, Su Ran hastily waved his hand, we're just friends. Suli laughed and went to take care of the other students, while Su Ran took the opportunity to open his system interface. Strength 11. Agility 11. Endurance 10. Looks like sucking on Lin Yu's blood did increase my attribute value by a bit? Su Ran remembered that after defeating his opponent, the system would give him an additional task that required him to suck the opponent's blood, and as a reward he would gain an attribute point. But now, it seemed as if he didn't need to complete the task to increase his attributes by sucking blood. Su Ran began to think, if he sucked on Lin Yu's blood again, would he gain another attribute point? There were still many questions he needed to find answers to. He looked at Lin Yu who was lying peacefully on the bed. Now that his body was completely under his control, he no longer had the desire to suck her blood again. Checking his teeth, he realized that they had returned to normal. At this point, Su Ran began to look around until he found what he was looking for, a syringe. Su Ran observed and saw that Suli was busy taking care of the other students, so he quietly picked up the syringe, hid it behind his back, and quickly returned to Lin Yu's bedside. I'm sorry, Lin Yu. Su Ran whispered, but you have to be my test subject. Su Ran took out the syringe and carefully searched for Lin Yu's veins. Fortunately, Lin Yu's skin was very white, and her veins were clearly visible. Just at the critical moment when Su Ran was about to extract the blood, someone suddenly barged in. Is Su Ran here? A boy's voice came out. Isn't that Li Ruiqi? Su Ran immediately hid the syringe in his pants pocket and got up to see what was happening. Su Ran, you're here, come with me, I've been looking for you for a long time. Each one, he's in trouble. Chapter 17 Monster. Although Su Ran didn't know what had happened, he could tell from Li Rui's expression that things were very serious. He looked back at Lin Yu, who was still asleep, with some anxiety in his heart. Su Ran knew that when Lin Yu woke up, he had to be present to advise her not to divulge his secret. But right now, Song Yichuan was in trouble. Su Ran recalled the scene that happened in the cafeteria. At that time, when he was in trouble, Song Yichuan stepped forward to help him. Although Su Ran wasn't sure what he could do, if he didn't try, he would never know if he could help. If he couldn't help Song Yichuan out now, then what kind of friend was he? Let's go, hurry over and see what's going on. Su Ran said. The two quickly passed through the corridor and eventually arrived at the assembly hall. It was a spacious empty hall with a marble floor and a stage in front of it. It hadn't been used yet, and this was usually where students gathered for meetings. As they entered the hall, there were already many students whispering about something. Did you see what happened? That guy was a monster, how could he do something like that? Luckily a second-year student rushed to stop it. The scene in the hall was a mess, with potholes appearing on the walls and floor, burn marks and other damage, and even the smell of blood could be smelled. Su Ran smelled the bloody odor as soon as he entered. What happened here? Su Ran asked, where's Song Yichuan? Clearly, there had been a fierce battle here, and Su Ran couldn't help but worry about Song Yichuan's well-being. I don't know, Li Ruiqi replied. Yichuan and I were practicing my earth ability together when a few second-year students I've never seen before suddenly came, and they said they were looking for Song Yichuan. Song Yichuan told me not to worry, but I couldn't help but follow them. I saw them take Yichuan into the assembly hall, but there were two students guarding the doorway and wouldn't let me in. I didn't know what to do, so I came to find you. Su Ran and Li Rui tried to ask the students present about what had happened, but everyone seemed to be deliberately evasive, as if they had been told not to reveal what they had seen. Li Rui continued to question the other students in the hall while Su Ran began to conduct his own examination. The smell of blood was very strong in the room, and Su Ran followed the odor to a spot where dried blood could still be seen on the floor. Identification. Name, Song Yichuan. Race, human. Blood type, O. Su Ran continued to examine the scene of the battle and found more bloodstains, but when he tried to use his identification skill, he could see nothing but the message. Do I have to use the appraisal skill on myself to see the message? Su Ran thought to himself. It was a pity that the blood on the floor had already dried up, or else Su Ran could have used the syringe he had with him to collect some blood. Just then, Li Rui finished his questioning and walked back to Su Ran's side. It looks like no one wants to say anything, Li Rui said. Just as well, looks like we'll have to go back to the dormitory first, maybe he's already gone back. The two went back to the dormitory together, and when they pushed open the door, they found that Song Ichwan had already returned. Song Ichwan looked out of sorts, he was covered in bruises, his body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and there were a few deep slashes on his back. Su Ran and Li Rui could tell at a glance that he had just gone through a vicious battle. Not only that, when they entered, Song Ichwan didn't even greet them. The current Song Ichwan was no longer the confident and cheerful Song Ichwan they knew. He was just lying on the bed, not saying a word. Ichwan, what happened? Are you alright? Li Ruichi asked. I'm fine, just leave me alone, Song Ichwan whispered. If you guys get close to me, you'll only get hurt. What are you talking about, Song Ichwan? Li Rui shouted excitedly. Look at yourself, you must go to the infirmary, come on, we'll go now. Please, leave me alone. Song Ichwan whispered. Su Ran, say something, he needs to be checked out in the infirmary. But when Li Rui turned around to look for Su Ran's support, he realized that Su Ran had disappeared. Even he thinks I'm a monster. Song Ichwan muttered. Just outside the dormitory door, Su Ran was leaning against the door, breathing heavily, his forehead sweating. Although he didn't react as strongly to the sight of others being injured now as he used to, he still felt different when he saw Song Ichwan. Those fresh wounds on Song Ichwan's body and the overwhelming odor of blood made Su Ran unable to help but feel an intense longing. He knew that he could still control this craving and not let his body go out of control like he did last time, but the experience still brought back bad memories and he was a little afraid that he would lose control. I really need to figure out what exactly this strange system ability is. At this moment, Su Ran suddenly remembered that there was still one unresolved issue. Although Song Ichwan's behavior was a bit strange right now, at least he was safe. Whatever problem Song Ichwan was going through right now could only be put aside for the time being. Every second wasted, the chances of Lin Yu waking up were greater, and who knew what would happen when she woke up. Just then, in the infirmary at the back of the dormitory, Lin Yu slowly opened her eyes. HM? What happened? Lin Yu asked, where am I? As Lin Yu looked around, she subconsciously rubbed her neck while images of what happened in the library flashed through her mind and she remembered everything. Lin Yu's whole body suddenly felt a tingling sensation as the image of Su Ran biting her flashed in her mind. Her reaction to the memory was strong. It wasn't a painful memory, instead it was an addictive feeling. The moment the blood rushed through her body, it actually made her blush a little. She couldn't help but raise her hand and touch her neck. Huh, I can't feel anything? Oh, you're awake. Suli smiled, you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't even know when you would wake up. Why am I here? Lin Yu asked. Oh, there was a boy who brought you here, he said he was your friend, but I don't remember his name. The suspicion in Lin Yu's mind was confirmed, Su Ran had sent her here after biting her. Suli noticed that Lin Yu was rubbing her neck with her hand. I helped you get those 2 bite marks off. Do you remember what happened? Goosebumps rose all over Lin Yu's body as she recalled Su Ran biting her again. I'm not sure, maybe it was bitten by a wild animal? Lin Yu replied. A wild beast? Yeah, I've heard that sometimes stray beasts come out through the portal during training and mix with the students. Lin Yu said nervously, trying to convince Suli of her lie. Whatever it is, you're safe now anyway, and that's all that matters. Chapter 18 Crazy Girl. Su Ran was racing down the school corridors, aiming for the infirmary. He had to get there before Lin Yu woke up. He didn't know how Lin Yu would react, let alone what the consequences of biting someone would be. If it was really like what was described in those vampire novels Su Ran had read in the library, some vampires were able to turn others into vampires as well. Su Ran even felt at the moment that if that really was the case, it might be better than others finding out about his ability. Finally, Su Ran arrived at the infirmary and violently pushed open the door. Oh, it's you again. Suli smiled, if you're here for that girl, you're late, she just left. Really? Did she say anything? Su Ran asked eagerly. From Suli's reaction, it seemed that Lin Yu hadn't revealed anything, but he still had to confirm it. Oh, you mean that wound? She said that she might have been attacked by a wild beast, but I doubt that, it's more like a snake bite. But how did that snake get into the school and crawl up her neck? Seo Ri continued to ramble on. She did this a lot because she was the only doctor in the school and it was a lonely job. Thank you for telling me this. Su Ran said and closed the door. Why did Lin Yu keep this secret? Su Ran was deep in thought. He had basically attacked her, but it was surprising that she hadn't said anything to the public. Did she not remember what happened, or was she planning to use it to threaten him? But again, it didn't make sense. She had nothing to gain. Su Ran always thought this way, believing that people did things for selfish reasons. That was human nature. So he couldn't believe that Lin Yu would keep this secret for no reason. Just as Su Ran stood outside the infirmary thinking about what to do next, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. "You and I need to talk," Lin Yu said. It wasn't good that she had been waiting here all this time. Lin Elm obviously knew something, and she most likely hadn't forgotten what had happened. The two then headed to the library, where that incident had happened. Su Ran relaxed a little. Bringing him here meant that she wasn't going to look for trouble, as there were other students in the library. They sat down at a table and activated a device that allowed their conversation to be heard only by each other. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments, and Su Ran's mind began to quickly think of every possible scenario. If things came to the worst, he might have to tell her to shut up. "What happened in the library? What did you do to me?" Lin Yu asked, rubbing her neck. "Why are you asking me if you know what happened?" Su Ran said, "Why don't you just say what you want? You probably don't know that I've actually been secretly observing you. After a period of observation, I came to a conclusion. You're a vampire, right?" Su Ran laughed a little nervously, trying to divert Lin Yu's attention. He was actually surprised that she had come to the conclusion so quickly after all. It had taken even he himself a while to figure it out. Even if she had seen everything he had done, it wasn't logical that this should be a conclusion that a normal person would come to. "Why would you think that?" "I saw you lift the boy's neck, and at the time I thought you were doing something else because I couldn't see very well," Lin Yu said, his ears starting to redden a little. "But after what you did to me, I confirmed it." Su Ran began to sweat slightly. He wasn't worried about Lin Yu per se, but about the trouble she might cause him. Su Ran didn't know what to say and decided to wait for Lin Yu to open her mouth and make her request first. Lin Yu took a deep breath and finally said Su Ran's long-awaited request. "I want you to turn me into a vampire." Su Ran was so shocked when she heard these words that she almost fell out of her chair. "Do you realize what you're saying?" Lin Yu said in an almost pleading tone, "This is my childhood dream. This kind of thing only happens in books or fairy tales, and now I actually have the chance to realize it." Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Now Su Ran finally understood why Lin Yu hadn't told anyone else. Simply put, the girl was a bit crazy. Lin Yu had grown up with all sorts of fantasy stories and comics. Her father had been a writer before the war broke out, so her house was filled with all sorts of books and stories. And her favorites were always the ones about vampires. She was obsessed with everything about vampires, how they hid their identities from the world, how they had superhuman strength and speed, and even the ability to live forever. When psychic powers were discovered in the world, many people stopped being interested in fantasy stories. People used to enjoy reading fantasy novels because they allowed people to imagine things that they could never realize, but when humans actually possessed special abilities, what was the point of these fantasy stories? However, Lin Yu's love for vampires never waned, but instead grew stronger. She thought that since special abilities existed, then perhaps vampires really existed somewhere as well. When she saw Su Ran's behavior, she had completely convinced herself that he was a vampire. Su Ran hadn't guessed wrongly, and it was true that an ordinary person wouldn't come to such a conclusion, but Lin Yu wasn't an ordinary person. Suddenly, Lin Yu stood up from her seat and knelt in front of Su Ran. Although the students in the library couldn't hear their conversation, they couldn't help but cast curious glances towards them when they saw this scene. "Please, I'll do anything for you," Lin Yu pleaded. "All right, I understand, please get up," Su Ran said. The two resumed their seats and Su Ran took a deep breath, thinking about how he would explain it all to her. "It's not what you think," Su Ran said. "I'm not a vampire, and the reason I'm the way I am is because of a book of psychic powers." The smile on Lin Yu's face instantly disappeared when he heard these words. "You understand what this means, right?" Su Ran asked. Lin Yu nodded. Su Ran's words were basically telling her that he couldn't pass on this ability to her. The reason for this was simple: the human body could only activate one alien ability. When learning an alien ability, the genes would mutate, and once the genes mutated, they could not mutate a second time or add other mutations. Since Lin Yu already possessed the psychic ability of Nianli, then she could not learn any other psychic ability. Chapter 19, The Assistant. Then why did you hide this from the school? Why did you tell them that you don't have psychic abilities? If you gained your abilities through a book of psychic abilities, then you couldn't have been born a progenitor. Lin Yu continued to ask. Have you ever heard of an alien ability like this one? Su Ran asked rhetorically. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and realized that he really hadn't heard of it. After all, there had never been a record of a supernormal ability that required bloodsucking in order to function. But if you tell the school that you gained the ability through a book of psychic abilities that has never been registered, you'll make a fortune from it. Lin Yu said excitedly. I wish that was the case, but I can't do it. Su Ran explained, when I learned this ability, that book disappeared. Lin Yu pondered in her heart whether what Su Ran said was true, but she had no choice but to believe him. This was the only explanation as to why Su Ran was so obsessed with hiding his ability. After all, books of extraordinary abilities didn't disappear into thin air, usually they could be passed on to others to learn. If word of this spread, all the major corporations and the military would put immense pressure on Su Ran, forcing him to share his abilities with the world. Without the support of a strong family background, Lin Yu could not imagine how Su Ran would be treated. Even if Su Ran claimed that his abilities came from the Book of Supernatural Powers and that the book had disappeared, he was afraid that no one would believe him. Su Ran then tells Lin Yu about everything that has happened so far. He tells Lin Yu that this ability is like a game system that gives him strange quests to release and he can unlock skills. It was completely different from the vampire stories Lin Yu had read in the past, but at the same time, this system seemed to be following similar rules. Alright, I'll keep this secret, but I have one condition. I want to help you. Lin Yu said. Obviously, you know so little about this stuff that you lost control and bit me. We can't have you biting random people in the school or they'd have you arrested immediately. If you need to suck someone's blood, then suck mine. Lin Yu said, placing a hand on himself. Su Ran began to think about this matter. Having Lin Yu as his assistant was a huge advantage. Su Ran himself wanted to test the many functions of the system, and now he had a volunteer willing to help him for free. Besides, Lin Yu seemed to know more about vampires than he did himself, so maybe she could even help him in his research. Deal. Su Ran said, and the two shook hands to reach an agreement. Lin Yu was glad Su Ran had accepted. In fact, Lin Yu hadn't given up on the idea of becoming a vampire. Unlike Su Ran, Lin Yu wasn't quite sure if what Su Ran possessed was really just psychic abilities. Abnormal abilities were usually some specific skills, but Su Ran's entire person seemed to have undergone a complete change, as if he was no longer an ordinary person. Alright, first, you need to take some of my blood. Lin Yu said, that way, if you feel hungry again, you can drink that blood. After saying that, Lin Yu pulled down his collar, revealing his neck, and gestured towards Su Ran. What are you thinking? We can't do this in the library. Su Ran said, as he began to think about what to do next. Just as the two continued to discuss, talk and smile in the library, Song Yichuan walked in and saw Su Ran talking to Lin Yu, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Forgot about me so quickly, did you? Song Yichuan said, you're no different from the others, Su Ran, I'll make you realize the price of betraying me. If people are going to call me a monster, then I might as well become a real one. Li Rui was looking around for Su Ran or Song Yichuan, trying to figure out why they had suddenly become so erratic. Since befriending these two new friends, Li Rui felt the warmth of being protected for the first time. His life had been hell at his previous school, where he had to grovel to please those who were stronger than him. Su Ran, despite his own low level, stepped up to protect Li Rui, while Song Yichuan not only protected him, but also helped him learn new psychic abilities. However, Li Rich notices that something seems to have gone wrong with Song Yichuan, becoming unusually strange, and he speculates that Song Yichuan's change might have something to do with what happened to the second-year students in the assembly hall. But no matter who Li Rui asks, no one is willing to tell him the truth, and some even start to threaten him. In the hallway, Li Rui heard someone talking, a voice he recognized. Turning the corner, he saw Song Yichuan. Song Yichuan was standing there dumbfounded, staring at the ground. Li Rui hurriedly hid behind the corner. He realized that Song Yichuan seemed to be talking to another person. Can you two calm down? Song Yichuan said. After a moment of silence, Song Yichuan spoke again. I don't care if he hurt the little one's feelings, it's not like Su Ran can't talk to someone else. There was another moment of silence. Look, if you guys get involved and hurt them, I won't forgive you. I don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Li Rui had been eavesdropping on the conversation, but he could only hear Song Yichuan's voice alone, yet it was obvious that Song Yichuan was talking to someone. Li Rui couldn't hold back any longer and decided to sneak a glance, but he could still only see Song Yichuan alone. Has the other person left already? Li Rui thought to himself. That was when Song Ichuan started to walk away. The bell rang for the end of the lunch break and it was time for them to go to their afternoon classes. The library door opened and Su Ran and Lin Yu walked out together. Su Ran. Li Rui waved him over. Meet me at the school entrance after school. After Su Ran finished speaking to Lin Yu, he left to find Li Rui. The two of them walked towards the classroom together. Are you alright? Li Rui asked with concern. I was quite worried about you when you suddenly rushed out of the classroom. I'm sorry, I really can't hold it in, my underwear will turn brown if I keep holding it in. Wow, that's a lot of information, Li Ridge teased, but I'm relieved to see that you're okay. That said, I'm really worried about Song Ichuan. Ever since he came back from the assembly hall, he's been acting weird. Su Ran patted Li Rui's shoulder, seeing that he was clearly in shock. Su Ran had been dealing with more important matters before, and now he could finally focus on other issues. Don't worry, let's figure out what's going on together. Upon entering the classroom, they saw Song Ichuan already sitting in his seat, ahead of them. Hey guys, come on over here. Song Ichuan smiled and greeted. Li Rui sat in the seat to Song Ichuan's right, while Su Ran sat in the seat to Song Ichuan's left. Are you feeling better? Li Rui asked. You looked a bit mopey in the morning. It's fine, don't worry. I just got slightly tossed around by the second-year guys and I'm a little down in the dumps. Song Ichuan replied. What exactly happened in the assembly hall? Su Ran asked. Hearing this question, Song Ichuan's face changed slightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. Song Ichuan clenched his fists for a few seconds, then relaxed his hands. Brothers, don't be too concerned, you know I'm strong, I can handle myself. Although Li Rui was satisfied with Song Ichuan's answer as he seemed to be back to normal, Su Ran noticed that when he asked that question, Song Ichuan seemed to be suppressing something, as if he was hiding something. Chapter 20 Blood Test. As more students walked into the classroom, they immediately started whispering in low voices when they saw Song Ichuan. If Song Ichuan turned around to look at them, they immediately turned their heads away. After the students sat down, the whispers continued, and several words appeared frequently: monster, crazy, strange, insane. All of these words were directed at Song Ichuan. It seemed as if the entire school was sharing a secret that Li Rui and Su Ran could not know, and Song Ichuan himself was unwilling to say what was really going on. After hearing these words, Su Ran noticed Song Ichuan sitting quietly, his head lowered, not moving a muscle. He hadn't even recorded anything about the course in his notebook. Although no one was willing to tell Su Ran or Li Ruichi what was really going on, Su Ran now had another ally who might help him, Lin Yu. After class, Mr. Shangwan projected a screen in front of the class. The screen listed each student's name and categorized them into different categories. Please look over the list carefully and find your name. Your combat class will begin tomorrow. Shangwan Ming explained. The list was divided into several different categories, and each category was assigned based on the student's type of psychic ability. For example, elemental system abilities, transformation system abilities, reinforcement system abilities, and so on. Su Ran noticed that his and some other students' names were not on the list, including Song Ichuan's. If your name isn't on the list, it's because your psychic ability doesn't belong to any of the categories, or you're an original with a unique psychic ability. You are free to choose the combat course as you see fit. Students can also switch between combat courses, and these recommendations are not fixed, but are made by the school based on your psychic abilities. The list of available combat courses was then sent to each student's wristwatch, where students were required to register for the courses they were interested in. Which combat course should I actually take? Su Ran pondered in his heart as he looked at the long list. As the day's lessons came to an end, Song Ichuan offered to help Li Ridge with his training once again. Especially since the two of them would be attending the same combat class tomorrow, the elemental ability class. Are you going along? Li Rui asked. No, I'll leave you guys alone, I can't help much anyway. Su Ran replied. Li Rui was happy that the relationship between them seemed to have returned to normal, without the previous tension. He hoped that this state would last forever. After Su Ran left, Song Ichuan and Li Rui stayed in the classroom. At this time, Song Ichuan asked Li Rui a question: have you seen Su Ran with a girl recently? Come to think of it, I saw him coming out of the library with a girl. It's the same girl that was with us during the test, the one with the bow and arrow. Li Rui just gave his answer, and just for a moment, Li Rui felt as if Song Ichuan's expression had changed. But when he blinked again, Song Ichuan looked everything as usual. Maybe he's looking for a girlfriend. Song Ichuan said with a smile. Su Ran, of course, decided not to go with them because he had already made an appointment with Lin Yu before. They agreed to meet at the school's main entrance. But before the two of them met, Su Ran decided to go to the science lab first. Although most of the military school's curriculum was about combat or how to use technology, science was still a core subject. It was because of the efforts of scientists that mankind had discovered how to utilize the various technologies in the world today. As a result, students are encouraged to continue studying science even while serving in the military, with the hope that they will continue to pursue careers in the future. The lab was empty that day, and the important equipment was locked away in the storage room. But Su Ran didn't need any fancy equipment, he just needed some test tubes and small corks. After searching for a while, he found the place where the test tubes were placed. He took a total of 5 test tubes. There were plenty of test tubes there, but taking too many would arouse suspicion, and Su Ran couldn't carry more than 5 without worrying about them breaking. Su Ran stuffed the 5 test tubes into the satchel he carried and wrapped them in a spare shirt he had brought from his room. Su Ran's experience value was 6,200, 140 points short of his next upgrade. He had accumulated 50 experience points from his previous quests and gained 10 experience points from his daily quests. So far, every time he upgraded he had gained an additional attribute point and 5 life points. Although Su Ran had become stronger through this method, it wasn't the fastest way to boost his power. Su Ran realized that the system offered an opportunity to gain an extra attribute point if he drank the blood of his victim. But when he drank Lin Yu's blood, would he still be able to gain an attribute point? This was what Su Ran wanted to test today. At 6 in the afternoon, the sun was just starting to set, and Su Ran wouldn't be affected by the sunlight at the moment. As planned, Lin Yu was already standing at the school entrance waiting for him, carrying her bow and arrow. Students who used weapons carried them with them most of the time, as there was always the possibility of an attack or a ferocious beast escaping through the portal. After the two met, they decided to walk together to the park near the convenience store. Then, they left the path and entered the woods, where they concealed themselves under cover. No one would come here and they wouldn't be noticed. So we're getting started? Lin Yu asked excitedly. Su Ran still found it a little strange that Lin Yu wasn't scared by this, instead he was excited. Alright, close your eyes. Su Ran said. Lin Yu closed her eyes and prepared herself. She still remembered the satisfaction she felt last time and couldn't wait to experience it again. Although she was still a little nervous when she thought that Su Ran's lips would touch her neck. However, just then, Lin Yu felt a slight tingling coming from her arm. Lin Yu opened her eyes and realized that there was a needle stuck in her arm. You didn't really think I would just bite you, did you? Su Ran said with a smile. Lin Yu's face instantly turned red. If she didn't still have the needle stuck in her hand, she would definitely kick Su Ran away. Once the syringe was filled, Su Ran poured the blood into one of the test tubes he had brought. Is it okay to fill another one? Su Ran asked. Lin Yu didn't say anything and silently stretched out his arm, still embarrassed by what he had just thought. After Su Ran filled both test tubes, he placed one of the blood-filled test tubes into his bag while holding the other in his hand. Identification. Lin Yu's blood. Blood type, A+. Su Ran looked at Lin Yu and used the appraisal skill again. Name, Lin Yu. Race, human. Ability, nihilism. Life value, 1212. Blood type, A+. It was just as Su Ran thought. When he used the appraisal skill to view the blood, he could only see the blood type and the source of the blood, just like when he was in the assembly hall. However, if the person was right in front of him, the appraisal skill would also show their abilities, life value, and blood type. On some of the blood in the assembly hall, only question marks were displayed, and Su Ran guessed that either he hadn't encountered this person before, or he hadn't used the appraisal skill on this person yet. Chapter 21 Releasing Skills. Su Ran stared at the test tube and gulped. He pulled off the stopper at the top of the test tube and began to sniff the blood. You're not really going to drink it here, are you? Lin Yu asked. Why not? I've got to see if it'll bring about any changes. I don't know, but it just feels a little awkward to say. Su Ran ignored Lin Yu and looked at the blood again. The scent emanating from the blood was much sweeter than he remembered. Suddenly, Su Ran lifted the test tube and drank the blood down in one gulp, as if he were drinking a glass of spirits. As the blood slid down his throat, he felt a warm tingling sensation. The blood also tasted surprisingly sweet, rather than bloody. It seemed that the racial change had changed not only his sense of taste, but also his sense of smell. Your life value is full. Blood does not produce any effect. You have drunk this person's blood. You will not gain any attribute points. Su-ran felt a bit surprised when he saw the system information. According to the system message, if Su-ran was injured, Lin Yu's blood would be able to restore his life value. However, the information that followed was more interesting to him. The system prompted that since he had already drunk Lin Yu's blood before, he would not gain any more attribute points. This meant that as long as it was blood he hadn't drunk before, he would be able to gain additional attribute points. Su-ran smiled. Of course, this was still just a theory of his, but Su-ran wanted to test it immediately. Seeing that weird smile of yours, I guess what you wanted to test succeeded. Lin Yu said. If only there was another person's blood for me to test right now. Just then, the sound of two people entering the woods came from the other side of the playground. Su-ran and Lin Yu immediately crouched down and hid behind a tree. At that moment, they saw two students enter the forest. Hand over your points or I'll dig a hole here and bury you. No one will find your body. A boy's voice said. Su-ran immediately recognized the voice, it was Xiao Binbin. It seemed that he hadn't learned his lesson and was still continuing his evil deeds. Su-ran took out the mask he bought at the convenience store from his bag. Last time, he let Xiao Binbin go without drinking his blood, and now he felt that it was too much of a waste. This time, Su-ran would not let Xiao Binbin escape. Su-ran put on his mask and quietly approached Xiao Binbin and the student he was bullying, nimbly weaving between the trees. Do you want to get your ass kicked? Hand over the points. Xiao Binbin said as he pressed the student against the tree. But I only get 10 points a day, these are mine, it's not fair. When has this world ever been fair? Go blame those high and mighty, they don't care about us. Xiao Binbin responded coldly. When Su-ran heard these words, he suddenly realized that Xiao Binbin was actually in a similar situation as himself. He was only a level 2 ability, and one of those weaklings who were oppressed by the strong, but that didn't justify him bullying others, it didn't solve anything. Lin Yu followed closely behind Su-ran, having taken out her bow and arrow. She knew that whenever Su-ran put on his mask, it meant he was ready to take action. Do you want me to help? It'll be easier with the two of us together. Lin Yu asked. That's fine, there's something I want to test. Su-ran replied. The last time the two of them fought side by side, Su-ran was still only a level 1 ability. Now that he had risen to level 2 and gained a new skill, he just so happened to want to use Xiao Binbin as a test subject. Su-ran leaned closer and closer, intending to finish off Xiao Binbin with a single strike. This was a perfect opportunity, as Xiao Binbin's back was facing him. However, just at the moment Su-ran was about to strike, the student who was pressed against the tree suddenly saw him. Please help me. The student shouted. You idiot! Su-ran cursed and quickly leapt towards Xiao Binbin, hoping to hit him before he activated his ability. The student's warning gave Xiao Binbin enough time to activate his ability and turn around. However, Su-ran's fist was extremely fast, and even though Xiao Binbin reached out and attempted to block it, Su-ran's fist still struck him in the stomach. The impact was the same as last time, and the fist felt as hard as hitting a wall when it hit Xiao Binbin, but this time, Xiao Binbin was still hurt by the blow, and Su-ran's fist wasn't hurt like last time. It's you, I've been waiting for you. Xiao Binbin said and whistled with 2 fingers in his mouth. Suddenly, 2 students ran into the forest from the direction of the park. You think you can beat the 3 of us? Xiao Binbin provoked. Su-ran looked towards the 2 students running towards him when suddenly an arrow flew out from the woods and accurately hit one of the students in the knee. The student immediately fell to the ground. The other student hurriedly crouched down to check on his companion's condition. What happened? That student exclaimed. He then noticed the arrow on his companion's leg and asked in surprise, where did this arrow come from? Seizing this opportunity, Su-ran quickly dodged away from Xiao Binbin and rushed towards the other student. The skill range is 5 meters, right? Let me see your power. Su-ran immediately activated the Blood Blade skill as he approached to within a distance of 5 meters, while waving his arm at the same time. A red energy flew out from his fingertips and accurately struck the student's chest, leaving claw marks, but not enough to knock him down. Blood Blade, Blood Blade, Blood Blade. Su-ran swung his arm consecutively, releasing Blood Blade 3 times. Each strike hit accurately, and the student's chest was covered in scars as he eventually collapsed to the ground. HP, 1115. Defeated opponent, gained 50 experience points. Current experience value 110-200. Bloodblade had no cooldown, but consumed a bit of HP each time it was released. As long as Su Ran had enough HP, he could continuously release the Bloodblade skill. Seeing two of his teammates whose strength was comparable to his own being instantly knocked down, Xiao Binbin began to feel fear and his body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to escape this forest, so he turned around and desperately ran deeper into the forest. Su Ran was much faster and easily caught up with Xiao Binbin. When the attack came into range, Su Ran unleashed two more Bloodblades that struck straight at Xiao Binbin's ankles. Xiao Binbin instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Please, don't hurt me, I'll do anything," Xiao Binbin begged. "Oh yeah?" Su Ran sneered, pressing his watch close to Xiao Binbin's wrist. "Transfer all your points to me." "But if I do that, I won't have any points to give to Lang, he'll kill me," Xiao Binbin said fearfully. "Is this the time to worry about Brother Lang?" Su Ran asked rhetorically. Xiao Binbin panicked and transferred the 50 points he had earned that day to Su Ran. "Then will you let me go?" Xiao Binbin asked apprehensively. Su Ran smiled at Xiao Binbin, although Xiao Binbin couldn't see his expression under the mask. "No," Su Ran replied before strangling Xiao Binbin's neck from behind. Despite Xiao Binbin's attempts to activate his hardening ability, Su Ran's power was still strong enough to make him pass out. "This is payback for bullying me at the restaurant." Chapter 22 Blood Type. Su Ran looked at Xiao Binbin's body and saw that he was bleeding at his ankles due to the Blood Edge skill. Su Ran took out a test tube from his bag and raised Xiao Binbin's leg, letting the blood slowly drip into the test tube until it was filled. Su Ran also filled up a second test tube for future experiments. Next were the other two students. Lin Yu had already dealt with one of them with an arrow earlier, while the other was unconscious due to multiple attacks from the Bloodblades. Su Ran did the same thing to the other two students, collecting the blood coming out of their wounds including where Lin Yu's arrow had pierced. After collecting the blood, they decided to leave the scene. It was getting late and it was almost curfew time. If the students were still outside after 10 o'clock, the guards would start looking for them. Their watches were not only point devices and ability level indicators, but also a tracker. Those students who were injured outside the school would naturally be taken to the infirmary. When they returned to the school, it was still early, 9 o'clock, so they still had an hour to get back to the dormitory. So the two decided to go to the roof of the school. It was quiet there, no one bothered them, and they could talk freely. "What do you need so much blood for?" Lin Yu asked. "As I said, if you need blood, you can always take it from me, I really don't mind." "Thanks, but I just want to do some experiments." Appraise. Su Ran used his appraisal skill and looked at each test tube. The first was Xiao Binbin's blood. Blood type B+. "Come on," Su Ran said, opening the test tube stopper and drinking the tiny tube of blood. "Recover 5 HP points. HP, 1415. B+ blood type absorbed. Agility value increased by 1 point. Seeing these messages, Su Ran couldn't help but smile as he proceeded to drink the second tube of blood. The taste of the blood was actually quite sweet. Su Ran just needed to convince himself that it was like some sort of juice. Recover 1 point of HP. HP, 1515. This person's blood has been consumed and will not increase attribute points any further. Just as Su Ran had expected, the blood could still restore his life value, similar to a potion in a game, but once someone's blood had been consumed, it wouldn't increase attribute points anymore. Su Ran proceeded to drink the blood of the other two students. Absorption A blood type. Strength value increased by 1 point. Absorbing AB plus blood type. Endurance value increased by 1 point. Su Ran looked at the information he received and came up with a pattern. When he drank Lin Yu's A plus blood, he received strength points, and the A blood increased his strength in the same way. Xiao Binbin's B plus blood type on the other hand increased the agility value, and finally, the AB plus blood type increased the endurance value. Su Ran speculated that the positives and negatives of the blood types probably didn't matter, with the A blood type increasing strength, the B blood type increasing agility, and the AB blood type increasing endurance. And the only blood type he hadn't yet tasted was type O. Su Ran couldn't help but imagine what would happen if he drank type O blood. Su Ran absorbed all the blood samples, except for Lin Yu's spare blood tube. He felt stronger than ever. Personal information. Name, Su Ran. Race, Demi-Spirit. Life value, 1515. Experience value, 110-200. Strength, 12 strength. Agility, 12. Endurance, 11. If the previous Su Ran's physical quality was equivalent to that of a top athlete, then the current Su Ran had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. But even so, compared to those who possessed psychic abilities, he still appeared weak. When Su Ran used to be in school, he would often fight with others, no matter what the other party's psychic ability was. He saw others being bullied because they were weak, while he avoided more trouble instead because he knew how to fight back. It was through these experiences that Su Ran had learned how to deal with different fighting styles and alien abilities. However, if it was Su Ran who was now facing a level 2 user who was as good at utilizing his supernatural abilities as Lin Yu was, he would most likely lose. What Su Ran desperately needed now was more skills. Although the Blood Blade was good, the attack range was only 5 meters, and it would also consume his life value. Normally, other people could learn new skills by purchasing skill books or from a mentor, but Su Ran didn't have that option because he hadn't met anyone with the same abilities as him yet, and naturally, he didn't have any skill books either. Before Su Ran and Lin Yu parted ways to go back to the dormitory, Su Ran asked one last question. "Do you know how Song Yichuan is doing?" Su Ran asked. "You mean that level 5 classmate?" Lin Yu replied. "I'm not very clear. At the time when it happened, I was lying in the hospital because of someone." Saying that, Lin Yu pointed a finger at Su Ran. Su Ran smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Can you help me look into it? It seems like the second-year students are preventing me and Li Ruiqi from obtaining any information." "Second-year students are involved? That's not good. You're not planning to intervene, are you?" Lin Yu asked with some concern. Su Ran recalled the scene where the second-year student had called him, Li Rui and Song Yichuan out earlier. The one called Zhang Jia had warned them not to disrupt the school. Su Ran had wanted to punch him at the time, but was unable to do anything about it. Now, however, with this ability, Su Ran could become stronger on his own without having to rely on others, and he couldn't wait to punch that Zhang Jia. "Yes, but I need to become stronger first." One of the significant differences between second year and first year was awakening. Second year students had learned how to awaken their abilities. This allows the user to gain a power boost in a short amount of time, regardless of their ability level. Once the user awakens, they are also able to form a powerful weapon called a soul weapon. This weapon was formed by the user themselves, unlike Fey weapons, which could be used by anyone. After finishing their conversation with Lin Yu, the two of them went back to their dormitories, Su Ran saying that he would contact Lin Yu through his watch. Su Ran also carried the test tube containing Lin Yu's blood with him. He now needed to figure out how long his body could last without the need for blood. If Su Ran went on a mission or traveled to another planet, there might be situations where he could not contact anyone. In that case, Su Ran needed to know how many blood test tubes he would need to carry. So for now, Su Ran would try to avoid drinking blood until the system prompted again. If he got into a fight with anyone along the way, he could save their blood for backup. He didn't want to waste any precious attribute points. After returning to his dormitory, Su Ran found Song Yichuan and Li Ruiqi still practicing their Earth-type supernatural abilities. Chapter 23 Weapons Pavilion. "I did it, I finally did it!" Li Rui shouted excitedly. Li Rui held a small round ball of clay in his hands. When he moved his hands, he was able to turn the clay ball into different shapes. He turned the clay ball from a sphere to a long stick, and then back to a sphere. As a level 1 user, you need to carry some clay with you at all times. Song Yichuan explained, "Perhaps it's best if you keep it in the shape of a stick so you can carry it with you." Song Yichuan picked up the ball of clay and began to demonstrate. Like Li Rui, he was also changing the shape of the mud ball. But the difference in speed was obvious. While Li Rui took a long time to form the shape he wanted, Song Yichuan could do it in just a few seconds. "Wow, is this because you're a level 5 ability, Yichuan?" Li Rui asked. "No, it's something you can do too, it just takes more practice. When I copy someone's ability, I also copy their ability level. So everything I can do with this clay, you should be able to do as well." Song Yichuan then turned the ball of clay into a sharp dagger and held it against Li Rui's neck. "See, it's not that cockamamie." Li Rui gulped as he looked at the dagger, but then realized that Song Yichuan had turned the mud ball into a harmless stick and handed it back to Li Rui. "Oh, Su Ran, you're back." Song Yichuan smiled. "Did you have fun?" "Aha, it was alright," Su Ran said. "Yichuan said you have a girlfriend." Li Ruiqi quickly added. "What?" Su Ran said in surprise. "It's the girl we saw last time at the test." "Oh, her, no, we're just..." Su Ran began to think about the relationship between him and Lin Yu. He couldn't quite call her a friend, and certainly not a lover. Lin Yu almost always carried out Su Ran's requests unconditionally. It was almost a master-servant relationship, but if Su Ran said that, others would definitely misunderstand. We're just acquaintances. I was mostly discussing how she uses her weapons and which classes I should choose since I won't be joining you guys in the elemental class. Oh, so you finally decided? Li Ridge asked. Yes, I've decided to join the Fey weapons class. The next morning, Su Ran deliberately packed some items into his backpack before preparing to leave the dormitory. He took with him the vein containing Lin Yu's blood, the remaining 4 empty veins, and the mask he had bought at the convenience store. He didn't really know when he would need to use these things, so he preferred to be well prepared rather than be caught off guard. The trio Su Ran, Song Ichuan, and Li Rui went to breakfast together as usual. As usual, the other students always cast curious glances at them. Song Ichuan decided to separate himself from Su Ran and Li Rui, and sat alone at the table of students with higher strength. Even so, there was still no one willing to sit next to Song Ichuan. Apparently, the second-year students were beginning to target Song Ichuan, even though he was no longer getting too close to Su Ran and Li Rui. Can you do me a favor? Su Ran asked, keep an eye on Song Ichuan for me during today's combat class. If anything happens, let me know. But if something does happen, I'm not strong enough to help. And there's nothing you can do. Li Rui replied. Li Rui was right, Su Ran was barely able to deal with even second-tier first years right now, let alone second years. However, Su Ran was still uncomfortable in his heart that Song Ichuan might be targeted simply because he chose to be with them. I'm not asking you to intervene, I don't think Song Ichuan expects you to help him out either, just tell me what you see. Li Rui looked around to make sure no one had overheard their conversation, then nodded. After breakfast was over, it was time for the combat class. After choosing the class you wanted to attend through your watch, the system would display the training classroom for that day. After some deep thought, Su Ran chose the Fey weapons course. Since Su Ran was incapacitated, this was pretty much his only option. Otherwise, he would only be able to sit in the back row of the other courses, unable to do anything. Weapons classes were popular amongst those with abilities that could enhance their weapons. Those who could slightly foresee the future, or those who had the ability to think like Lin Yu, would attend these classes. But Su Ran wished to find a weapon that suited him and his fighting style. The weapons hall was located next to the main teaching building and was a separate building. The exterior had the feel of an oriental palace. To enter the building, students needed to scan their watches on a scanner before the 2 large doors slid open. Although the exterior has an oriental flavor, the interior is completely different. It was a large room with a ceiling 20 meters high. The room was undecorated, except for a mountain of weapons hanging on the walls, and a circular raised platform in the center. Standing at the back of the room was a bald man who wore leather armor and had a long knife by his side. The blade had a rough hilt, and the same on the back, and appeared to have been forged from non-terrestrial animal materials. The man stood back with his eyes closed, and Su Ran guessed that he might be today's teacher, as he was the oldest in the room. As time passed, the room gradually filled up with students. Lin Yu also walked in at this time, seeing Su Ran at a glance and immediately walking over to chat with him. Unlike when Song Ichuan had spoken to Su Ran before, the other students didn't care too much this time, as Lin Yu himself was considered weak. This class is much more popular than I thought. Lin Yu said. There were about 30 students in the room, still less than other classes that had 50, but still more than they expected. Yeah, I was wondering what weapon to pick. Su Ran said as he looked at the weapons on the wall. I already have a weapon. Lin Yu pointed to the bow on his back. Many of the students in the room already had their own weapons. Su Ran and a few other students were the only ones without weapons. Just as Su Ran was still staring out at the weapons on the wall, the other students began to stir as a person entered the weapons hall. What's she doing here? Isn't she an elemental ability? Why would she come here? Who cares? Maybe we can spar with her and ask her out if we win. Su Ran turned to look at the girl who had caused the commotion and realized that she was actually the ice ability person he had seen before January. Why did she come here instead of going to elemental class? Lin Yu asked suspiciously. Just then, the bald man opened his eyes and shouted in a loud voice, "Quiet!" Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look at him. My name is Li Snap, and I will be your teacher today. Li Snap drew his long sword from its sheath and pointed it forward. Your first task is to choose your weapon. Consider it carefully, your weapon is your lifeblood. When your abilities are unavailable, the only thing you can rely on is your skill with your weapon. Now, go to the wall and choose a weapon. The students spread out and began to pick their weapons. Even those students who already had Fey weapons were trying out new ones. Chapter 24, Choosing Weapons. Su-ran looked at the weapons on the wall and saw a wide variety of choices: axes, short swords, barbed clubs, whips, scythes. There were so many different kinds that Su-ran had a hard time choosing. He looked at Ling Yu and her bow, and thought that it fit in well with her chanting abilities. If Su-ran chose a long-range weapon, he would never be able to match Ling Yu. He needed to find a weapon that suited him and his current abilities. Su-ran walked over to a random longsword on the wall and used his appraisal skill. Courage Sword. Basic Fey Weapon. Strength +3. Agility 2. Incompatible with the skill Blood Blade. The sword Su-ran saw was large and heavy. He needed speed, so the decrease in agility was unacceptable to him. However, Su-ran was surprised that his appraisal skill was able to provide so much information, even telling him if the sword was compatible with his Blood Blade skill. Then, with the appraisal skill, choosing a suitable weapon wouldn't be so difficult. Su-ran began to search the room for the most suitable weapon for him. Su-ran ruled out any weapons that were too heavy. Although the increased strength attribute was tantalizing, Su-ran needed to maintain his speed and agility at night. The weapons he examined all belonged to the basic level, the lowest level of weapons. Weapons were categorized into 8 grades based on the core of the alien beast used in their manufacture. Of course, this was only based on the Fey found on known planets. Planets yet to be explored by mankind might contain more powerful Fey and abilities that might be categorized into higher grades in the future. The highest grade of weapons known to the human world is now known as demon weapons. Su-ran searched the room for a while before finding an unusual weapon. Black Horn Wrist Guard. Base level Fey weapon. Strength +3. Agility 0. Endurance 0. Defense +2. Compatible with the Blood Blade skill. When using this wrist guard, the power of the Blood Blade skill will be increased by 5%. The wrist guard is black in color, with tiny horns running up the forearm. The tips of the fingers were sharp blades that looked like the claws of a dragon. There were 2 reasons why this weapon attracted Su-ran. Firstly, it not only increased the strength attribute, but also provided the defense attribute. Secondly, it could enhance the power of Su-ran's only skill, Blood Blade. Although 5% didn't sound like much, if Su-ran became stronger in the future, the 5% increase would have a huge impact. There are other advantages as well. The wrist guards could be used as armor for his hands, and if needed, he could also hold other weapons. A very peculiar choice, boy. The teacher on the side said. Su-ran turned his head and realized it was the bald teacher talking to him. This is not the first weapon most would choose. To use such a weapon, you must be fearless and dare to approach the enemy. But because of this, it is stronger than most weapons and can also be used as a defense. Su-ran already had more combat experience than most of his peers. He was used to fighting with his fists, and with the Blood Blade skill, he didn't always need to get up close and personal with his opponents. Can I try it? Su-ran asked. Of course. The teacher replied, then went to check the other students' choice of weapons. Basic Blackhorn Wrist Guard equipped. Strength, 12 +3. Agility, 12. Endurance, 11. Defense, 2. Su-ran checked his status screen and saw that the small numbers next to the attributes indicated the boosting effect of the equipment. Su-ran's strength attribute now reached 15 points, and he felt 3 times stronger than he had been before he discovered the system, and couldn't wait to test his newly acquired strength. Once everyone had chosen their weapons, the teacher had everyone gather in the center ring. I don't dare claim to be an expert on every weapon, said the teacher. Some of you may use them better than I do. But I am indeed an expert in weapons combat. Combat can be seen as a game where you are always trying to anticipate your opponent's next move, gauge their abilities, and so on. For today's first lesson, I want to see what you guys are capable of. We will be playing against each other, in teams of 2. We will watch the matches and discuss what can be improved. Now, any volunteers? Jean Yuer was the first to raise her hand. She didn't wait for the teacher's response and walked straight to the ring, standing in the center. She held a silver longsword, its blade glittering with light. Su-ran hadn't seen this sword on the wall, and he guessed that it was her own weapon. At first, many students were afraid to fight against Jean Yuer. Her powerful abilities had spread throughout the school. Oh, I almost forgot to add, the teacher continued, the use of any supernatural abilities is forbidden in today's sparring match. You must first learn how to use your weapons, only then will you be able to fully utilize the potential of your weapons when combined with your psychic abilities. Upon hearing these words, the students raised their hands to challenge the Ice Queen. Now that she couldn't use her powers, they saw this as a good opportunity to defeat her. In the end, a tall boy with a two-handed axe was chosen. His muscles were almost twice as big as Kim Moon's compared to hers. I think you picked the wrong class, your ice abilities are useless here, the boy said. However, Jinyue didn't respond, she just took a fighting stance and waited for her opponent to attack first. The boy raised his large axe high and rushed towards Goldmoner. As he swung the axe down, Goldmonel lightly turned to avoid it while swinging her sword behind his leg, causing him to stagger. She aimed the blade of her sword at the boy's throat, just centimeters from his neck. I concede, the boy said. Everything happened so fast that the whole room instantly fell silent. Although everyone knew that Jinyue was powerful, they didn't expect her to be so proficient in swordplay. Most ability users who possessed powerful abilities like Jinyue's tended to rely on their abilities and not bother learning weapon skills. But it was obvious that Jinyue had also put a lot of effort into her weapons. After the battle ended, two men in black military uniforms suddenly appeared and took away the injured students, sending them to the school's medical room for treatment. The next few matches lasted longer than Jinyue's, as most of the students were not too far apart in terms of weapon usage. Even if it was a level 4 ability versus a level 2 ability, if they couldn't use their supernatural abilities, victory or defeat often depended on skill and physical ability. Next, what caught the teacher's attention was Lin Yu's sparring match. Although she was unable to use her Nianli with her Bao, she was able to anticipate her opponent's position, repeatedly cornering him and repeatedly asking him to admit defeat. The opponent, a level 3 ability user, seemed very stubborn as he was unwilling to admit that he was defeated by a level 2 ability user. In the end, it was only after the teacher's intervention that the match came to an end. Next group, Su Ran versus Yi Rong, on stage. It was now Su Ran's turn. Since the weapons hall was indoors, Su Ran was able to utilize his full attributes while his opponent was unable to use his abilities. Finally, this time Su Ran no longer had any fear in his heart when he faced his opponent. Chapter 25 Blind Swordsman. As Su Ran stepped into the ring, he looked at his opponent Yi Rong's ability level, which was displayed as level 3. If this was outside and both sides were allowed to use their abilities, Su Ran felt that he had little to no chance of winning. But in this ring where the use of abilities was forbidden, Su Ran's body was stronger and faster than most. In the novels he had read, vampires were far more powerful than humans, and could easily rule the world if they wanted to. Yi Rong held a spear with a sharp tip that ended with a curved blade. Opponent's ability level, 3. Defeating the opponent will result in additional experience value. Su Ran felt like his luck was really getting the better of him today. The match begins. The teacher shouted. Yi Rong immediately rushed forward with his spear, while Su Ran assumed a fighting stance with his hands stretched out in front of him. When Yi Rong entered the attack range, he quickly stabbed his spear. This thrust was extremely fast, and the onlooker students were amazed by it. However, for Su Ran, who possessed 12 points of agility, the thrust was slow. He easily dodged the attack and grabbed the spear shaft before Yi Rong could retrieve the spear in time. What are you doing? Yi Rong pulled hard on the spear, trying to break free from Su Ran's grip. Let go. Su Ran grabbed the spear with one hand and opened his other hand, swinging it out violently like a claw and slashing it directly towards the spear. A few seconds later, the spear was unexpectedly cut into two by him. What's going on? Why is my weapon broken? Yi Rong complained loudly, but the teacher did not make any response. Su Ran quickly stepped forward and punched Yi Rong hard in the abdomen before he could react. Yi Rong's feet left the ground, and his entire body looked like it was about to fly out. Appraisal. Yi Rong. Ability, Elemental Control. HP, 515. Blood type, O+. Su Ran knew that if Yi Rong flew out of the ring, he would win, but the system wouldn't let him win so easily. He needed to beat his opponent until he bled. So, as Yi Rong was about to take off into the air, Su Ran grabbed him and violently pulled him back, while slamming a knee into his face, causing Yi Rong's nose to bleed and his head to fall back. In the end, Yi Rong collapsed to the ground, never able to get up again. Winner, Su Ran. The teacher announced. Opponent defeated, gained 50 experience points. First time defeating a high-level opponent, additional 50 experience points awarded. Experience value, 220-200. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. Experience value, 2400. Gained 1 attribute point, gained 1 attribute point. New skill blood bank has been unlocked. After defeating Yi Rong, Su Ran received a number of system messages and was even upgraded. The reward for defeating a level 3 ability was much higher than the reward for defeating a level 2. However, the extra reward could only be obtained once, which was slightly unfortunate. Although he had unlocked a new skill, Su Ran didn't have time to check it out, needed to leave the ring first. Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Rong, who was still lying on the ground, blood dripping from his nose, and a thought flashed through Su Ran's mind. What a waste. It was a pity that Su Ran couldn't suck Yi Rong's blood in public, otherwise he would be able to know the effects of O-type blood. 2 men in military uniforms suddenly appeared, racking up Yi Rong and taking him over to the school doctor. Before Su Ran could walk out of the ring, he heard someone in the crowd yell. Unfair. A boy shouted, Yi Rong's weapon is obviously faulty. Yeah, after the weapon broke, he continued to attack, it's really too much, he should be punished. Another boy chimed in. These 2 boys were Yi Rong's friends, one of them was named Fei Ming, with an ability level of 2.5, and the other was named Lu Zhang, a level 3 ability. The teacher walked onto the stage, picked up the broken spear on the ground, and scrutinized it. I can assure you that all the weapons here are fine, each one has undergone the same care. Then how do you explain this weapon breaking? Fei Ming questioned, unless he used an ability. With Fei Ming's accusation, the crowd began to murmur. Although everyone could see Su Ran's ability level, they didn't know that he was incapable of it. The students speculated that perhaps he possessed some sort of ability that enhanced his power. Everyone quiet down, I can guarantee that he didn't use any abilities. The teacher said. What makes you so sure, teacher? Fei Ming continued to argue. At that moment, an unexpected person spoke up and interrupted their conversation. You fool, don't you know who the teacher is and still dare to be rude to him like that? Jin Yuer said, perhaps if I tell you his battlefield name, you'll know. This is Primus Lee, nicknamed the Blind Swordsman. The students murmured even louder. The name Blind Swordsman was very famous amongst the commoners, and he had been instrumental in the battle against Daki. He's blind? Lu Zhang asked with some uncertainty. Then how can he be sure that the man isn't using his powers? At that very moment, Primrose Lee threw a fragment of the broken spear at Lu Zhang. The fragment grazed Lu Zhang's face and nailed it to the back wall. Lu Zhang felt a stinging pain in his cheek and touched it to find a scratch. I can see and hear, more acutely than most of you. I have an ability to see people's auras, and when people start using their abilities, their auras will change with them. I can confirm that Su Ran did not use any abilities. Hearing this, the students gradually quieted down. It was an unforgettable first day for the students of the weapons class, with many unexpected things happening. The lesson was finally over and it was time for the students to go home. Lee Snapdragon, however, had been unable to forget the student named Su Ran. He repeatedly examined the broken spear, but did not find anything unusual. However, what Lee Snap didn't reveal was that from the very beginning when Su Ran entered the room, he could sense that his aura was different from the others. That aura didn't feel like when using an ability, it was more like the aura of some kind of beast or Dalki. It wasn't a human aura. Pull up Su Ran's file for me. File found. Lee Primrose's watch replied. Abilities? No abilities, ability level 1, the watch replied again. Well, what exactly are you hiding, Su Ran? After the course ended, Su Ran returned the wrist guards in his hands to the weapons hall. After all, they didn't belong to him and were only there to familiarize him with the use of weapons. When Su Ran participated in the portal expedition, he would have the opportunity to hunt a suitable beast to create his own weapon. At that time, he could also borrow the equipment. On his way back to the dormitory, Su Ran decided to distribute the attribute points he had just acquired. Thus, he opened his status screen to check if there were any changes. Life value, 2020. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Endurance, 12. All attributes are halved in sunlight. The attributes seemed to remain consistent with the last upgrade. One thing that bothered Su Ran was that his attributes would be halved in sunlight. There might be a moment in the future when he would need to be able to maintain his full strength even in sunlight. But after reading vampire novels, he was grateful that he could still act in sunlight, as some vampires would instantly turn to ashes at the touch of sunlight. Su Ran stuck to his plan and added attribute points to agility. As long as he could hit his opponent without being hit, he felt he wouldn't lose. In the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't beat his opponent, he could still run. Agility also suited his needs when using his clawed gauntlets as a weapon. He needed to be fast enough to get close enough to his opponent to throw a punch. Agility, 13. Next, Su-ran wanted to check out the newly unlocked skills. Chapter 26, Blood Bank. Skill, Blood Bank LV.1. The skill Blood Bank allows you to store up to 100 milliliters of blood in your reserves, which will be used automatically when your life value drops below 5. Every 10 milliliters of blood restores 5 life points. The user can also use the blood in the blood bank at any time to fulfill their needs. Su-ran couldn't believe it when he saw this skill. This skill seemed incredibly good. The blood bank was like Su-ran's second life. As long as his blood bank was fully stored, he would be able to recover up to 50 life points. Not only that, it also solved Su-ran's blood storage problem. Although Su-ran used test tubes and plugs to prevent the blood from oxidizing, this method could only slow down the process of blood deterioration. At most, Su-ran could only keep his blood fresh for 8 hours unless he had some sort of special storage device. Although he could rely on Linyu, it wasn't possible for Linyu to be by his side all the time. Su-ran then took out Linyu's blood test tube and used his appraisal skill. It looked like the blood hadn't deteriorated and could still be used. Skill, Blood Bank. The blood glowed brightly in Su-ran's hands before disappearing from the test tube. Blood Bank, 10-100. Your hunger has increased. Su-ran felt very satisfied with this skill. Finally, the news he had been waiting for so long appeared once again. The last time he had seen a message about his hunger, the system had told him that if he didn't drink blood soon, his life value would drop. With the blood bank skill, as long as he kept his blood bank full, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. After checking all the information, Su-ran finally returned to the dormitory and saw Li Rue and Song Yichuan in a bit of a sorry state. "Wow, what happened to you two?" Su-ran asked, "Being bullied by the second years again?" "No, don't worry, it's just a little injury from the combat class, and today on the first day the teacher let us have a sparring match." Li Ridge replied. "Did you encounter any problems?" "Nothing, just got humiliated and lost the match. I still can't control my abilities well. I think I was too nervous. When I took out the clay bar behind my back, the other students laughed and I got distracted." Lee Ricky explained. "But Ichikawa was really good, he shut up those who laughed at me and then challenged them. Using the same ability as me, he actually defeated a level 3 student." "Stop it." Song Yichuan said and punched Lee Ridge lightly on the shoulder, "You're embarrassing me." "But it's true, you were really cool then." The three continued to share their experiences from the combat class. Su-ran also mentioned his victory over Yirong. At first they were surprised, but when Su-ran explained that the use of abilities was forbidden, they understood. The three felt exhausted after the torture of the combat class and decided to rest for a while. The next day, when Su-ran woke up, he received another message. Daily mission completed, rewarded with 5 experience value. Experience value 25,400. Your hunger has increased. Your life value will drop by 1 point every hour until you drink human blood. The message showed that it was about 2 days after he last drank blood, and he would need to drink blood again within that time. Skill, Blood Bank. Consume 10 milliliters of blood, do you want to continue? Yes. After choosing yes, a sweet aroma entered his mouth, the hunger in his belly disappeared, and he once again felt satisfied and returned to normal. Now he just needed to meet with Linyu and try to fill up his blood bank as much as possible. For the next week, combat lessons became a regular part of the students' curriculum. That is, until the teachers decided that the students were ready enough to take them to the portal to hunt the beasts. After the students picked their respective weapons from the wall, Lee Primrose once again stood at the front to give the students further instructions. Today's lesson will still be a sparring match, but this time you will be able to choose your own opponents. You will each fight your opponents for 1 minute and then change to the next opponent. On the battlefield, you will encounter a variety of opponents using different weapons and abilities. It is vital that you familiarize yourselves with these variations. The students quickly found their opponents, and as soon as Linyu saw Su-ran, he rushed to his side. "Don't worry, Su-ran, I'll let you win the first sparring match," she said, winking playfully. But just then, Lee Snap walked towards the two of them. "Sorry, little girl, you'll have to sit on the sidelines for this one today," Lee Snap said. Linyu reluctantly stepped back. Snap Lee then drew his katana and pointed the tip at Su Ran. "Come on kid, don't hide, show me your best." The other students didn't take their opponents seriously at all, but instead watched the match between him and Lee Snap with undivided attention. They were all curious as to how this so-called blind swordsman actually fought. Among the many students, there were 3 who were particularly concerned about Su Ran's performance. "Look at him, he cheated the last time he fought me and now he's getting special treatment," Yi Rong complained. "Didn't teacher say that he didn't use his supernatural abilities?" Lu Zhang, who was on the side, asked. "Don't be silly, he definitely used it. Have you ever seen someone who can break a fey weapon?" Yi Rong continued to complain, unless his weapon is of a higher grade, but the weapons here are all of the same grade. "I agree," Fei Ming chimed in, "this weakling must have never won a battle before, and this time, when he saw the opportunity, he couldn't help but use it." Just before the start of the match, Su Ran decided to use his appraisal skill, but this time, it showed no information whatsoever. Is he too powerful? Maybe I'll be able to see something when I level up my skill? Su Ran thought in his heart. Just then, a new message popped up from the system. A powerful opponent has appeared. Defeating the opponent will result in an immediate upgrade reward. Instantly, Su Ran's blood rushed through his body. He hadn't intended to show any mercy to Mr. Lee Snapdragon, but if the match had been too easy, he might have watered it down a little so as not to arouse suspicion. However, now with such a reward, Su Ran decided to find a reason to explain after the match. "What's wrong?" Lee Snap asked. "Oh, nothing, sorry," Su Ran said, assuming a fighting stance. "Alright students, the bout begins." Lee Snap gave the order. Instantly, the sound of weapons clashing resounded in the room, but the students who were closer to Lee Snap and Su Ran slowed down their movements to see the fight. Yi Rong's group was no exception. As soon as the match began, Lee Snap charged up with great speed, swinging his sword straight at Su Ran. However, this speed Su Ran was still able to cope with, as he blocked the first strike and deflected the knife. Immediately after, the second strike followed, but Su Ran once again managed to defend against it. "Although the movements are a bit raw and rough, your reflexes are good," Lee Snap commented. "Now, I'm going to raise the difficulty." Before Su Ran had a chance to catch his breath, Lee Snap had accelerated his attack again. This time, even with Su Ran's high agility points, he was starting to struggle a bit. I really didn't think that fighting against a student would be so much fun," Lee Snap said with a smile. The attack sped up again, and this time Su Ran was sent flying around like a muppet. The surrounding students watched in disbelief. They thought that Lee Snap was teasing Su Ran, but Lee Snap was actually quite appreciative in his heart. Although Su Ran's movements looked clumsy, he was still able to block every attack with his wrist guard. "Now, try this," Lee Snap shouted. Lee Snap's blade attacked from below, and Su Ran stretched out his hands to block it, but at that very moment, the blade seemed to disappear, piercing through his defenses. Before Su Ran could react, the blade was already against the underside of his chin. B. "Oh, looks like it's time," Lee Snap said. "It's probably around level 13 or 14, which is pretty good for a first-year student." Chapter 27 Lessons. Su Ran was in awe of the weapons teacher. At first, he had no respect for the teachers at the school, feeling that they simply pressurized their students to become stronger, but Lee Snap had made him feel different. Su Ran now understood that Lee Snap could easily defeat him at any time, but this bout was more like a test for him. And Su Ran had learned an important lesson in this fight. Mere strength and speed were not enough. He needed to learn how to fight properly. "Excuse me, can you teach me how to fight?" Su Ran bowed deeply and pleaded. "Unluckily, the weapon you chose is not something I specialize in. However, I do think it suits your fighting style, and it looks like you have some previous experience in unarmed combat." Lee Snap explained. "I have a suggestion, go play a very popular virtual reality fighting game. A lot of military academy students play it, and although the game allows the use of psychic powers, I think it would be a good experience for you as well." "Thank you very much." Su Ran bowed again in thanks. "Oh, I almost forgot, this is a pleasure I've been missing for a long time, so as a thank you for your performance this time, you can keep this pair of wrist guards. When you become stronger, feel free to challenge me anytime." After Lee Snap finished speaking, he returned to the center of the weapons pavilion. After watching the bout, many students were disappointed. Su Ran had performed well in the match with Yi Rong, and they had expected Su Ran to create another miracle in front of Lee Snapdragon, but in their eyes, this match was more like Lee Snapdragon teasing Su Ran, treating him like a doll to be manipulated at will. Right at this moment, Yirong suddenly had a flash of insight and came over to his friend Fei Ming's ear to whisper a few words. "Alright, students, start looking for your next opponent," Lee Snap announced loudly. Before Lin Yu could stand up and find Su Ran for a sparring match, Yirong walked up to her. "How about we have a match together?" Yirong asked. Although Lin Yu was displeased in her heart, she had no reason to refuse. After all, it was only a matter of a minute. And at that moment, Yirong's friend Fei Ming also walked up to Su Ran. "Please allow me to be your next opponent." Fei Ming drew his two short swords and issued a challenge to Su Ran. "I have no problem with that." Su Ran agreed. Su Ran didn't mind. This time in the weapons pavilion battle, the use of supernatural abilities wasn't allowed. It was a good opportunity for him to gain experience. "Competition, begin!" Lee Snap shouted. Fei Ming clearly had some experience with the dual swords. His attacks were smooth and natural, each strike connecting properly, but after sparring with Lee Snap, Su Ran only felt that these attacks were too slow, and he easily saw through the trajectory of each sword. As Lee Snap said, for Su Ran, accumulating experience was the most important thing. Thus, instead of quickly ending the battle with his supernatural power, he decided to fight a little longer. Meanwhile, in the match between Lin Yu and Yirong, Yirong didn't seem to be doing much. He neither charged nor attacked, just avoiding Lin Yu's arrows, as if his mind was not on the battle at all. At this moment, a sudden shout came from Fei Ming, who was charging towards Su Ran, letting out some sort of battle cry. This was the very signal for Yirong to act, and he cast his storm art at the right time, launching an attack from behind Su Ran. Su Ran had already prepared to defend himself against Fei Ming's swords, but he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind, upsetting his balance. Fei Ming's twin swords stabbed hard into Su Ran's abdomen. HP, 1020. "You bastard!" Su Ran groaned in pain. For a brief moment, Su Ran almost forgot that this world full of supernatural powers was a world where people trampled on each other for the sake of so-called honor. He looked down at the two knives stuck in his abdomen, blood dripping down the blades. Fei Ming let go of the knife hilts and took a step back, his mouth open, as if this was all an accident. Su Ran had probably guessed what had happened. As he looked around, he happened to catch the smile on Yirong's face. Su Ran gripped the hilts of the two knives and broke the blades with a gentle push. Although the broken blades remained in his body, he began to walk towards Fei Ming. "Want to play a game, huh?" Su Ran said. "Then let's play a game. You took my blood, then I should take a bit of yours as well." Hearing those words, Fei Ming couldn't help but back away. He could feel Su Ran's eyes were different from before. "Why is my body trembling?" "He's only a level 1 ability, calm down." Just as Su Ran was only a few steps away from Fei Ming, he swung his clawed hand. Blood. Before Su Ran could activate his skill, his hand was knocked away by a blade. "Enough, stop," Lee Snap said while pointing his sword at Su Ran. "Fighting violence with violence is not the way to solve problems. I have seen all of your plans, and I will not allow a student to break the rules in my class. You leave your weapons behind and are prohibited from attending any more weapons training classes." At that moment, two soldiers suddenly appeared, standing on either side of Su Ran. "Take him to the infirmary and make sure he gets treatment," Lee Snap said. "Wait!" Lin Yu shouted, "I'll accompany him. He's a strong kid, don't worry, he can take care of himself." Although Lin Yu was worried about Su Ran's injuries, she was more worried about Su Ran's blood loss. Even if a vampire's healing speed was supernatural, she knew that this ability required energy, and sooner or later that energy would have to be replenished. Two soldiers grabbed Su Ran's arms, and in a few seconds, he was teleported outside the infirmary. This ability is really convenient. Su Ran sighed. After confirming that the military personnel had left, Su Ran did not immediately go to the infirmary, but instead headed to the nearest restroom on the same floor. At this time, most of the students were still in class and the corridors were empty. The reason why he didn't go to the infirmary was because he had already felt that his body was rapidly healing. The status bar also showed this. Life value, 1220. As before, as soon as Su Ran was out of the fight, his body would begin to heal at an astonishing speed. But unlike usual, this time, his wounds didn't heal completely because the blade was still inside him. "This is going to hurt," he muttered to himself. Luckily, Su Ran's hands were still wearing wrist guards, so he didn't have to grab the blade with his bare hands. 1, 2, 3. With a sharp pull, he pulled the blade out of his body. The pain was both quick and sharp, and he gritted his teeth to stifle a scream. The wound began to slowly heal, but just then, a new system prompt appeared. Hunger increased. Life value, 1520. Healing terminated. Your life value will continue to decrease at a rate of 1 point per hour until you ingest human blood. Su-ran stared at the prompt and began to ponder what was happening. He had found in his experiments that he only needed blood intake every 2 days. However, it hadn't been more than that since he had sucked Lin Yu's blood in the morning. Thinking back to the battle just now, Su-ran guessed that healing was energized by blood. His body consumed the energy in the blood during the healing process. When the energy in his body was depleted, he could no longer heal and could only take in blood again. Su-ran felt a pang of hunger coming from his stomach as he walked over to the mirror and looked at his blood-stained clothes, the slight pain still lingering on him. But this time he didn't feel panic, instead he wore a faint smile. He was used to drawing blood and had already decided who his target would be tonight. Chapter 28, Caught in the Act. Su-ran returned to his dormitory and threw his blood-stained clothes on the floor and changed into a clean school uniform. Just as he was changing, he heard the voices of 2 students talking in the corridor. Why the hell did I get kicked out too? You're the one who used the powers. Fei Ming complained. You agreed to the plan when I told you about it before, why are you so upset now? Yi Rong said. You're the one who dragged me down because you lost to a level 1 ability, it's a disgrace. Fei Ming laughed. Yi Rong violently pushed Fei Ming against the wall and grabbed his collar. Need I remind you that my level is higher than yours? Or do we have to fight before you can realize your status? Yi Rong threatened. Fei Ming didn't say another word until Yi Rong let go of his collar. Afterward, Fei Ming turned around angrily and walked in the opposite direction, leaving the dormitory building. I thought we were friends, Yi Rong, I'm not a subordinate you used to control. Fei Ming whispered. Yi Rong returned to the dormitory and closed the door with a bang. Oh, looks like they had a fight. Su-ran's mouth turned up at the corners as he picked up his backpack and prepared to follow Fei Ming. After the combat class was over, the sun began to gradually sink in the west. A large number of students hurriedly headed towards their dormitories, and Li Ridge and Song Yichuan were no exception. As the two walked into the dormitory, Song Yichuan's gaze suddenly stared. Wait, this is Su-ran's clothes? Li Rui said, bending down to pick up the clothes on the ground. It's covered in blood. Was he injured in training? Seeing those bloodstains, Song Yichuan's whole body started to tremble. What happened to Su-ran? Song Yichuan thought to himself, was he targeted by someone from a higher grade? Or did the training go awry? I told you long ago that we should have kept an eye on him. Should have taken out those upperclassmen when we had the chance in the first place. Shut up! Song Yichuan suddenly shouted. Song Yichuan, are you okay? Li Rui asked in confusion. But Song Yichuan didn't say anything else as he violently pushed open the door of his dormitory, intending to go out and look for Su-ran. However, the moment he pushed the door open, Lin Yu stood in the doorway, his hand about to knock. Is Su-ran here? Lin Yu asked. Before his words fell, Song Yichuan grabbed her wrist and dragged her hard into the room, then slammed the door shut with force. He forced Lin Yu against the door, his forearms pressing tightly against her neck. Tell me what happened to Su-ran right now. Song Yichuan violently pressed Lin Yu against the dormitory door, and she breathed hard, his forearm on her neck exerting a tremendous amount of force, while his face was only a few inches away from her. What the hell are you mad about? Lin Yu barely managed to squeeze a sentence out of her throat. Song Yichuan, I think you hurt her? Li Rui said in a small voice. Song Yichuan suddenly pressed harder on her throat. Lin Yu struggled desperately, feeling the air getting thinner and thinner. If she didn't fight back right away, she was afraid she would pass out. That brat doesn't like you, the other one told me to stay out of it, but in the end it's always me who deals with it. Song Yichuan whispered. Lin Yu's face turned red, the veins on her neck seemed like they would burst at any moment, and she was becoming increasingly unable to breathe. Hey! Song Yichuan, stop it! You're going too far! Li Rui shouted. Shut up! Song Yichuan roared, turning his head to glare at Li Rui. My name is not Song Yichuan. Song Yichuan's attention was distracted for a split second, and the force on his hand lessened a bit. Lin Yu quickly pulled out an arrow from the arrow pouch on his waist and ruthlessly stabbed it into Song Yichuan's upper thigh. Ah! Song Yichuan screamed in pain and let go of Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly manipulated another arrow with his Nianli and levitated it in front of Song Yichuan. If you dare to move, I swear I'll stick this arrow straight into your head. Lin Yu threatened. Seeing this, Li Rui panicked and didn't know what to do. He didn't expect things to go this far and was afraid that he would be injured as well. I really can't figure out why Su Ran asked me to take care of you. In my opinion, he definitely doesn't have a good ending when he's with someone like you. Lin Yu said coldly. Did Su Ran really say that? Song Ichuan's tone suddenly became softer. I apologize for what happened just now. I just want to know what happened to Su Ran. Song Ichuan's eyebrows twitched slightly, his attitude taking a 180-degree turn, and Lin Yu didn't know how to react for a moment. Out of her intuition, Lin Yu felt that this boy was dangerous, and she didn't want to get involved with him any further. But now she had to find Su Ran. Who knew if he was now out of control again? After all, she was the only one who knew Su Ran's secret, and Su Ran needed her. There was some accident in the combat class today, Lin Yu explained. He wasn't in the infirmary, that's why I came here to look for him, but it looks like he's already left. Lin Yu reincorporated the arrow into her pouch and left the room in a hurry. When she was gone, Song Ichuan pulled out the arrow that had stabbed into his thigh with the replicated nimbus and casually tossed it aside. Are you alright? Your behavior just now was a bit off. Li Ruiqi asked. It's fine, I'm fine. Song Ichuan replied. She's lying, didn't you see her walking in such a hurry? There must be something wrong, we should follow her. Or we could ask those students who took combat classes with Su Ran, they might be able to tell us who really hurt him. Revenge? I like that idea, there might even be an accident with the girl on the way back. No, I'm telling you, she's just Su Ran's friend, can't you see she's just as worried about Su Ran as we are? She's a good person. I don't like her. I agree, we should fix her. Hey, Song Ichuan, what's wrong with you? Li Rui asked again. You've been standing there staring at the floor for a long time. Huh? Oh, I just have to go to the infirmary to treat the wound on my leg, I'll be back soon. After Song Ichuan finished speaking, he left the room and walked outside. Su Ran kept following Fei Ming at a distance until his patience faded. Life value, 1220. If his life value had been any lower, he might have had to go to Lin Yu and look for an opportunity next time. But Su Ran felt that there would never be another opportunity as good as this one. Few people would act alone, especially the person Su Ran wanted to take revenge on. At this time, Fei Ming walked up to the roof of the school. When he reached the closed rooftop door, Su Ran quickly approached and pushed it open slightly, quietly peering out. Fei Ming was the only one on the roof. What luck today? Su Ran thought to himself. Su Ran pulled the mask out of his backpack and put it on his face. He also tore off a piece of cloth from his old uniform and wrapped it around his watch to prevent revealing his power level. There were hardly any other power rank 1 students wearing gauntlet gear in the entire school, and Fei Ming would definitely recognize him if he saw his power rank. Su Ran knew deep down that as soon as he pushed open that metal door, it would squeak and Fei Ming would definitely notice, so he had to act quickly. 1, 2, 3. Su Ran violently pushed open the door, instantly rushing towards Fei Ming. The moment Fei Ming turned around, the only thing that met his eyes were Su Ran's hands that had transformed into blood-colored claw marks. What? Fei Ming reacted too slowly and could only raise his hands in defense, but Su Ran's power was extremely strong, and the red claw marks directly slashed through Fei's skin, 5 bloody marks appearing at the same time. The power of this strike was too strong, directly sending Fei Ming flying. His body slammed into the fence on the roof of the building, before he collapsed helplessly to the ground, unconscious. Life value, 1120. Fei Ming didn't even have time to use his ability to counterattack, and everything ended in an instant. Su Ran's teeth gradually became sharp, and the hunger in his chest grew stronger. He slowly walked towards Fei Ming, feeling the rapid beating of his heart, the smell of blood in the air getting stronger and stronger, his gaze falling on the throbbing vein on Fei Ming's neck. Su Ran lifted Fei Ming and without hesitation, he stabbed his fangs into his neck. As the blood was sucked, several system prompts appeared before Su Ran's eyes. Life value, 2020. Blood bank filled, 100 milliliters. A plus blood type absorbed. Strength attribute increased, 1. Experience value gained, 50. Su Ran was immersed in the last few drops of the blood sweetness when the door to the roof was suddenly pushed open. Hey, why the hell did you let me up here? A voice came from the doorway. Subsequently, when the student raised his head, what he saw was none other than his friend covered in blood on the ground, and a mysterious person sticking his fangs in his friend's neck. You monster! Get off of him! The student yelled. Chapter 29 The Critical Moment. Li Rui was staying in the dormitory, patiently waiting for Song Ichuan to perhaps return. Normally, he would go with Song Ichuan, but today Song Ichuan's behavior made him hesitant. Even if Song Ichuan was worried about Su Ran, he wouldn't go so far as to strike out at someone as soon as he opened the door, right? This kind of behavior made no sense. What was even stranger was that Song Ichuan had said that Song Ichuan was not his name, so he was completely confused as to what Song Ichuan was talking about. Just as Li Rui was thinking and waiting anxiously, there was a sudden knock at the door. Could it be that they came back so soon? Li Rui muttered as he went to open the door. However, when he opened the door and saw the person outside, he immediately tried to close it. However, the other party's hand slammed in and blocked the door. Looks like Su Ran isn't here. Zhang Jia walked into the dormitory and looked around. Standing outside the door was none other than Senior Zhang Jia, who was followed by 2 second-year students. Li Rui immediately felt bad. He remembered that the last time he met with Zhang Jia, the other party had warned Song Ichuan. And one of the second-year students standing behind Zhang Jia, Li Rui also recognized, was the guard who didn't allow Li Rui to get close to Song Ichuan when he was brought to the assembly hall. Since you're alone, why don't you come with us? Zhang Jia laughed softly. We have some plans and think that you might be a very suitable candidate. Li Rui knew that he simply couldn't refuse. Zhang Jia was a rank 6 ability, much stronger than them first years. If he didn't go with them, he was afraid that he would be retaliated against. Meanwhile, on the roof of the school, Lu Zheng had just arrived and saw his friend Fei Ming being grabbed by what looked like a humanoid monster. Originally, he and Fei Ming had arranged to meet up here to discuss which combat classes they were going to switch to, since both they and Yi Rong had been kicked out of their original classes. When Lu Zheng walked onto the roof, he was shocked to find his friend lying in a pool of blood. It was dark, but Lu Zheng could still make out that the monster was biting Fei Ming's neck, its eyes radiating a weird red light. At first, Lu Zheng thought that it was some sort of monster, but he soon realized that the other party was wearing the same school uniform as them. At that moment, a slender white bone spur emerged from Lu Zheng's body, shaped like a short sword. He pulled out the bone sword and threw it towards Su Ran. The bone sword flew towards Su Ran, but was deflected away by him with a wave of his hand. Immediately afterward, another bone sword came at Su Ran once again, while Lu Zheng followed closely behind, charging straight at Su Ran. At this moment, Lu Zheng held the 2 bone swords in both hands and ruthlessly slashed down towards Su Ran. However, Su Ran reacted quickly and grabbed the 2 bone swords with both hands, fixing them in mid-air. When Su Ran attempted to break the bone swords with force, he found that the bone swords did not move at all. This was due to the difference in their ability levels. Lu Zhang was a 3rd-level ability user, and the special bone quality generated within his body was stronger than a basic-level Fei weapon. Although Su Ran's strength was stronger, it was not enough to overwhelm Lu Zhang. Thus Su Ran jerked backward in an attempt to pull away. However, Lu Zheng took a deep breath, and countless white bone spikes instantly emerged from his body, piercing through Su Ran's body. Fortunately, Su Ran avoided the fatal head attack, and the arm guard on his hand shielded him from some of the damage. Lifesteal, 1020. This attack caused Su Ran serious damage. Lu Zhang retrieved his bone spike and prepared to launch the same attack again. Just as he drew in his breath, Su Ran swung out a blood claw, but Lu Zhang deftly dodged the attack. Let me see what you're hiding under your mask. Lu Zheng sneered and stabbed Su Ran's foot with his bone sword and raised his other bone sword, preparing to attack Su Ran's face. Su Ran used all his strength to pull his foot out of the bone sword. Although the flesh on his foot was torn and his shoes were ripped, he was finally free from his bonds. Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Ran jumped back a few steps and pulled away from Lu Zheng. The situation was not good. Not only was Lu Zheng highly capable, but he was also experienced in combat. Su Ran's rusty skills were completely unable to bridge the gap between the two. Although Su Ran's power was superior, nothing would help if he couldn't hit his target. Life value, 520. Blood bank automatically used. Life value, 1020. Blood bank remaining 90 milliliters. Su Ran's foot healed instantly, which made him think of a plan. Life value, 2020. Blood bank remaining 70 milliliters. Su Ran decided to keep using the remaining blood in his blood bank to restore himself. As long as there were no fatal injuries, he was certain that the system would save his life at the critical moment. This time, Su Ran no longer hesitated and quickly unleashed a series of blood blade attacks, swinging his hands in succession. Lifesteal, 1420. Su Ran sent out a total of 6 blood blades. The speed was extremely fast, and Lu Zhang could only barely parry them with his bone sword. The first few attacks were successfully blocked by Lu Zhang, but he could also feel the power of each attack. Lifesteal, 820. After blocking the 6 attacks, Lu Zhang thought that the battle was over for the time being. However, another 6 blood blades came one after another. This time, Lu Zhang's bone sword could no longer hold out and was eventually shattered. Life value, 1820. Blood bank remaining 50 milliliters. Su Ran did not stop and continued to charge violently towards Lu Zhang. Seeing that his bone sword had broken, Lu Zhang took a deep breath and prepared to unleash another bone spike attack. However, Su Ran was undaunted and charged straight into the bone spikes, allowing them to penetrate his body while swinging out a heavy punch that sent Lu Zhang flying. Then, Su Ran quickly launched another round of blood blade attacks. Life value, 520. Life value, 1020. Blood bank remaining 40 milliliters. Facing the continuous attacks, Lu Zhang desperately tried to defend himself with his bone spikes, but his body was ultimately unable to withstand any more damage and he collapsed with a loud thud. Opponent defeated. Gained 50 experience points. 130,400. This battle was much tougher than Su Ran had imagined. Su Ran's ability to fight so recklessly was all thanks to his blood bank ability. He didn't dare to imagine how he would have coped without his blood bank skill. Su Ran looked back at Fei Ming, who had fallen to the ground. It seemed that the target he had bitten would fall into a prolonged sleep, which was a good thing for Su Ran. But right now, he needed to suck in new blood to replenish his energy. Su Ran walked over to Lu Zhang's body and used his identification skill. Lu Zhang. Ability, Bone Spur Manipulation. Life, 125. Blood type, O. Finally, Su Ran could see what the blood type O could do for him. Chapter 30 Escape. Su Ran opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs as he slowly approached Lu Zhang's neck, eventually biting down hard. A stream of sweet blood surged into Su Ran's mouth, instantly filling him with power. Blood level restored to 2020. O-type blood has been absorbed. 1 free attribute point gained. Blood pool is full. Su Ran had originally made some guesses about the effects of type O blood, but now it seemed that the effects were much better than he had expected. He immediately opened the status panel and prepared to distribute the newly acquired attribute points. Strength, 13.3. Endurance, 12. Agility, 13. Su Ran hesitated for a moment. Should he allocate this point of attributes to endurance? If so, his attributes would be more balanced. However, it occurred to him that in this world, truly powerful people often specialized in a certain field. In this day and age, becoming an all-rounded mediocrity was clearly not enough. Furthermore, Su Ran felt that he would grow faster if he focused on strength or agility. This would give him a greater advantage against weaker opponents, while his stamina could be improved when needed. He didn't plan on facing any hordes right away anyway. Agility, 14. In the end, Su Ran followed his original plan and invested his attribute points into agility. Standing in place, Su Ran looked at Lu Zhang and Fei Ming's bodies, unsure of what to do next. He was certain that he had moved quickly enough during the fight with Fei Ming that he shouldn't have exposed anything, and Fei Ming shouldn't have seen anything unusual. However, he could not have the same confidence in Lu Zhang. When Su Ran carefully examined Fei Ming's body, he saw that the neck wound where he had bitten him had completely disappeared. The doctor said that the same thing had happened to Lin Yu, so perhaps it's an effect from my ability? Su Ran muttered to himself, that solves one problem, but what about Lu Zhang? Although Su Ran was wearing a mask, it was still possible that someone could guess that it was him. After all, there weren't many students who used gauntlets as weapons, and there were only a few who had hateful reasons to attack these two. However, Su Ran wasn't worried about revealing his identity. The school didn't care about fights between students, such things were too common here. He was also not afraid that Lu Zhang would tell the others. Even if he did, no one would believe him. In the history of abilities, there had never been a record of increasing one's power by sucking the blood of others. All abilities had always come from within. And without any scars that could be used as evidence, they would only treat Lu Zhang as a madman. While Su Ran was thinking about this, the door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting his thoughts. Su Ran immediately tried to flee the scene with lightning speed, but he stopped when he saw the person who had entered. "So you're here," Lin Yu said, looking down and seeing the two bodies on the ground. "Quick, we have to leave quickly, the guards will be here soon." The school had a rule that when a student was knocked unconscious or seriously injured, the watch on their wrist would automatically send out a signal to notify the school's relevant departments that the student needed medical assistance. No one was sure how the watch worked, and there were rumors that it was a magical technology created by the abilities of one of the primordials. Su Ran and Lin Yu hurriedly ran down the stairs, but on their way, they heard the footsteps of the guards approaching. "Crap! Can't go this way," Lin Yu said anxiously, looking around. "I have an idea, grab me and we'll jump together." "You're crazy," Su Ran said, "even if my current strength is strong, jumping from this height will break my legs at least. Even if I can heal myself, I'll still be in pain." "Trust me, I can help you with my powers," Lin Yu said firmly. Although Su Ran was a bit scared, he still picked up Lin Yu, and with his strength, Lin Yu was as light as nothing. He leapt onto the fence, took a deep breath, and leapt down from the 4th floor. During the rapid descent, Lin Yu closed her eyes and concentrated nervously, sweat gradually seeping from her forehead. Just a moment before they were about to hit the ground, their speed suddenly slowed down and they eventually landed smoothly. "Wow, that's cool, you can fly?" Su Ran asked in surprise. "It's not that powerful yet, my ability can only slow down for a short period of time," Lin Yu responded. "Let's go, back to the dormitory." On the way back, Su Ran told Lin Yu everything that happened on the roof. "Wait, aren't you worried that Lu Zhang will tell others what happened?" Lin Yu asked worriedly. "Not too worried, he doesn't have any evidence. Besides, no one would believe such baseless claims from him. But there's a problem, if he guesses that I did it, he might come back to seek revenge. Although I can beat them one by one, a group of them together, I might not be able to handle it." "Indeed." Lin Yu was thoughtful. Many students have already formed their own small groups or gangs to protect themselves, only those who are too weak have no one to rely on. "Why don't you form your own group? I can be your second in command, and of course, we can keep your secret secret." "That's a good idea, especially if we get targeted by more people in the future. Perhaps I can ask each one to see if he knows anyone." Hearing Song Ichuan's name, Lin Yu's face suddenly changed. "That lunatic. Su Ran, I told you long ago that he's not a good person. Did something happen? It's better to let your friendly Ruichi tell you. He saw the whole thing, maybe you'll realize the seriousness of the matter." In the doctor's office, the 2 students who were injured were lying on the hospital bed. Dr. Suli was busy as usual, especially at night when the guards would bring in some injured students. "How can the school let these things happen? Isn't there a better way to manage them?" Suli thought to herself. She checked Fei Ming's condition and he had fallen asleep calmly. She used her ability to heal Fei Ming's wounds and found no other abnormalities for the time being. When she checked on Lu Zhang, she was drawn to a certain strange phenomenon. There were 2 small puncture marks on Lu Zhang's neck that looked like snakebite wounds. Suli had seen similar marks on another student before, and just like before, the wounds were rapidly healing. Suli frowned and touched the smartwatch on her wrist, waiting for a connection. "Hey, Dad, I suspect there might be a ferocious beast in the school." "What?" "Impossible, we haven't found any signs of a ferocious beast," the voice in the watch responded. "However, I found some abnormalities in 2 students, and I'm a little worried." Suli said, "Please, help me investigate, will you?" Okay, how can I refuse my daughter's request?" Just as Suli hung up the call, 2 soldiers rushed in panicked carrying another student who was drenched in blood. "Hurry up, this student is seriously injured," the guards shouted. They quickly placed the student on a bed, and Suli immediately began emergency treatment. But no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. The student's injuries were too severe, and he was already dead. Suli sighed and flicked her wristwatch again, opening a digital record log. Report, confirmed time of death at 9:30 p.m. The deceased is a first-year student, name, Yi Rong. Chapter 31, I'm sorry. When Su Ran returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find that Song Ichuan and Li Ruirong were not there. "It's almost curfew time, what are they doing out so late?" Su Ran had planned to ask Li Rui or Song Ichuan what had happened, especially about what had happened between them and Lin Yu, but now that it was already late and he was exhausted, he decided to get some sleep first. As soon as he laid down on the bed, Su Ran immediately fell asleep, and didn't even have the time to change his clothes, just lying there like a drunkard. A few minutes later, Li Rui was the first to return to the dormitory. He slowly walked into the room as if he didn't notice that Su Ran had returned. He took a step towards his bed and burrowed under the covers, his body shivering slightly. Later, Song Ichuan also returned. He saw the bulging quilt on Li Rui's bed, and noticed that Su Ran was already asleep. Looking at Su Ran's calm face, Song Yichuan smiled faintly. "Looks like you're fine." Song Yichuan said softly to himself, "I'm sorry." Each of them had their own troubles, but no one knew about the other's plight. With demons in their hearts, they both slept alone that night. Early the next morning, Su Ran woke up to a familiar system prompt. Daily task completed, avoid direct sunlight for 8 hours. Experience value, 135,400. Su Ran was satisfied with his power growth, but he wasn't satisfied with the upgrade speed. He was currently only level 3, and there were only 2 skills he could use. Unlike other abilities that could manipulate certain powers, Su Ran's skills were more like one-time action skills. If Su Ran wanted to be on par with those high-level abilities, he needed more skills. Yesterday's battle with Lu Zhang made Su Ran realize what he needed to improve. First, he needed to improve his combat skills. Although his skills were sufficient to defeat low-level opponents, it was a different story when facing those who knew how to fight. Yesterday, Su Ran had been able to win, relying solely on his blood bank to fight with reckless abandon in battle. He needed to learn some unarmed combat techniques. Secondly, he couldn't go out and fight students every day. Yesterday's situation was too dangerous, and he was still unsure if Lu Zhang knew that he had attacked him. If Su Ran wanted to keep this a secret, he would have to cut down on his nighttime activities or become strong enough that he no longer relied on those identity-revealing gloves. Su Ran set a new goal. While checking out the system, he remembered that there was a store function that could only be unlocked by reaching level 10. Right now, Su Ran's goal was this: he didn't know what would be in the store, but so far, the system had never let him down. Song Yichuan woke up and resumed his usual self as usual. "Morning, did you sleep well last night?" Song Yichuan asked. "When I came in yesterday, you were already asleep." "Yeah, yesterday's practical class wore me out." Su Ran replied. "I heard that you had a bit of an accident, are you alright?" Song Yichuan asked. "Look, I've recovered well, you don't need to worry about me," Su Ran said with a smile. "Seriously, Su Ran, if you're bullied or hurt, tell me. I know we said we wouldn't help each other so that the second years wouldn't interfere, but you don't have to worry, I can handle them." Su Ran smiled. He didn't understand what exactly Lin Yu was worried about. The Song Yichuan in front of him was exactly that good brother of his. Although he sometimes seemed problematic and occasionally lost his temper, who didn't have problems? Not wanting to ruin the harmonious atmosphere between the two, Su Ran decided to wait until they were alone before asking Li Rui what exactly happened. After all, if he asked Song Yichuan directly, what he would get might just be a one-sided story. When Li Rui woke up, Song Yichuan had also greeted him, but Li Rui had simply responded with a few sentences. Now, even Li Rui's behavior had become strange, and Su Ran was a little worried. "Li Rui, are you alright?" Su Ran asked. "Huh? I'm fine," Li Rui replied, looking a little dazed, changing into his new school uniform. The three of them walked towards the cafeteria together, and as they passed through the corridor, Su Ran saw the last person he wanted to see, Lu Zhang. When their gazes met, Lu Zhang immediately began to sweat and his hands trembled uncontrollably. As they brushed past each other, Lu Zhang stopped and called out to Su Ran. "Can we talk alone?" Lu Zhang asked. Su Ran immediately looked around to check if Lu Zhang's friends were nearby. If Lu Zhang was looking for him, 9 times out of 10, it was because he already knew that he was the one who had attacked him in Fei Ming. Su Ran had already considered that they might team up against him, but he hadn't expected things to come so quickly. However, when he looked around, there was no sign of Yi Rong or Fei Ming. There were quite a few students around, and Su Ran felt that it was unlikely that Lu Zhang would strike here. Even if he did strike, Su Ran could at least defend himself without exposing his skills. "Can you?" Song Yichuan asked in a serious tone, his gaze not leaving Lu Zhang. "It's fine, Yichuan. You guys go first, I'll catch up later." Song Yichuan and Li Ruiqi turned to leave, but Song Yichuan couldn't help but turn back, constantly looking in Su Ran's direction. Su Ran and Lu Zhang walked into a nearby empty classroom, which was empty, and it wasn't yet class time. Su Ran cautiously stood beside the door, ready to escape at any time, so that if Lu Zhang suddenly launched an attack, he could immediately rush down the corridor. Lu Zhang looked very nervous, his body twisting uneasily, as if he was having trouble speaking. Finally, he lowered his head and spoke. "I'm sorry for what happened yesterday." Lu Zhang bowed. "I know that we injured you during training, and you were probably trying to get back at us, but please forgive me." Su Ran was speechless for a moment. This was completely unexpected. He had no idea what had happened. I promise I won't tell anyone about your secret. Please, let me live. I'll never bother you again, and no one will know what happened. Su Ran wondered in her heart if this was an act, but Lu Zhang looked serious. But what Su Ran didn't understand was what had happened to make Lu Zhang so scared. Thank you for keeping my secret. In fact, I don't really have a grudge against you. Although your friend took a shot at me, you didn't do anything, you just wanted to help your friend. Su Ran said. Thank you for sparing me. Lu Zhang said while bowing again. I swear, if you need any help, I will help you, just don't let what happened to Yi Rong happen to me. Yi Rong? Su Ran was puzzled. What happened to Yi Rong? Yi Rong. He died. Chapter 32 Crazy Man. Lu Zhang was initially confused by Su Ran's reaction. He could think of two reasons why Su Ran was acting this way. Either Su Ran was pretending not to know, or he was actually alive when Yi Rong was hospitalized. I promise to keep your secret. I know that you attacked Fei Ming because of that incident in weapons class, and besides you, who else would have attacked him with a wrist guard like yours? So you decided to go ahead and go after Fei Ming after you beat me. Lu Zhang explained. I just wanted to continue my life at school peacefully, and I didn't want to cause any more trouble. I don't know why you're hiding your true strength, but please believe me, I won't intervene again and I'll avoid you. Su Ran tried to digest the information he had just learned. Right now, there had been a student death in the school. He wasn't actually sure how the school authorities handled student deaths, and he didn't want to find out personally. If the other students knew that Yi Rong and Fei Ming had been attacked, they would naturally suspect that it was Su Ran's revenge. However, the only thing that swayed them was the fact that Su Ran was only a level 1 student. Right now, only Lu Zhang knew his secret, so it was no wonder that Lu Zhang was afraid of him. Considering all of this, Su Ran felt that the best option at the moment was to continue pretending that he didn't know. You don't have to worry, Su Ran said. Like I said, you didn't really hurt me in weapons class. As long as you don't mess with me, I won't come after you either. Thanks. Lu Zhang bowed, then left the room. After Lu Zhang left, Su Ran's mind was still haunted by a question: who had actually killed Yi Rong? Did anyone in the school harbor animosity towards him? They had only been at the school for a few days, and the school administration had made a point of ensuring that the new students did not know each other before enrollment. Su Ran was having a hard time finding a suspect, and his knowledge of Yi Rong was limited to what happened in weapons class. If a small person like Yi Rong could be planned for an attack, then he had probably offended quite a few people. After his conversation with Lu Zhang ended, Su Ran headed to the cafeteria, intending to meet up with his other two roommates. However, when he walked into the cafeteria, he only saw Song Ichuan sitting alone, and Li Ruiqi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Ran hurriedly took the food and sat next to Song Ichuan. Su Ran, aren't you worried about the second-year students coming to trouble you? Song Ichuan asked. Trouble will come to us no matter what we do, so it's better to live free. Su Ran replied, by the way, where's Li Rui? Didn't you guys come together? You're looking in the wrong place. Song Ichuan pointed to the other side of the cafeteria. They were currently sitting in the area for lower-level students, where level 1 and level 2 students would usually be. And Li Ruiqi usually sat with them here as well. But the direction that Song Ichuan was pointing to was the table for those high-level students, the area for level 4 and 5 students. Li Rui was sitting with them. What is he doing over there? Could they be targeting him? Su Ran asked. Who knows? Li Rui looked at me when he entered the cafeteria and said that he wanted to sit with his newfound friends. I asked him if he needed help and he said not to worry. Su Ran and Song Ichuan watched Li Rui get along with those students and seemed to be getting along just fine. He wasn't asked to get food or help them carry things like the other lower-level students. Perhaps if we observe for the time being, he doesn't seem to have any problems. Let's ask him later. Just as Su Ran and Song Ichuan were eating their meal, another dinner plate was suddenly placed heavily on their table. Do you guys mind if I sit here? Lin Yu said and sat down directly. As soon as she sat down, Lin Yu kept staring at Song Ichuan, who was similarly staring at her. Su Ran was sandwiched in the middle, feeling the tension and the smell of gunpowder in the air, but he didn't understand what was happening at all. Looks like the wound on your leg is healing well. Lin Yu said. Song Ichuan's face twitched slightly. Ha, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, my name is Song Ichuan, I don't think we've officially met. Song Ichuan extended his hand. You thought I would shake your hand? Are you going to pretend that nothing happened? Lin Yu turned to Su Ran. Su Ran, can't you see that this guy is crazy? Don't call me crazy. Song Yichuan said word for word, his tone low. I think both of you should calm down. Su Ran hurriedly advised, feeling that these two would erupt in the cafeteria at any moment. I don't even know what happened between you two, can you explain first? Last night when I went to your dormitory this lunatic attacked me, look. Lin Yu pulled back his uniform, revealing the red marks on his neck. I told you, Su Ran, he's dangerous, leave him. Song Yichuan was trembling slightly at this point, but it was hard to tell if he was doing it out of anger or for some other reason. I said, don't call me crazy. Once again, Song Yichuan repeated word for word. Song Yichuan's tone implied a violent anger, as if he would explode at any moment. Lin Yu also sensed it, and she was fully focused, always ready to use her supernatural ability. Su Ran was also unsure of what Song Yichuan would do next. Yichuan, is what Lin Yu said true? Did you really attack her? Su Ran asked softly, hoping to calm the conflict. Hearing Su Ran's voice, Song Yichuan stopped trembling and raised his head. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for attacking you. When I saw Su Ran's blood, I thought that the attackers had returned to take revenge on us. I thought at the time that you had come to attack me and Li Ruiqi. Song Yichuan explained, in case you didn't know, Li Rui is only level 1, and my level shows up as level 5, but my powers must be used through touch. When you barged in, I had no choice but to strike first. Lin Yu was still looking at Song Yichuan with a face full of anger, obviously not quite believing his explanation. To her, Song Yichuan was unstable, with erratic changes in mood and thinking. A few seconds ago he looked like he was going to attack her, but now he suddenly calmed down, and Lin Yu wasn't buying it at all. Su Ran also felt that Song Yichuan's behavior was a bit strange. Whether it was his previous clash with the second-year students or his current attack on Lin Yu, Song Yichuan always seemed to be hiding something. I'm leaving for the time being, Song Yichuan said, I'm sorry for what happened. Su Ran, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. He got up and left, leaving Su Ran and Lin Yu where they were. Do you see what I mean? Lin Yu said, he's not stable at all. I know he may have helped you a few times, but someone like him could hurt you at any time. Su Ran felt that Lin Yu had a point. This wasn't the first time Song Yichuan had lost control, and it wouldn't be the last. But strangely enough, Su Ran wasn't as afraid of Song Yichuan as the others. Even when Song Yichuan displayed aggression, Su Ran never felt that this aggression was directed at him. Chapter 33 Tutorial. Song Yichuan, who had left the cafeteria, was walking on his way to the elemental combat class when he suddenly walked into an empty classroom. He leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and looked down at his hand, realizing that blood was oozing from his palm. Song Yichuan's fist was clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palm. Why did you stop me? We could have taught that girl a lesson. A voice rang in his head. Didn't I tell you? We're in this mess because you attacked her first. It's simply our fault. Another voice responded. Fine, but you have to understand that if you continue to suppress us, the little guy's anger will only grow stronger. The more he thinks Su Ran is running away from him, the angrier he'll get, and at that point, there's nothing we can do when he takes over the body. I won't let it come to that. Su Ran, I'm sorry for getting you involved in all this, you're just unlucky that the little guy picked you. After breakfast, Lin Yu and Su Ran headed to their weapons class. Fei Ming and Yi Rong were banned from the course because of the previous incident, while Lu Zheng chose to transfer to another combat class. He just wanted to get away from Su Ran. At this moment, Teacher Li Snap stood at the front of the classroom, ready to announce today's lesson schedule. Today's lesson is individual practice. You've used your respective weapons over the past few days, now you're going to learn to really control it and make it part of your body. Try to come up with some unique ways to combine your powers with your weapons. Tomorrow, we will practice what we have learned today. As the teacher finished her announcement, the students each found a clearing and began to think about how to perfectly combine their psychic abilities with their weapons. Some people covered the flames on a long whip and created a flaming whip. Some people used their supernatural abilities to change the shape of a shield into an attacking shield with spikes. Su Ran, on the other hand, was completely clueless. His only skill was simply waving his hand to attack. Other than that, he really couldn't think of how else he could combine his supernatural ability with a weapon. Su Ran's most urgent wish right now was for someone to teach him how to fight. If only someone could teach me how to use these things. Su Ran sighed and muttered to himself. Combat course request activated. Current weapon adaptation in progress? Close combat LV.1 tutorial opened. The moment Su Ran finished saying this, the system seemed to be activated. A virtual video suddenly appeared before Su Ran's eyes. He looked around and realized that he seemed to be the only one who could see the image. The man in the video was tall and handsome, his long blonde hair fluttering in the wind. He stood in a spacious, empty room, his hands wearing gloves similar to Su Ran's, but looking much more powerful. Su Ran had never seen such a handsome man before, which made him feel surprised. The most striking thing was the man's crimson eyes, which revealed a mysterious power. "Welcome to the Introduction to Close Combat course," the blonde man said in a pleasant voice. "I don't know how many years have passed, but if you're seeing this video, it means you've become one of us. I hope this information I've provided is still useful in your time." The man's appearance and the words he spoke made Su Ran ponder the true identity of this man. Su Ran looked intently at the blonde man in the video, noting some features that were common in fantasy novels: pale, ghost-like skin, stunning beauty, and those bloodshot eyes. It all pointed to one conclusion: this tall man was a vampire. What's more, the man in the video bluntly stated that Su Ran and he were of the same kind. The man also said something else that made Su Ran feel strange. "I don't know how many years have passed." Does this mean the video has been recorded for a long time? Was the man in the video still alive? Su Ran was unable to confirm the answers to these questions for a moment, and could only put these doubts aside for the time being. As the video continued to play, the blonde man spoke once again. "Whoever sees this video, I will be demonstrating several skills that you should be able to use at this level. The abilities of our kind are maximized when using weapons that cover the hands." After saying this, the man assumed a fighting stance. "I will introduce 2 basic stances that you will need to learn on your own and utilize in battle. If you forget, you can always open the system to re-watch these videos. The first move is a defense technique, which I call flash step. If the system is set up correctly, you will need at least 15 points of agility to perform it." The man then bent down and instantly moved to another corner of the room, while a residual shadow stayed where he originally stood. This skill consumes a lot of stamina, so even if you have enough agility value, don't overuse it. It's best to only use it when avoiding deadly attacks or launching surprise attacks. Also, although this skill is extremely fast and difficult to catch with the naked eye, it can only move a maximum distance of 5 meters. Seeing this move, Su Ran immediately realized how practical this skill was. In the previous battle with Lu Zhang, he could have dodged several attacks at the last minute. Unfortunately, Su Ran currently did not have enough agility points to practice this skill. The next demonstration is the heavy hammer strike. The man once again took up his fighting stance. This time he raised his right foot and slammed it into the ground, at the same time pulling his left hand back and throwing a quick punch with his right hand, the entire movement coming together in a single motion. Su Ran could even feel the air tremble slightly from the blow. "Cool, huh?" The man smiled. Using this skill requires at least 15 power points. That's all for today's lesson. When you're ready, the next close combat lesson will be unlocked for you. If you would like to watch slow motion and more detailed tutorials, the videos have been saved in the system. Good luck, my friend, and may all be well with you. The video ended abruptly as the man's words ended. Su Ran opened his system and found that there was a new tutorials tab, which contained the 2 skill videos that had just been shown. The video had a slow motion demonstration, accompanied by a detailed explanation of how these skills worked and how to perform them. Su Ran couldn't help but wonder who this man really was. He clearly knew the system very well. Could he be the creator of the book Su Ran's parents had left him? However, Su Ran recalled that he had never seen the man in the video, nor did he remember what his parents looked like. In any case, Su Ran felt happy that the system had finally started to help him. He remembered that in the beginning, the system had given him the task of sucking blood and having his attributes in the sunlight, which had tormented him. But now, Su Ran began to feel that discovering this system was a good thing. Su Ran immediately began watching the tutorial on heavy hammer strike. As long as he wore the gloves, he would be able to reach a strength value of over 15 points. Although he wasn't sure if the system counted this bonus, there was no harm in trying. While Su Ran was focusing on the video, Lee Snap suddenly approached him. "Su Ran, I have some bad news," Lee Snap said. Su Ran then noticed 2 soldiers standing behind Lee Snap. "I'm afraid you'll have to go with them, they have some questions for you." "Don't worry, I'll be coming with you as well." As soon as the words left his mouth, one soldier grabbed Su Ran while the other took control of Lee Snap. "What's happening?" The students noticed the commotion over here and murmured. "Where is he being taken?" "Students, we'll be back soon," Lee Primrose said. "Please continue practicing. If I catch anyone slacking off or breaking the rules, you know what will happen." Chapter 34, Eliminating Suspicion. A few minutes later, they were teleported to a small room. The room was 4 square, with no windows and only a few dim lights overhead. There was a table in the center of the room, and a woman wearing a hood sat on one side of the table, leaving the other side empty. Behind the woman stood a man wearing a military uniform with the rank of general on his shoulder. "Please be seated," the general ordered. Su-ran did as he was told, but the atmosphere in the room made him feel nervous. "Don't be so scared, son," the general said. "As long as you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to worry." A million thoughts raced through Su-ran's mind. Had they discovered his abilities? Would they force him to surrender his abilities? Or had Lu Jing denounced him and revealed the truth about him killing Yi-rong, and they were now going to punish him? Although Su-ran tried to calm himself down, it was impossible to do so. As he sat in his seat, he could feel his heart pounding as if it was about to jump out of his chest. "Son, calm down," Lee Primrose said. "I think even the people out there can hear your heart beating. Before we begin, let me state a few things." The officer sitting across the table spoke up. "A student by the name of Yi-rong recently passed away tragically. According to the information provided by your teacher, he and another student named Fei Ming attacked you in weapons class yesterday. Now one of the students has passed away, and Fei Ming was also hospitalized last night. As expected, the matter was related to Yi-rong's death. We currently have no clues about Yi-rong's death, so we had to find you. Although it's hard to believe that an incapable person like you could do such a thing, everything is possible. The lady sitting across from you possesses an ability that can tell if a person is lying or not. Next, please follow her instructions and cooperate." The lady said softly, "You only need to place your hand on mine." Su-ran placed his hand on hers and instantly felt a calm power flow into his body. Ability detected. Unable to block user's ability. "Now, tell me, did you kill Yi-rong last night?" she asked. This calming power made Su-ran answer naturally, and he felt as if he was floating on a cloud. "No, I didn't." The woman held Su-ran's hand for a moment before releasing it. "He didn't lie. I said it long ago, and I don't believe he would do such a thing." Lee Snap said, "After all, he's only a level 1 ability, how could he do it?" "It seems we've run out of clues." The officer sighed. "These types of accidents happen from time to time, it's inevitable. I apologize for the delay, you may return to your classes." After the questioning was over, the 2 guards grabbed Lee Snap and Su-ran once again, and a few seconds later, they were teleported back to the weapons training hall. "Boy, your heartbeat almost made me think you were actually hiding something," Lee Snap said, "but it's a good thing you're not a murderer, or we'd have lost a promising student." After saying that, Lee Snap began to walk around the training room, giving advice to the other students. At this time, Lin Yu walked over to Su-ran. "What happened? Is everything alright?" "Well, at least for the time being," Su-ran replied. Su-ran told Lin Yu about the interrogation just now. Lin Yu was shocked to hear that Yi-rong was dead, but she was relieved to learn that Su-ran was completely ruled out as a suspect. Lin Yu wondered who would be so crazy as to dare kill a student and for what purpose. "Su-ran, I know you probably don't like to hear me say this, but do you think it could be Song Ichwan who did it?" "Why do you say that? Did something happen between Ichwan and Yi-rong?" "No la, it's just that I think Song Ichwan was a bit strange when he approached you in the beginning. He's a level 5 ability, while you're only level 1. Last time when he attacked me, he kept shouting your name. And he does seem crazy enough that he might actually do something like that." "Really? But I don't have a deep friendship with Ichikawa. Would he really go this far for something like that?" "Well, although I think he's a bit crazy, it's not that crazy." Su-ran then tried to focus on practicing the heavy hammer strike, but Lin Yu's words kept echoing in his mind. There weren't any suspects in the case regarding Yi-rong's death right now, and Song Ichwan's previous behavior was indeed a bit strange. What was even stranger was that when Su-ran returned to the dormitory last night, Song Ichwan wasn't in his room. What the hell was he doing so late at night? After the course, Lin Yu and Su-ran decided to do some experiments together. Su-ran wanted to find out if there was a way to stop the sunlight from affecting his abilities and gain a deeper understanding of his own abilities. Lin Yu, on the other hand, wants to see if there's a way to turn her into a vampire as well. But just as they were walking out of the weapons training hall, a group of upperclassmen blocked them and the other first years. "What happened?" Lin Yu asked. "I don't know," Su-ran replied. The second-year students had powerful abilities, and the first-year students didn't dare to resist, they could only obey. Even those students with high ability levels had to follow them for fear of any accidents. About 100 first-year students were gathered in the assembly hall, not a single teacher around, only a few second-year students standing guard. In the center of the hall, the curtain was pulled back and on the stage stood a second-year student called Jiang Jie. "Welcome everyone," Jiang Jie said. "Today we have a special event, and we want to convey an important message to all the first-year students. Recently, some people have tried to challenge us, trying to break the rules that have existed in this academy for many years. I am here today to tell you what will happen to those who go against us." As the words fell, Jiang Jie pulled down a rope, and the curtain on the stage slowly opened, revealing a student bound to a wooden frame. He was covered in blood, and his body was covered in marks of beatings. "Song Ichuan?" Su Ran exclaimed in shock. The students whispered amongst themselves. Everyone sensed something was wrong as there were no teachers at the scene, only second graders. Distinguishing between grades was simple. The students had a symbol on their clothes that represented their grade. "Is everyone here?" Jiang Jie asked. "Yes, all the students from the elemental and weapon classes have arrived," a second-year student replied. "Then, let's start the show." Jiang Jie sneered. Chapter 35, Targets. Several second graders rolled out several carts filled with black round stones. Jiang Jie picked up one of the round balls and held it up in his hands to show everyone. "This is a metal ball embedded with beast crystals," Jiang Jie said. When Earth discovered that it was able to combine beast crystals with weapons, it was a turning point in the war. But what you first years don't know is that beast crystal weapons need to be activated with your ability. Once activated, they can release additional power. The higher the grade of the beast crystal used, the more powerful the weapon will be. As Su Ran watched this, he couldn't help but stare at Song Ichuan, who had been beaten almost unconscious. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Jie was able to speak so easily in this situation, as if he was giving a classroom demonstration. "So, we second years have decided to give you new students from the weapons class as well as some first years from other classes a little lesson. Today, we will teach you all how to activate beast crystal weapons with these metal balls." Just then, a first-year student hesitantly raised his hand and asked a question. Excuse me, do the teachers know about this?" In an instant, the field fell into a deathly silence. All the first years couldn't believe that someone actually asked such a question in this situation. Obviously, this was all going on behind the teachers' backs. In the next second, a second-year student rushed to the questioner and punched him hard in the face. Without waiting for the student to react, several punches were thrown at him in succession until he fell unconscious to the ground. "Does anyone else have a question?" Jiang Jie asked impatiently. The students under the stage no longer dared to make a sound, fear enveloping them like an invisible net. "Very good." Jiang Jie nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I'll teach you all how to use these beast crystal balls. You guys need to concentrate and treat them as part of your body in order to successfully activate it." As the words fell, the black stone ball in Jiang Jie's hand suddenly lit up and turned green. "Today's task is simple. Each of you has to hit the target in front of you with these balls." The second-year students released Song Ichuan from the wooden plank and brought him to the floor in the middle of the hall. At this moment, Jiang Jie pointed to the target not far away and continued, "See that target? Even a bullet can't penetrate it, only the power of a beast crystal weapon can do that. Today, your task is to hit it with these stone balls." "Can a first year do that?" some students whispered. "Will we be disciplined for this?" "Discipline?" A second-year student next to him snickered. "Do you think that the teachers will care? They never care about what we do in private." Jiang Jie scanned the students on the stage and finally his gaze landed on Su Ran. He let out a cold laugh. "I almost forgot, there's also that lunatic. He's been secretly looking for trouble from our second year, thinking that we'd let him off the hook. We've already warned him before, and as a result, he didn't listen at all. So today, it's time for him to pay the price." With Jiang Jie's order, several second-year students dumped the black beast crystal stones from the cart onto the ground, rolling them all over the place. There were enough for every student present to get a piece. "All right, who wants to go first?" A second-year student called out. "If no one takes the initiative, I'll have to call the roll." Not a single person under the stage dared to move. They knew that the target of these second-year students today was Song Ichuan, and no one was willing to get involved in this fiasco. "In that case, it's you." The second-year students pointed at a brown-haired girl and handed her a beast crystal stone. "I don't dare." The girl trembled and said. Really? Then if you don't dare to throw the ball, maybe it's time for you to stand up on the board as a target instead. Hearing this, the girl's face instantly paled. She was only a level 2 ability, and had already suffered a lot of bullying in school, but this level of punishment was just too much for her to bear. The girl looked around helplessly, hoping that someone would stand up for her and say something, but everyone lowered their heads and avoided her gaze. You know what to do, don't you? The second-year student urged. With no choice but to close her eyes, the girl could only focus her mind and infuse her abilities into the beast crystal stone in her hand. A few moments later, the stone ball faintly lit up a little bit of green color. That's really the level of a second-grade ability user, but don't worry, as long as you throw it with force, you can still hit the target. The second-year student sneered, as long as you hit Sonichuan, we'll give you full marks. The girl closed her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth, finally gathering the courage to throw the stone ball in her hand. But the stone ball was too heavy, and it ended up falling a few meters in front of Sonichuan, not hitting the target at all. Roll down. The second-year student waved his hand impatiently, and the girl ran away hastily. Next. A boy stepped forward next. His ability level was slightly higher than the girl's, reaching level 2.5. When he gripped the stone ball, the green glow of the ball was noticeably a few shades brighter. Without hesitation, the boy threw the stone ball with all his strength, and it smashed heavily into Sonichuan's abdomen, the huge impact causing blood to spray out of his mouth. See? That's the right thing to do. Jiang Jia nodded in satisfaction. Under the stage, Lin Yu and Su Ran stood at the very back of the crowd and witnessed all of this. Although Lin Yu had some grudges against Sonichuan, she still felt angry when she saw this scene. These assholes. Su Ran, quickly go find Mr. Lee Snap, he will definitely be able to stop this farce. Lin Yu said eagerly. However, when she turned around, Su Ran had already disappeared. I'll do it. Let me try. Suddenly, Su Ran's voice came from the front. With a smile on his face, he stood in front of the stage. Lin Yu looked at him in shock and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what was he thinking? Su Ran and Sonichuan were friends, so why would Su Ran take the initiative to volunteer? In fact, the purpose of this performance was to make the first-year students obey the orders of the second-year students. This was a tradition that took place every year at the academy. Jiang Jia had experienced something similar when they were first years. This demonstration showed the new students that they weren't the most powerful beings in the academy, and that there were stronger forces waiting for them in the future. It also made the freshmen realize that they needed to be stronger and cultivate harder. Originally, this matter shouldn't have gotten to this point. At first, they had simply warned Sonichuan, but he had ignored it and instead began to attack the second-year students. Chapter 36 Counterattack. Su Ran stood in the center of the field, holding the black sphere in his hand as he looked around. There were a total of 8 second years in the hall, 4 on each side surrounding about 50 first years. And besides Sonichuan, there was a second-year student standing on each side of the wooden board, and they were the weakest of the group. Su Ran saw through their watches that their ability levels were all only 2, clearly weaker than Jiang Jia. Although they were already second-year students, it was unlikely that they could use soul weapons. However, the real problem was Jiang Jia and the 2 rank 4 students standing beside him. Jiang Jia's power level was 6, while his companions were rank 4. Even though the first-year students were superior in numbers, they were still too fearful to act rashly in the face of these power gaps. The black sphere in Su Ran's hand suddenly lit up with light, brighter than any of the spheres activated by any of the students before. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jia frowned and was shocked in his heart. How is it possible? He actually fully activated this basic level Fey weapon? The power of this sphere has increased by at least 5%. What would be the result if he used a higher level weapon? Isn't he just a useless level 1 ability? Su Ran walked up to Sonichuan, 5 meters between them. He turned his head to look at the surrounding students and said in a low but firm tone, "Why do we have these powers? Isn't it to protect ourselves and those who hurt our friends and family?" Hearing Su Ran's words, Sonichuan struggled to raise his head, vaguely guessing Su Ran's plan. Su Ran? No, don't. What exactly are you trying to do? Su Ran ignored Sonichuan's whispers and continued, "I've suffered countless times in my life. Once I was weak, so what if I suffer one more time now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ran threw the sphere violently. With his 16 points of strength as well as the 5% increase in strength from his Fey weapon, the sphere flew out at lightning speed. However, to everyone's surprise, the sphere did not hit Song Ichwan, but instead struck directly at the abdomen of the second-year student standing next to the wooden plank. The huge impact directly sent that student flying, instantly losing consciousness. 50 experience value gained. Current experience value, 175,400. What are you all doing? Catch him for me. Zhang Jia roared. Su Ran knew that he couldn't fight against all the second-year students. His plan was to create as much chaos as possible. The two fourth-year students standing beside Zhang Jia lunged at him, but Su Ran quickly turned around and charged towards the group of freshmen behind him. He leaned down and picked up the two black spheres on the ground, charging towards the weak second-year students at the edge of the crowd, using the freshmen as cover. After getting close to his target, he once again threw it with full force, and while one student barely dodged it, the other was unfortunately struck and was knocked straight down. 50 experience points gained. Current experience value, 225,400. Su Ran's plan was simple: upgrade by defeating these second-year students. He didn't know what abilities he would gain at the next level, but he hoped that this upgrade would help him turn the tide. There were still enough sophomores on the field for him to upgrade. However, Zhang Jia issued a new order: anyone who can hit or catch him is exempt from all punishments. Hearing this, the first years looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved in this fight in the first place, and now they were even more unsure of what to do. Why should we listen to you? Lin Yu stood out and questioned. You just beat up one of us just now because of a question. Who knows if you'll cheat us again? Zhang Jia was disdainful of the situation. Since you guys aren't willing to help, let's attack them all together. Just then, the two fourth-level students no longer cared about the freshmen and began to unleash their abilities to attack them. One of them waved his hand and a stream of water was generated out of thin air and attacked towards the group of freshmen. However, when the water current was about to hit the group, an ice ball came out of nowhere and instantly froze the water current in mid-air before falling to the ground. The one who struck was Jin Yuer, who slowly walked to the front and drew her own sword. I didn't want to intervene in this matter, but you guys made the first move. Jin Yuer said coldly. Ha ha. With just a 5th-level ability user like you, do you really think you can beat us two 4th-level ones? A second-year student laughed disdainfully. As soon as the words fell, an arrow shot out from the group of freshmen, aiming straight at the second-year student, but before the arrow hit, the other second-year student immediately summoned an earth wall to block the attack. She won't be alone, Lin Yu said, standing out with his bow and arrow. Seeing this, Su Ran realized that he could take advantage of the opportunity to deal with the remaining low-ranked second-year students, but things weren't as simple as he thought. Suddenly, a thin whip lashed out from the side, so fast that Su Ran couldn't even react. The whip directly struck his chest and threw him hard to the ground. Current HP, 1320. What is this? How did it deal 7 points of damage in one go? Su Ran looked in shock at Zhang Jia, who was holding a long whip in his hand. Zhang Jia sneered as he approached. You've already caused too much trouble. I don't know how you activated these Fey weapons so easily, but even with these sneak attack techniques, you're still a weak first-level ability user after all. Before Su Ran could even stand up, he was already surrounded by 6 second-year students. Song Ichwan looked at all of this, his heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. I have to help him. He was hurt because of me. This is all my fault. Song Ichwan whispered to himself. If you really want to help him, then let me do it. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in Song Ichwan's mind. In the corner of the assembly hall, Li Rui was hiding amongst a group of freshmen, looking a little overwhelmed. Since the incident, he had been hiding in the back to avoid being selected himself. When he saw Su Ran walk onto the stage and stand up for Song Ichwan, the feeling of guilt within him intensified. Why? Because Song Ichwan being tied up on stage was originally because of him. A few days ago, the second graders approached Li Rui and made him a proposal: help them bring Song Ichwan to the assembly hall and they would protect him. Li Rui felt that he had no choice. If he had refused at that moment, the second years would have surely tortured him until he compromised. So no matter what, resisting would be futile and the result would be the same. So, after the combat class ended, Li Rui invited Song Ichwan to go practice together in the assembly hall. And the moment they entered the room, the second-year students, including Zhang Jia, who had been in ambush for a long time, swarmed and attacked Song Ichwan. What surprised Li Rui was that in the face of the sudden attack, Song Ichwan actually pushed him away at the first opportunity. Run away, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Song Ichwan thought that he was being targeted because of his usual behavior of confronting second-year students alone. After hearing these words, Li Rui fled the room in bewilderment, but his heart was filled with contradictions and pain. Now, when he saw that an equally weak student like Su Ran dared to stand up to the second-year students, he suffered intense self-reproach inside. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the fierce battle, Li Rue quietly left the assembly hall. Chapter 37, I'm Back. In the center of the assembly hall, Jin Yuer and Lin Yu were facing off against two second-year students with fourth-level abilities. The freshmen ducked for cover, afraid to get involved in this conflict. They looked at each other, not daring to act rashly as they didn't know which side to support, fearing that standing on the wrong side would bring even more trouble. Hey, how about we switch opponents? One of the second years said, my water ability doesn't work on her. I see, you want to deal with that second-level ability, right? The other second-year student replied, alright then, hurry up and end the fight. With that, the two second years launched their attacks at the same time. The water ability person rushed towards Lin Yu while the earth ability person aimed at Jin Yuer. As the earth ability person got closer and closer, he fiercely stepped on the ground, and a sharp earth spike followed, aiming straight at Jin Yuer. However, Jin Yuer was exceptionally calm as she drew her sword and with a flick of her hand, she split the earth thorn in two and collapsed to the ground. What? That Fey Beast weapon was able to cut off my earth thorn? Could it be an advanced Fey weapon? The earth ability person thought in surprise. But he didn't have time to think about it in detail as Jin Yuer condensed an ice spear in her left hand and hurled it violently. The earth ability person immediately raised his hands and conjured an earth wall to block the attack. When he parted his hands and the wall cracked, Jin Yuer in front of him was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he felt his legs begin to freeze and looked down. You're really too weak for a second year, fourth level earth ability person. Jin Yuer said softly. Before he could react, Jin Yuer had already struck the back of his head heavily with the hilt of her sword, and the earth ability person fell to the ground in response, his limbs frozen to the ground, no longer able to move. How did she win so easily? The students watching from the side exclaimed. Yeah, there shouldn't be that much difference between a level 4 and level 5 fight, and he's still a second-year student. Maybe second-year students aren't as strong as we thought. Normally, a fight between a 4th and 5th level should have been more intense, especially in the case of a second-year student. But the biggest difference here was combat experience and intelligence. No matter how strong the ability was or how powerful the fists were, whether or not one could utilize the ability correctly was the key. Jin Yuer, on the other hand, was clearly gifted and had shown outstanding battle wisdom since she was a child. However, Lin Yu's situation was completely different. As an archer, her combat skills were more suited to long-distance attacks or surprise attacks, and at the moment, she was facing a wall of water that could easily block her arrows, which made her attacks seem useless. Eventually, the second-year water ability person found the right opportunity and hit her squarely in the stomach with a water ball, sending her flying to the front of the hall and landing heavily on the ground. As she watched the water ability person close in, intending to finish her off completely, Lin Yu had trouble standing up due to the pain. Quickly! Unbind me, I can deal with him. A voice suddenly came from the side. What? Lin Yu looked up and realized that it was Song Ichuan speaking. Hurry up, time is running out, touch my leg. Lin Yu hesitated. She still remembered the strange feeling she had last time she was in the room with Song Ichuan. Her instincts told her that Song Ichuan was unreliable. However, at this moment, she had no choice. Lin Yu reluctantly crawled to Song Ichuan's side and reached out to touch his leg. With the touch, the shackles on Song Ichuan's body began to vibrate violently. Song Ichuan utilized Lin Yu's Nianli ability, but due to her limited ability, it was still not enough to break free of the shackles. So Lin Yu applied her strength again, and finally the two of them combined their efforts to unlock the shackles. Song Ichuan was free. He moved his wrists and swung his limbs, seemingly adapting to his body's recovery state. Finally, I'm out, this feeling is too long gone. At this moment, the water ability person continued to approach. Song Ichuan suddenly let out a burst of maniacal laughter and directly rushed towards the water ability person. Faced with this unexpected move, the water ability person panicked and hastily swung out two sharp water blades. However, just as the water blades were about to hit Song Ichuan, he suddenly twisted his body in a bizarre stance, nimbly avoiding the attack. Afterwards, Song Ichuan utilized his Nian power to manipulate the black ball on the ground and violently smashed it towards the water ability man. Although the water ability person summoned a wall of water in time to block the attack, he did not notice the sharp pain coming from his back. Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound, his leg was hit hard, and he then fell to the ground on one knee. In front of him, Song Ichuan's hands were hanging in the air while another burst of pain came from behind him. This time, his other ankle was also hit. Without realizing it, Song Ichwon had already launched an attack on him by manipulating the black ball from behind. The water ability person's attention had been on the frontal attack, completely unaware of the threat from behind. Song Ichwon then maneuvered the two black balls and struck the water ability person's arms at an extremely fast speed, directly breaking his arms. Accompanied by his miserable screams, the water ability user lost the power to continue using his water ability. Finally, Song Tong, have returned. The second-year students had surrounded Su Ran. Su Ran attempted to break forward, but suddenly felt a strong gust of wind coming his way. He quickly raised his hand to block, but a sharp pain came from his back at the same time. HP, 1220. The attacks kept coming, and although most of them were second-tier wind and earth-based basic exotic abilities, the injuries were rapidly accumulating under the attacks from all sides. Su Ran desperately fought off the attacks coming from the front, but it was still difficult to defend against the attacks from behind. HP, 1120. HP, 1020. HP, 920. At this point, Su Ran's blood bank activated automatically and began to repair his wounds. However, even with the automatic recovery, he still had trouble getting out. However, he had anticipated all of this, and he never had the luxury of winning on his own. He chose to ignore the pain in his body and turned to charge forward with all his might. This time, he no longer cared about the attacks from both sides, and withstood two deep scratches, quickly grabbing the arm of one of the second-year students and using him as a hostage, his sharp claws on his neck. The surrounding students did not dare to act rashly for fear of accidentally injuring their peers. Su Ran kept retreating until his back was against the wall. Su Ran, you and I both know that you won't really kill him. Zhang Jia laughed coldly, if you strike too hard, you'll be in trouble. If it's too light, we'll pounce on you and torture you to death. Su Ran cursed in his heart, Zhang Jia was right. He couldn't kill anyone, but once he let go, this group of people would never be soft. He could only do one thing: increase his strength and directly strangle that student unconscious. 50 experience value gained. Experience value, 275,400. Wasting experience is a sin. Su Ran coldly said. As soon as the student fell to the ground, the others immediately pounced on him. Utilizing the advantage of having his back against the wall, Su Ran managed to fend off most of the attacks, dodging the incoming stabbing powers. This scenario made him recall the previous scenes during the ability tests, yet now these attacks were even more deadly than those virtual tests. HP, 620. Suddenly, the attack stopped. Zhang Jia stepped forward, waving the familiar whip in his hand. Su Ran remembered that just now, Zhang Jia had directly chipped away 7 points of his life value with this strike. If he received it again, his life value would directly return to 0. Although Su Ran didn't know what would happen after his life value went to 0, he wasn't going to take the risk. He had a blood bank to recover himself, and even if others saw it, he could explain it away as a self-healing ability. The problem was that he had already demonstrated extraordinary strength before. If he were to display an abnormal recovery ability again, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Just as Su Ran hesitated, Zhang Jia suddenly sensed something and dodged sideways as a black ball flew past his head. The black ball paused in the air for a split second, then unexpectedly flew back in reverse. Zhang Jia swung his whip and the black ball was sliced in half. Turning his head, he saw Song Ichwon standing not far away. And as he scanned the circle, he found that some of those original second-year students had already fallen, while the rest were entangled by Lingyu and Jinuer. You escaped? Zhang Jia sneered, you don't remember the last time we fought, do you? Last time you fought Song Ichwon, now you're facing me. Song Ichwon responded coldly, I'm not as easy to bully as him. Chapter 38 Seeing the Future. As the words fell, Song Ichwon's hands waved, and two black balls once again floated up from the ground, and with his hand gesture, the black balls attacked Zhang Jia at high speed. Although Song Ichwon's ability was Nianli, he was used to guiding it with hand gestures, which allowed him to control it more precisely. However, Zhang Jia just slightly leaned forward, backward, or sideways, easily dodging all the attacks. Soon, he lost his patience and reached out to grasp the oncoming black ball directly, clenching his fist and crushing it instantly. Looks like you really don't remember the lesson from last time? Zhang Jia snorted coldly, then swung his whip, and the other black ball shattered in response. Seeing this, Su Ran tried to launch a sneak attack while Zhang Jia's back was turned. However, Zhang Jia's whip landed in front of him before he could move. Don't move your crooked mind. Zhang Jia said coldly. Su Ran once again prepared for a surprise attack, but every time, Zhang Jia always struck before he could move. Jiang Jie's speed was too fast, as if he could predict his every move. This is impossible. Su Ran was puzzled in his mind. Jiang Jie hadn't demonstrated his ability so far, but it was as if he knew every action in advance. Could it be that he possessed some sort of mind-reading skill, or the ability to foresee the future? If that was the case, the next battle would be exceptionally difficult. Su Ran's guess was almost correct. Jiang Jie's ability was indeed able to see the future in 2 seconds, although this future was not as clear as others thought. His ability was activated through his eyes, and when he turned it on, a completely new vision would appear in his field of vision wherever he looked. The silhouettes of all people and objects would reveal their next move in advance. When Su Ran sent out the black ball with his back turned, he could feel the silhouette of that black ball already touching him, in time for him to dodge out of the way. Just 2 seconds before Su Ran was about to rush towards Jiang Jie, his silhouette had revealed Su Ran's plan. This was a powerful psychic ability that had taken Jiang Jie years to completely master. Simply being able to see the future did not mean that one could easily handle all challenges. Jiang Jie still needed to constantly train his strength, speed, and reflexes in order to truly utilize the advantages of this ability. This ability was at a rare level on the market, but due to the difficulty in controlling it, very few people were willing to choose it. Aside from Su Ran, there was another person who also saw through Jiang Jie's ability. Song Tang. So what if you know my moves? Song Tang yelled, I only need to do what you can't block. With that, he violently charged towards Jiang Jie. Jiang Jie swung his whip while Song Tang stretched out one hand and used his Nianli to slow down the whip enough to allow him to easily leap over this attack. At the same time, something began to coalesce in his other hand, and it looked like water currents were gathering in his palm. Immediately afterward, the water blade swung out with his hand. Jiang Jie quickly sidestepped to avoid the first strike, but what followed was a succession of water blade attacks. At this moment, Jiang Jie felt 2 more black balls flying from his back. He knew that he was unable to deal with both the water blades and the black balls at the same time, so he could only choose to avoid the more powerful water blades and let the black balls hit his back. The black ball hit Jiang Jie's back, and Jiang Jie took the opportunity to distance himself from Song Yichuan. You're actually able to use 2 supernatural abilities, which is unexpected. It seems like you've hidden a hand. Jiang Jie laughed coldly. However, you are not the only one who has reservations. While Jiang Jie held the whip in his right hand, some strange light particles began to coalesce on his left hand, gradually forming another whip. Unlike the whip in his right hand, this newly appeared whip seemed to have a life, twisting continuously in Jiang Jie's hand as if it was a snake. Let me show you the gap between second year and first year. Jiang Jie said coldly. Jean Yuer was busy dealing with the other second-year students when she felt the change in power in the room. Sure enough, he also has a soul weapon. By this time, Lin Yu had managed to get rid of the other second-year students. Honestly, Jean Yuer was more than capable of handling those students on her own, and Lin Yu couldn't help much. She quickly came to Su Ran's side and saw that his body was covered in wounds. Although he could still barely move, he had lost the ability to continue fighting. Do you need to replenish your blood? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. No, I'm fine, don't worry, I just don't want to expose myself in front of so many people. I understand. Lin Yu nodded his head, then looked at Song Yichuan in the distance. Your friend. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he is very strong. Yeah. Su Ran also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Looking at the current Song Yichuan, his combat skills were so skillful that it was as if he had already experienced countless battles, and he was also able to use both of his supernormal abilities freely. Su Ran felt that he didn't know much about Song Yichuan. Probably just like himself, Song Yichuan was also hiding his own secrets. However, even though he had the opportunity to escape, he chose to return to help. Su Ran secretly resolved that although he could not help Song Yichuan now, he would definitely repay this favor in the future. At this moment, Jiang Jie's confidence increased as he held the soul whip. He swung the whip with a speed as swift as lightning. Song Tang quickly used one of his hands to condense a wall of water in an attempt to block the whip's attack, while using his Nianli to slow down the whip's speed. However, the Nianli had no effect on this soul whip, and the speed of the whip was not affected in the slightest. The whip struck the wall of water and suddenly lengthened, wrapping around Song Tang's arm and pulling his entire body to the ground. Immediately afterward, Jiang Jie swung the other whip and heavily struck Song Tang's back. Song Tang attempted to roll and dodge, but as if the soul whip was able to predict his movements, it always followed his position and kept lashing. After a few strokes, Song Tang's back was already covered in blood. In desperation, Song Tang used his other hand to condense a small water blade, knowing that the soul whip was too tough to cut off, so he chose to just chop off his arm. The soul whip lost its bindings, and Song Tang's hand fell to the ground. Surprisingly, blood did not gush out as expected. Song Tang was using a large amount of Nianli to forcefully suppress the flow of blood from the wound. However, he knew he couldn't hold on for long. Damn you! Song Tang roared, if this body hadn't already been injured before, do you think that a mere soul weapon can defeat us? Dream on! Little fellow, it's your turn to appear, let him see the real hell. Just then, the door to the assembly hall was violently pushed open, and a tall woman with silver hair walked in, followed by Li Ridge. I order you to stop immediately. She said coldly, anyone who disobeys will immediately prepare to be punished. Chapter 39, School Leader. The woman standing next to Li Rui had silver hair like a waterfall that hung straight down to her waist, and a jagged thin sword made from the bones of a giant beast hung at her waist. She exuded a reassuring aura, as if she was the kind of reliable big sister who could save you from whatever trouble you were in. As soon as she stepped into the hall, everyone stopped moving, except for one second-year student who was still hot-blooded and seized the moment when Jinwei let her guard down to continue rushing forward, ready to attack. However, not even a second later, the female teacher who had just entered the room had already appeared beside him, and moments later, he fell to the ground in response to the sound of his voice, his ankle bleeding profusely. When did she go over there? Quickly look at his ankle, do you think she did it? Seeing the visitor, Jiang Jia immediately put away his soul weapon. He knew quite a few teachers and high-ranking figures in the academy, after all, he had been here for a year. And this woman in front of him was definitely not someone he could mess with. Her name was Yin Fei, a sergeant in the military academy, mainly responsible for squad training. It's just her. Jiang Jia sighed. Yin Fei's supernatural ability was super speed, making her the most difficult opponent for Jiang Jia to deal with. Even if he could foresee 2 seconds into the future, he wouldn't be able to react in time against such speed. Of course, he didn't intend to confront her, he had already made this mistake once last year, when Yin Fei was still just a corporal in the academy. Those who are injured go to the infirmary immediately for treatment, everyone else return to the dormitory and are not allowed to leave until the next roll call, understand? Yin Fei said coldly. For a moment, all the first-year students were silent, they had no idea what was in front of them, nor did they know who she was. Seeing that no one replied, Yin Fei once again drew her thin sword, and only then did the students react, hastily responding in unison, understood, teacher. Song Yichuan held his arm and went to the infirmary, while the second-year students also went to their exclusive healing area respectively. In this battle, the ones who were most seriously injured were merely Song Yichuan and Su Ran. This time, Su Ran had no choice but to follow to the infirmary. His clothes were soaked with blood and he had lost a lot of blood, but 10 minutes after the battle ended, his body began to heal on its own. After successfully retrieving Song Yichuan's arm, the school nurse, Su Li, walked over to Su Ran and examined his injuries. As she had Su Ran take off his shirt in preparation for treatment, she realized that most of his wounds had already healed. What's the situation here? Shouldn't the wounds be bigger after bleeding so much? Su Ran smiled sarcastically, it's like this, I have a friend who has healing powers and helped me heal before coming here. Oh, so there is such a healer. Su Li was a bit surprised, if you have the chance, bring your friend to meet me, his psychic ability is quite good and heals cleanly. I'm short on manpower here, and would be happy to take on a student. Good, I'll pass it on to him. Su Ran replied with a smile. Su Li continued to help Su Ran heal the rest of his wounds, and after the treatment was complete, Su Ran's body no longer had a single wound. Even though Su Ran's wounds healed, he consumed a large amount of energy during the healing process. At this moment, that familiar reminder message appeared in his system once again. Blood Bank, 9100. After Su Ran took out some blood from the blood bank, his hunger then subsided, and at least for the next 2 days, he didn't have to worry about losing control. After returning to the dormitory, Su Ran, Song Yichuan, and Li Rui were all told not to go out until they were summoned again. Occasionally, an academy soldier would call out the name of a particular student and bring them in for questioning. The three were talking inside the dormitory. Thank you for calling the sergeant in time, otherwise I'm afraid Su Ran and I would be dead this time. Song Yichuan said. It's nothing. Li Rui replied, but his heart was still filled with guilt. Although he had done the right thing and called Yin Fei, he was always uneasy about his initial act of deceiving Song Yichuan. What do you think will happen to these second-year students? Su Ran asked. Well, there are several people involved this time, if it was just a single fight, the academy probably wouldn't have interfered too much, but with so many people involved this time, they'll definitely find someone to take the blame. Song Yichuan replied. In the academy's interrogation room, a burly man with arms as thick as thighs was sitting opposite Zhang Jia. He had a general's insignia on his shoulder and was the general in charge of the second-year students by the name of Du Jin. It was Yin Fei who came to stop us. Zhang Jia grumbled, I did what you said and now I might have to pay for it. Relax, don't worry, there won't be any consequences for this, I promise you. Du Jin said lightly, you're still just students, these kinds of things happen from time to time, I'll vouch for you. Really? Then these things won't fall on my head? Zhang Jia asked doubtfully. Du Jin got up, walked behind Zhang Jia and leaned down to whisper in his ear, of course, provided that no one finds out our secret. As he finished speaking, a wry smile appeared on his face. All the students involved in the incident had already been questioned, including of course Su Ran and Song Yichuan. However, unlike what they had expected, there wasn't much questioning, and the investigator had only asked them to review what had happened. Judging from the investigator's reaction, he wasn't surprised by their answers, and it seemed that he had already gotten enough information from the other students, and that this questioning was nothing more than a formality going through the motions. The next day arrived, a weekend day when students were not required to attend classes and were free to move about and enjoy the rest of the day. However, the academy's curfew still existed, students had to be back in their dormitories by 10 p.m. and were not allowed to leave the city limits. The school executives, on the other hand, did not have such an easy time as the students. The school held an important meeting, which was located on the top floor of the school, in a spacious conference room where all levels of the school's leaders gathered. In the center of the conference room was a huge table, which was divided into two sides. At the chief of the table, there were 4 seats, one of which was larger than the others. It was the seat belonging to the principal, and at the moment this seat was still empty. In the other 3 seats next to the principal, sat the 3 generals of the school. First was Du Jin, who was in charge of the second-grade students. His muscles were as robust as steel and his arms were as thick as tree trunks. Second was Chen Wang, who was in charge of the first graders. His stature contrasted with Du Jin's. He was short and wore a pair of glasses. Although today was an official meeting, Chen Wang was still dressed casually, without the slightest hint of formal attire, which made Du Jin quite dissatisfied. The two had not been dealing with each other, and the atmosphere before the meeting began was exceptionally dull. The last general was in charge of the school staff and soldiers, but currently his seat was also empty. As the meeting was about to begin, the doors slowly opened and 8 officers wearing military uniforms and carrying the rank of sergeant on their shoulders walked into the conference room. The group included Li Snap, the teacher of the Fei weapons class, Yin Fei, who was in charge of squad training, and Su Li, the school nurse. The 8 sergeants sat down across from the general and the meeting officially began. Chapter 40 Planet Karate. Yin Fei stood up first and broke the silence. This meeting is called today to discuss the treatment of the second-year students. They involve a first-year student named Song Yichuan, as well as some students from the elemental combat class and Li Snap's alien beast weapons class. Yin Fei pressed the remote control in her hand, and a detailed report was instantly projected above the table. I'm sure everyone has already read the report, this is just for reference. I would like to hear everyone's opinion on how to punish these students. General Du Jin, what do you think? Punish? Du Jin said disdainfully, I don't think there's anything to punish. According to the report, Song Yichuan was the first to strike, and they were just passively counterattacking. This kind of thing happens all the time. But why gather so many first years? Chen Wang interjected, his tone still relaxed and casual. This isn't like an ordinary fight where other students were involved. I agree, we usually don't interfere in student fights, but this one seems to be a bit much, doesn't it? Du Jin grunted coldly and said, well, in the future, we will place further restrictions on second and first year students, and they are no longer allowed to come into contact with each other except on necessary occasions. As for the punishment of the second year students, I will be responsible for handling it. Chen Wang, you have no problem with that, right? Chen Wang shrugged his shoulders, expressing indifference. He expressed his opinion more to provoke Du Jin. It was obvious that he did not really care about this matter. Yin Fei continued, I hope that all the sergeants will pay more attention as well. We just recently had a student death at our academy, and unlike Yi Rong, Song Yichuan is a progenitor, so if his family gets involved, this will be a disaster for the academy. Che, dirty originals. Du Jin muttered in a small voice. The military had always had a bad impression of the originals. When the war first broke out, they were the ones who risked their lives to save the humans on this planet, and it wasn't until the humans were nearly defeated that the progenitors appeared and shared their power with ordinary humans. And, even at the end of the day, not all of the progenitors were willing to share. Su Li stood up and broke the silence. I'd like to address the issue of the strange wounds on two of the students. Have there been any recent reports of manticores escaping the portal? The current records show no. Jin replied, not even the radar has detected any anomalies. If it's not a fierce beast, then what's with these wounds? Suli's mind was filled with questions, but she only frowned lightly and sat down again. Lee Snap spoke next. How are the preparations for the portal practical battle regarding the first-year students coming along? Chen Wang replied, everything has been arranged. We've chosen a green portal and the base is ready for their arrival. The practical exercise should go smoothly next week. Do you know which planet you will be traveling to this time? Lee Snap asked, so I can prepare the students ahead of time. They will be traveling to planet Karate. Tell your students to bring sunscreen and sunglasses. Chen Wang said with a smile. Planet Karate, a planet that was mostly covered by deserts, where low-ranked beasts survived. Unlike Earth, planet Karate had a 72-hour day and night cycle, which was very suitable for people who like sunlight and heat. After experiencing the conflict with the second-year students, Su Ran gradually realized that although he was now much stronger than before, there were still many people that he could not fight against. Even Jiang Jia, the strongest of the second years, was only one of the strongest, not the top. In this academy, there were still many higher-level existences, even those primordials whose power was incalculable. Even the first-year students had many experts among them, including his close friends Song Ichuan and Jin Yuer. If Su Ran wanted to reach their level, he had to become stronger. The fastest way to improve was to suck in more different types of blood. However, with Yi Rong's death and after the second-year incident, the academy's security measures had become tighter than ever. More soldiers were sent on patrol, and almost everyone was closely monitored. Right now, Su Ran decided to keep a low profile for the time being to avoid attracting attention. And improving his combat skills became his only option at the moment. He had yet to learn the two key skills, and optics would not be enough, he also needed constant real-world combat experience. At this moment, Song Ichuan walked over. Hey, I'm planning to go to the city to buy something, do you want to come along? Su Ran hesitated. Originally he had planned to meet up with Lin Yu and practice his heavy hammer strike skills, but it had also been a long time since he had relaxed. Thinking back to the old days at school, Su Ran had always been alone and had never made any friends, whereas now he had the chance to go out and have fun and enjoy life. One day won't be a problem, right? Su Ran reassured himself. Alright, I'll come along. What about you, Li Ruiqi? Song Ichuan asked again. Li Rui had been intentionally avoiding the two of them lately, but as roommates, avoiding them completely was impossible. Li Rui still felt guilty about what had happened before, but he had already made up his mind not to repeat the same mistake. I'll go too. Li Rui barely managed to squeeze out a smile. The three of them headed to the city in pairs, bought some food, watched a movie, and everyone had a good time. As they were walking down the street, Li Rui suddenly saw a group of upperclassmen he had once met in the cafeteria. This group was the same people who had befriended Li Ridge in the cafeteria at that time. When Li Rui locked eyes with them, those people gestured to him, signaling him to come over. Brothers, I suddenly remembered that I have a date with a few more people from school tonight. Li Rui's tone seemed a bit hurried. I had a great time today, I'll see you guys when you get back to the dorm. Song Ichuan and Su Ran glanced at each other. They both felt that there was something fishy about Li Ridge's words. Li Rui, if there's any trouble, tell us, I'll help you. Song Ichuan's tone carried concern. It's fine, really, I just made some good friends. Li Rui smiled and quickly turned away, disappearing around the corner of the street. In any case, Li Rui didn't want a repeat of what happened last time, and he had decided to take all the consequences himself. Although Song Ichuan was strong, Li Rui knew that in the face of those in the upper grades, Song Ichuan was incapable of dealing with them. After all, they were the ones behind the scenes. Chapter 41 VR Pod. Li Ruiqi quickly turned into an alley where 5 first-year students were already waiting for him. They stood at the front of the line. The leader had a scar on his chin. His name was Ding Yang, the number 1 heartthrob under Jiang Jia. Coming late enough. Ding Yang sneered, stepped forward and grabbed Li Rui, pushing him violently against the wall. What do you think you're doing? How dare you go to the teacher last time? Ding Yang glared angrily. Now Jiang Jia and his men are blaming us. If it wasn't for you, these troubles wouldn't have happened at all. Ding Yang punched Li Rui in the stomach. Li Rui instantly bent over and fell to the ground in pain. Why should we pay for your mistakes? This is all your fault. Ding Yang kicked Li Rui fiercely, directly on his stomach. Li Rui's body convulsed, and the ice cream he had just eaten with Song Ichuan and the others almost came out. Ding Yang walked to Li Rui, grabbed his hand and wrenched a finger with force. Li Rui's screams echoed in the alley. "Shut up and gag him." One of the students tore off his shirt and shoved it hard into Li Rui's mouth. "We have one more task for you, Li Rui. You better not screw up this time, understand? Just nod your head." Li Rui desperately shook his head. He had already decided that no matter what, he would never betray Song Yichuan and Su Ran again. "You dare to say no?" Anger burned in Ding Yang's eyes. Li Rui nodded his head firmly, giving a clear answer. The veins at the corners of Ding Yang's forehead rippled, and the anger in his heart was hard to contain. He couldn't stand the fact that a lower-grade student dared to defy him, especially when a rank 4 ability like him had to be subordinate. He needed to vent his anger, and Li Rui became the best target. Ding Yang grabbed Li Rui's fingers once again and broke them one by one. With each broken finger, he asked Li Rui if he agreed to help, but Li Rui always shook his head and refused. Eventually, all 5 of Li Rui's fingers were broken, and he still did not compromise. "Zhang Run, come here!" Ding Yang shouted. Zhang Run walked forward and placed his hand on Li Rui's hand. The warmth gradually came, and the bones of Li Rui's fingers were restored to their original state under Zhang Run's healing. A hideous smile appeared on Ding Yang's face as he grabbed Li Rui's fingers once again and repeated the process of breaking and healing. This went on for a full hour. Li Rui's spirit finally collapsed in the endless pain, and in a blur of consciousness, he could no longer endure the intense torture and finally nodded his head in compromise. "Shouldn't it have been better this way? If you had agreed from the start, we wouldn't have had to waste so much time." Ding Yang smiled triumphantly and said, "This time, you should do a good job, and remember, don't let anyone know." After Li Ruiqi left, only Su Ran and Song Yichuan were left as they strolled down the bustling shopping street, which was lined with various clothing stores and restaurants. Even though students would only receive 10 points per day as living expenses, wealthy students would usually receive additional funds from their families, so they were free to purchase anything they wanted. And unfortunately, those wealthy students tend to be the more powerful ones as well. While the city is not open to the general public, some specific workers are still allowed to enter. The city was filled with military personnel, but not all of them were soldiers, but also included cooks, administrators, engineers, construction workers, and store operators. All of these people had received special permission from the military, and in return, they were given quality living conditions and didn't have to worry about the tumultuous life in the outside world. As Su Ran walked, he pondered over the battle between Song Yichuan and Zhang Jia earlier. "Yichuan, you said before that your abilities reset every day, but you didn't mention that you can use 2 abilities at the same time, huh?" Su Ran asked. "I didn't say that?" Song Yichuan revealed an awkward smile. "Actually, someone in our family can master 3 abilities at the same time." "Really? Then how exactly does this ability work?" "If I tell you our family's secret, Su Ran, you'll have to become a member of our family. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you." Song Yichuan smiled gently, his tone seeming to carry a bit of a joke. Su Ran froze for a moment, the atmosphere instantly becoming awkward as he was momentarily unsure if Song Yichuan was really joking. "Relax," Song Yichuan said, "but seriously, I can't tell you too much. You know the rules of the original family, but..." Song Yichuan came from a native family, which decided to pass on their abilities only to those within the family. Therefore, other than their family, no one from the outside world knew how to copy other people's abilities. Of course, Song Yichuan couldn't reveal any of the family's secrets to the outside world either. "I'm sorry for offending you. However, if you copy an ability you've never had before, how can you adapt and use it so quickly? Let me show you something," Song Yichuan suggested. The two continued walking along the shopping street, which was lined with stores, until they finally stopped in front of a game store. The store's shelves displayed a variety of gaming products, and at the far end of the store, there was a VR pod for trial play. "You see that thing? That's where I played big." Song Yichuan pointed at the VR pod and said. "What?" Su Ran froze, but he quickly remembered a VR game that Teacher Lee Snap had mentioned earlier that was very popular among students. It was said that if Su Ran wanted to gain combat experience, he could exercise himself by playing this game. Could this be that game? A game called Power Fighter is very popular both in the outside world and within the military school. The setting of the game is very simple. You will be transported to an empty room and fight your opponents until one side loses. Although it sounds simple, the game is actually designed to help people train for combat. The VR pods record all of your body's movements, and anything you can do in the real world, you can do in the game. The only thing that can't be simulated is the ability. Song Yichuan approached the VR pod, and there was a circular sensing area in front of the pod. He placed his hand on it, and a holographic screen instantly popped up, displaying the game's setup options. Welcome, user ID, SYC copy, the machine beeped. As Song Ichwan logged into the game, his account information was displayed, accompanied by a virtual combat model, though the model's appearance did not resemble Song Ichwan himself. Su Ran only had time to catch a glimpse of Song Ichwan's account's total number of battles, victories, and defeats data before Song Ichwan quickly jumped to another interface. Chapter 42 Power Fighter. At that moment, Su Ran noticed that an abilities option appeared on the screen, and the list was almost endless. Wait, I thought you said that this game couldn't record your abilities? Su Ran asked in confusion. Yes, the game can't record them directly, but in order to make the game more realistic and also to serve as a training tool, the game has all currently known public abilities built in. Of course, those original family abilities or those that have yet to be discovered are not on this list, including mine. However, I can choose any known ability in the game, and even though I can't use it in reality, I can practice it here. Su Ran finally understood why Song Ichwan was able to skillfully use so many different abilities. For Song Ichwan, having this special ability, coupled with the assistance of this game, was undoubtedly like a tiger with wings. As for ordinary players, usually they would only choose their own abilities to train. After all, there wasn't much point in choosing an ability that couldn't be used in reality, unless it was just for the experience. This game is also very popular in other military schools. Song Ichwan continued to explain, the military even designed an exclusive server for it, where military school students can match with each other. Of course, you can also choose to play against outside players. Before entering the game, you can also input your ability level, and the system will automatically match opponents with similar strengths to your own. Although some people will lie about their rank, those who bully the weak will never progress. This sounded like exactly what Su Ran needed. Through this game, he could play against other students without revealing his identity, accumulating real-world experience. Su Ran approached the VR pod and scrutinized it. It was indeed an amazing tool. However, his heart couldn't help but sink when he saw that the price tag had more zeros than he could count. He couldn't afford such an extravagant device in any way. Perhaps those students from well-off families could rely on the points remitted by their families to purchase these devices, but Su Ran was not in such a position. Song Ichwan couldn't help but smile after seeing Su Ran's expression. Don't worry, you don't have to buy one yourself. The academy has a specialized room with many such devices. Really? Of course, come on, let's go back and try it out. As the sun began to set, Song Ichwan and Su Ran returned to the school and went straight to the VR game room. Like the game pods in the store, this room was filled with rows and rows of game pods, and there was also a kiosk next to it where students could buy snacks and drinks. The room was packed with students, and as Song Ichwan and Mr. Lee Snap said, this game was very popular among students. Seeing the excited eyes and faces of the students, Su Ran felt a little lost in his heart. Poverty had caused him to miss out on many worlds that he had once been unable to experience, while these things were so commonplace to others. They walked up to the counter, which was next to a small coffee bar. Hello, we would like to rent 2 gaming pods. Song Ichwan said. Each game pod rental is 10 points per hour. The girl replied. Hearing this figure, Su Ran couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had thought that the game pods were free, but it turned out that they had to be rented for a fee. Su Ran's daily pocket money was only 10 points, and he could only play for an hour at most. However, he didn't have any other spending needs besides gaming. The school provided accommodation in 3 meals. Alright, are you ready? Song Ichwan asked. Wait, you paid? Yes, follow me. The girl at the counter handed Song Ichwan 2 tabs numbered 23 and 24. They found 2 adjacent game pods in the room, with the numbers in large letters on the doors. This is it, Song Ichwan said. These game pods can only connect to the military servers. You can play against students from other schools, but they can't connect to the normal servers. If you want to use a normal server, you'll have to buy one yourself. But you can start by logging in as a visitor for now. Just find my ID slicey copy and join my room. After the 2 entered the game pod, the lid slowly closed, and soon, their consciousness was transported to another dimension entirely. Su Ran found himself standing in an empty white room without any walls around him, and the room seemed to be boundless. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. Welcome to Power Fighter. Please select Login, Register, Play as Guest. Following Song Ichwan's suggestion, Su Ran chose Visitor mode and began searching for Song Ichwan's game ID. When he chose to join the room, the system prompted him to patiently wait for Song Ichwan's acceptance. Room invitation accepted, transmission in progress, 3. 2.1. Instantly, Su Ran was teleported to another empty white room with Song Yichuan in it. However, Song Yichuan looked completely changed, his hands were wrapped in bandages and his face was covered with a scarf, living like an ancient ninja.
Yichuan, is this you?
Su Ran asked. Oh, sorry.
Song Yichuan laughed, and then he returned to his usual appearance.
What was that?
Su Ran asked curiously. That's a character look that can be customized in the game.
What I wore just now was a set of skins, but these skins have to be bought with points, so for the time being, you don't have to worry about it.
The more Su Ran heard, the more he found this game interesting.
Being able to customize his character meant that no one would recognize him in the game unless they knew his username.
Do you want to watch me play a few games first to understand the rules of the game? Song Yichuan asked.
Sure.
Song Yichuan created a squad so that Su Ran could watch the game.
Four stands suddenly appeared in the white space, forming an arena shape, and Su Ran was teleported to one of the stands. Even in spectator mode, the game did its best to create a realistic battle atmosphere.
After Su Ran sat down, Song Yichuan began to look for an opponent.
He chose the battle mode with a power level of 2, so that the system would only match him with opponents of the other 2 levels. The game also provided a quick match option, which directly matched players who chose this option regardless of their level. Song Yichuan's current ability was Earth, as he wanted to master it better so that he could continue to help Li Riku improve as he got stronger.
Soon, Song Yichuan's opponent was also teleported to the arena. The two stood at opposite ends of the room, and Su Ran could see a large countdown appear above the arena. Once the countdown arrived, the match began immediately. The opponent was similarly an Earth-type ability user.
But the fight didn't last long, and it was clear that Song Yichuan was superior in terms of combat experience. The entire match only lasted 5 minutes, and while watching the battle, Su Ran gradually understood how the game worked. Each player had a life value bar above their head, but it was impossible to directly display the specific life value. Song Yichuan explained that this was because everyone's stamina value was different, and the game pods would evaluate the players based on their physical state. Although Song Yichuan's attacks can cause opponents to react, they do not cause lasting damage like in reality. For example, the game's blitz will have a special effect when hitting the vitals, but as long as the life value doesn't go to 0, the player can still continue to fight. Su Ran watched Song Yichuan play a few matches, and before he knew it, their game time had ended. Although Su Ran didn't have time to play on the field today, he couldn't wait to come back tomorrow to try the game again. Chapter 43 Blood Evolutionary. It was getting late, and it wasn't far from gate time, so Su Ran and Song Yichuan decided it was best to go back to the dormitory to rest. When they walked into the dormitory, the lights were already out, and Li Rui had long since fallen asleep.
Is he alright? Su Ran watched Song Yichuan look around, seemingly checking for any new injuries on Li Rui's body. Should be fine, even if he was really bullied, he would have gone to the infirmary before coming here.
Song Yichuan said back. But I still think we need to keep an eye out. It doesn't feel right for a high-level student to make friends with a low-level student for no reason.
Su Ran continued. Song Yichuan cleared his throat, then pointed at himself.
Of course, certain situations are exceptions.
Su Ran responded with a smile. Song Yichuan and Li Ruiqi quickly entered Dreamland, while Su Ran was still awake as he fiddled with his system.
He was watching a tutorial video while learning the heavy hammer strike skill. He didn't have enough agility points to learn flash step, but with the wrist guards on, he had enough to learn hammer strike. In the video, the blonde man demonstrated how to do it step by step, and the content of the video was extremely detailed, even describing the feeling of each movement, with all the processes being shown in slow motion.
Su Ran watched the video repeatedly, intending to test this new skill in tomorrow's game.
Finally, when he felt that he had memorized every step and was confident in the skill, he closed his eyes and fell asleep.
The next day, Su Ran woke up earlier than the other two.
He couldn't wait to go to the game room to create his character and test the skills he learned last night.
He left a note for the other two and quietly left the house.
When he arrived at the VR room, it was much emptier than yesterday, probably because it was still early and most of the students hadn't gotten up yet. Su Ran walked up to the counter and rented a game pod just like yesterday. This time he rented it for 2 hours. Next, he began designing his character. The character's body type was the same as his real body, but he could choose different hairstyles and clothes. Su Ran had curly black hair since he was a child, and although he had thought about changing his hairstyle, he never had the chance. Now, he could finally become a different person. After some selection, he finally chose a red hedgehog hairstyle and dressed his character in a simple villager's outfit, looking like a farmer from some old fantasy world. After the character design was completed, Su-ran was once again transported to that empty white space. In this space, Su-ran could walk around freely just like in reality. He was wearing the character attire that he had just designed, and he was also wearing his wrist guards on his hands. Su-ran attempted to open his system interface, and to his surprise, the system displayed as usual, presenting all of his current attributes. Su-ran looked down at his wrist guard and couldn't wait to test it out. Blood Blade. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su-ran's hand emitted a red claw mark that slashed across the ground. For some reason, his systems and abilities were still usable in the game. Su-ran immediately opened his system and checked his attributes again. Unlike the outside world, HP in the game did not decrease by 1 life point due to the use of skills. All attributes remained the same. Could it be because there's no need to actually consume blood here? Su-ran wondered in his heart. In the outside world, whenever Su-ran used the blood blade, a red claw mark would be emitted from his hand, and at the same time, he would feel that part of his body's energy had been siphoned off, and his HP would be reduced as well. In the game world, this attack didn't produce any side effects, as if the brain was just ordering the body to complete the action, and the game pod was just scanning the body to see if it could complete the action. In order to verify this conjecture, Su-ran kept waving his hands, and red claw marks after red claw marks gushed out from his fingertips, yet his HP still did not decrease in any way. If there was no HP loss when using a skill, then his blood bank skill in the game wouldn't be effective either. Even if he was attacked in the game, it wouldn't cause any damage to his real body. Since there is no actual loss of life in the game, he can't rely on the blood bank skill to restore his life value in an emergency. The different effects of these two skills in the game made Su-ran begin to wonder if his system was really just an ability. At first, he thought that he had obtained this power through the Book of Abilities. Of course, he had never heard of similar abilities, but there were many originals in this world who kept their abilities hidden. When he thought about the change in his status bar, the race column showed that he was no longer human. Perhaps his abilities were more of a side effect of the racial change than a pure ability. The skills unlocked through the system didn't follow a set pattern. The effect of Blood Bank was completely different from that of Blood Blade. If Su-ran's speculation was correct, did that mean that he could also learn other abilities? So far, Su-ran had never attempted to learn other abilities, as he thought he was incapable of doing so. But now, if he was going to test this theory, he needed to seriously consider which ability to learn. Chapter 44: The First Game. Before starting the first game, Su-ran wanted to test the hammer strike skill. He had watched the video all night last night and felt he was ready. Take a step forward while rotating your body, the energy should start flowing from your toes, then when you retract your fist, slam on the ground while releasing the energy through your fist. Su-ran whispered while following the steps. At first, he just did each movement slowly, making sure that each step was done perfectly without using any force or energy. He practiced step by step as explained in the video. After a few slow-motion exercises, Su-ran felt that he had grasped the essentials. So, he quickly completed all the steps in a coherent manner. Just as the video said, he could feel the energy transferring from the soles of his feet to his fists. When he swung a powerful punch, a loud bang sounded in the air, creating a small shockwave. "I did it," Su-ran said with a smile. Although the shockwave was nowhere near as powerful as the man in the video, Su-ran was already very satisfied with the result. Without further hesitation, he clicked on the search function and prepared for his first match. Su-ran chose an opponent of equal strength to himself, a level 1 player. Su-ran knew that technically, his strength was already above level 1. If he were to guess, he felt that he had probably reached level 2.5. However, in order to verify some things, he decided to find a level 1 opponent first. The system quickly matched him with an opponent, and Su-ran was immediately teleported to an arena. When the countdown ended, the match officially began. The student standing opposite him did not carry any fey weapons, and Su-ran initially remained cautious while wanting to test the effects of his skills. Su-ran approached his opponent and prepared for his opponent's attack. At that moment, the opponent's hand suddenly morphed into a claw-like shape and grabbed at Su-ran's body. The speed of the attack wasn't fast, and Su-ran could have completely dodged it, but he chose to resist it, letting the attack cut across his chest. In the game, the player's field of view would display his and his opponent's HP bars, located in the lower right corner. When the attack hit, Su-ran's HP bar decreased by a small amount. Su-ran then took a few steps back and used the Blood Bank skill. Currently at full HP, Blood Bank cannot be used. As he had expected, although he had taken damage in the game, it had no effect on his real body. Su Ran sprinted forward, and when he got close to his opponent, he swung his blood blade. The opponent raised his deformed claws in defense, but they shattered instantly as the blood blade hit. Immediately afterward, Su Ran swung a second blood blade, and his opponent's HP was cut by about 25%. Although Su Ran could have ended the match quickly with a series of blood blades, he chose to continue stalling. He wanted to practice his combat skills through the game. After all, in the real world, he couldn't use blood edge as much as he wanted to. Su Ran once again approached his opponent, whose claws had already regenerated, and attacked again. This time, Su Ran quickly dodged the attack, punched his opponent in the abdomen, followed by a punch to his face, and finally sent out a crossed blood blade with both hands at the same time, defeating his opponent completely. Winner, Blood Evolutionary. Right at this moment, Su Ran received another message from the system. Opponent defeated, gained 25 points of experience. Experience value, 305,400. Surprisingly, he had gained 25 experience points after defeating his opponent in the game, instead of the 50 points he usually expected. Su Ran hadn't expected that fighting in the game would affect his system experience value, which was good news. Instantly, a pleased smile appeared on Su Ran's face. Due to the school's upgraded security precautions, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find opponents and extract blood from them, plus the wrist guard he was using was very conspicuous. Although wrist guards were a rare weapon, there were millions of military players using them in the game, and even if he used them in the game, he wouldn't be easily identified. Now Su Ran could upgrade through the game, which solved the problem of him becoming stronger without relying on sucking blood. However, he didn't quite understand why he had only gained 25 experience points. Su Ran guessed that it might be because he hadn't fought these people in reality, or because the opponents were too weak. Su Ran didn't waste any more time and immediately began searching for his next opponent. He set his ability level to level 1 so that he would be matched with an opponent that was easier to deal with. Soon, the system matched Su Ran with an opponent, and this time, Su Ran decided not to reserve his strength like he did last time, and instead, he directly attacked with a series of blood edge skills. As expected, his opponent was defeated in an instant, and Su Ran didn't even have time to learn about his opponent's abilities. Gained 25 experience points. Experience value, 330,400. The next 3 matchups were just as easy. He encountered an opponent who manipulated the earth elemental, but the speed at which the opponent released his skills was so slow that Su Ran easily avoided the attack and used Blood Blade to defeat the opponent as he approached him. The remaining 2 matchups were also without suspense, as Su Ran quickly dodged attacks and then ended the battle with a series of Blood Blade skills when he got close enough. Su Ran knew that it was impossible for him to use this fighting style in the game in reality, because in reality, every time he used Blood Blade, his life force would be consumed. If he was attacked when his life force was low, he would die immediately. However, Su Ran only wanted to upgrade as quickly as possible at the moment, so he did not hesitate to use this tactic. Experience value, 405,400. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 4. Race, half spirit, race, half spirit. Life value, 2525. Experience value, 5,800. Strength, 133, strength, 133. Endurance, 12. Agility, 14. After this upgrade, Su Ran didn't gain any new skills. He wasn't surprised by this, but he was still a little disappointed in his heart. However, Su Ran had achieved the goal he wanted most at the moment, the free attribute points from the upgrade. Agility, 15. Su Ran immediately added attribute points to agility so that he could learn the flash step skill from the tutorial. This time, Su Ran followed the blonde man in the tutorial step by step, and after a few minutes of practicing, Su Ran finally mastered flash step. Success! Su Ran cheered loudly. When practicing in the white training room, Su Ran's body never felt tired. He could use the flash step an infinite number of times without getting tired. As a result, the white training room seemed like a space dedicated to training, where the physical limitations of the body would not affect the player's movements. After mastering the flash step skill, Su Ran decided to challenge a stronger opponent. This time, instead of searching for an opponent according to level, he chose quick match and let the system randomly match him with an opponent. He couldn't choose his opponents in the real world, so Su Ran hoped to accumulate combat experience in different situations this way. Chapter 45, A Wonderful Battle. Soon enough, the match began and Su Ran appeared in the arena, opposite his opponent wearing a red cloak and holding 2 daggers. And in the audience, there was another person sitting, watching Su Ran and his opponent. "Don't worry about him," said the man in the red cloak, "he's my senior brother, here to watch the match in order to give me some advice." Su Ran tried to use the appraisal skill to check his opponent's ability and level, but unfortunately, this skill had no effect in the game. After the match countdown ended, the red-cloaked man quickly swung his dagger and two wind blades came at Su Ran. This attack was somewhat similar to Su Ran's blood blade skill, but the wind blades attacked from a longer distance and at a faster speed. Su Ran immediately countered with his blood blade, and the two attacks cancelled each other out in the air. Red energy? What kind of ability is this? The red-cloaked man wondered, his senior brother pondering the same question as he watched the battle. Su Ran quickly approached his opponent, and the red-cloaked man once again wielded his wind blade. Su Ran still defended with his blood blade, but this time Su Ran released 4 blood blades in succession. The first 2 attacks collided with the wind blade, while the remaining 2 blood blades went straight at the red-cloaked man. The red-cloaked man immediately rotated his cloak, and the blood blades crashed into the cloak without leaving any traces. That's beast armor? And it's a high-grade beast armor. Su Ran thought to himself. The two entered the range of physical combat. The red-cloaked man quickly swung his dagger. Su Ran raised his hand and grabbed the dagger, the blade slicing through Su Ran's fingertips. Suddenly, the wind elemental power on the dagger increased, and the blade extended, stabbing directly into Su Ran's shoulders. The red-cloaked man retreated a step back, preparing to attack again. I don't know what your ability is, but this match is over, the red-cloaked man said confidently. However, when he struck again, he realized that there was no one in front of him. He snapped his head back, only to see a sharp bloody blade penetrate his abdomen, followed by more attacks one after another, quickly tearing his body apart, and finally Su Ran ended the match with 2 crossed bloody blades. Gained 25 experience points. Experience value, 3,800. The man watching the battle stood up and watched in surprise as his friend was defeated. They had previously maintained a winning streak, taking turns challenging their opponents, and this defeat shocked them. That last skill, what exactly was it? The man muttered. Su Ran was about to quit and look for the next match when he suddenly heard someone shout. Wait! The man in the audience shouted, please fight me. Su Ran didn't refuse and accepted the challenge, but he didn't realize that the man in front of him was one of the strongest students in another military school. This student's name was Oh Yangjin. He was a second-year student at another academy and was known for his outstanding fighting abilities. In his school, he was recognized as one of the strongest second-year students. Oh Yangjin often practiced his combat skills in the game. He was obsessed with learning various martial arts skills, and the game was the perfect place for him to hone those skills. However, while the game allowed the use of abilities, it did not provide system support for soul weapons. After all, everyone's soul weapons were different, even if they possessed the same abilities, something that was nearly impossible to simulate through the game's system. When Oh Yangjin saw Su Ran perform the flash step, he was shocked. The footwork was so elegant and swift that even he couldn't keep up with Su Ran's movements. He desperately wanted to know who this person was, so he asked Su Ran for a duel, and Su Ran quickly agreed. The two needed to add friends before they could start the match. Hardsteelman sends you a friend request. Su Ran accepted the friend request. He didn't mind who his opponent was, but after the fight with Oh Yangjin's friend, he had a feeling that it would be an intense match that would help him improve himself. Evolutionary of Blood has accepted your friend request. Evangelist of Blood? Could it be that his ability is related to blood? Oh Yangjin wondered. He had played many matches and had never seen an ability like Su Ran's. Although there were thousands of abilities in the system, this kind of blood-colored attack was really unheard of. As the match was about to begin, Oh Yangjin asked his friend for some tactical advice, while Su Ran took the opportunity to check some data. When he used Flash Step during the match, it took a lot of stamina. According to his estimation, every 4 releases of Blood Edge would consume 1 stamina point, and his stamina was only 12, which meant that he could only use Blood Edge a maximum of 48 times, and each use of Flash Step each time he used Flash Step, it would cost him 5 stamina points. Although he could win a battle by improving his strength or speed, in a protracted battle or when facing multiple enemies, running out of stamina was tantamount to death. This made him realize the importance of boosting his stamina, especially when he had to fight under the sun. The match began with Su Ran and Oh Yangjin charging at the same time. Although Su Ran did not know Oh Yangjin's abilities, he knew that he had to be close to his opponent in order to capitalize on his advantage. However, when Su Ran's blood blade attacked Oh Yangjin's body, he heard the sound of metal clashing. Oh Yangjin's body suddenly became like metal. Su Ran's attack was ineffective, as Oh Yangjin's skin transformed into a shiny metal, which then focused on his arm, rapidly approaching Su Ran. A long, silver-colored metal rod suddenly appeared in Oh Yangjin's hand, quickly stabbing into Su Ran's abdomen and forcing him to retreat. Whenever Su Ran attempted to break free, the metal rod would continue to elongate, and Su Ran's life value rapidly declined. Eventually, Su Ran grabbed the metal rod with all his might and stopped its advance.
Oyangjin was surprised. Clearly Su Ran still possessed amazing strength.
Su Ran counterattacked with 4 blood blades, but Oyangjin quickly retracted the metal rod and formed a huge metal shield, blocking all the attacks. Su Ran anticipated this and immediately approached Oyangjin, ready to attack, but Oyangjin had already covered his head with metal, and Su Ran's attack was once again ineffective. Oyangjin grabbed Su Ran's fist and swung the metal pole to knock him to the ground.
You should be stronger than this, Oyangjin taunted.
In fact, Oyangjin had deliberately kept the metal pole in a non-lethal form to prolong the match, and it had been a long time since he had felt such excitement.
Su Ran knew he couldn't hesitate any longer.
He took a deep, calming breath and slowly stood up, preparing for a final counterattack. As he rushed towards Oyangjin again, he used the flash step to dodge the attack, and as he did so, he built up his strength and threw a powerful punch.
Boom! The two collided with a loud bang.
This time, Su Ran's attack took effect, and Oyangjin's life value instantly dropped by half. Oyangjin knew that he couldn't afford to take this lightly, as he immediately transformed his metal into sword form and swung it at Su Ran.
Su Ran once again used flash step to dodge the attack.
This time, his body could no longer withstand it. The overuse of flash step and heavy hammer strike had exhausted Su Ran and he could no longer move. Seeing this, Oyangjin approached Su Ran and ended the match.
Although the match ended in Oyangjin's favor, he was excited.
It looks like this year's military competition will be very interesting, he said with a smile. Such an exciting battle not only showcased Su Ran's unique abilities, it also signaled that he would become a force to be reckoned with in future competitions.
Chapter 46 Important Meeting.
After Su Ran's intense battle with Oyangjin ended, his time to use the VR pod was up and he was unable to continue participating in any more matches. Although he had lost the match, he still felt satisfied inwardly as he had learned a lot through his fight with Oyangjin.
Su Ran realized that his means of attack, including the blood blade, although not less powerful, could not damage Oyangjin at all when he turned on his metallization ability. However, the heavy hammer strike skill worked. Through this battle, Su Ran realized that the heavy hammer strike wasn't a skill that merely enhanced his strength, it was more like an internal attack that was specifically targeted at those who were able to strengthen or morph their bodies. He couldn't wait to continue with the tutorials on the other skills the blonde man had taught him, but had no idea how to unlock them. The blonde man had mentioned that new tutorials would automatically unlock when Su Ran was ready.
In response, Su Ran had 2 guesses. One might be when his attribute points reached a certain requirement, while the other was that he needed to reach a higher level.
The second important lesson that this battle had taught him was stamina was crucial.
Flash step was a very powerful skill that allowed him to avoid attacks in an instant, but if he used it more than twice, his body would not be able to withstand it. If he added in the effects of sunlight, he wasn't even sure if he could use this skill under the sun.
Su Ran fell into deep thought. How should he allocate his attribute points in the future? Perhaps focusing on agility or strength wasn't the best choice. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ran arranged an important meeting with Lin Yu. He needed to gain a more in-depth understanding of a key point concerning future strength gains. It was Sunday, and Su Ran still had a full day of free time. He stood outside the school's main gate, anxiously awaiting Lin Yu's arrival. Although it was the weekend, Su Ran was still wearing his school uniform as he had no other clothes and those old school uniforms had already long since failed to fit. Damn the sun!
Su Ran cursed as his entire body was drenched in sweat. All current attribute points halved. Ever since he had evolved from a human to a half-spirit race, the sun's effect on him had become even more severe. He would sweat even in weather that wasn't too hot, and even staying in the sun for a long time would give him a headache. Finally, after waiting for a long time, Lin Yu appeared. She was wearing a beautiful red dress that showed off her slender legs, and her short hair was playful and charming. Despite her casual attire, she was still carrying her bow and arrows and had a large bag full of items by her side.
Ready?
Lin Yu asked with a smile. Su Ran glanced at the large bag on her back, thinking that it must be very heavy.
Do you want me to help you carry it?
Su Ran asked. Although his strength had been diminished by the sunlight, he still wanted to act like a gentleman. Don't worry, this bag is actually quite light, I used my ability to reduce its weight.
Lin Yu responded.
Su Ran wasn't sure if she was telling the truth, but he also wasn't sure what to do in this situation.
Should he insist on asking for help?
Or should he listen to Lin Yu's words? After pondering for a while, Su Ran decided not to dwell on it. After all, if she really needed help, she would have asked for it. The two left the school and walked to a quiet park. There were some students playing around, showing off their abilities, while there were also a few military academy instructors resting on benches. "It's quiet here, isn't it?" Lin Yu said. "Yeah, it feels pretty good." Su Ran responded, at the same time remembering the life during the time of war mentioned on the TV news, and the war that could come back at any time, as well as the deaths of his parents. He knew that this peaceful life might not last long. "Who knows how long the peace will last, so I'm going to become stronger." Lin Yu set down the large bag on her back and then began to pull out various items from the bag. There were thick clothing such as hats, scarves, sunglasses, mostly black, as well as a lot of sunscreen and a parasol. "Are these things expensive?" Su Ran asked with worry in his heart as he looked at the things she had bought. "I bought them with the points given to me by my family, as well as the subsidy the academy sent me. Besides, I bought all these things from the market, they're quite cheap." Lin Yu comforted. The market was a global online shopping mall, where food, clothes, tools, and other things in daily life could be purchased through the market. Thanks to teleportation technology, purchased items could be delivered almost instantly. However, families without teleporters are required to pick up their purchases at designated pickup points. The military academy has a pickup point set up specifically for students to purchase everyday items from the market. In addition to that, the market also sold various combat-related items such as alien beast weapons, skill books, and alien ability books, but these types of items required a military ID to purchase, and the students of the military academy possess temporary IDs to be able to make purchases during their studies. "Which one shall we try first?" Lin Yu asked, holding a bottle of sunscreen. Su Ran knew that this meeting with Lin Yu was more than just an ordinary gathering of friends. He had to face his physical weaknesses, especially his powerlessness in the sun. In order to become stronger, he had to find ways to cope and overcome it all. Lin Yu had brought all the items she thought might be effective. Su Ran glanced at what she'd brought and noticed some other strange things on the ground: a metal cross, a garlic clove, and a silver ornament. "These are for later," Lin Yu said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, noticing Su Ran looking at her things. "We should also try to see if you have any of the other weaknesses of a normal vampire." "Let's try the umbrella first then," Su Ran said, bending down and picking up the umbrella. He stood in place and held open the plain black umbrella, making sure that no sunlight could penetrate it. Su Ran carefully adjusted it a few times to ensure that his body was completely shrouded in shadow, and then a miracle happened. Current attributes have returned to normal. Su Ran realized that as long as his entire body was under the shadow of the umbrella, his attributes would return to normal. However, when he stretched out his fingers and slightly exposed them to the sunlight, the system immediately prompted. "You are being affected by direct sunlight. All attributes halved." "How's that?" Lin Yu asked. "The umbrella does work, but as long as a part of my body is exposed to the sunlight, I will immediately feel weak." Although the umbrella could allow him to regain his strength, it was clearly impractical to use it in battle. Not only did fighting with an umbrella take up one hand, but the umbrella was also an obvious weak point, and an enemy could easily break through it. Still, at least he knew he wouldn't feel weak if he carried an umbrella with him. "This is a special umbrella," Lin Yu explained. "It blocks about 90% of UV rays, and while the effect isn't perfect, I didn't think it would actually work." "So it was the UV rays that made me weak?" "Not necessarily," Lin Yu continued to explain. "Vampire legends have all sorts of weaknesses, but there's always some basis for these myths." Saying that, she picked up a bottle of sunscreen. If the umbrella is effective because it blocks UV rays, then the sunscreen should be somewhat effective as well. Lin Yu squeezes some sunscreen into her hand. "Are you ready?" Su Ran blushes a little, thinking in his mind of the scene where Lin Yu is going to smear the cream on his body. The Lin Yu not wearing a school uniform today does look quite cute. Chapter 47, The Legend of the Vampire. Without waiting for Su Ran to reply, Lin Yu had already started applying sunscreen to his legs. She carefully applied the cream to all the exposed skin and gave him a pair of sunglasses. "Although we can protect your skin from the UV rays, there's nothing we can do for your eyes." "Well, feel anything?" This time Su Ran didn't feel any changes. He opened the status screen and found that the sunscreen hadn't produced any effect, and his attributes were still halved. "Looks like it has nothing to do with the ultraviolet rays," Lin Yu said with some disappointment. "Although the umbrella is effective, it can only block a portion of the UV rays. I thought that the sunscreen would be somewhat effective, but it seems that the problem isn't with the UV rays, but the other ingredients in the sun." Su Ran was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, the sunscreen was useless. He couldn't imagine having to apply sunscreen all over his body every morning, or even stopping to reapply it in the middle of a battle. Thinking about this, he felt a little ridiculous as the image of himself asking Song Ichwan to help cover him in the middle of a battle while he frantically applied sunscreen on the sidelines flashed in his mind. The final test came, the clothing test. Su Ran was already hot and sweaty, and he couldn't imagine at all what it would feel like to put on a whole bunch of thick black clothes, but he still wanted to get this over with early. First, Su Ran put on a heavy black sweater, then changed into black pants, a pair of black boots on his feet, a pair of black leather gloves on his hands, and finally a big black bowler hat on his head. Seeing Su Ran's appearance, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Who? She tried to calm herself down. How is it? Not feeling it yet. Then continue. Lin Yu took out more clothing, and eventually, Su Ran's entire face was covered by a black mask, her eyes were covered by a sleep mask, and more hats were placed on her head, and her entire body was completely wrapped in thick clothing. Now what? Nothing. Su Ran muffled, his voice muffled by the clothing. But Lin Yu did not give up. She felt that since the umbrella worked, the clothing should work as well. So she continued to add clothes to Su Ran until eventually Su Ran finally shouted out. Wait, it's working. The thick clothes did work, but Su Ran's entire body could barely move. Lin Yu hurriedly helped him remove the clothing, and Su Ran stood still and swayed, almost fainting. After removing his clothes, Su Ran once again opened his umbrella, his physical strength slowly returning. The two sat on the grass, discussing the results of the experiment. You can't go out dressed like that. Lin Yu laughed. Indeed, it's impossible to move like that. Su Ran nodded in agreement, but at least they had found the key problem: blocking the sunlight was the point. Su Ran touched the umbrella, and it suddenly occurred to him that he might be able to make a set of clothes made of the same material. However, it also occurred to him that this type of clothing wasn't sturdy enough and would easily break in battle. Just as Su Ran was thinking hard about possible solutions, he suddenly recalled the scene when he was fighting Ouyang friends in the virtual game. He had used a cloak that was able to withstand his blood blade attack. That cloak was not only soft, but also very sturdy. Su Ran thought that the cloak was most likely made from the material of some exotic beast. If he could obtain enough of this material, perhaps he could create a protective suit that could both protect him from the sun and be used in combat. A smile appeared on Su Ran's face as he thought of this. He couldn't wait to go on an alien beast hunt now. After completing the experiment, Lin Yu was still excited and planned to try out the other things she had brought with her. Do I really need to worry about these things? Su Ran picked up a clove of garlic and asked with a frown. Lin Yu smiled and replied, I just want to try everything. Garlic is legendary for banishing vampires, but the fact that you can hold it like this means it's no big deal. Su Ran stared at the clove of garlic, and just to make sure everything was fine, he decided to use the system's appraisal skill to take a look. Appraise. A clove of garlic, due to the sharpness of your senses, this will make it taste very unpleasant, but it's safe to eat. The good news was that the system told him that the garlic wouldn't poison him, and that other items should be able to be appraised as well. But the bad news was that he still had to eat it in order to keep Lin Yu from getting suspicious. Su Ran broke the garlic into small pieces and put it in his mouth. The flavor of the garlic was extremely strong, like he had eaten a foul-smelling mass. He immediately began to vomit furiously on the ground in an attempt to get rid of the unpleasant flavor. Looks like you're fine, Lin Yu said with a smile. Actually, Su Ran had already anticipated this outcome. Ever since he had evolved into a vampire, the taste of food had begun to change. Sweets became tasteless, as did fruits, and only meats tasted normal, though they also became more salty. And the only thing that tasted like something he couldn't get enough of was blood, that sweet as caramel flavor that made him want to take another bite. Thinking about it, Su Ran almost couldn't help himself again, but he quickly controlled himself. Just like people who wanted chocolate but wouldn't go out and buy it right away, he wasn't at the point where he had to eat it yet. Next, Su Ran picked up the other items, and before touching them, he used the system's appraisal skill. First was the cross. Religious symbol, no effect. Then it was the silver chain. Silver chain made of 92% pure silver, can be used as a fashion ornament. The system did not give any warnings, and Su Ran picked up the two items with confidence. So, what do these two items have to say? Su Ran asked curiously. I can understand the cross, but a silver chain? Wasn't that against werewolves in the movie? Hearing this question, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. You don't know, do you, that the legend of vampires is older than you think, and there are even stories about vampires in ancient Greek mythology. It is said that the first vampire was cursed by Apollo, making him unable to endure the burning of the sun. And when the man attempted to touch Artemis' bow, she further cursed him, making the silverware harmful to him as well. Lin Yu explained excitedly, of course, there are other versions of the legend, but this one is considered older. As for the cross, vampires are often seen as servants of the devil, while God is the enemy of evil, and the cross is a symbol of holiness. After saying that, Lin Yu took the things back into her bag and said with some disappointment in her tone, "It seems that all of this is nonsense. Your only weakness is sunlight, although that's already a non-issue. By the way, do you ever feel like you're not getting any older?" "What?" Su Ran looked confused. "How could I possibly know? It's only been a few days." Suddenly, Su Ran thought of a terrifying possibility. If he truly wouldn't age anymore, wouldn't that mean that he would remain in his current appearance as a young teenager forever? Thinking that he might have to live with this appearance for the rest of his life, he felt a little bad in his heart. Chapter 48: The Color of the Portal. After the test, Su Ran and Lin Yu went back to their dormitory. Su Ran thought about going to find Song Yichuan and Li Rui to do something to kill time together. When he returned to his room, he found that the two were not there again. Su Ran wasn't too worried about Song Yichuan, since the last incident, everyone in the second year had shunned him. Li Rui made Su Ran a little worried. He always felt that Li Rui's new friends didn't really treat him with sincerity and were just using him. With this uneasiness, Su Ran decided to go to bed early and wait until the next day to think of a countermeasure. The next morning, when Su Ran woke up, he finally saw that Song Yichuan and Li Ridge had already returned to the dormitory. The three of them went to the cafeteria for breakfast together, and after a long absence, they chatted about their respective experiences yesterday as they ate, the atmosphere relaxed and happy. After breakfast, the three headed to their morning classroom. Today was Monday, and the morning was Mr. Shangwan's theory class, usually about human history or some notes. As usual, the trio sat in the last row of the classroom while Lin Yu sat in the front row with Jin Yuer. The students waited quietly until teacher Shangwan finally appeared at the door of the classroom. "Alright, class, I have an important announcement to make. Your first portal expedition is ready, and it's time for you to explore this vast universe." Before Mr. Shangwan could announce the upcoming portal training to the students, he first needed to explain to them how the portal worked. With the exception of a few, almost all of the students were encountering this technology for the first time. Portals allow humans to travel back and forth to places they have been before and are often used to travel to other planets. This technology was discovered from the first Dalek ship after humans successfully shot down the ship. At the time, there was a portal on the ship. Normally, when humans discover such advanced technology, dissecting and replicating it is not an easy task, and having the technology does not mean that one can understand how it works. However, legendary scientist Dong Jiao easily dissected all the equipment on the ship and managed to replicate the technology. As one of the key figures in the fight against Daki, some suspected that Dong Jiao possessed some kind of special ability that helped him understand the technology, though this was merely a rumor with no conclusive evidence. In any case, his contribution could not be denied. After discovering this technology, he made it available not only to the military, but also shared it with private companies to ensure that this technology would not fall into the exclusive hands of a certain organization. In that era, the countries of the world joined forces to fight against foreign enemies, but no one could predict the situation after the war ended. Today, the groups that held the portal technology could be roughly categorized into three groups. The first group is the military, and the second group is private companies. Many powerful progenitors support these companies, which often form expeditions to explore other planets. The last category is the purist organizations, which believe in not using their powers. Portals come in three colors: green, orange, and red, with each color representing a different situation. Green portals lead to fully explored planets with human-built shelters where people can choose to live or stay for a short time. Orange portals lead to planets that have not yet been fully explored, and while shelters have been built in some places, certain areas may still be filled with high-level alien beasts or have not yet been thoroughly explored. Finally, there is the red portal, which leads to planets that are completely unknown. These planets had no shelters suitable for ordinary humans to live in, and only hunters or military personnel would go to explore them. And the scariest part is that no one knows if these planets have a Dalki presence. After all, the Dalki possess the same technology, and they might be operating on those planets as well. Although both sides had signed a peace agreement, if someone disappeared on an unknown planet, humanity wasn't ready for a new war for a while. Alright, that's all you need to know about the portal. Shang Guanming finished his speech and swept his gaze across the classroom. A student sitting in the center of the classroom raised his hand to ask a question. Any questions?
Shang Wanming nodded. Teacher, those alien beasts found on the planet, will we learn about them?
For the time being, you only need to know the basic information about the portals. That's right, it was through those portals that we discovered those Fey beasts, and their materials were used by us to make Fey weapons, but the details about that will be explained in detail when you arrive.
Shang Wanming said, by the way, this discovery is also thanks to Dongzhou.
Shang Wanming closed the projector behind him and continued, next is the most important part. Next week you will be going on a portal expedition, but before that, you will need to form a squad of 5. Even though you will move as a class, each squad must work closely together. Even the green portal planets are filled with dangerous alien beasts, and your wristwatch trackers will not work outside of the academy for us to rescue you in time. The student who had just asked the question raised his hand again, and this time a hint of impatience showed in Shang Wanming's expression.
What's the problem again? Teacher, where will we go? This information will be announced on the day.
Many of the students here have strong family backgrounds, so if they know the location ahead of time, they will definitely send bodyguards to protect them. But this is unfair to the others, especially since this expedition will also be used as the basis for your evaluation.
Shang Wanming replied coldly.
The student seemed to want to ask again, but under Shang Wanming's gaze, he slowly lowered his hand. If there are no other questions, today's combat class is cancelled, and you are tasked with forming a squad of 5 and reporting back to us by the end of the day. After making the announcement, Shang Wanming left the classroom, leaving the students to form their own teams.
Song Yichuan immediately turned his head and spoke, Su Ran, do you want to form a team with me?
But Lin Yu, who was beside Su Ran, had long since darted all the way from the front row of the classroom and blocked in front of him.
Su Ran, do you want to team up with me? Lin Yu asked with a smile.
Sure.
Su Ran nodded in agreement.
Su Ran had also planned to invite Lin Yu to team up with him. After all, he didn't know how long this expedition would last, and if he got injured or lost blood, he would always have to find a safe source of blood. Lin Yu was undoubtedly the best candidate.
Song Yichuan was a bit upset. Su Ran, I can also join your team, right? Song Yichuan held back his dissatisfaction and said with a smile. Of course you can, there's also Li Ruiqi too, right? Su Ran added.
Hearing his name, Li Rui was a bit shocked, but at the same time, he also had a bit of mixed emotions.
Well, that's quite good. Li Rui nodded. Just as everyone was discussing who would be the 5th member, Jin Yuer suddenly walked over to Song Yichuan. I want to team up with you guys, she said directly. Chapter 49, Forming a Team. Su Ran and the others were shocked that Jin Yuer had taken the initiative to approach Song Yichuan, as was the entire class.
In Shang Wanming's class, Jin Yuer was the strongest student, and almost everyone wanted to invite her to join their team. However, in the past few days, no matter who approached her, Jin Yuer always coldly refused, as if she wasn't interested in anything other than becoming stronger.
Sorry, Song Yichuan said, I've already decided to team up with them. Song Yichuan's reply surprised everyone even more.
Everyone had seen Song Yichuan's strength, especially when they were surrounded by second-year students. After experiencing that battle, no one would say that Song Yichuan was weaker than Jin Yuer. If these two joined forces and found a few more strong people, there was no doubt that they would form the strongest team in the class. Jin Yuer scanned the few people Song Yichuan pointed to, and frankly, she didn't recognize any of them. Who are they? Jin Yuer asked. What? We took the test together, and I even helped you in the assembly hall. Lin Yu said in dissatisfaction. Jin Yuer never cared about other people's faces, she only paid attention to those who were powerful. When she saw people who had performed poorly in the test, she wasn't even interested in remembering them. However, besides Song Yichuan, there was one person who caught her attention, and that was Su Ran. She remembered Su Ran throwing the black Fey ball with amazing speed, instantly knocking out a student. And when she looked at Su Ran's wrist, she realized that he was actually only a level 1 ability. Why are you staying with these weaklings? If you join me and the others, you can definitely get better grades. Jin Yuer said. The first assessment and the upcoming portal mission would determine their final grade. For those students with strong family backgrounds, the grades might not be too important, but for others, it would determine their future. The grading after leaving the military academy would have a direct impact on whether they could join a powerful private company or if they could only join the bottom tier, or even be treated worse than they were now. I don't care about the grades, I just want to enjoy myself while I'm at school. Song Yichuan replied. But Jin Yuer wasn't going to give up. Well, I can accept that girl and that somewhat strange but strong boy, but I can't accept him. Jean Yuer said as she pointed at Li Rue. Li Rue's heartbeat suddenly sped up and a sense of fear surged through him. If he couldn't join Song Yichuan and Su Ran's team, he would be in huge trouble. Why do we need you? Song Yichuan asked rhetorically. Wait. Lin Yu interjected, I think her joining would be beneficial to us. And Song Yichuan, doesn't your ability depend on the stronger the people in your team? As far as I know, Fey beasts don't have abilities. We have to rely on each other, but none of us in this group are considered strong in our abilities. Lin Yu, I understand what you're saying, but this time I agree with Song Yichuan. Su Ran said, I don't care how strong she is, we can't kick out any of us just because of her. If she is willing to join, then Li Rue must stay as well. Su Ran felt that while it was important to have strong allies, one should not lose one's principles because of it. If he abandoned his companions for the sake of a stronger fighting force, what was the difference between him and those who looked down on Li Rue because he was weak? He was not willing to become that kind of person. Jean Yuer looked around the classroom and finally looked at Song Yichuan once again. She recalled how Song Yichuan had dealt with Jiang Jia without using a soul weapon. In her sight, there was not a single person in the classroom who could be compared to Song Yichuan. Alright, I'm willing to join, but I want the 5 of us to retest to see how strong we each are. Jean Yuer said, maybe we can go to the training center and show the others what we can do. Lin Yu and Su Ran glanced at each other with some concern in their eyes. The 5 of them then headed to the training center, which was also where Lin Yu first discovered Su Ran sneaking into the training grounds. At this moment, the training center was packed with students from different classes. All of the classes had received notification of the upcoming portal quest, and everyone was trying to learn about each other's abilities so that they could prepare themselves for capturing alien beasts and improving their chances of survival. So what do you want us to do? Song Yichuan asked. I've already seen your abilities, but I don't quite remember how a few of the others performed. Maybe let the girl try it on the strength testing machine first? Jean Yuer suggested. Lin Yu walked forward and stood in front of the strength testing machine. She focused her mind and punched the testing machine, while using her thoughts to energize her fist, using the maximum amount of power possible. The numbers slowly rose and eventually stopped at 8. Same as last time, looks like I didn't improve much. Lin Yu complained. As a level 2 ability user, this power value is indeed a bit weak, but seeing that you're using a bow, you should be a long-range attacker, it's still pretty good to have someone like you in the team. Jean Yuer said. Then, she walked over to Su Ran and Li Ruiqi. I hope you two can at least reach her score. Jean Yuer provoked. Su Ran felt a little annoyed at her snide remarks, but he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Having Jean Yuer join the team would indeed reduce some of the trouble. Even if they defeated the Fey beasts and obtained the crystals, they would most likely be robbed by the other teams. But as long as Jean Yuer was there, the others wouldn't dare to go easy on them. Li Rue walked forward with his clay staff. Looks like he's still a level 1 ability. Jean Yuer sneered. It was true that first-level earth ability users could not extract dirt from the ground, they could only manipulate the earth elements they touched in their hands, they could not control the surrounding land. When Li Rue was ready, the dirt on the clay staff quickly wrapped around his fist. When he struck the tester, the numbers began to rise and eventually stopped at 8, the same as Lin Yu's score. What are you waiting for? Jean Yuer looked towards Su Ran. Su Ran walked towards the strength testing machine, the only thought in his head was to hit the machine with all his might. He wanted to hit the self-righteous Jean Yuer hard in the face, she thought she was a class above everyone else just because she was so capable. Why was she like that? Was it simply because she possessed stronger abilities than everyone else? Or was it because her family was rich and could purchase powerful books on her powers for her? However, Su Ran couldn't expose himself here, especially in front of the others. On the day of the test, everyone had seen him, and everyone knew that Su Ran didn't have powers, and no one knew his secret except Lin Yu. He looked at the strength testing machine in front of him, and began to think, if he used the heavy hammer strike to hit with all his might, would the number go up? According to his estimation, the number should exceed 16 points of strength. Su Ran prepared his fists, adjusted his footing, and put the black horn gauntlets on his hands into position. He controlled the power output, hoping to achieve a similar score to Lin Yu and Li Rue. Bang! His fist hit the large drum-like testing machine, and the numbers began to slowly rise. 8, 9, finally the number stopped at 10. Su Ran estimated that if his current strength with the wrist guards on was 16, then he would need to use half of his strength to hit a score of around 8. However, it was almost impossible to be completely precise with this kind of fine power control, so he slightly exceeded expectations.
Wow, brother, you've really gotten stronger. Song Ichwan said in surprise, I remember that you only hit a score of 5 on the last test. Have you been working out recently?
Su Ran laughed and tried to find an excuse to pass it off.
Actually, it's thanks to that game you introduced me to. Su Ran said, I met someone who taught me how to properly activate the power of the Fey weapon.
I trained hard just because I didn't want to drag my feet in front of you guys.
It was a lie, of course, but Su Ran felt like he made it up. But didn't the second year say that activating a Fey weapon was like activating your own ability? As I recall, you don't have powers, do you? Chapter 50 Watching the Battle.
Su Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded, actually, that's just a way to help you visualize how to activate the Fey weapon, it's not required. At this moment, he can only hope that everyone would believe his words. A score of 10 points isn't much of a feat, and we're only discussing this because you're a level 1 ability.
Jean Yuer said disdainfully. Su Ran was relieved in his heart, but at least Jean Yuer's arrogance had diverted everyone's attention. Is this okay? Lin Yu asked. It's fine.
Jean Yuer replied, although there are some dragons in our team, as long as Song Ichwan and I are there, we can definitely be the strongest team in this evaluation. After testing everyone's strength, the team began discussing their next plans, such as formation and response strategies. However, the discussion didn't last long. According to the division of labor between everyone, Lin Yu would support the team at the back, while Jean Yuer and Song Ichwan would be responsible for the front row. Generally speaking, physical outputters would stand at the front of the team while elemental ability users would be located in the center, but since Su Ran and Li Ruiqi were considered too weak, they were placed in the middle for protection. Jean Yuer felt that since the other two had such weak abilities, there was no point in continuing the training, so she decided to go find a place to train alone.
Since today's combat class has been cancelled, is there anything you want to do? Song Ichwan asked.
I'm going to go use the VR pod, Su Ran replied. I've been trying out a lot of different abilities lately, and I want to pick the right one for the future.
Song Ichwan suddenly winced.
You go ahead, Song Ichwan said, even though I taught you how to play this game a few days ago, I honestly got tired of playing it a long time ago, and I've had enough of it as a child. Su Ran prepared to head to the VR game room, now that Li Rude and Song Ichwan had some alone time.
Li Rouge, do you want to practice your abilities again?
I know you're saving up to buy a few skill books. Maybe we can practice you up to level 2 before we enter the portal.
Song Ichwan suggested.
Li Rue looked around at the students before slowly replying, sounds like a good idea. Li Rue's behavior was a bit odd, and this did not escape Song Ichwan's eyes. Song Ichwan felt that it had something to do with Li Rue hanging out with those suspicious students a few days ago. Su Ran finally arrived at the VR game room. He paid 10 points for an hour of usage and entered the VR pod as usual.
Currently, for Su Ran, this was the easiest place to raise his strength.
He decided to split this playtime into 2 parts. For the first 30 minutes, he would specialize in battling level 1 opponents. Usually, he would spend about 5 minutes per battle, and defeating a tier 1 opponent would earn him 25 experience points, which would allow him to accumulate about 150 experience points in half an hour. And for the remaining 30 minutes, he planned to randomly match opponents of different levels, using this to improve his actual combat ability. After entering the game, Su Ran began his plan. In the first battle, he avoided his opponent's attacks as usual, and then used the power of his fists or a series of blood blades to quickly defeat the enemy. Just then, Ouyang noticed that a player named Blood Evolutionary had come online. Ouyang had always been interested in this person and decided to see what he was doing. As long as you were on your friends list, you could watch their matches. Ouyang was quickly teleported to the arena and began to watch Su Ran's matches one after another. What he witnessed were the very scenes where Su Ran easily defeated his weaker tier 1 opponents. For someone so powerful, Ouyang found this a bit strange. Why was Su Ran wasting his time bullying these weaklings? Let's start brushing up on our experience, Su Ran said as he knocked down the next opponent. Experience value, 170,800. Ouyang continued to observe Su Ran's fighting style and couldn't help but wonder why Su Ran fought in a completely different way from him. Su Ran made match after match, but only chose to fight against tier 1 opponents. From the looks of his battles, it was just repeating the same moves over and over again. Every time he entered the game, Su Ran would immediately rush forward and either unleash a barrage of red line attacks or swing his fists, not caring if he got hurt or not. Obviously, he relied on pure power to end the game as quickly as possible.
What Ouyang didn't know was that Su Ran was doing this intentionally. There wasn't much time left before the portal training, and he could only level up quickly through this method. Finally, 30 minutes passed, and Su Ran was beginning to tire of this repetitive rhythm. His only motivation was to watch the experience value rise little by little. Finally, he noticed that someone was watching the battle. Ouyang sat in the audience and waved his hand at Su Ran. "Oh, so it's him. I wonder what he's doing here." Su Ran thought in his heart. Then it suddenly occurred to him that since Ouyang was watching, he might as well take the opportunity to ask him something. So he sent a team invitation to Ouyang through the game system. Ouyang had originally just planned to watch the battle and see Su Ran play a few matches, wanting to observe a bit more before the challenge. Seeing this team invitation, he felt a bit surprised. This game only allowed for one-on-one battles, and the group function was usually used for practicing between teammates or communicating over long distances. Out of curiosity, Ouyang ended up accepting the invitation. The arena floor disappeared, and Su Ran and Ouyang reappeared in a white room. "Hello, how have you been? You're not trying to get revenge, are you?" Ouyang cautiously approached Su Ran. "I want to ask you something. That guy I fought with last time, your friend, I want to know where he got his cloak from." Su Ran asked. "Oh, Fong Su's cloak. You're looking for me just to ask this?" Ouyang looked at Su Ran and noticed the wrist guard he was wearing on his hand. The wrist guard looked very worn out and should only be the most basic equipment. "Wait, you're a first-year student?" Ouyang asked. Yes, I'm going on my first portal quest soon. I thought that if you could tell me what exotic beast dropped the materials, I could go and look for them." Ouyang recalled that last time Su Ran had managed to injure his solid body, no one had ever done that before, and he had thought that Su Ran was at least a second-year student. "Let me give you a suggestion then. The first portal quest is usually a green portal. You have the opportunity to travel to 3 places: Karate, Alpen, and Batni. Of those 3 planets, you'd be better off going to Karate. There's a winged creature in the desert there, I can't remember its name, but that kind of creature isn't often seen in the desert. If you see one, that should be it, and the cloak is made from the beast crystals of that exotic beast." "Did you just say, desert?" Su Ran asked with some unease. "Yes, why?" The word desert usually meant heat, and just the thought of having to operate in that kind of environment was already starting to make Su Ran feel tired. "Nothing, thanks for the info, you've been a big help. I'm going to play a few more games, it's almost time." "Oh, whatever, do you mind if I keep watching the battle?" Ouyang asked. Su Ran thought about it for a moment. In fact, if he didn't want Ouyang to watch, he could have blocked him or just deleted him from his friends list. But on second thought, Su Ran felt that there was no problem. Anyway, he was only fighting and hadn't done anything that would reveal his vampire identity. And Ouyang probably didn't even go to the same school as himself. Fine, feel free to watch. Chapter 51, Plugins. Su Ran only had 20 minutes left in the game pod, and he chose to use the game's quick match function to randomly match opponents of different strengths, using this to improve his combat skills. In the remaining time, Su Ran played 2 matches. In the first match, he encountered a level 4 ability user with the ability to shapeshift. The opponent's body was like rubber and could be stretched at will. Su Ran struggled a bit against this opponent, and his fighting style was very strange, as the opponent would attack with great speed when Su Ran wasn't paying attention. In the end, although Su Ran was able to inflict damage with his blood blade, he still lost. In the second match, Su Ran's opponent was a level 2 ability user, who possessed a hardening ability similar to Ouyang's, but much weaker. Against this opponent, Su Ran was much more relaxed. His blood blade was able to easily break through defenses, and his normal attacks were also able to deal a considerable amount of damage. In the end, Su Ran took the match seriously and finished off his opponent with a heavy hammer strike. Experience, 195,800. With the end of the match, Su Ran's game time was up and he had to leave. After watching Su Ran's match, Ouyang had a lingering question in his mind: what exactly were Su Ran's abilities? After fighting Su Ran, Ouyang made a point of checking the list of abilities, but couldn't find any similar abilities. What was even more confusing was that Su Ran seemed to only be able to emit red lines of attack, which made people think that either his ability was very weak or that his current level was still very low. In fact, all of the opponents that Su Ran had fought against today had the same question as Ouyang. They were all wondering what kind of ability Su Ran actually possessed. Among them, the hardened ability user who had fought against Su Ran was so depressed by his loss that he couldn't help but make a post on the internet. He uploaded a video of his match with Su Ran with the title, What kind of ability is this? Is he a plug-in?
Some players who had played against Su Ran began to comment on the bottom of the video. Yeah, I fought him as well, and he used those red line attacks on me as well.
I lost instantly. Is there really such an ability in this game? It looks like a wind blade, but why are those lines red?
Although this post started to draw some attention, similar posts were made every day, mostly by players who couldn't afford to lose and suspected that their opponents were cheating. This time, however, the post sparked quite a bit of attention, and more players began tagging game administrators to ask if what was in the video was true. One particular administrator Rogue noticed the post. He is not just any admin, but the son of the founder of this game and one of the main programmers. Even though he was still in school, he often browsed the forums, looking for potential bugs and fixing them. That night, Logue's attention was caught by the repeatedly flagged post. When he watched the video, his interest was instantly ignited. He immediately looked up the user IDs of the two players in the video and checked the detailed records of the match. Surprisingly, the player being questioned shows incapacitated in the game. This can't be possible. Did he really crack the system? Luogu deeply investigated all the records of that game, but he didn't find anything unusual from start to finish. He had a vague feeling that it might have something to do with Su Ran's ability. His only explanation was that Su Ran possessed an extremely rare talent. The next day, the combat class went on as usual, and Lin Yu had already helped the squad register successfully. This team quickly became the center of discussion in the class, as there was a huge difference in the strength of their team members, a situation that had never occurred before in the school's history. At the end of the class, Su Ran continued to head to the game room for his daily practice. He still battled against lower-ranked opponents and continued to improve his combat skills during the second half of his training. With each battle, Su Ran not only gained experience, but also gradually mastered the skills of using the flash step and heavy hammer strike. He believed that in 2 more days, he would be fully prepared. As time passed, the posts attracted more attention, but Su Ran knew nothing about them. He had never been in contact with online forums, and was not even aware of the existence of these social platforms. Everything he knew about gaming had been learned from Song Ichwan. Just as Su Ran was busy practicing, on the other side of the school, a group of first graders were summoned to the general's office. Standing at the front of the group was Ding Yang, a student who was close to Li Rui. I've already arranged it, that room will be empty tomorrow. Remember, do as I say, I need you to finish them off. The general said coldly. Yes, General, we promise to complete the mission. Very well. The general casually threw over a few beast crystals and a skill book. This book will allow you to advance to level 4, keep up the good work, there are more rewards waiting for you in the future. The next day, after the combat class was over, Li Rui sent a message to Su Ran and Song Ichwan, telling them to head to the training room in the east. That room was normally closed to students, as it was mainly used to store portal devices. After seeing the message, Su Ran and Song Ichwan immediately rushed over. On the way, the two of them met in the corridor. Did you receive the message from Li Ruichi? Su Ran asked. Yeah, that's why I came. I already knew those friends of his weren't good people. Song Ichwan snorted coldly. Su Ran, you stay, I can settle this alone. Absolutely not, he's my friend too, I must make those guys pay. Song Ichwan looked at Su Ran's determined expression and knew that he could not be persuaded. The two walked into the training center together. The room was huge, with several huge metal machines placed in the center, and in the center of each machine was a circular device that glowed with different colors. These were precisely the portals that led to other worlds. The silence in the room made them a little uneasy. They soon saw Li Rui, who had fallen to the floor, lying in front of one of the portal devices, seemingly unable to move. Su Ran and Song Ichwan quickly rushed to his side. Li Rui's body was covered in wounds and his clothes were torn and tattered, making him look very wretched. Who did this? Was it those first-year students? Song Ichwan asked angrily. Yes, they just left here, they shouldn't be coming back. Alright, let's help you up first. Song Ichwan said, reaching out to pick up Li Rui's arm. Right at this moment, Su Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked closer at Li Rouge and realized that despite Li Rouge's clothes being badly torn, his body didn't seem to be so serious that he couldn't walk. Even those bruises didn't look too normal, as if they were camouflaged. Identification. Li Rui. HP, 88. Ichwan, let go of him, it's a trap. Su Ran shouted. However, before Song Ichwan could react, Li Rui broke free and pushed Su Ran violently. The push wasn't strong, but it didn't need to be too strong as Li Rui's goal wasn't to harm Su Ran, but to push him towards the portal. Just as Su then retreated for a moment, he accidentally entered the flashing red portal.
What are you doing? Song Ichwan roared angrily. The color of this portal was red. Chapter 52, Threats. Li Rui returned to the dormitory that night with an uneasy feeling inside. Su Ran was already asleep, while Song Ichwan and the others had not returned. Just as Li Ridge was about to fall asleep, a message suddenly reached his communication watch. It was from a group of first-year students that he had newly met. Ever since they added Li Rui's friends, they would summon him late at night from time to time. That night, 5 first-year students, including Ding Yang, were waiting outside the dormitory for Li Rui's arrival. Looks like you're quite trusted, successfully joining their team? Ding Yang sneered and glanced at his watch, saying, I remember I said I'd see you at 8:30, right? You're 2 minutes late. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 first-year students immediately stepped forward and pressed down on Li Rui's hands, while the other one forcefully grabbed his right hand. 2 minutes late, then you have to break 2 fingers. Ding Yang said coldly while pinching Li Rui's fingers without mercy. Wait. I'm sorry, I was late because I followed your request to make sure Song Ichwan didn't follow me. Li Rui hurriedly explained. Alright, seeing as you've performed quite well this time, I'll be merciful. Ding Yang pushed up his glasses and revealed a sardonic smile before ruthlessly breaking one of Li Rui's fingers. Li Rui was in immense pain, clenching his teeth and hardening his resolve not to make any sound. He knew that if anyone heard him scream, the next encounter would only be even more tragic. The other students around them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Even though they were helping Ding Yang, they were still in awe of his violent methods. After all, there was no way for a normal person to break bones so easily, but Ding Yang was able to do it at will. Let's just break 1 finger this time, Ding Yang waved his hand, but next time, if you dare to be late, you'll suffer the consequences. A nearby student stepped forward and began to treat Li Rui's broken finger. Li Rui's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with death. As much as the student wanted to apologize, he knew that this was the reality now. He only had the ability to heal and didn't have any fighting power, so he could only submit to those who were stronger than him. Otherwise, the next time he would be the one to have his fingers broken would be himself. I came to you today because the general wants to see you. Ding Yang said calmly. After saying that, Ding Yang and a group of students led Li Ruichi out of the dormitory building. Instead of entering through the main entrance, they quietly circled around to the back door of the second year's building and entered the emergency staircase. After walking a long way, they finally reached a private parlor that belonged to the second years. Ding Yang knocked on the door until he heard a low response from inside, "Come in." Inside the room sat a middle-aged man who was none other than General Du Jin, the head of the second year. The general's aura was incomparably powerful, making Li Rui look extraordinarily small in front of him. All of you go out, I want to talk to Li Rui alone. Du Jin waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Li Rui sat down warily while Du Jin smiled faintly. Relax, there is nothing to be afraid of. He looked at Li Rui and continued, I know what those people did to you is too much, Li Rui, do you want to have the power to fight back? Hearing these words, a faint glimmer flashed through Li Ridge's long dead eyes. I've checked your information, you didn't have any abilities when you enrolled in school, and the school assigned you an Earth-type ability. Right now you're still just a level 1 ability, but I can change all that. After saying that, Du Jin took out several Earth System skill books from the table and set them in front of Li Rui. You must be dreaming of these skill books, right? As long as you learn these, you will be able to break through a level and increase your strength. From now on, you no longer need to live in fear. You can successfully graduate, find a good job, and live a peaceful life. Doesn't this sound great? Li Rui's eyes were dead set on the skill books on the table. These were the exclusive resources of the military, and ordinary people could not obtain them at all. He knew that with these skill books, his power would increase by leaps and bounds, and he wouldn't have to endure humiliation and fear anymore. Of course, these things aren't for free. There is no free lunch in this world. Du Jin said with a light smile, those first-year students work for me, and in return, I provide them with protection. If you are willing to join them, you can get the same treatment in the future. Du Jin paused slightly and then said, I heard that you guys are about to participate in the first portal mission, right? Every year, there are students who have accidents and die tragically during otherworldly missions. Perhaps, there will be someone who will disappear this year as well. You know what I mean, right? If you choose to help me, you can go on with your life in peace. If not, you might become that person who disappears.
Li Rui understood in his heart that Du Jin's goal was not Su Ran, but Song Ichuan. However, when things came to a head, Li Rui made a fatal mistake. In a panic, he pushed Su Ran away, causing Su Ran to be sent into the red portal. Realizing what he had done, Li Rui's entire body trembled and he could barely stand. Song Ichuan angrily walked towards Li Rui, anger burning in his eyes. "Do you know what you just did?" Song Ichuan roared. "I'm sorry. I had to do it." Li Rouge apologized in a low voice, his voice filled with despair. "Had to do it? What did you do it for? To not be bullied? To be threatened?" Song Ichuan angrily questioned, "Don't you realize that Su Ran also faced the same dilemma as you? He's also a level 1 ability user, and he's also been threatened in the same way. But he still chose to be strong, chose to resist. What about you? Have you ever tried to resist?" Li Rui collapsed to the ground, his hands covering his face as tears flowed out from between his fingers. When teleportation devices were first discovered, mankind had been hopeful that they would be able to teleport people anywhere they wanted to go, and the dream of colonizing planets such as Mars seemed to be on the verge of coming true. However, that dream was quickly dashed. The portals could only lock onto certain specific planets that were not located in the known universe, perhaps another dimension. No one knows the truth, and scientists can only speculate where these portals lead. But one thing is certain, these planets are inhabited by deadly beasts never seen before. When humans first killed a beast and studied it, they discovered crystals inside the beast. These crystals contained incredibly powerful forces. While many believe that humanity was able to defend itself from the Daleks because of the discovery of the progenitors, this is not the case. The progenitors were powerful, but not powerful enough to turn the tide of battle. The technology of the Dalki was far superior to that of humans, and nuclear weapons would be teleported away even before hitting their ships, and bullets would do no harm to the skin of the Dalki. With Dong Zhuo's further research, people discovered ways to create weapons using beast crystals. It was the ability to combine these human and beast weapons that became the turning point of the war. However, since the discovery of the ability occurred almost simultaneously with this invention, the latter is often overlooked. Chapter 53 Basic Level Fierce Beast. Song Ichuan felt a tingling in his body as he traveled through the red portal, and the world around him began to twist and distort, as if his mind was melting as well. A moment later, Song Ichuan opened his eyes, and the first thing that met his eyes was darkness. The sky was pitch black, and the only source of light came from the two moons in the distance. The surroundings were filled with collapsed buildings, as if this place was once inhabited by humans or some kind of civilization, but had been abandoned for a long time. He was still in the position of holding his head with both hands, the pain gradually dissipating and his consciousness clearing. "The little guy has finally calmed down," Song Ichuan breathed a sigh of relief. "If not, I'm afraid he'll come out and do something." "What does it matter?" Song Tang retorted, "Do you know where we are? You're the one who jumped into the red portal." Only then did Song Ichuan begin to seriously look around. The buildings here were clearly not in the style of Daki, but rather more like the remains of some kind of advanced civilization. Doesn't a red portal mean an unsheltered planet? But this place looks like an abandoned shelter. Song Ichuan was puzzled. "You're forgetting one thing," Song Tang reminded. "The color red doesn't just mean danger, it could also mean that these places are too dangerous. You're giving us a death sentence." As soon as Song Ichuan heard this, he tensed up. Their only ability was only a weak first-level Earth ability. If they encountered a deadly beast, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, with the sparse traces of human activity here and almost no other humans present, it would be difficult for them to find help. Suddenly, Song Ichuan thought of Su Ran. Teleportation portals could not be pinpointed, but they usually sent people to the same general area. Even though the area may be as far as 10 kilometers away, Song Ichuan is determined to find Su Ran, as well as the portal back to the school. On the other end of the same planet, Su Ran also managed to arrive. His heart was beating wildly. After all, this was the first time he had ever experienced anything like this. "Li Rui, what the hell are you doing?" Su Ran roared. "Damn, he must have pushed me into the portal. Where the hell is this?" He looked around and saw the same collapsed buildings. This place looked like it had once been a bustling city, but it had obviously been deserted for many years. The only thing that gave Su Ran some comfort was that it was currently nighttime, his power had not been weakened, and his chances of survival had improved. But before Su Ran could move a step, his afterglow caught a hint of something different. On the street he was on, there seemed to be something moving quickly in the ruins of the surrounding buildings. No matter how hard Su Ran tried to observe it, it always dodged quickly until it eventually stopped under a pile of rubble. Movies usually have the protagonist go over to check it out, but I'm not going to do that. Su Ran thought to himself. He was alone on this unknown planet with no companion to support him, and in the face of such an existence that was clearly unwilling to be discovered, he preferred to choose to retreat cautiously. Just as Su then retreated, a low growl came from behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a terrifying creature running wildly towards him. This was by no means an ordinary animal. Rather, it was a beast that he had only seen in books and on television. The beast was the size of a large dog, with a head that looked like a rat, its body was pitch black, and it was running wildly on all fours. It looked like a giant rat, its forelimbs muscular while its torso was unusually thin, the outline of its ribs clearly visible. When the beast was only a few steps away from Su Ran, it leapt up violently, revealing sharp claws on its forelimbs. Su Ran instinctively swung out a blood blade attack, which struck the ferocious beast and sent it flying out, a deep wound appearing on the beast's abdomen, black blood gushing out from the wound. While the beast was still struggling to recover, Su Ran used his appraise skill. Name: Split Claw Mouse. Level: Basic Beast. Life value? Life value? Unlike when identifying humans, Su Ran could only see the name and level of the beast. Seeing that the split claw rat was only a basic level beast, Su Ran's tension eased slightly. Although unknown environments made people apprehensive, a small ferocious beast like the split-clawed rat was not unmanageable for him. The split-claw rat recovered and once again lunged towards Su Ran. Su Ran was prepared to wait for it to get close enough to cast Blood Blade again. However, Su Ran had underestimated the speed and agility of the split-claw rat. Learning from the last time, it deftly jumped sideways to avoid the blood edge, and then accelerated towards Su Ran. Just in the nick of time, Su Ran used his wrist guard to block the split-claw rat's sharp teeth. Its two giant teeth bit down hard on the wrist guard, emitting an ear-piercing creaking sound. Weapon durability reduced by 50%. Strength 1. Damn you, let go of me. Su Ran roared, frantically swinging his arm in an attempt to shake off the Riftclaw rat. The Riftclaw rat bit down and refused to let go at all. The beast was too close to him, so Su Ran was unable to utilize his blood edge, nor was he able to successfully utilize his heavy hammer strike skill. In the end, he could only choose the most primitive method. With his other hand, Su Ran began to pummel the split-claw rat's head. Each punch carried a powerful force, and black blood gushed out from the Riftclaw rat's head. As each blow landed, the Riftclaw rat's bite gradually weakened. If you hadn't come to provoke me, Ben could have lived. Su Ran shouted as he continued to land heavy blows until the split-clawed rat finally let go of its mouth and collapsed to the ground. Su Ran looked at himself as if he had just stepped out of the scene of a horror movie, his body covered in black blood, but he didn't care in the slightest because a system prompt had appeared. Basic level Fierce Beast Split-Clawed Rat has been killed. Gained 100 experience points. First time killing a basic level beast, additional 200 experience points awarded. First time killing a split-clawed mouse, bonus experience value of 100. Current experience value, 800 and 8800. The series of system prompts made Su Ran feel both surprised and excited. Killing ferocious beasts yielded more experience value than fighting humans, and it also came with additional rewards. Similar to the extra experience value gained when facing a powerful ability before, killing different ferocious beasts seemed to bring similar rewards. It seemed that ferocious beasts were simply a hidden mine of wealth to his system. Congratulations, leveled up to 5. Race, half vampire. Life value, 3030. Experience value, 401600. Strength, 13.2. Agility, 15. Physical strength, 12. After upgrading, Su Ran gained an additional attribute point. He decided to add this point to strength. Strength, 14.2. The reason he did this was because the hammer strike skill required a total strength of 15, and his wrist guard could provide an additional 3 points of strength. After the rat bit his wrist guard, the strength bonus dropped to 2 points. If his wrist guard was completely damaged, Su Ran would not be able to effectively execute heavy hammer strike. Therefore, he decided to raise his strength to 15 before strengthening his physical strength and agility. Just then, the system gave Su Ran a new surprise. Chapter 54 Blood Rain. New skill unlocked. Blood Rain. Skill description: the user is required to open their palm and release a dense rain of blood projectiles from their palm, covering a wide area. The closer to the target, the more damage will be dealt. Consumption: 5 life points. This skill reminded Su Ran of the shotguns he had seen in old movies, where the scattered projectiles were able to hit multiple targets. But the problem was its consumption. 5 life points was a huge drain on him, and even with the blood bank skill, he needed to use it with caution.
The good thing was that this skill was applicable against multiple enemies.
If Lin Yu was by his side, he might have tried the skill, but in his current predicament, he had to preserve his stamina and try to conserve as much life points as possible.
Su Ran walked over to the body of the split-claw rat and looked down.
The skull of the ferocious beast was dented by his blows, and black blood flowed in all directions. Looking at the blood, Su Ran didn't feel any desire for it. It didn't emit a tantalizingly sweet aroma like human blood. Still, he felt the need to experiment in case he needed to suck the blood of these ferocious beasts in the future.
Identify.
Blood of the split-claw rat.
Toxicity: if inhaled, 1 point of life value lost per milliliter.
The result was not unexpected to Su Ran, and all the signs were reminding him not to touch this blood.
Why does my body only accept human blood?
Su Ran muttered. The system's needs for his body were very clear, and only human blood could satisfy his cravings. Su Ran estimated that even the blood of ordinary animals would not be able to provide him with any supplies, even if their blood was as red as that of humans. Of course, the only person who knew the answer to all of this was perhaps the blonde man in the video. Su Ran took a deep breath and prepared to dissect the body of the split-clawed rat in search of its beast crystal. Beast crystals were small crystals from the bodies of ferocious beasts that could be used to create powerful beast weapons or armor, or even sold for points, either of which would be extremely helpful to him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps again, and when he looked up, there were actually 10 split-claw rats darting towards him. Although the base-level ferocious beasts were weak, they rarely acted alone.
Su Ran had only been lucky enough to encounter one alone.
But now that he was facing 10 split-claw rats, he knew that he had no chance of winning. He frantically ran along the empty streets, completely unaware of where he would run to. The split-claw rats were extremely fast, and they were soon going to catch up with him. Just then, Su Ran saw a relatively intact building. He quickly rushed into the building, but the space still seemed too spacious. Just as he was looking around, the stairs on his right caught his eye. Without hesitation, he rushed up the stairs and ran to the first platform and stood still.
He knew he had no way out and had to meet it.
The stairwell was narrow and he had the advantage of the terrain. He opened his palms and went downward ready to perform his new skill.
It's time to try you.
Su Ran stood on the platform, his gaze locked on the rapidly approaching giant rat-like creatures. He aimed at them, and when they were about to climb halfway up the stairs, Su Ran unleashed the skill without hesitation.
Blood Rain Jet. HP, 2530.
With the release of the skill, Su Ran's arm swung back violently, and a powerful rain of blood erupted from his palm, instantly sending the 5 split-clawed rats in front of him flying as they fell down the stairs. However, this attack only struck the rat monsters in front of them, and the ones behind them quickly climbed over those fallen companions and continued to close in on Su Ran. Su Ran quickly ran upwards, trying to pull himself away from these monsters, but when he reached the end of the stairs, a huge obstacle appeared in front of him. The ceiling of the previous floor had partially collapsed, and debris had piled up on the stairs, completely blocking his way forward. He had no other choice but to turn around and face the battle. And at this moment, the split-claw rats behind him had already begun to close in on him, and Su Ran clenched his fists and spread his hands out, preparing to unleash his skills once more.
Blood Rain Jet. HP, 2030. HP, 1530.
Blood rain sprayed out from Su Ran's hands once again, repelling the first wave of Riftclaw rats that rushed up. Immediately after that, the second wave followed, and Su Ran's reaction wasn't slow either as he unleashed the blood rain spray once again, knocking back this wave of split-claw rats. Although these split-claw rats were hit by the blood rain and their bodies were covered in small holes, with blood seeping out from their wounds, these wounds were not fatal, and Su Ran knew that they would soon recover. If he was surrounded by them, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get away.
It's over, there's no time.
Su Ran cursed secretly. Su Ran decided to use his blood blade instead, and he began to swiftly wave his hands, aiming precisely at each of the rat monsters as a blood-colored claw mark flew out from his fingertips.
Blood Blade. HP, 1430. HP, 1330.
A burst of system beeps kept ringing in his head.
Kill Split Claw Rat, gain 100 experience value.
Kill Rift Claw Rat, gain 100 experience value. Kill Rift Claw Rat, gain 100 experience value. The system beeps kept ringing out until all of the split claw rats were completely defeated by Su Ran. At this point, Su Ran finally fell to his knees, gasping for air. The skills of unleashing Blood Rain Spray and Blood Blade consecutively had left him feeling exhausted.
HP 530. Blood Bank automatically activated. HP 3030.
Blood Bank remaining 50 milliliters.
Experience value 1040-1600. Congratulations, Skill Blood Blade has been upgraded to LV.2. Congratulations, Skill Blood Blade has been upgraded to LV.2. Congratulations. After a few minutes of rest, Su Ran's stamina had finally recovered a bit.
He slowly stood up and checked the various alerts in the system. There was only a little bit of blood left in his blood bank, and in the absence of injuries, he only needed to consume 10 milliliters of blood every 2 days, so the blood he had left now could only support him for 10 days at most. In the days to come, he had to conserve his blood even more and try to avoid using his blood skills as often as possible.
It seems that we can only rely on these skills in emergencies,
Su Ran muttered to himself. However, the battle had also brought him 2 pieces of good news. First, his Blood Blade skill had been successfully upgraded, and although the skill description hadn't changed, Su Ran hoped that its power would increase. Secondly, he had gained a large amount of experience from this battle, and the speed at which he gained experience was much faster than in the game. Su Ran stood up and walked towards the corpses of those split claw rats that he had defeated. Last time, he hadn't had the time to extract the beast crystals from the bodies of the rift claw rats due to time constraints, but now that he was in this relatively safe building, he was going to make good use of this opportunity. Chapter 55 Beast Crystal. Wearing gloves, Su Ran carefully cut open the bodies of the split claw rats and began to search for the glowing beast crystals in their chest cavities. For someone doing this kind of thing for the first time, they might feel nauseous or even vomit, but Su Ran felt very calm. Ever since he had turned into a half-vampire, a lot of things didn't affect him as much as they used to. After some searching, Su Ran finally found his target, a small crystal, the size of a fist, its surface covered with tiny protrusions. Acquired basic grade beast crystal.
Is it stored in the system backpack? Su Ran was surprised when he saw the system prompt, backpack? So I've always had a backpack function?
Su Ran chose yes, and the beast crystal gradually disappeared in his hands. He opened the system interface and realized that the beast crystal was stored in the backpack bar. He attempted to use the same method to deposit the equipment in his hand into his backpack, but was unsuccessful. Su Ran could only give up on the idea for the time being and continued to extract the remaining beast crystals from the body of the split claw rat. After constant practice, he became more and more skillful and no longer took as much time as he had initially. Acquired basic grade beast crystals, 10. Su Ran looked at the 10 beast crystals extracted in his hands and felt immensely gratified. These beast crystals could be used to craft beast weapons or beast armor, and although these split claw rats in front of him didn't look like they were capable of crafting any particularly powerful equipment, at least he could sell these crystals for some points. Each basic grade beast crystal could be sold for 10 points, which he could also use to buy equipment or exchange for more time spent in the VR game. After regaining his strength, Su Ran decided to climb to the top of the building. Although it was safe here for the time being, he had to find a portal to return as soon as possible. He began to look around for cracks and passages in the stairwell, and after several detours, he finally reached the top of the building. Standing at the top of the 3-story building, Su Ran looked around, surrounded by ruins. The logo of a building in the distance caught his attention. It was the insignia of his school. So there used to be a human shelter here? Then why has it become like this? The building was much better preserved than the ruins around it, and Su Ran recognized it as the military reserve room, a place dedicated to storing high-end equipment, psychic ability books, skill books, and beast weapons. Is the portal perhaps in that building? Even if it isn't, we can't miss this opportunity. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Ran's face, and he then proceeded in the direction of his target. The usual peaceful campus life was thrown into chaos by this unexpected event. In the school, In-Fei walked through the corridors with rapid steps, and even as she just walked, she managed to bring up gusts of wind that blew the students in the corridors out of the way. She used her ability, causing her to walk even faster than a normal person could run. Eventually, she arrived at her destination, an office in the freshman building with a director's sign on the door. Report, In-Fei said in a loud voice. Come in. Chen Wang agreed. In-Fei violently pushed open the door and quickly walked over to Chen Wang's desk, causing the papers on the desk to fly in all directions with the wind. Ah, the papers I just organized! Chen Wang shouted. He was the head of the school's new student department, and was usually responsible for reviewing new students' information and investigating their family backgrounds. The military school needed to keep an eye on those students with backgrounds in order to pay special attention to them.
Two students used the portal.
Yin Fei said anxiously. According to the records, they entered the red portal. Upon hearing this news, Chen Wang was originally picking up the documents scattered on the ground, but his hands shook and the documents fell again.
What? How did this happen? Aren't there guards stationed next to the portal?
There was a scheduling conflict when the guards were handed over, and the new guards didn't arrive in time after the handover.
Yin Fei explained.
Chen Wang sat back in his chair, his brows furrowed in deep thought. It's really troublesome, that's why I suggested installing surveillance at the school before, but those parents are resistant to even students wearing trackers, let alone surveillance. In this world, the original family was so powerful that even the military couldn't impose too many restrictions on their children. The native families had risen to power during the war and possessed power comparable to that of the military, and under this new social system, strength meant everything, and money instead became less important. Those who possessed strong abilities and could fight against high-level Fey beasts and obtain Fey crystals were the ones who could earn enough points in exchange for resources. And those who were incapable of accomplishing these tasks could only be relegated to the fringes of society.
Do you know which two students entered the portal?
Chen Wang asked, sipping gently from his coffee cup as he held it up.
The first student was Su Ran.
Yin Fei replied. The name had no impression on Chen Wang and was clearly an insignificant student.
The second student is Song Ichuan. Yin Fei continued.
Upon hearing this name, Chen Wang almost spat out his coffee.
Him again?
After the previous incident, Chen Wang had deliberately investigated Song Ichuan's family background and learned of the complexities behind it.
If this matter became known to his family, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what, first hide it from his family, absolutely not let them know. Early the next morning, the new students began their classes.
Today was originally a group assessment day, and the students would be heading to the teleportation portal for their first field training. When the course began, Lin Yu noticed that Song Ichuan and Su Ran's seats were empty, while Li Rui hung his head and scowled.
Li Rui, do you know where Song Ichuan and Su Ran went? Lin Yu asked.
Li Rouge didn't respond.
Li Rui?
Lin Yu tapped his shoulder.
Li Rui's body trembled slightly. I didn't do anything.
He suddenly shouted.
Huh? What? Lin Yu looked puzzled. I'm asking if you know where Song Ichuan and Su Ran went? Didn't they come back to the dorm last night?
Oh, they were still there when I came back. Li Rui's voice trembled.
I don't know why they didn't come to class today.
Lin Yu watched as Li Rui was sweating non-stop. Usually Li Rui was a bit weird, but today he seemed especially out of sorts. Thinking that it was probably no big deal, she returned to her seat. They wouldn't have missed today's test, would they? It's a group test day, and we have to go hunting in the portal together.
Chapter 56 Cooperation. Teacher Shangguan walked into the classroom, but he was uncharacteristically serious instead of his usual smile.
I have news to inform you all. Today's portal hunt has been cancelled for the time being.
Upon hearing this news, the students complained. What? I still want to try out my new Fey weapon. Yeah, I was going to try killing Fey beasts. All be quiet.
Shangguan Ming said loudly, this is not a permanent cancellation, but there are more urgent matters that need to be dealt with at the school at the moment, and it will be reinstated when the matter is resolved. A student in the class raised his hand.
Shangguan Ming glanced at it and sighed. Go ahead. Teacher, what exactly is the school dealing with?
If I could tell you, I would have told you already. The class continued, and although the students were still a little disgruntled, they were all speculating in their hearts about what exactly had caused the sudden cancellation of the portal hunt. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was even more worried about Song Ichuan and Su Ran's whereabouts. Why did the teacher not mention a word about their absence? If they had been injured in the battle last night, the guards would have sent them to the infirmary long ago. Besides, the school had a strict curfew, so it was impossible for the students to just miss class.
And teacher Shangguan surprisingly didn't mention them at all.
After class, the students were talking a lot. Not only was Lin Yu alone worried about Song Ichuan and Su Ran's disappearance, Jin Yuer also came over.
Do you know where Song Ichuan and Su Ran went? Jin Yuer asked bluntly. I don't know either. Do you want to go look for them with me? Lin Yu asked in a friendly manner.
Jin Yuer shook her head. No, I'm not interested in looking for them right now. I just heard some news and wanted to tell you. Lin Yu moved closer to listen to her words. Yesterday, I heard two students discussing that they heard the sergeant yelling at the director, mentioning that two students had entered the portal. I guess that's why the portal hunt was postponed today. Lin Yu stood up violently and grabbed Jin Yuer by the shoulders.
What did you just say? Jean Yuer was startled by Lin Yu's action, a puzzled expression on her face. Don't you understand? Song Ichwan and Su Ran are those two missing students. No wonder Mr. Shangwan didn't mention a word about them today. Just then, the jigsaw puzzle in Lin Yu's mind was almost put together, but the last piece was still missing, and she knew who held that piece. She turned her head to look at Li Rue, her eyes so sharp that they seemed to penetrate his soul. Li Rue then felt a chill spreading throughout his body. Yesterday he had been worried about what if someone found out that he had left the portal room? What if the other freshmen reported him? He hadn't slept all night and was in a trance today. When he talked to Lin Yu in the morning, he accidentally let his mouth slip and desperately tried to cover it up but instead looked even more suspicious. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards him, Li Rue stood up violently and pulled his legs out. Jean Yuer, we have to catch up with Li Rue, he must know something. How do you know? Jean Yuer asked. An innocent man wouldn't run away for no reason. Inside an abandoned warehouse, Song Ichwan was holding a dagger congealed with clay in one hand, while wiping the blood flowing down from his forehead with the other. He stared at a dead Riftclaw rat that had collapsed on the ground, while another injured Riftclaw rat was still standing. I've told you before, this is the end of us, Song Ichwan. Another voice in Song Ichwan's mind complained. Shut up, unless you want to go up against it yourself. Song Ichwan shot back. The situation at hand was quite tricky. Song Ichwan encountered the split-clawed rat as soon as he entered this area. In order not to attract the attention of the other beasts, he quickly rushed into the nearest building, an abandoned warehouse that was strewn with broken wooden crates and some metal scraps. Faced with the predicament of having only one exit, Song Ichwan could only face the battle head-on. Right now, he only had a level 1 earth ability, but with his superior skills, he managed to coalesce a piece of earth and stone on the ground into a dagger, and although it wasn't very powerful, it was the weapon he was most comfortable with. After a grueling battle, he managed to defeat a crack-clawed rat. However, just as he was about to deliver the final blow, another Riftclaw rat sneaked in from behind, causing Song Ichwan's head to be injured and blood to seep out along the wound. Get out of the way, let me take over, you know I'm stronger than you. Another voice in Song Ichwan's mind said coldly. He loosened his control over his body inwardly and retreated into that dark space. In that dark room, there was only a chair flickering in the faint light, and the one sitting on the chair was the other personality within Song Ichwan's body, Song Teng. At this moment, Song Ichwan walked into the depths of the darkness, and there was another figure there that looked exactly like Song Ichwan, but he was curled up on the floor, biting the corner of his shirt in his mouth, rubbing his fingers together, and his body rocking back and forth. Are you feeling better? Song Ichwan asked with concern. Will Su Ran be alright? That shadow asked, his body still rocking gently. He'll be fine, Su Ran is very special, the same way we felt when we first met him. Song Ichwan softly comforted. Special? Special like Ding Xiaowei, Ma Lin, and Nian Nian? They're all dead. The figure laughed and shook a few points faster. Song Ichwan gulped, this time is different, Song Tang and I will protect you. You can remain here and come out when you're ready. The figure's shaking gradually slowed down, and Song Ichwan relaxed with it. At this time, Song Tang had quickly taken over the battle. He coldly maneuvered the earth element, and several sharp earth spikes protruded around the split-clawed rat, penetrating its body. Song Ichwan glanced at the pierced split-claw rat and said coldly, did you hit it too hard? It injured us, how can we spare it lightly? Song Tang said with a cold smile, then regained control and handed it back to Song Ichwan. Song Ichwan returned to reality and quickly extracted the beast crystals from the two split-claw rat beasts and put them into his pocket. He was about to leave the warehouse when he suddenly heard the sound of iron clashing from behind him. Quickly turning around, he saw an adult man walking out from behind a pile of crates. I mean no harm. The man held up his hands to show that he was harmless, but he soon covered his ribs again, clearly injured. Song Ichwan cautiously approached him. The man possessed rather high-grade equipment, clearly a hunter of extraordinary strength. The man was clad in high-grade beast armor and carried two short swords on his back, looking quite tough. You are so young, how did you come to such a dangerous place? The man sat down and leaned against the crate, panting softly. I was trapped here by accident and had to find my way back. Song Ichwan explained simply. It seems we have the same goal. The man laughed bitterly. My name is Duan Mingyang. I was seriously injured, and I was too far away from the original portal, so I could only hide in this warehouse to see if I could find medical equipment, or find a portal to Earth. Duan Mingyang glanced at the split-claw mouse that fell on the ground, a trace of praise flashed in his eyes. You're very impressive, being able to single-handedly take on two rat beasts,
especially being so young.
Thank you for helping me out.
We share each other.
Song Ichwan replied with a smile, since we have the same goal, do you know where there is a teleportation portal?
Duan Mingyang nodded, on my way over, I saw some buildings, maybe there's a teleportation portal there.
Let's go together then, my name is Song Ichwan. Song Ichwan extended his hand, signaling cooperation. Duan Mingyang shook Song Ichwan's hand.
The moment they shook hands, an energy suddenly surged into Song Ichwan's body, and a weird smile appeared on his face.
Chapter 57 Intermediate Level Fierce Beast.
Several hours had passed, and Song Ichwan had been feeling as if time had stood still since he arrived on this planet. Outside, the night still covered the land, which made it difficult for him to spot the lurking fierce beasts, especially in this dilapidated shelter where the beasts could easily hide between the abandoned buildings. There was no source of light here, as if everything had been destroyed years ago, and the only shimmering light emanating from it was the two bright moons in the sky. Inside the buildings, the darkness was especially bad, and Song Ichwan could barely see anything.
Do you know when the sun rises?
Song Ichwan asked, maybe it would be better to wait until it's light, we can spot the beasts more easily then.
Duan Mingyang replied with a bitter smile after hearing this, you really don't know where we are, do you?
This planet's rotation cycle lasts a whole year, and right now, the night has just passed 6 months, so you'll have to wait a long time before you can see the sunlight.
If you want to wait, you can try, but it's best to be a little patient.
Song Ichwan frowned, 6 months of darkness made it impossible for him to accurately judge the passage of time. This was a big trouble for him because he now possessed both the Earth ability and Duan Mingyang's ability, and the duration of these abilities was 24 hours. If he couldn't accurately judge the time, he wouldn't be able to know when these abilities would disappear. Duan Mingyang barely stood up and covered his ribs with a hint of pain on his face.
Song Ichwan had long noticed Duan Mingyang's injuries, and now he could be sure that his injuries were quite serious. Are you wondering how I got like this?
Duan Mingyang suddenly spoke, I took a commission from a company to hunt a high-level ferocious beast. I don't know why they were so interested in this beast, but that kind of beast can only be found on this planet.
Did you succeed? Song Ichwan asked.
Duan Mingyang pulled out a shining beast crystal from his bosom, brighter than the one Song Ichwan had gotten from the split claw rat before, and the outer layer was more transparent. The clearer the beast crystal was, the higher the grade of the ferocious beast it represented.
After the two of them were ready, Duan Mingyang led Song Ichwan out of the building.
They chose to walk close to the building instead of walking in the center of the street so that if there was danger, they could quickly hide in a nearby building.
Song Ichwan, I have an idea.
Song Teng's voice sounded in his mind, why don't we finish him off when he's weak and snatch his beast crystal? We can make some great equipment with it and even sell it for a big price.
You're crazy, aren't you?
Song Ichwan responded in a low voice, what will we do if we kill him? His ability can only last for 24 hours, in case we can't find a way out, then we're really dead.
Just then, Duan Mingyang suddenly stopped and pointed forward.
Look over there. In the center of the street, a dead split claw rat lay on the ground. The two looked around and confirmed that it was safe before slowly approaching the ferocious beast. The split claw rat's head had been completely shattered, and Duan Mingyang squatted down and pulled out the beast crystal in its body. It seems like the beast just died not long ago, and the person who killed it was probably chased by something else and didn't have time to take the beast crystal.
Duan Mingyang analyzed, I didn't expect there to be someone else here besides us.
Hey, do you think this could be the work of that friend of yours?
Song Teng asked.
It's hard to say.
Song Ichwan shook his head, we don't even know what exactly Su Ran is capable of.
Song Ichwan then confessed to Duan Mingyang, actually, I didn't come here alone, my friend came in with me, and I was hoping to find him. Duan Mingyang didn't ask more questions and just reminded, don't hold too much hope, I'm already surprised to see you alive, not to mention your friend. Although Duan Mingyang didn't hold too much hope, he still decided to help Song Ichwan, or at least confirm if Song Ichwan's friend was still alive. According to the habits of split claw rats, they rarely acted alone, which meant that the person who killed this beast had probably encountered a few others. Duan Mingyang scrutinized the body of the split claw rat and found a few drops of black blood. Let's go, let's see where this bloodstain can take us. The two of them followed the bloodstains and tracked their way, finally arriving at a 3-story building. After entering the first floor, there was almost nothing but a few scattered strips of scrap wood. Duan Mingyang continued to track along the blood trail, which eventually led to the stairs. What happened here? Duan Mingyang muttered in his heart. As they walked up the stairs step by step, the black blood on the walls became more and more numerous until they came to the second floor, and the sight in front of them shocked the two. There were 10 dead split claw rats lying on the floor, and the beast crystals of each of them had been taken away.
Who did this? There are other people here? Maybe it's some squad on a mission.
Duan Mingyang said, I'm sorry, it looks like I guessed wrong before, the ferocious beast outside wasn't killed by your friend. To deal with so many rat beasts at once, there has to be at least a squad.
Even an experienced exalt like Duan Mingyang didn't dare to easily engage so many split claw rats.
Although these ferocious beasts were of the lowest level, facing 10 of them at once was also very tricky.
Do you still think your friend did it? Song Tang asked. Probably not.
Song Ichuan sighed, but if there are other people here, I'm a little worried about where the hell Su Ran is.
Then, they decided to climb up to the roof of the building so that Duan Mingyang could confirm where he was and decide where to go next.
As they stood on the roof and looked down below, they suddenly realized something.
Get down! Duan Mingyang shouted in a low voice.
The two quickly got down on the ground and quietly probed to confirm the sight they had just seen. On the street, a strange-sized ferocious beast was walking slowly. The beast had 6 legs, 3 on one side, and its body was upright, like a human. Its lower body, on the other hand, resembled a scorpion, with a huge mouth at the head position, while the arms on both sides were 4 huge pincers. Clearly, this ferocious beast was by no means from Earth.
Intermediate-level ferocious beast. Duan Mingyang whispered.
They continued to observe, only to see the beast slowly enter a building.
What kind of building is that? Song Ichuan asked. That building was more intact than the ones around it, could the portal be there?
That's the storage room.
Duan Mingyang replied, I doubt the teleportation door will be hidden there, but let's wait until that ferocious beast leaves. In my current state, I'm no match for it. Chapter 58 Storage Room.
Su Ran left the previous building and slowly walked in the direction of the storage room. He didn't know when the night would end here, and needed to find a place to rest for the night. He was a bit tired from the battle with a group of rift claw rats. Su Ran also hoped to find some treasures in the storage room. Under these circumstances, he felt that there was no harm in taking a look. Along the way, Su Ran was careful to avoid startling the surrounding beasts. On the way, he saw through the cracks in the buildings that several rift claw rats were gathering in the middle of the street, seemingly feeding. These guys are everywhere, just as annoying as the rats on Earth. Su Ran grumbled in his heart. If there was only one on the street, he might have chosen to directly confront it, but here there were 3 of them at the same time, and he didn't want to take any chances. Although killing these beasts would bring an increase in experience value, he might have to use the Blood Rain skill or at least the Blood Blade skill if he had to deal with 3 of them at once. After carefully avoiding these rat beasts, Su Ran finally reached the storage room. The main entrance was 2 thick steel doors, and he was worried that the sound of opening the doors would attract the beasts, so he decided to look around the building to see if there were any other entrances. Su Ran walked around the building and failed to find any obvious entrances. When he was almost at the back of the building, a strange sound came to his ears. He held his breath and slowly crouched down, quietly approaching against the wall. When Su Ran cautiously poked his head out, he found a crack-clawed rat lying on its back, letting out a weak cry. It appeared to be severely injured and was struggling in pain. After waiting for a while, Su Ran was sure that there were no other foreign beasts nearby before he slowly walked forward. The dying split-claw mouse sensed Su Ran's approach and immediately swung its sharp claws in an attempt to attack, but its movements were sluggish and feeble, completely unable to pose a threat to Su Ran. Obviously dying and still thinking of attacking me, how stubborn. Su Ran shook his head, raised his fist, and struck it on the head, completely finishing it off. Gained 100 experience value. Experience value, 1140-1600. Su Ran looked to the back of the storage room and found a small hole. Did this rat beast crawl out from here? It occurred to Su Ran that there might be a more powerful beast inside, but thinking of the treasures that might be hidden in the storage room, he decided to take a chance. He got down on the ground and slowly drilled into the hole, entering the storage room. As soon as he entered, Su Ran was somewhat disappointed. The interior of the storage room was almost in shambles, and the originally stored spaceships, mechs, and all sorts of equipment had been destroyed, leaving only a pile of scrap metal and trash. He did not give up and continued to search within the storage room, hoping to find some surviving items. Eventually, he found a room. The room looked like a huge container that was close to the wall of the storage room. Upon approaching, Su Ran found a combination lock next to the door, which was clearly a military-grade steel door that would be difficult to destroy easily even for those with psychic abilities. There must be something important in here. Su Ran thought, reaching out and pressing a few random numbers on the combination lock. Drip.
the door didn't budge. Luck really isn't that good. Su Ran sighed. He didn't want to give up so easily, so he tried to use his appraisal skill to see if he could get some clues. Identification. A cryptograph connected to a steel door. Enter the correct password to open the door. The skill didn't give much useful information, but just as Su Ran was about to give up, a new tone suddenly sounded. Appraisal skill level increased to level 2. Appraisal skill can now display more detailed information about items, humans, objects, etc. Can the appraisal skill be upgraded as well? Su Ran was surprised to realize that all of his skills had the potential to be upgraded. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he used the skill again. Appraisal. A code machine connected to a steel door. Enter the correct code to open this door. Please touch the locking device for more information. Su Ran followed the prompts and reached out to touch the combination lock. Nothing happened at first, but he used the appraisal skill once more. Appraisal. The combination machine is connected to the steel door and can be opened by entering the correct password. Password 253-672-5364. Su Ran immediately entered the password provided by the system. Drip. Ka-ching. The door made the sound of unlocking and slowly opened. There was a mid-level beast prowling outside the storage room, and Duan Mingyang and Song Yichuan decided to avoid there for the time being and head to another part of the shelter. According to Duan Mingyang's speculation, the teleportation portal was most likely not on the storeroom site to begin with. Even though the portal was located in the red zone, the other end of the portal still had to be placed in a safe place to ensure that no beasts from other planets would invade or destroy through it. Of course, some teams would carry disposable teleportation devices in order to return to their worlds, but such devices were expensive and could not be reused. Duan Mingyang's strength hadn't yet reached the point of owning such a device because once it was set up, it couldn't be taken away again and only had one chance to use it. Where do you think the portal will be? Song Yichuan asked. I guess it would be under the ground, where it's much safer than the ground. Duan Mingyang replied, there's probably an inconspicuous-looking building with a secret entrance inside. You mean we have to look down one building at a time? Song Yichuan was somewhat helpless. We can first rule out those residential buildings. Those places can't possibly have a large enough space to build an underground base. There are also some small buildings in dangerous areas that can be ignored. What's left are just some large enough buildings where a large base could be hidden. The two continued to walk into a building, but they never found anything. Eventually, they walked into a library. Although most of the books had been destroyed and many of the shelves had collapsed, there didn't seem to be any traces of the beasts. Just then, Song Yichuan's stomach made a rumbling sound. It seems like we've already traveled for a long time. Why don't we just rest here for the night? Duan Mingyang suggested, this place looks safe, we can build a simple fort. The two then went up to the second floor of the library. The first floor had many large holes and broken walls that beasts could easily attack. However, the second floor was relatively safe. Duan Mingyang began to move the heavy bookshelves, and although Song Yichuan couldn't help, he began to clear the clutter to make more space. After an hour, they managed to surround a simple fortress with bookshelves. What a nice home! Duan Mingyang smiled in satisfaction, come on in. After entering the fortress, Duan Mingyang carefully pulled the last bookshelf over, completely surrounding the two of them in a small room made of bookshelves. The small room was pitch black. Duan Mingyang gently tapped the bookshelf with his fist and made small holes in all four directions, letting a little bit of light in so that they could observe the movements outside at any time. Afterwards, Duan Mingyang took out a small stone from his pocket and placed it in the center of the room. He gently tapped it, and a warm orange glow followed, and although the light wasn't strong, it seemed exceptionally bright in this dark space. Here, eat this. Duan Mingyang handed Song Yichuan a small round pill. Is this a food supplement? Song Yichuan asked. That's right, I guess you didn't bring these with you when you set out. Duan Mingyang replied. Song Yichuan looked at the pill in his hand and then swallowed it in one gulp. Food supplements were a major breakthrough in human technology. As long as one was taken every day, humans no longer needed to eat, and the pills contained all the nutrients that humans needed. However, the pills could not replenish water, and they still needed to find their own water source. Fortunately, the water systems in most of the buildings in this shelter were still functioning properly, so water was not a problem for the time being. You rest first, I'll keep watch, we'll switch shifts later. Duan Mingyang said. Okay. Chapter 59 Shadow Department. Su Ran finally cracked the code to the storeroom, and the door opened in response. A hard-to-conceal smile appeared on his face. I love you to death, system. I'll never speak ill of you again. Su Ran said excitedly, unable to wait to walk into the storage room. However, when he walked in, the sight in front of him was a huge disappointment. The legendary beast equipment and beast crystals that he had originally fantasized about were all gone, and all that was left in the storeroom were rows and rows of bookshelves filled with books. Is this all? Su Ran helplessly grabbed a book. The moment he touched the book, the system's beep sounded in his head. Earth System Ability Book Level 1. Unable to learn, is it converted to 10 experience points? Su Ran chose to convert without hesitation, and the book gradually disappeared in his hands as if it had turned into ashes. He felt a warm current surge into his body, and a new prompt popped up on the system interface. Gain 10 points of experience value. Current experience value, 1150-1600. Su Ran excitedly began flipping through more books, and he realized that each level 1 skill book could provide 5 experience points, while a level 1 ability book could provide 10 experience points. As he explored, Su Ran realized that the level of the books gradually increased. A level 2 alien ability book could give him 100 points of experience, while a level 2 skill book provided 50 points. Eventually, after absorbing a large number of books, the system once again sent out a prompt. Experience value is full, current level raised to level 6. After ascending to level 6, Su Ran immediately added attribute points to strength. Now, even without the help of his wrist guards, his strength had reached 15, allowing him to freely use the heavy hammer strike skill without relying on his wrist guards. Looking around, there were still many books in the storeroom that he hadn't touched yet. This place was a treasure trove for him. He continued to walk towards the next bookshelf and his hand touched the first book, which was the first level 3 ability book he had ever seen. Level 3 Earth Ability Book. Unable to learn, is it converted to 1000 experience value? Su Ran picked up the book and confirmed the system information. Yes, the level 3 ability book was really able to provide 1000 experience value. Without hesitation, he immediately absorbed the book. Experience value, 1053,200. Then, he picked up the skill book next to it, and just as he had guessed, it gave him 500 experience value. So far, the experience value provided by the skill book was exactly half of that provided by the ability book. Su Ran frantically absorbed the unlearnable books like crazy, while the useful ones were tossed aside. Although he knew that these books could fetch a good price in the market, they couldn't be stored in his system space like beast crystals, and carrying them would only become a liability. After this round of frantic absorption, Su Ran had risen to level 8 in total. Level 8. HP 4545. Although he hadn't unlocked any new skills, he still gained the regular attribute points for each upgrade. He added both points to endurance, and now his attributes appeared more balanced. Strength 15-2. Agility 15. Endurance 14. Experience value 512,800. Although the experience value required for each upgrade was increasing, Su Ran began to wonder if the system had a level cap, or if the required experience value would increase to unimaginable levels. After flipping through most of the books in the storeroom, Su Ran realized that the highest ranked ability book was only level 3. He had already come across a few duplicate level 3 Earth ability books, but the system didn't give any new hints. Perhaps Li Rue could use this book? Su Ran muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Su Ran decided to take this book with him. After all, it was just a book, he could still carry it easily. But when he thought of Li Rue again, not so pleasant memories surfaced in his mind. Li Rue was the reason why he had come to this place. Su Ran didn't know how long he would stay here, or if he would be able to leave alive. Although he was now doing his best to turn a bad situation into a good one, Li Rue's betrayal was too much for him to let go of. Anger welling up in his heart, Su Ran tore up the book in his hands. He decided that if he had the chance to meet Li Rue, he might listen to his explanation, but he would never help Li Rue again. Just then, Su Ran noticed another bookshelf in the corner of the room that he hadn't noticed. There was only one lone book on the bookshelf, and as Su Ran approached and gently touched the book, a new system prompt appeared. Level 6 Alien Ability Book, Shadow System. Seeing this prompt, Su Ran's mood suddenly became excited. He impatiently wanted to know how much experience value this level 6 ability book could give him. Perhaps this time, he would be able to directly ascend to level 10 and unlock the functions of the system shop. However, things did not develop as Su Ran expected. This ability is compatible with the system, is it to be learned? Su Ran dropped the book on the floor in shock and took a step back. Since coming to this storage room, this was the first time he had seen such a prompt.
It turned out that the system could not only absorb books, but also allow him to learn certain abilities. Su-ran knew that this shadow system ability book was definitely different, as he had never heard of this ability before. After some thought, Su-ran decided to try to put this book into his system space first. The previous books could not be stored in it, but he felt that this book might be different. Sure enough, the shadow system ability book was successfully stored into the system space. Su-ran didn't rush to learn this book. He planned to check out the details of the shadow system ability before deciding whether or not to learn it. Perhaps this ability was somehow connected to his vampire system, and if so, there should be other abilities that were compatible with his system. Thinking of this, Su-ran did not want to take any chances. After all, ordinary people could only use one ability in their lifetime. After closing the door to the storage room, Su-ran laid down on the floor and closed his eyes. Without realizing it, he quickly entered dreamland. After a dozen hours or so, Su-ran's body was pressed against the cold floor, his eyelids slowly opened, and there was only a blinding white light in his vision. In just a few seconds, he had almost forgotten everything that had happened before, as if he was still on Earth's campus. But soon, the scenery around him brought him back to reality. This was not a school, but a distant alien planet, 10,000 miles away from the home he knew so well. Stretching his stiff limbs, he stood up, unable to tell just how long he had been out. But surprisingly, he actually slept quite peacefully on such a cold, hard surface. Both his physical exhaustion and mental tension made him realize that this journey had consumed him even more than he had imagined. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in his field of vision. Hunger increased. Daily mission completed, avoid sunlight for 8 hours. Seeing this message, Su-ran's mood sank. In another day, the system would remind him that he had to drink human blood to continue sustaining his life. At the moment, there was still 50 milliliters of blood left in his body, so as long as there were no more fights, he shouldn't be in danger for a while. At this moment, he only had one goal in mind, and that was to find the portal and escape this strange planet. Chapter 60. This is not a game. As Su-ran reached out to push open the steel door, he was a little nervous, wondering if it was already light outside. Even though the system prompted the completion of the mission, meaning the start of a new day, he wasn't sure if the system's time coincided with the time on Earth. After all, he was no longer on Earth now. As the door was slowly pushed open, he was surprised to find that it was still night outside. Then his attention was quickly drawn to something else. Su-ran quickly closed the door, his heart beating wildly. He clearly saw that there was a monster standing outside the door. It was definitely not the rat-like alien beast he had encountered earlier. He gently pushed the door open once again and peeked outside to observe the situation. Only to see a huge creature standing in the center of the warehouse. While its upper body resembled a human, its lower body was like a giant scorpion, surrounded by several pairs of huge pincers that flashed with a deadly cold light. Appraise. Using his newly leveled appraisal skill, Su-ran learned the information about the monster. Skodana. Intermediate alien beast. After receiving the tip, Su-ran quickly closed the door once again. Although he had upgraded 3 times in the warehouse, he knew that he wasn't enough to deal with an intermediate Fey beast. The power of an intermediate Fey beast was at least 10 times that of a primary Fey beast, and some were even more powerful. This monster definitely didn't look good to deal with, and Su-ran didn't dare to act rashly. The warehouse's security door was still quite sturdy, and he decided to hide for the time being, waiting for the opportunity for the monster to leave. After some time, Su-ran once again gently pushed open the door and probed to observe. However, the monster remained where it was, showing no signs of leaving. It was at this moment that Su-ran discovered a detail that disturbed him. Next to the monster, there were several rounded objects piled up, buried in a pile of scrap metal. Are these eggs? Identification. Skodana Fey eggs. Looking at these eggs, Su-ran's heart went cold. Clearly, this monster had just spawned, and it wouldn't easily leave this area, at least not before its children hatched. Su-ran was caught in a dilemma. He could choose to continue hiding and wait for the monster to go out in search of food, but the problem was that the physiological mechanism of a foreign beast was different from that of a human. A single feeding might keep it from having to hunt for weeks, and Su-ran's time was limited. He couldn't afford to spend it here. The other option was to take a chance on this Fey beast while it had just spawned and was in a weak state. But he had to decide immediately, as delaying would only give the monster more time to recover. In the end, Su-ran clenched his teeth and walked out of the warehouse. He decided to try sneaking out first, not engaging easily. However, as he carefully made his way through the abandoned metal pile and approached the broken hole he had originally entered, a familiar sound broke the silence. A split-claw mouse burrowed through the broken hole and instantly met Su-ran on all fours.
"I'll go, why now?"
The crack-clawed rat let out a piercing screech, as if it was trying to warn the other creatures. Su-ran didn't have time to react, only to hear heavy footsteps coming from behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know that the Skordana was already lunging towards him. Flash step. At the last moment, Su-ran used his flash step skill, instantly dodging Skordana's attack. That split-claw rat wasn't so lucky, directly being viciously smashed onto the ground by the giant pincers, instantly turning into a puddle of mush.
Su-ran clenched his fists and said coldly, "It seems that this battle is unavoidable." Su-ran was forced to go head-to-head with Skordana.
Although he could choose to escape, he knew that on this planet with the red portal, there were existences that were even more terrifying than intermediate-level alien beasts. If he fled rashly, he might attract more dangerous monsters, and that would be the last situation he wanted to face. Seeing the split-claw rat that had already been flattened, he knew that he had to avoid being hit by Skordana's giant claws. The flash step skill he had just used had consumed a lot of physical strength, and he could only use it once more at most.
Skordana's scorpion body quickly rushed towards him.
Su-ran swung out two blood blades, and the thick and powerful blood blades cut through the air and rushed towards Skordana.
But Skordana wasn't stupid and used her 4 claws to protect her body.
The blood blade collided with the claws, and Skordana retreated a few steps, but it did not cause any noticeable damage, and the claws did not even leave any marks on them. Su-ran gritted his teeth and looked at the hard exoskeleton. Apparently, the scorpion phase exoskeleton was extremely hard, while its upper body was relatively soft, which was its only weakness. Su-ran made his decision as he quickly dashed towards Skordana, avoiding its first claw strike and dodging several other attacks in succession. Just at the moment when its body revealed a break, Su-ran was ready to launch his attack. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain coming from his back as a sharp tail stabbed into his body from behind him. How did this tail suddenly appear? Su-ran was inwardly shocked as the tail threw him violently against the wall. His body hit the ground, and his life value rapidly dropped. Life value, 1345. As blood continued to flow out, his life value was rapidly decreasing.
Su-ran had no choice but to immediately utilize his blood bank.
10 milliliters of blood used, 40 milliliters remaining.
1545 life value.
The wound was slowly healing, but it was far from enough. Watching Skordana approach again, he hurriedly consumed the remaining blood.
Blood bank empty.
Life value, 3545. His wounds completely healed and his body regained some of its fighting ability. However, Skordana's tail could be retracted and released at any time, putting a considerable amount of pressure on Su-ran. At this point, he could no longer withstand any more deadly attacks, and without more blood to replenish, the next blow would mean death. Even though the blood blades continued to fly towards Skordana, it still used its 4 claws to protect itself as it approached step by step. The power duel between the two entered a white-hot state. Su-ran's blood blades gradually cracked its claws, but Su-ran's life value was also decreasing. Life value, 1345. Just as its tail came down again, Su-ran quickly used his last flash step skill, instantly appearing behind Skordana. Gathering the strength of his entire body, he threw out a heavy hammer strike with all his might. A huge hole appeared in Skordana's upper body, and black blood splattered all over the ground. Skordana fell to the ground with a loud crash, and Su-ran also collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. He raised his hand and looked at the shattered wrist guard. The wrist guard had been severely damaged during the battle and could no longer provide additional attack power. But he didn't have time to grieve over it as a series of system alerts appeared. Skordana killed, gained 1000 experience points. First time killing an intermediate Fey beast, gaining 5000 experience value. First kill of Skodinar, 2000 experience points gained. Although Su-ran had upgraded, the amount of experience value required had also increased drastically, and the challenges ahead would only get tougher. At the same time, he was faced with an even bigger problem. He only had 13 life points left, and his blood bank had been depleted. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. If his system was really like a game, would the life value automatically recover after upgrading? Looking around, he saw the 3 Skordana eggs not far away. Then after a short rest, Su-ran walked towards Skordana's corpse and began to search for the beast crystals. This time, I can't be soft-hearted. Su-ran recited silently and tore open Skordana's body, eventually finding the beast crystal. He then walked towards the 3 giant eggs and smashed one of them with force. Black liquid splattered all over the ground, and the small scorpion inside that had yet to hatch was revealed.
Skordana egg killed, gained 1000 experience points.
Skordana egg killed for the first time, 2000 experience points gained. Su-ran was pleasantly surprised in his heart, not realizing that killing a fey egg could also gain such a high level of experience. He did not hesitate and quickly smashed the remaining 2 eggs one by one.
Skordana egg killed, gaining 1000 experience points. Skordana egg killed, gained 1000 experience value.
Congratulations, upgraded to level 9. When he saw the system prompt, his heart was filled with disappointment. Upgrading had not restored his life value, and although the ceiling had been raised, the current life value remained unchanged. Even though the system was like a game, it was all reality. What alarmed him even more was that the system followed up with an even more dire warning.
Your hunger is getting stronger.
You can no longer suppress your thirst for blood. Every hour your life value will decrease by 1 point until you drink human blood.
Chapter 61 Finding the Portal.
Su-ran's previous battle had almost drained his energy, and there was little blood left in his body, rendering him incapable of natural healing. He was now too hungry to recover on his own, and every inch of his body was warning him that he needed blood, and that he had to find it as soon as possible in order to survive. He glanced down at the system interface, and a certain number came into view: 13. 13 life points, and I'll only be able to last 13 hours. Su-ran muttered to himself, and that's only if I don't use any skills or take damage. Right now, he was faced with a difficult choice: should he wait in place and count on the school to send someone to save him, or should he continue to take risks and look around for an exit? Whichever one he chose, there was the possibility of encountering dangerous alien beasts. And he was not confident that the school would come to his rescue. After all, he was just an orphan without any background, nor was he a Zenomancer who had demonstrated high potential. To the school, his life or death might not matter. Thinking it over, Su-ran decided to give it a try. The only hope of finding the portal was to move on. The portal would surely be placed somewhere safe, away from the threat of the Fae. Although the risk of encountering the Fae beasts was high, the wait was more likely to be endless death. Avoiding some of the dilapidated buildings and lurking dangers, Su-ran slowly moved through the abandoned city at an extremely cautious pace. Whenever he found a Fae beast moving within a building, he would quickly conceal himself in the shadows with his keen night vision and wait until the Fae beast left, then quickly pass through. The foreign beasts on this planet also possessed quite excellent night vision, but Su-ran's vision was much sharper, allowing him to successfully avoid danger many times. After 2 hours of exploration, Su-ran's health value had dropped to 11 points, and his hunger gradually worsened, making it harder and harder for him to concentrate. Just then, he realized that there was a relatively well-preserved building ahead of him, a huge dome-shaped structure. It was the training center, where the Ultrans usually came to test their skills or try out new equipment. The special materials on the exterior could withstand some powerful attacks, allowing it to remain intact in the midst of these ruins.
No wonder this building is still intact.
Su-ran whispered as a new hope began to emerge in his heart. Perhaps the portal was hidden in this building, and its sturdy shell could protect it well. As he approached the training center, Su-ran saw several damaged mechs at the entrance, their cores having been removed. Mechs were powerful tools in times of war, but they could only be powered by the use of high-grade beast crystals. Su-ran recalled the wars of the past. Humanity had once united to defend itself against the invasion of the Dargi, but after the war ended, the greedy human nature once again revealed itself, and various forces began to compete for resources and power. Su-ran knew that if Daki knew about the divided state of the earth at the moment, he feared that humanity would have been defeated long ago. He had to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and survive. When he reached the entrance to the training center, he saw 2 crack-clawed rats guarding the gate. He decided to walk around the domed building in a futile attempt to find other entrances. The only entrance was the main gate that was guarded. He hid behind a destroyed mech and watched for about 30 minutes, yet the 2 rift-claw rats showed no signs of leaving.
Su-ran no longer had the time to continue waiting. It's over, we can't delay any longer.
He glanced at the system interface, and his health value dropped once again. Life value, 1050. He knew he had to do something, or else sooner or later he would be dragged down by his hunger and wounds. Right now, he had to come up with a plan to deal with it: either rush over and defeat the beasts, or find some other way to sneak into the building, find a teleportation portal, or find some resources that could replenish his stamina. Su-ran looked around, his eyes landing on a broken piece of mech debris nearby. It was a long metal rod, similar in shape to a pole, but he wasn't sure which part of the mech it was. He picked up the metal rod and gazed at another damaged mech in the distance, near the side of the entrance. I hope this works. Su Ran took a deep breath, focused all his strength, and violently threw the metal rod. The metal rod cut through the air, emitting a sharp wind-breaking sound, and finally smashed into the distant mech with a loud clang. Hearing the commotion, the Rift Claw rats immediately became alert and quickly ran towards the source of the sound. Now! Su Ran started violently, bursting into a full sprint towards the entrance. Within a few short seconds, he rushed to the door of the domed building. The entrance was like a corridor, flanked by thick walls, with two steel doors at the end. Su Ran tried to push the doors open with force, but was unsuccessful. The gates were as intact as the entire building, obviously made of some special material. He searched carefully beside the doors, hoping to find some kind of clue to open them. Soon, he spotted a code entry machine embedded in the wall. With joy in his heart, he quickly rushed to the password machine and reached out to press his hand on the machine, using his appraisal skill. System, don't let me down. The password entry machine is connected to the steel gate, and the combination password is 3334-625-3778. Su Ran immediately began to enter the password. Just as he was in the process of entering the password, an ear-piercing shriek suddenly came from his ears. The split claw rats had already discovered his trail and summoned the other two companions. At the moment, there were a total of 4 split claw rats closing in on him. Su Ran's hands began to tremble as he tried to keep himself calm. Hurry up! Hurry up! Beep! Crap! Wrong input. Because of his nervousness, Su Ran had lost the wrong password. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, reusing his appraisal skill to confirm the password before entering it again. However, just as he focused on typing, intense pain came from his leg. Life value, 950. He looked down to see that a split claw rat was biting his leg, and the other 3 were already closing in. Su Ran roared, raised his fist, and smashed it hard into the Rift Claw rat's head, directly cracking its skull. The split claw rat let go of him, but did not die, while the other 3 were already close at hand. There's no choice. Su Ran gritted his teeth, flash step. As soon as the words fell, his body instantly appeared behind the split claw rats like a residual shadow, but the distance was still too close, and the split claw rats turned around and continued to pounce towards him. We can only fight. He stretched out his palm and sent out the skill blood rain. Blood sprayed out of his hand like loose bullets, repelling the 4 Rift Claw rats, with the most heavily injured one dying on the spot. Life value, 450. Gained 100 experience value. Without hesitation, Su Ran rushed towards the Rift Claw rat on the ground, slamming his hands together on the head of another Rift Claw rat, killing it on the spot. Gained 100 experience points, gained 100 experience points, gained 100 experience points. The remaining 2 split claw rats had already recovered and quickly lunged at Su Ran again. Su Ran's heart was burning with anxiety as he waved his hands and unleashed the blood blade, which this time was incredibly powerful and directly killed the 2 split claw rats with a single blow. Gained 100 experience value. Gained 100 experience points. Experience value, 825,600. At this point, Su Ran's life value was already low to the limit. He did not have time to collect the beast crystals of the split claw rats, and he was also afraid that more fey beasts would come sniffing around. He quickly walked to the large door and correctly entered the password. The door opened in response, and he immediately rushed into the building before locking the door securely. Chapter 62 Transformation. Su Ran was now in a place similar to a reception area, with a few rows of seats and a reception desk. Unlike the rest of the city, this place was very well preserved, and even looked as if it had been newly built. There were 2 passages in front, one leading to the left and one to the right, with "Training Center" written on the wall. Su Ran's health had fallen below the danger line, and with less than 2 hours left, he had to find the portal as soon as possible. He entered the main training hall, which was a huge room with many seats around it, looking like some sort of arena. The entire room was white in color and filled with modern design, but the empty grounds made Su Ran doubly disappointed. There was nothing in the arena below, not even a single piece of metal could be found, let alone a portal. Su Ran fell to his knees, his heart filled with despair. He felt that this might be his last chance, and now, he didn't even have much time left to continue searching. But he didn't give up, bracing himself to stand up and continue to look around the training center. He checked the preparation room, the office, the gym, and even returned to the reception area, yet still found nothing. In the end, Su Ran collapsed in the center of the arena, his eyes staring listlessly at the ceiling. Lifespan, 150. Intense hunger tortured his every nerve as his vision began to blur and his body gradually lost consciousness.
Is this the end of me? Su Ran muttered, Dad, Mom, why did you leave me alone in this world? Why did you guys give me this book? I thought that with this book, I could change something. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The last hour had passed quietly. Life value, 0.50. Life value has dropped to 0 due to hunger. Transformation will begin soon. At night, Song Yichuan had trouble falling asleep as usual. He couldn't remember the last time he had a good night's sleep. Sometimes he could sleep peacefully like an ordinary person, but more often than not, his consciousness would be dragged into that dark room. At the moment, the chairs in the room were empty, and no one was in control of the body. Lately, this had been happening more and more frequently. In that dark room, the three people would usually talk while their bodies rested. But whenever Song Yichuan stayed there was always a vague uneasiness in his heart. The fact that the chair was empty meant that any person could sit on it and take control of the body at any time. Now, although Song Yichuan was the caretaker for the time being, it was only because the little guy was willing to let him do so. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Hey, wake up, are you having a nightmare? Duan Mingyang said softly. Song Yichuan opened his eyes and looked around, realizing that he was still in that dark room. Oh, sorry, I didn't make too much noise, did I? Song Yichuan apologized. It's fine, this place is already quite scary, a child like you shouldn't have stayed here alone. Duan Mingyang comforted, how about we switch places? Duan Mingyang and Song Yichuan exchanged positions. Duan Mingyang laid down on the cold and hard ground, while Song Yichuan stood next to the gap of the bookshelf and continued to keep alert. Soon, the sound of Duan Mingyang's loud snoring came from behind him, and he fell asleep almost instantly. Song Yichuan, since you're not going to do anything now, what about when we find the portal? Song Tang asked unwillingly. He has high-grade crystals on him, which will help us a lot, and no one will notice. You see how weak he is, and we have his abilities now, so solving him is simple. As long as I control the body, I won't let anyone get hurt. Song Yichuan frowned and responded with a hint of anger. Fine, but there will come a day when I won't help you when we're in trouble. When he realizes you're not doing well, I'll be put in the chair, and you won't be able to make any more decisions at that point. With nothing to do, time became a blur. Song Yichuan didn't even know how long he had been asleep, and since the sky was always dark, he didn't have any way to judge the passage of time. Finally, after a long time, Duan Mingyang woke up. He climbed up from the ground and covered his ribs in pain, his face showing agony. I really can't wait to go home. Duan Mingyang said and looked up at Song Yichuan. Song Yichuan turned to look at Duan Mingyang and saw that he was struggling a bit to get up, so he reached out his hand again and pulled him up from the ground. Just the moment Duan Mingyang stood up, his face suddenly changed. He saw a huge eyeball staring at them through a gap in the bookshelf. Duan Mingyang quickly drew a small dagger from his waist and viciously threw it towards that eyeball. With his powerful strength and the enchantment of the equipment on his body, the dagger directly penetrated the eyeball and killed the monster. Then, with a lift of his hand, the dagger quickly flew back into his hand. We have to get out of here in a hurry. Duan Mingyang shouted, while kicking down a row of bookshelves. The two of them climbed up along the collapsed bookshelves and realized that their surroundings were already surrounded by monsters. The ceiling, walls, and even the ground of the library were densely covered with multi-eyed tentacle monsters. These creatures had huge eyes and countless tentacles stretched out from beneath their bodies. Aren't you on sentry duty? Duan Mingyang complained. I've been keeping an eye out, but the narrow space gives me a limited field of vision. Song Yichuan's mind was still filled with anxiety and confusion, making it difficult to concentrate. These monsters were able to easily climb up the walls and ceilings, making it difficult to be detected. From the ceiling, several tentacled monsters swooped down while those on the floor attacked with their tentacles. Duan Mingyang stretched out his hands, palms facing upwards, and the objects in the library began to vibrate as if they were being pulled by some unseen force, slowly gathering towards him. Then, metal fragments flew from all over the library and surrounded them at an extremely fast speed. Follow me closely. Duan Mingyang ordered, and Song Yichuan complied. Those metal fragments quickly formed a sphere made of discarded metal, completely wrapping them up. The monster's tentacles frantically slapped the metal sphere, making violent crashing sounds, but failed to cause much damage. Bounce off! With Duan Mingyang's roar, the metal balls instantly burst apart, just as they did when they initially gathered. The metal fragments spread outwards with great force, piercing through the monsters' bodies and directly piercing through their brains and hearts. Luckily, this planet is filled with metal.
Duan Ming Yang said with a smile, "Don't waste these crystals, come on." The two quickly stepped forward and began to extract crystals from the monster's corpse. In the battle just now, Song Yichuan had tried to use the earth ability he had obtained from Li Weiqi to attack a monster, but to no avail. It meant that he had been on this planet for at least more than 24 hours.
However, he could still use Duan Ming Yang's ability.
Due to their contact within the library, Song Yichuan's ability cooldown was able to be reset, and even if Duan Ming Yang was unable to fight or they were separated, he could still use Duan Ming Yang's ability for another 24 hours. After collecting the beast crystals, Duan Ming Yang handed half of them to Song Yichuan.
"Take it." "I don't need it, I didn't do anything."
"These are just basic level beast crystals, I can collect them in my sleep."
"All right." Song Yichuan reluctantly agreed.
Although he agreed, he simply didn't have any place to put these beast crystals on his body. He didn't have a bag with him, nor did he have any storage tools. After all, this was a sudden adventure. Duan Ming Yang said that he would temporarily keep these beast crystals for him and give them to him when he returned to Earth. Then, they left the library and continued to search for the portal.
Chapter 63: A New Destination.
The two were careful to avoid any monsters, and luckily, they never encountered any other dangers. Eventually, they saw a target.
"Look, if I would put a portal somewhere, it would be there." Duan Ming Yang pointed at a large domed building in the distance and said.
"What is that place?"
Song Yichuan asked. "It looks like a training center."
"That's right, it is a training center. And it looks like the building is so sturdy that the monsters around it didn't even leave scratches, it's enough to build a secret base." The two continued to walk towards the training center, with a new target in sight.
Outside the huge domed building, Song Yichuan and Duan Ming Yang were preparing to enter.
In front of the building was an empty field covered with all sorts of trash. It looked like a battle had once taken place here. They carefully walked through this ruin filled with broken waste and mechs, constantly looking for cover to approach the entrance. After confirming that there weren't any beasts nearby, they decided to sprint forward. As they sprinted towards the gate, they suddenly stopped at the entrance and seemed to have discovered something.
Duan Ming Yang squatted down to scrutinize something on the ground.
"It's the dead split claw rats again." Duan Ming Yang dabbed a bit of black blood with his finger, and although it had dried up a bit, it obviously hadn't been long. These crack-clawed rats look like they just died a short while ago, so it seems like there's already someone inside.
Song Yichuan didn't say anything, but in his heart, he hoped that person was Su Ran.
But as he crossed over to the dead crack-clawed rats, he couldn't help but feel skeptical. If it really was Su Ran, then the secret Su Ran was hiding was even bigger than he had imagined.
Combination lock? Song Yichuan saw the console next to the door and asked, "Do you know the combination?" "Are you kidding? How would I know?"
Duan Ming Yang stretched out his hands, his eyes focused on the closed door.
As time passed, Song Yichuan could see bruises appearing on Duan Ming Yang's forehead. This door is really sturdy. Duan Ming Yang continued to use his ability.
Finally, as the power continued to increase, the sound of metal latches gradually bending came from behind the door.
However, the loud sound from the metal door also attracted uninvited guests.
The three split claw rats heard the commotion and quietly approached, discovering the two humans in front of the door.
"Duan Ming Yang, you better hurry up!" Song Yichuan shouted eagerly.
"Take care of those rats yourself!"
Duan Ming Yang roared.
Duan Ming Yang used more strength to pull the door open, and the door finally started to deform slightly, but the harder he pushed, the louder the noise he made, resulting in 4 more split claw rats joining the siege.
"There are too many."
Song Yichuan quickly turned around and pressed his hands on the door as well.
"What are you doing? At least help me block them."
Duan Ming Yang shouted in dissatisfaction, but soon he felt that the door was moving much faster than before. He stared at Song Yichuan and realized that the other party was also covered in sweat.
"It's impossible, right?"
With the combined efforts of the two men, they finally tore open the door, just enough of a gap for the two men to burrow through. They quickly jumped inside the door. Upon entering the building, the two immediately turned around and once again focused their strength on that gate. A crack-clawed rat came flying at them, its head already in the gap.
"Quickly close it!" Song Yichuan shouted.
In that instant, the door slammed shut, slicing the crack-clawed rat's head off flush. Only a thud was heard, and the head tumbled to the ground. After the door closed, the two finally had time to look around. The interior of the training center was unusually dark, only a few small white LED lights were placed in the corners, so they could barely see the ground, while the lights above their heads were all extinguished. Duan Mingyang stepped forward, but he heard the sound of glass breaking. Why would someone deliberately break all the lights? Duan Mingyang said, the electricity in this kind of place usually lasts for hundreds of years, and the exterior doesn't look like it's been damaged. Maybe it was the person who came in earlier? Song Ichwan guessed. Probably. Here. Duan Mingyang threw Song Ichwan a small stone, the very thing they had used when they temporarily built a shelter in the library. Song Ichwan pressed the stone, and an orange glow immediately surrounded him. What about you? Duan Mingyang also took out another stone, activating it and pinning it to his waist. Now, are you going to explain what just happened? Or are you going to continue hiding it again? Song Ichwan smiled awkwardly. There's nothing to hide, my ability is to copy other people's abilities. I copied your ability when I saw you use it in the library. Song Ichwan didn't lie, he knew that Duan Mingyang had already noticed this, and he also knew that he couldn't happen to have the same rare ability as Duan Mingyang. However, Song Ichwan didn't reveal that he needed to touch the other party in order to copy the ability, something he decided to keep. This ability is kinda cool, I wish I could have it too. Duan Mingyang said and patted Song Ichwan's shoulder, let's go. Song Ichwan was a little surprised by Duan Mingyang's reaction. He originally thought that Duan Mingyang would be furious or dissatisfied, but he didn't realize that the other party didn't care. The two continued to walk along the dimly lit corridor, the only thing that could guide them were those faint LED lights on the floor. Hey, Song Ichwan, this is the last chance, it's my turn now. Song Tang said in Song Ichwan's mind, if the portal is really here, I can help you take care of him easily. Get lost, leave me alone. Alright, that's your last chance. The two finally arrived at the reception hall, which was still illuminated by small LED lights, barely making out the size of the room. However, just like the corridor before, all the lights overhead were shattered. It must be some kind of beast that did this. Duan Mingyang analyzed. How are you sure? Song Ichwan asked. Many beasts on this planet follow cycles. During dark years, they go out to hunt, and when the sun appears, they go dormant. I'm guessing that some kind of light-sensitive beast might have broken in and shattered all the lights. If it was a human, they could have just found the power source and turned off all the lights, or simply used a switch. They continued on and finally reached the front desk. The next step was to enter the arena, and they passed through an entrance and into the stands. Roar! As soon as they stepped into the arena, a deafening roar came from the hallway. Quickly turn off your stone! Duan Mingyang whispered eagerly. But everything was already too late. They could clearly hear footsteps coming from the depths of the arena, getting closer and closer. Ka snort! With a sharp hiss, a huge monster lunged at them from the arena, no doubt it had spotted its prey and charged with all its might. Chapter 64 Bloodlust Beast. Transformation will begin soon. Along with this message, a sharp pain swept through Su Ran's entire body, as if a blazing fire was burning inside. The whites of his eyes were gradually covered in black, and his teeth were growing rapidly. The pain didn't end there, and his body convulsed violently, as if something was about to break out of his body. His nails grew longer, his skin tightened, the outline of his bones became more and more obvious, and even his hair was falling out. Your mental state is extremely unstable. Your bloodlust has reached its limit. You have now become a mad vampire. All attributes doubled. Life value halved. In this form, all blood skills cannot be used. A message kept popping up in his mind, but Su Ran had long been unable to comprehend these prompts. His consciousness completely disappeared, and the Su Ran standing in the center of the training ground was no longer human. The top of his head was bald, his hands had become like the sharp claws of a wild animal, his body was leaning forward, and his eyes were pitch black. Stung by the light from the training center, the monster instantly fell to the ground, its senses unusually sharp, sensing all the changes. Cackle roar. An ear-piercing shrill echoed throughout the arena. With its eyes closed, it ran forward at breakneck speed. When it reached the wall, it grabbed it violently and quickly climbed up to the ceiling like a lizard, then shattered the lights with a forceful punch. The lights went out and darkness enveloped the room. The bloodlust beast opened its eyes, its vision clear as day in the darkness. It leapt from the ceiling and landed heavily. Despite falling from a height of 30 meters, it was unharmed and landed firmly on the ground with its knees bent. The bloodlust beast wandered through the training center, destroying the lights in every room it passed. There was only one thought left in its mind, searching for blood to satisfy its hunger. At this moment, Su Ran's thoughts, emotions, and even all of his traits as a human were all gone. His body functioned on its own, completely dominated by bloodlust. Eventually, it returned to the middle of the training center's grounds, as if it had lost its way and was just waiting for its prey to arrive.
A few minutes later, Song Ichwan and Duan Mingyang quietly entered the grounds.
Although they moved lightly, Su Ran could hear their every step and even detect the subtle whispers between them. The monster's head turned violently to see two blinding lights. At first, the lights obscured their faces, but when they extinguished the lights, it was able to determine the prey had arrived. Duan Mingyang and Song Ichwan heard the monster running quickly towards them, but they couldn't see it clearly in the darkness.
"It's coming!" Duan Mingyang whispered and quickly touched the lightstone at his waist.
But the monster was too fast, and by the time he reacted, it was already close at hand. Through the weak LED light, they could barely recognize that it was a humanoid monster.
Duan Mingyang clenched his fists and met it. "You want to compare strength? Come on then." The monster's claws grabbed Duan Mingyang's fist, and its sharp nails pierced deeply into his palm, blood instantly spurting out.
What kind of monster is this? Holy, this power is impossible to resist. Smelling the scent of blood, the monster let out an even more ferocious low roar and opened its bloody mouth, two huge fangs showing. It lunged forward and bit. Fortunately, Duan Mingyang was wearing reinforced equipment and he barely managed to resist the monster's attack. When the monster lunged again, Duan Mingyang pushed it away with all his strength, but the next second, the monster leapt with both feet and kicked him hard, sending him flying to the wall. The monster quickly pounced on it and was about to attack Duan Mingyang again when a metal chair flying from the stand slammed into the monster and knocked it to the ground.
Song Ichwan quickly rushed to Duan Mingyang's side and helped him up.
"Thanks a lot, buddy." "What the hell was that?"
Song Ichwan gasped and asked.
"I don't know, I've never seen this kind of monster before, but it looks like a humanoid creature. I only know that this kind of monster is very powerful and has been found on other planets. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes."
Duan Mingyang replied.
The metal chair didn't suppress the monster for long. The smell of blood was too strong and it stood up again, immediately charging towards the two.
"Quickly, open your lightstone,"
Duan Mingyang said sharply.
"What?" Song Ichwan froze. "Hurry up, lightstone."
The two of them opened their lightstones in a panic, and the bloodlust beast stopped in its tracks, covering its eyes with its claws and taking a few steps back.
"Looks like I guessed right,"
Duan Mingyang said. "This monster should be the culprit that destroyed all the lights. Its eyes are very sensitive to light." However, the two underestimated the ferocity of the bloodlust beast. Although the light of the lightstone temporarily made it retreat, the light wasn't enough to stop its desire for prey. Even though the bloodlust beast closed its eyes, it was still able to smell Duan Mingyang's bloody odor. The monster ripped off the seats from the bleachers and frantically threw them towards them. Fortunately, the chairs were made of metal, and Duan Mingyang and Song Ichwan were barely able to withstand these attacks. The chairs flew one after another at an alarming speed, and the monster ripped off all the seats from the bleachers almost instantly. Suddenly, with its eyes closed, the bloodlust beast lunged towards the two of them and started attacking indiscriminately.
"How did it know our position?" Duan Mingyang exclaimed. "Song Ichwan, get out of there!"
Song Tang inside his body suddenly said.
"What do you mean?" Song Ichwan froze for a moment. "Can't you see it? It's just attacking Duan Mingyang, something attracted it." Hearing Song Tang's reminder, Song Ichwan decisively withdrew from Duan Mingyang and ran to the other side of the arena.
Just as Song Tang said, the monster completely ignored Song Ichwan and continued to attack Duan Mingyang madly. "We have to save him, Song Tang, swap bodies with me," Song Ichwan eagerly requested.
"No way."
Song Tang decisively refused.
"We might die."
"It's time for you to learn to deal with your predicament alone. Figure it out yourself, Song Ichwan." Just then, another voice rang out from within him.
"I will help you."
Duan Mingyang continued to fight against the bloodlust beasts, but the only metal items in the arena were those chairs, and he could only manipulate them as a defense with difficulty. At the moment, he summoned two chairs and barely blocked the monster's attacks. However, every time the monster's fist hit the chairs, it would completely tear them apart.
The monster's power was too strong, and Duan Mingyang was simply unable to fight it. Suddenly, the bloodlust beast leapt forward and opened its fangs towards Duan Mingyang. In a hurry, Duan Mingyang could only shove his forearm into the monster's mouth in an attempt to avoid the fatal injury.
A sharp pain came and he let out a mournful scream.
"Blood is being sucked. 10-100. 14-100. Duan Mingyang could clearly feel that the monster was greedily sucking his blood. As the fangs pierced into his skin, it was as if his body fell into a slight paralysis, unable to move. 25-100. The bloodlust beast was so engrossed in its sucking that it completely failed to notice a sharp metal object that was flying at him. The object stabbed into the monster's shoulder like a spear, and the force was so great that it directly sent the monster flying, disengaging Duan Mingyang's arm. Duan Mingyang stood up with great difficulty and cast his eyes to the center of the arena, only to see Song Yichuan standing there with several metal chairs from the arena floating around him. "I just want to find my pet Su Ran," the little guy said coldly. Chapter 65, Little Guy vs. Vampire. The paralyzing effect was fading, and Duan Mingyang barely managed to get up from the ground and looked around, trying to see the current situation clearly. In the center of the arena, Song Yichuan was illuminated by a faint light stone, and several chairs summoned from the stands were floating around him. How was he able to master his abilities so quickly? Duan Mingyang couldn't help but wonder in his heart, I wouldn't necessarily be able to do this even if I was in my peak state. Didn't he just copy my ability? The bloodlust beast climbed up from the ground and roughly pulled out the metal object that was inserted into his shoulder and casually threw it on the ground. Life value, 2025. Koaa. The bloodlust beast let out a low hiss, its gaze deadlocked on the direction of the damage inflicted on it. But this time, instead of attacking rashly, it grabbed the wall fiercely with its sharp claws and quickly climbed up, hidden in the darkness. How are we going to find it now? Song Yichuan said nervously, it's too dark here, the monster could attack from anywhere at any time. I don't have time to play this kind of game. The little guy said coldly. He raised his hands and maneuvered the chairs to pinch them into several sharp metal spears, hovering above his head as he waited silently. Suddenly, the bloodlust beast descended from the sky, and in an instant, the sharp spears stabbed straight out, aiming straight in its direction. The bloodlust beast made a spin in the air, and actually grabbed one of the spears and threw it back with its backhand at an astonishing speed. But the little guy was prepared. He had already piled up a thick metal shield synthesized from chairs on the ground, making it easy to respond to the attack at any time. When the spear flew at him, he quickly raised his shield, but he didn't expect the monster's strength to be so great that the spear penetrated the 15-centimeter thick shield and nearly pierced him. Ha ha ha. Song Tang laughed out loud inside Song Yichuan, looks like I missed the exciting battle, did you see how strong it was? Song Yichuan, if it was you, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Even though the bloodlust beast managed to counter one of the spears, it was unable to dodge the other attacks while it was in the air, and all of the remaining spears hit, piercing through its body and pinning it to the dome ceiling. Lifesteal, 1025. The bloodlust beast seemed unconcerned about its own injuries. It stomped hard on the ceiling with its hind legs, forcing all the spears on its body to push through. Although the wounds healed quickly, the life value did not recover, yet the monster seemed to be unaffected by anything and was still able to continue fighting. It landed on the bleachers, casually crashed a few chairs, and immediately ran wildly towards Song Yichuan again, completely disregarding its injuries. Why isn't this thing dead yet? Song Yichuan was so anxious that he once again turned a few chairs into metal spears and threw them at the bloodlust beast. This time, the bloodlust beast's speed was significantly faster, and it agilely dodged each spear as it ran. Those eyes gradually adapted to the surrounding light and were able to clearly see the flying attacks. It's gotten faster? Song Yichuan couldn't believe his eyes. The situation is not good, the little guy doesn't have enough strength to support it anymore. Song Tang said. The bloodlust beast nimbly dodged all the attacks and gradually approached. Just as it got close, it swung its claws and slapped hard at Song Yichuan. Although the shield had blocked the blow, it was instantly shattered and completely unusable. Seeing that the metal around the little guy had been consumed, the monster's attack was unstoppable. Right at this moment, a sharp tingling sensation suddenly came from the soles of the bloodlust beast's feet. It looked down and a metal spike pierced into its paw. In the distance, Duan Mingyang stood there, his fingers trembling slightly. He was barely able to maneuver the metal spike into the monster's foot even though he was still suffering from the after effects of paralysis. Life value, 725. Suddenly, tears flowed from the corner of the little guy's eyes. As the bloodlust beast approached, the bright light of the lightstone reflected the monster's figure. The little guy was shocked to realize that the uniform on the monster was extremely similar to someone he was familiar with. Even though the monster's appearance was no longer exactly the same, the outline of that face still reminded him of Su Ran. Su Ran! I hurt another friend. He muttered. What are you doing? Kill it quickly! Duan Mingyang shouted. Duan Mingyang summoned a chair once again, crushed it into a metal spear, aimed it at the monster's head and threw it. The spear cut through the air and flew towards the monster with precision, but it suddenly stopped in mid-air when it was about to hit. No! The little guy swung his hand violently, flinging the spear to the side, and then he used his other hand to pull out the spikes from the monster's legs as well. The bloodlust beast regained its freedom and turned its head to stare at the person who had attacked it in the end and rushed towards Duan Mingyang without hesitation. Watching the bloodlust beast rushing at a fast speed, Duan Mingyang's heart was in a panic and he began to frantically block the monster's attack with his chair. However, the bloodlust beast's power was too strong and the chairs were knocked away one after another, unable to stop it at all. Duan Mingyang held his dagger in his hand and prepared to fight to the death. Just as he was about to strike, there was a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and in the next second, he had collapsed on the ground. Looking down, his legs had been torn apart by the monster, and blood surged out. The bloodlust beast dragged Duan Mingyang's upper body and quickly fled the arena, as if it was worried that another person would disturb its hunting process again. Lin Yu learned that the portal expedition that was supposed to take place today had been cancelled, and she had planned to take this opportunity to ask Li Rui about it, especially since he had been acting very strangely lately, but before she could act, Li Rui had already run away. "Jinyuer, come help, we need to figure out what he's hiding," Lin Yu said, but as soon as she turned around she realized that Jinyuer wasn't following. "Jinyuer? I'm not interested in getting involved in your business," Jinyuer said coldly. "I don't care about those two students either, I don't have any friendship with them, and I only got together before for the sake of teaming up." "Don't say that, don't you want to form the strongest team in the class? You and Song Ichwan are definitely the strongest in our class. If you want to surpass the other classes, you must join forces. Moreover, our team is already registered, so if we can't find a replacement, we might not even be able to participate in this expedition." Hearing Lin Yu's last sentence, Jinyuer's eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you just say? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find that rat turd." The two of them then began to join forces to look for traces of Li Rui in the school, but after searching for a long time, they didn't have any luck. They even went and knocked on his dormitory door, but there was no response from inside. The door lock of the dormitory was fingerprint recognized, so even if Li Rui was in his room, they couldn't get in. Just as Lin Yu was getting more and more worried about Su Ran, they came across a group of people who might know Li Rui's whereabouts. It was Ding Yang and his 5 friends. "I think I've seen them having breakfast with Li Rui," Lin Yu said. This group of people were in a room in the training center. This room had various testing equipment where the new students could test their abilities, and if they had improved their abilities or learned new skills, they could submit their results to the staff to update the information on their bracelets. If Lin Yu was alone, she would never dare to go up and deal with this group of people, but with Jinyuer by her side, she felt much more at ease. Chapter 66 Hands Off. "Hi everyone." Lin Yu flashed a smile and walked towards the group of boys. Ding Yang glanced at the watch on her wrist, and after seeing that she was only a level 2 ability, he said disdainfully, "What do you want?" Hearing Ding Yang's attitude, Lin Yu's eyebrows jumped slightly, but she was already used to this kind of treatment. After all, she hadn't been subjected to this kind of treatment in her previous school. "We're not here to look for trouble, we just want to ask if you guys know where Li Ruichi went." Lin Yu still maintained her fake smile. The group of people glanced at each other, then erupted into a burst of ridicule. "Looks like they really aren't Li Rui's true friends, I've long felt that there's something wrong," Lin Yu thought to himself. "Li Rui?" Ding Yang said, "I guess he's all run out of town now." "Yeah, brother Ding Yang, I can't believe he did that kind of thing. If it was me, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to face myself for the rest of my life," a man standing behind Ding Yang said. Ding Yang immediately turned his head and looked at the man angrily. "I'm sorry, brother Ding Yang." The man hurriedly apologized. "You guys get the hell out of here, we won't say anything. If you guys want to find Li Rude, then go find him yourselves." Lin Yu was furious in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She wanted to stick around and pry the information about it out of their mouths, but Ding Yang was a level 4 ability, and the others were on par with her strength, so she could only leave with her loss. As Lin Yu turned to walk away, she realized that Jinyuer hadn't followed again. "Where are you going?" Jinyuer asked from behind her. "To look for Li Ruichi, these guys won't say anything," Lin Yu replied. "I don't think there's a need to look for Li Rude anymore," Jinyuer said faintly. "What do you mean? These people must know what Li Rui did, or at least know where Song Ichwan and Su Ran are." After Jinyuer finished speaking, she walked towards those people.
Jinyuer stretched out her hand, and a thin layer of ice mist began to coalesce from her fingertips, followed by a complete ice spear forming instantly. Before the other students could react, the ice lance had already accurately stabbed Ding Yang's shoulder, pinning him to the equipment used to test the student's strength. As Ding Yang's body smashed against the equipment, the numbers began to rise rapidly and finally stopped at 20. Seeing this result, the others were instantly stunned. They had known that Jinyuer was strong, and the numbers on this machine further validated their fears. They completely lost the courage to resist and stood there motionless. Jinyuer did not intend to stop there. As she pressed her hands on the ground, a frost spreading rapidly along the ground, eventually freezing the group's feet and trapping them firmly in place. "Now, who will answer my question first?" Jinyuer said coldly. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh as she witnessed what happened. She knew that Jinyuer was strong. After all, she had trained with Jinyuer and seen her fight, but no matter who the opponent was, it seemed that she was no match for Jinyuer. Jinyuer's ability level was rank 5, but her strength seemed to be far beyond that. Lin Yu had seen other rank 5 ability users before, and their use of abilities was simply not as skillful as Jinyuer's. Jinyuer walked towards one of the students who had his legs frozen. He was the one who had spoken out of turn earlier and was reprimanded by Ding Yang. Jinyuer placed her hand on his shoulder, and the frost slowly began to spread from his leg, covering his entire body. "Wait, I'll talk." The man said in a hurry, "I don't know where Li Rue is. He said he'd come to us in a while, but he never showed up." "Why is Li Rue hiding?" Lin Yu asked. "Don't tell me, Guopang." Ding Yang roared, still trapped in the strength testing machine. "If you say it, you won't want to stay in our gang anymore." Jinyuer once again condensed an ice spear. This time she shot it directly towards Ding Yang's leg. The ice spear plunged into Ding Yang's leg, and this time she used more force. Ding Yang screamed in pain as the numbers on the strength testing machine rose again, this time climbing from 20 to 30. The commotion attracted the attention of the other students in the training ground. Many of them stopped practicing and turned their heads to watch. 30. "I've never hit such a high number before. Just how strong is she?" someone whispered. But Lin Yu knew that this wasn't Jinyuer's full strength. On the testing ground, Jinyuer's strength had hit 50, and now she was still showing mercy. Jinyuer turned to Guopang and once again condensed an ice spear in her hand. "This one, I don't intend to show mercy. Which part to aim at is your choice, but I still hope you can tell the truth." Guopang was scared as hell. Who cared about gangs? As long as he did well in school, he would be able to come out one day. He didn't want to suffer needlessly for this. "Wait a minute, I'll say. We're not too sure about the specifics. We only heard that Li Rui pushed Song Ichuan into the portal. That's all we know. Why Su Ran disappeared, we're not sure." In reality, Ding Yang was the one behind this. He and his gang had given instructions to Li Rui to push Song Ichuan into the portal. When they heard that 2 students had gone missing and confirmed that one of them was Song Ichuan, they assumed that Li Rui had accomplished his mission. But what they didn't know was that Li Rui didn't push Song Ichuan into the portal, but rather Su Ran. After hearing Guopeng's reply, Jinyuer smiled coldly and turned to leave. "Wait, aren't you going to let us go?" Guopeng shouted. "The ice will melt on its own in a few hours, or someone in this room has the ability to help you guys. You guys refused to talk early and this is your punishment," Jinyuer said while striding out of the training center, and Lin Yu hurriedly followed. "Thank you for helping me," Lin Yu said. "I didn't do it for you," Jinyuer responded coldly. "I just don't like those who think they're right. They have to be made to understand their place." Lin Yu didn't completely agree with Jinyuer's approach. She knew that Jinyuer wasn't the type of person who would abuse her abilities to bully the weak. However, Lin Yu still had doubts in her heart. Did Li Rui really push Song Ichuan into the portal? If Su Ran had disappeared as well, did he follow him in as well? She didn't dare to think about what it would mean if the two were really teleported to some unknown planet. More frighteningly, she was worried that Su Ran might go after his friend if he was starving. Just as they were about to walk out of the door of the training center, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a familiar face appeared in front of them. It was Li Rui. Chapter 67 Choice. As soon as Li Rui saw Lin Yu, he immediately turned around and tried to run, but Jinyuer quickly struck, grabbing him by the collar and pressing him violently against the wall. She placed her hand on Li Rouge's body, and frost instantly covered him, immobilizing him against the wall. Seeing this reaction from Li Rui, Lin Yu was more and more certain in her heart that what Jinyuer had heard from the group of boys might be true. But she had to get confirmation from Li Rouge herself. "Li Rui, tell us honestly, did you really push Song Ichuan into the portal?" Lin Yu asked. "What do you guys want? Beat me up?" Li Rue responded with a cold smile, "Let me tell you guys, it's useless to beat me up. I've had enough pain, any torture you guys can think of, I've already experienced it." Jean Yuer had already condensed a small ice cone in her hand by now.
"Is that so?"
she said coldly. "I think there's always some way to make you regret that you didn't die early." Lin Yu hurriedly signaled Jean Yuer to put down the ice pick. She was beginning to think that Jean Yuer might have gone a little too far. "Li Rue, I always thought they were your friends. You know, every day Su Ran would ask me how you were doing, and he even told me to tell him if I saw anything strange. Why didn't you tell him earlier, or at least tell us what was going on? You guys have no idea what would happen if I told you."
"What's going to happen if you guys beat them up?"
"They'll come back for revenge."
"But who do you think they'll go after? Will they go after you, or Jean Yuer, or Song Ichuan?"
"Of course not.
They'll only go after me."
You say you can protect me, but for how long?
24 hours?
When I leave the school, you won't be able to protect me either. My fate was sealed long before I came here." With that said, Li Ridge broke down emotionally and began to tear up.
"I don't even want to do this, but I have no choice."
Lin Yu clenched her fists tightly, ready to severely beat Li Rue. She couldn't believe that Su Ran had done so much for Li Rouge behind the scenes, and although she didn't like Song Ichuan much, he did care about Li Rouge. Seeing Li Rouge's tear-filled face, Lin Yu finally loosened her fists and dropped her hands to her side. "Li Rouge, you don't even deserve a beating, it really makes me sick," she said coldly, then turned to leave, dropping one last comment.
"You always have a choice."
In a conference room in the first-year teaching building, an emergency meeting was in progress. In the chief position of the meeting sat Chen Wang, and beside him stood Yin Fei, who was in charge of investigating the two missing students. Then, several other teachers entered the room one after another. Shang Wanming, Song Ichuan, and Su Ran's homeroom teacher, Li Snap, who was in charge of the Fei weapons course, and Su Li, the school nurse, all sat at the conference table in turn. Chen Wang didn't want the news of his students' disappearance to spread out, as the safety of the first-year students was his responsibility, so he only gathered a few of his most trusted officers to discuss the next plan of action together. "Yin Fei, please explain to everyone why we summoned them here,"
Chen Wang said.
Yin Fei stood up, holding a report in her hands with a grave expression. "As you all know, 2 students have gone missing. Due to this unexpected situation, we had to postpone the portal event for the first-year students. Of course, if it was just a simple disappearance, we wouldn't have called such an urgent meeting here." Yin Fei pressed the controller in her hand, and a hologram instantly appeared in front of the crowd, showing a planet with 2 moons around it. The missing students entered a portal, not an ordinary portal, but a red portal. Hearing this, the expressions of several other teachers immediately became serious. "We don't know how they entered the red portal or why one of the students is Song Ichuan, who comes from a powerful family. Our mission is to at least find his body so that the family can send him off and ease their anger."
"What about the other student?"
Li Snap asked. "The other student is not our priority target. His name is Su Ran, his power level is only 1, he comes from an orphanage, and he has no family background, so there's no need to worry."
"Do you guys know where the portal leads to?"
Su Li then asked. Yin Fei gestured for everyone to look at the hologram and continued, "As you can see, the red portal leads to an abandoned planet called Odik. It was one of the first places where humans established shelters. At first it was relatively safe there, with only a few weak beasts. However, a year later, when night fell, a group of never-before-seen powerful beasts attacked the shelter and we had to evacuate." Chen Wang stood up and spoke in a firm tone, "The 4 of you will head to the red portal immediately. Don't worry, the latest reports show that those beasts that attacked the shelter have long since left, and now the planet is mostly populated by some low-grade riftclaw rats, with only the occasional mid-grade fey beast." Shang Wanming angrily slapped the table and questioned, "Why are we risking our lives to save 2 students who may have jumped into the portal on their own?" Chen Wang responded calmly, "Do you want to personally meet with the primordial family and tell them about the disappearance or even death of their son?" Chen Wang's tone became harsher, "This is an order, not a request." Meanwhile, Lin Yu was still feeling anxious about Su Ran's disappearance. Her worries multiplied now that she knew Su Ran had most likely entered the portal.
"Don't worry too much,"
Jean Yuer comforted. "If Song Ichuan was with him, he would definitely protect his friend, unless it was a red portal they entered." But in reality, what Lin Yu was more worried about was not whether Song Ichuan could protect Su Ran, but whether Song Ichuan would become Su Ran's emergency ration.
Without food and water, would Su Ran drain his friend's blood from hunger?
As they walked through the corridor, they suddenly heard a group of students whispering while Song Ichwan's name was mentioned.
What did you just say? Lin Yu immediately stepped forward and questioned, can you repeat it? Facing Lin Yu's questioning, the girl looked a little nervous.
We were just talking about missing students, the boy next to the girl added timidly. I have super hearing powers, and I heard the meeting mention that Song Ichwan was trapped on a planet with a red portal. Hearing this, Lin Yu's mood instantly tensed up and his blood pressure shot up.
I've really been given a raven's tongue. Jean Yuer said helplessly. Do you remember any other information? The name of that planet, or any other students with them as well? Lin Yu grabbed the boy's shoulder and asked eagerly.
Well, the name was Otik, and a guy named Su Ran was there as well. After hearing this, Lin Yu stopped delaying and immediately ran towards her dormitory. Sorry, Jean Yuer, I have something urgent to take care of, thank you for your help. Jean Yuer watched Lin Yu leave in a hurry and wondered in her heart, I'd like to know what she's in such a hurry for. Now that both of her teammates were trapped in another world, with nothing to do, Jean Yuer decided to continue training and wait for their return.
Chapter 68, Agent 83. As soon as Lin Yu returned to her dormitory, she unlocked the door and even put a chair against the doorknob.
It just so happened that her roommate wasn't there, so she could move freely. She dragged out a small box from under her bed, and when she opened it, inside was a round black sphere.
I've already checked, there's no bug in the room.
Lin Yu muttered to herself, it seems those clans did put pressure on the school not to invade privacy. She pressed down on the top of the black sphere and heard a slight click.
A moment later, the sphere began to glow, white light swirling around it in a circle before it finally lit up completely. Agent 83, what's wrong? A low voice came from the ball, is it about the mission?
I found someone who could be a big help to our cause, but he's currently trapped somewhere.
Can you check to see if there are any more of our agents on the planet Otik? Lin Yu asked. Please wait. Our agents have long since evacuated that planet, is there anything else we can do to help? No, thank you.
Then good luck with your mission, and may the pure light be with you.
May the pure light be with you. Lin Yu replied.
Outside on planet Otik, the night was still long and would continue for another 6 months. 2 bright moons shed a cool light, reflecting on the shelter where a great battle had once taken place. Inside the domed building of the training center, a boy knelt alone on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Was that really Su Ran just now? Song Ichwan asked, how did he turn into that appearance? Is it ugly? Song Tang sneered. Shut up! The little guy screamed.
The little guy immediately left the chair in the dark room, handing over control to Song Ichwan. He returned to the dark space and sat on the floor, his hands clasping his knees as his body shook slightly.
I've done it again. He muttered, I've hurt someone again. Song Ichwan's tears stopped instantly as he regained control of his body.
He stood up and began to walk forward.
He's probably going to stay like this for a while. Song Tang said. I know, but right now we have more pressing issues to deal with. If that really was Su Ran, what happened to him? Can we still help him get back to normal? Song Ichwan stopped in his tracks as he walked over to the torn body on the bleachers. Only 2 of Duan Mingyang's legs remained on the ground, and his body was torn from the waist down. At least you don't have to kill him with your hands anymore.
Song Tang said coldly. Song Ichwan continued to walk forward along the blood trail as the giant beast dragged away the upper half of Duan Mingyang's body, leaving a clear blood trail.
Wait, look at that man's pants. He had a high-level beast crystal, remember? Since he's already dead, we might as well take it.
Although Song Ichwan didn't like desecrating the dead and usually didn't agree with Song Tang's opinions, it was true that he shouldn't waste such a precious thing this time. Among the alien abilities known to people, excluding primordial abilities, the highest only reached level 8. But even amongst rank 8 abilities there was a huge gap, and the key to that gap lay in the beast crystals. Equipment made from different beast crystals can greatly affect the outcome of a battle, which is one of the reasons why the Pure Organization is so threatening, even though they choose not to use their supernatural abilities.
Song Ichwan searched through Duan Mingyang's pants but didn't find any beast crystals. Are you sure you want to follow that monster? Song Tang asked.
I have to confirm whether that monster is Su Ran or not, if not, the little one will punish us. Song Ichwan looked around and reached out his hand, using his ability to suck a chair from the bleachers, holding it in front of him as a shield as he continued to walk forward.
What do you think this thing can do? Song Tang grumbled, why do you always let an idiot take control of the body?
The bloodlust beast continued to drag Duan Mingyang's body and move across the floor, looking for a safe place to enjoy its meal. It circled around several corridors and finally came to a room that appeared to be a lounge.
The entrance to this room was a metal door with a password entry device next to it.
The bloodlust beast looked at the door and kicked it open as hard as it could, and it flew into the end of the room. The room was nearly empty, designed only for temporary rest, with only a bed, a sink, and a table in the corner. The bloodlust beast walked to the back wall of the room and sat down, fiddling with Duan Mingyang's corpse like a doll until it was in the right position. Then it opened its mouth, revealing two huge fangs and biting hard at Duan Mingyang's neck. 35-100. 42-100. As the bloodlust beast continued to suck blood, the system prompt box slowly rose until the number reached 100. 100-100. Blood is sufficient. Transformation is about to end. Spiritual state is beginning to stabilize. At this moment, intense pain once again invaded Su Ran's body, only this time the pain was meant to return his body to normal. His sharp, claw-like hands began to shrink, returning to their original shape. His taut skin became soft and his face returned to its original shape. The pointed ears disappeared, his teeth returned to their normal state, and finally the white color in his eyes appeared once again. After his body returned to normal, Su Ran gasped violently, his entire body aching and his head buzzing. Then, a picture flashed through his mind, and he clearly saw what he had done when he had turned into a vampire monster. He was unable to control himself at the time, yet it was as if he had experienced everything himself.
Song Ichuan?
Why is he here? More snippets of memory came flooding back, and he finally remembered that he had cut a man in half. He opened his eyes as the stabbing pain in his head finally disappeared. In front of him was a torn-in-half body with two huge puncture wounds in the neck. That's what I did. First human kill. High-level user detected. Reward, instant upgrade. Although Su Ran was still shocked that he had killed a human for the first time, the system sent him tons of prompts, leaving him no time to think too much.
Congratulations, you have reached level 10.
Evolution process begins.
Evolution process?
Su Ran's heart began to beat violently, blood vessels manifested throughout his body, and his blood surged like a tidal wave. He could feel every tiny part of his body, but the feeling was not wonderful. The blood seemed to be like spikes as it traveled through his body, tearing everything apart. Just then, footsteps came from the doorway of the room as Song Ichuan arrived. Su Ran? Chapter 69 Evolutionary Success. The room looked like a riot had occurred, and there was a mess all over the place. Duan Mingyang's body was no longer intact, only the upper half of his body remained on the floor, blood was still flowing out continuously from below his waist, and his internal organs had spilled out.
If Song Ichuan hadn't experienced this kind of scene, I'm afraid he would have vomited on the spot.
When he raised his head, he saw Su Ran kneeling on the floor in agony. Just as he had guessed, the person who had attacked him earlier was Su Ran. Although Su Ran had now regained his human form, it was all obvious from his tattered uniform and the corpse on the ground.
Su Ran, are you alright? What happened? Do you need any help? Song Ichuan asked with concern.
Go away! Su Ran yelled lowly in agony as the pain in her body came like a tidal wave and swept through her entire body.
Perhaps I can help you?
I told you to go away. Su Ran's voice was low and grim, and when he raised his head, Song Ichuan saw that his eyes had turned red, radiating an ominous glow.
Hey, Song Ichuan, I think you'd better heed his warning.
Song Tung warned in his head, he might be turning into that monster again. But it was too late. Song Ichuan took a step forward and had already entered Su Ran's attack range. Su Ran swung his arm violently and lunged towards Song Ichuan. Song Ichuan raised a metal chair in time to block the attack, but it failed to completely block Su Ran's power. The chair was instantly torn apart by Su Ran's sharp claws, and the attack still scratched Song Ichuan's chest, knocking him back violently. Blood! Give me blood! Su Ran screamed frantically, the smell of blood wafting from Song Ichuan's wound overwhelming him. I told you before, chairs are useless. Song Tung complained, quick! Seal the door! Song Ichuan did not hesitate any longer and immediately used his ability to pull on the broken door, sealing it with all his might. At this point, Su Ran no longer chased after Song Ichuan, but instead fell to her knees and cried out in agony. Song Ichuan held his breath and braced his hands tightly against the door, fearing that Su Ran inside would once again turn into that monster and rush out to attack him. Su Ran's miserable cries continued for a full 15 minutes, until finally, the sound gradually subsided. Su Ran? Song Ichuan carefully called out, trying not to cause him to freak out.
Are you okay?
Su Ran responded in a low voice, give me a little more time and I'll tell you when you can come in. As the pain faded, Su Ran's mind gradually cleared, and the system flooded his mind with tons of information.
Congratulations! Evolution has been successful, you are now a vampire. Level 10. Race Vampire. Experience 0-100. Life 60-60. Strength 15. Agility 15. Endurance 15. Charisma 5. Bloodline family bonus 0.
Su Ran stared at his status screen and realized that many places had changed. He hadn't allocated any additional attribute points yet, but 2 new options had been added to the status bar. One was the charisma attribute, and the other was the bloodline family bonus. The system didn't explain in detail, so Su Ran was confused. However, he already understood that he had changed from a half-vampire to a true vampire. Su Ran had thought that this change would happen gradually as he leveled up, but he hadn't expected this moment to come so quickly. What he was worried about was whether or not he would still be able to act in the sunlight like before now that he had turned into a vampire. The system's prompts didn't stop there. Skill, Blood Sacrifice unlocked. Members, 02. New skill, Charm. This skill requires no consumption, and can cause opponents to be briefly stunned and obsessed with the user between 0.2 seconds and 0.5 seconds, and must have direct eye or physical contact with the opponent.
The skill has a chance of failure, and success depends on the opponent's strength and the user's charisma points.
The more times it is used on the same target, the higher the target's chance of resistance. 2 new skills had been unlocked, but there was no explanation for the first one, but he at least knew the purpose of the charisma attribute. The system's prompts continued. Mall has been unlocked. New tutorial has been unlocked. System has been upgraded to the 2nd level. At this moment, a virtual screen once again appeared in front of Su Ran's eyes, and in the screen was the familiar blonde-haired handsome man, who was the one who had taught Su Ran to use the heavy hammer strike and flash step last time.
Congratulations!
The man said with a smile, you've officially become a member of our clan. I originally thought that it would be impossible for an ordinary human to make it this far, but I never thought that my little experiment would succeed. Now that the system has been upgraded to the 2nd level, I asked a good friend to install an artificial intelligence system for you, still using my voice.
Isn't it great? In the future, you can ask me directly if you have any questions about the system.
What?
Su Ran was secretly surprised in his heart. Why wasn't this system designed this way to begin with? You must be wondering why I didn't give you this system from the start, right?
It's actually quite simple. You need to rely on your own efforts to get to where you are today. Making mistakes isn't a bad thing, it will only make you stronger. The man continued. Su Ran suddenly had the urge to punch him if he actually met this man. Although this AI system can help you answer questions about the system, its abilities are limited to that.
So this is my final message, now that you've become a vampire, others will come looking for you.
They've integrated into human society, and it's hard to tell who's a vampire and who isn't. If you want to live a free life like I did, then become stronger, form your own team force, and fight back.
Good luck, my friend.
With that said, the video disappeared. Su Ran had too many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask, but he knew that he wasn't likely to get any more answers. The upgrade of the system and the unlocking of the mall made Su Ran impatient to check out all the new features, but the corpse in front of him brought him back to reality.
Am I really no longer human?
Su Ran muttered. He had always wanted to become stronger to protect himself and those who were being oppressed, but now he had killed someone. And what made him feel uneasy was that he didn't feel any sadness in the process. Instead, he felt that it was something he had to do, as if it was a choice he had to make in order to survive. Before checking out the new features provided by the system, Su Ran still had one more problem that needed to be solved, and that was Song Ichwan outside the door. About 10 minutes had passed, and Song Ichwan had yet to hear Su Ran make any sound. Previously, he had been afraid that Su Ran might go berserk at any moment, but now, he breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand from the door, sitting down against the back of the door.
Hey, what are we still doing here?
Sung Tan asked. He could have eaten us at any moment, I really don't get it.
But he didn't, did he? Song Ichwan replied, do you think he didn't have a chance to eat us just now?
Honestly, I don't even think I could have completely blocked him even if I used my ability to block this door. He raised his hand and touched the wound on his chest, which was already beginning to scab over.
Chapter 70. Are you scared?
Movement came from the other side of the door, and Su Ran slowly stood up from the floor.
Ichwan, are you still there? Su Ran asked. In. How are you feeling right now? Not bad. Su Ran took a deep breath, ready to confess everything to Song Ichwan.
Unlike Linyu, not everyone accepted this fact as easily as she did, and Su Ran was a little afraid of Song Ichwan's reaction. He started slowly from the beginning, recounting how he had gotten a book and felt a change in his body after using it. Then, he recounted what happened at school and what he experienced with Linyu, until he entered the portal world and eventually became a vampire monster.
However, he intentionally hid some details.
He didn't mention his ability to act like a system, nor did he mention the mysterious blonde man in the system. These mysteries were his own to face. Song Ichwan only needed to know the most important parts. After Su Ran finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Song Ichwan was shocked by the story. The existence of vampires was unbelievable to him. If Su Ran had told him this before, he would have thought that Su Ran was crazy. But now, he had seen Su Ran transform into a monster with his own eyes, and there was the corpse of Duan Mingyang on the ground as proof.
You know what? I knew you were different from the first time I saw you. Song Ichwan said. What do you mean? Su Ran was puzzled. Do you know what mutant powers are all about?
Everyone has a certain number of mutated cells in their body, and activating these cells is the only way to perform abilities. The more mutated cells there are, the higher the ability level. And my ability is to copy other people's mutant cells, but when I held your hand, I felt that the cells in your body were different, but no matter how much I tried, I couldn't copy them. Every time I copied them, they failed, and this is the first time this has happened to me.
Then are you afraid of me? Su Ran asked in a low voice. Afraid?
Su Ran, everyone has their own secrets and different reasons for not letting others find out. I can understand why you want to hide them. After all, if the government, the military or those big families knew about your abilities, they would definitely be scrambling to try and control you.
Song Ichwan stood up and reached out to pull the metal door out of its frame and pushed it into the hallway.
After raising his head, he was surprised to find that Su Ran looked completely different from before, his body exuding a completely new aura. Su Ran seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller, his skin had become smooth and pale, and his face lines were harder.
This change is not easy to explain. Song Ichwan laughed bitterly.
Before leaving the room, Song Ichwan examined Duan Mingyang's corpse, looking for the high-level beast crystals he mentioned before, but found nothing.
Did Duan Mingyang lie? However, he found 2 clear bite marks on Duan Mingyang's neck, which further proved that what Su Ran said was true. The two left the room and eventually found a mirror in a restroom. Su Ran looked at himself in the mirror, and although the changes weren't exactly drastic, it looked as if he had gone through devilish training and his face value had suddenly skyrocketed. They continued to search through the building and eventually returned to the arena where they had fought. The arena was filled with broken metal chairs and the ground was splattered with blood. According to Duan Mingyang's previous intelligence, the teleportation portal should be hidden in this building, probably some hidden switch. However, no matter how much they searched, they still found nothing. After searching for a while with no results, the two of them simply sat on the floor of the arena. Su Ran asked Song Ichwan why he had followed them, and Song Ichwan simply replied, "I came to find you." They did not discuss the topic in depth, and Su Ran guessed that it might have something to do with Li Rue, who was the last person the two wanted to bring up. Just then, Song Ichwan's stomach rumbled. It had been a while since he had eaten any food. Hungry? Su Ran asked. Aren't you hungry? Song Ichwan snickered. If you don't mind, I can give you some of my blood. Song Ichwan laughed. Hey, I'm also allowed to eat normal food. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh as the two began to talk and laugh, breaking the previous tense atmosphere. Su Ran still harbored a worry in his heart. According to the blonde man in the system video, other people were already looking for him. Did these other people refer to other vampires? If that was the case, he had to be more careful and must not expose himself. Suddenly, he thought of the Shadow System ability book. That level 6 book might be able to help him solve some problems. Song Ichwan continued to search the arena for any hidden exits that might exist, while Su Ran pretended to help on the side, but in reality, he was thinking about the Book of Alteration that he had just gotten from the metal box. When the idea of an item bar surfaced in his mind, a virtual interface appeared in front of him. Su Ran focused his attention, and the system immediately popped up a message box. Whether or not to take out the level 6 Shadow System ability book? This time, the system's voice was no longer the same mechanized monotone as before, but that annoying blonde man resounded in his head in a vibrant tone. View.
Level 6 Shadow System Ability Book, only Blessed by Bloodline can learn it.
Blessed by Bloodline? Was this another name for vampires?
Previously, when Su Ran had tried to learn other books of psychic abilities, he had been unable to succeed.
Now he had more questions. Why would the military hide such a high-level ability book? Was it because it was too dangerous, or did they intend to utilize it in the future? Moreover, he had never heard of anyone possessing a shadow system ability. Just then, the annoying voice sounded again. It seems like you're curious to know more about the book, right? If you want to know, I can tell you.
Su Ran gritted his teeth in his heart, but he still endured and replied, please tell me. Your guess is correct, those blessed by the bloodline refers to those who have been empowered by the vampire bloodline. Whether they are half vampires, vampire lords, or even ghouls, as long as they have a vampire bloodline, they are able to learn this ability.
Then do you know why this book is here? Su Ran asked. I don't know. The system's answer was unexpected to Su Ran, and it actually admitted its ignorance in no uncertain terms. Su Ran continued to pursue, can vampires only learn one type of alien ability? Or is it true that vampires can learn multiple psychic abilities? The system explained, just like humans, vampires can only learn one type of alien ability. And as to whether there are other similar books of psychic abilities in existence, perhaps there are stronger ones or weaker ones, who knows? Su Ran fell into deep thought. If this book of shadow system psychic abilities was also an ability that could not be disclosed, then he might attract more trouble after learning it. Then, did there exist abilities that could be learned by vampires and also used openly in the outside world? Just as Su Ran was thinking, Song Ichuan passed by him. Su Ran decided to test this erudite fellow. Chapter 71, Unlocking. Ichuan, have you ever heard of an ability like Shadow System? Shadow System ability? Song Ichuan frowned, obviously trying to remember. To be honest, I've never heard of anyone mastering this ability. However, if you're honest with me, I'll tell you some secrets. The two sat on a row of chairs in the arena, which had managed to stay intact despite the mess around them after a fierce battle. Remember how I mentioned to you earlier that I couldn't replicate your abilities, right? Actually, you're not the first to do so. Our family is the originals, and abilities are passed down from generation to generation. I once read a record in my great-grandfather's diary where he mentioned that he had encountered a shifter. At the time, almost no one in the world knew that humans could possess psychic abilities, and our family's special ability relied on copying other people's psychic abilities, so our research on these psychic users was especially important. The ability of that alien ability user is something that my great-grandfather was unable to replicate. Su Ran's heart stirred as he listened. So you're so interested in me? Song Ichuan's face instantly reddened, and he said with some embarrassment, don't get me wrong, I don't have that kind of interest in you. He then added with a straight face, but now that you know my secret, you should also tell me how you know about this matter? Su Ran raised the Shadow System Ability Book in his hand, and the words Shadow System Ability Book were clearly written on it. The moment he saw the book, Song Ichuan's eyes widened and he even rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He thought that Su Ran had learned some sort of secret ability after turning into a vampire, but he didn't realize that Su Ran had actually found the entity of the Book of Psychic Abilities. Heavens, I didn't realize that this ability actually existed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and learn it. We have plenty of time now, and we won't be able to get out for a while anyway. Su Ran was a bit hesitant. I do want to learn it, but if I do, the outside world will definitely hunt me down. Song Ichuan pondered for a while, and suddenly a wry smile appeared on his face. I have a good idea. We can utilize the situation at hand. The school must know by now that we were teleported to another planet, or a red portal planet. You can say that you learned this psychic ability to survive. They've always thought that you're just an ordinary level 1 ability, who cares about you? Song Ichuan paused for a moment after saying those words. I mean, they all thought you were just a level 1, right? Then I'll claim to the public that I protected you when we were in the portal world, and as payment, after learning this ability, you decided to give me this book. This way, others will only look for trouble with my family and not target you. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel at Song Ichuan's cleverness after hearing this, and at the same time, there was some concern in his heart. Are you sure your family won't be affected by this? A strange look flashed across Song Ichuan's face, but it quickly returned to normal. No problem. Don't worry, the plan is set. Now learn this book quickly, I can't wait to see everyone's surprised expressions. If only we could go back. Su Ran muttered in a low voice. Don't be so pessimistic. Song Ichwan said cheerfully.
Song Ichwan and Su Ran stood in the center of the arena, facing each other, not too far away to be able to clearly hear each other speak. What I'm going to tell you next, the school will teach you sooner or later, but knowing this ahead of time will help you learn the books of supernatural abilities. Song Ichwan began to use the magnetic ability he had copied from Duan Ming Yang, attracting a small bolt and making it levitate in his hand. Everyone knows about the ability level system, which has a total of 8 levels. In fact, these ranks are determined by the number of mutant cells that can be activated in your body, not just the power. Taking the Earth ability as an example, a person with a low number of mutant cells can only control a piece of dirt in their hands, while a level 5 Earth ability practitioner can manipulate dirt without touching the ground. This type of ability book contains information on how to activate more mutant cells for your particular ability. But if ability level doesn't determine power, then why is there a test for school enrollment? Su Ran asked. Good question, Song Ichwan replied. The tests given by the military are actually meant to categorize us into subcategories they create, such as 1.1, 1.2, and so on, and sometimes it also depends on the skills you've mastered. Then, Song Ichwan raised his wrist and showed the number 6 displayed on his watch. Su Ran was instantly puzzled, as he remembered that what he had seen before was clearly 5. These watches are the answer. They can detect the number of mutated cells in our bodies. They knew your level long before you took the test, it's just that they turned off the display function of the watches as soon as we arrived here. When I use my ability, I also copy the number of mutant cells in the other person's body, so the watch now shows 6. Su Ran felt that he had learned a lot, and it was evident that the progenitors held much more information than ordinary people. This also further confirmed that Su Ran, as a vampire, did not belong to the category of supernatural abilities. The numbers on his watch never changed, perhaps because his cells were no longer human. Think about it, not every test can accurately measure a person's strength. Some abilities can let you know if the other person is telling the truth, others can give you super hearing or even see the future. While these powers aren't considered powerful in combat by themselves, they require the activation of a large number of mutated cells. And that's the key to this book of psychic abilities of yours. Song Ichwan pointed to the book of psychic abilities in Su Ran's hand. Not everyone can activate a large number of cells. Some of the alien ability books are so high grade that people can't learn them no matter how hard they try. To put it bluntly, their fate is already predetermined at birth. Perhaps it will be some time before we know if you can learn it or not. As harsh as it sounds, what Song Ichwan said was indeed the truth. He had heard of wealthy CEOs who spent large sums of money to buy advanced supernatural ability books for their children, but in the end, the children were unable to learn them. Now let's talk about the second problem. Even if you have a book of psychic abilities, without a skill book, you can only utilize at most 1/10 of the book's power. Don't be discouraged though, the Allomancy book and the skill book are just shortcuts to learning these abilities. The original primordials didn't have these books when they discovered their abilities, and they learned them entirely by groping for them on their own. Su Ran pondered Song Ichwan's words, and Song Ichwan further explained that each alien ability book would explain the method of mutating a specific type of cell. The higher the grade of the alien ability book, the more mutation techniques it reveals. Some abilities did not have low-grade versions and one had to possess a large number of mutated cells to use them. Song Ichwan also revealed a detail, but did not explain it in depth, which was that the strength of a soul weapon was also related to the number of mutated cells in your body, which determined how strong a soul weapon you had. He gave an example of Zhang Jia, who, although his abilities weren't considered powerful in battle, had an extremely powerful soul weapon as a rank 6 ability user. Song Ichwan explained that it usually took a few months to learn a level 6 ability book, but now they could get a head start on it. But what Song Ichwan didn't realize was that Su Ran's learning of his powers also worked like a system. He touched the book in his hand again, and the system message popped up again. Do you want to learn a level 6 shadow system alien ability? After this step, there was no turning back. Yes. The book floated in the air, and the pages began to flip rapidly as a light flickered in front of him. Su Ran suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. Song Ichwan stood aside and took a step back, he had never seen this before. Finally, all the pages of the book were turned over, and it then disappeared into thin air. Seeing Su Ran covering his head with his hands, Song Ichwan immediately rushed to Su Ran's side. Are you all right? Song Ichwan asked nervously. I'm fine. As the headache gradually lessened, Su Ran lifted his head and looked at the virtual interface in front of him as a series of system prompts came into view. Congratulations, you have learned a level 6 shadow system ability. The shadow system skill bar has been unlocked.
Mutant cell attributes unlocked. Gain 10 skill points.
New skill, dimensional storage space activated. New skill, dimensional storage space activated.
New skill, shadow control LV.1 added. Chapter 72 Exploring the store.
The ability book disappeared once again, just like the one he had gotten before. This time, there was a new tab in his system that specialized in shadow system abilities.
Su-ran, what's wrong? What happened? Where did the book go? Song Ichwan asked hurriedly.
Su-ran gently tapped his head with his fingers.
Inside? Song Ichwan asked, you mean it's in your head? Su-ran nodded.
Song Ichwan was surprised, but not too surprised. He had heard too many things today, and this incident might not be considered the most shocking. He thought that perhaps the person who created the Shadow System ability book had set some sort of condition that caused the book to disappear after learning it. So there were also many books that could not be found, or were not even sold on the market.
Song Ichwan did not ask too many questions and gave Su-ran a few minutes to sit down and rest.
He didn't quite understand what Su-ran meant by in his head, which was Su-ran's way of subtly telling him that it was a system.
Race, vampire.
Ability, shadow system. Life value, 55-55.
Mutant cells MC, 100-100. Strength, 15. Endurance, 15. Agility, 15. Charisma, 5. Su-ran's first reaction was to check his attribute panel. A message showed that he had acquired a new attribute, Mutant Cell MC.
He saw that MC was displayed as 100-100.
System, can you explain what the MC attribute is?
A cheerful voice rang out. The MC attribute is the number of mutant cells you currently have in your body. Every time you use an ability, the number of mutant cells will decrease, but don't worry, it will automatically recover over time. Su-ran checked the 2 attribute points he had gained after upgrading. One was the reward for upgrading to level 10, and the other was the one he had gained after sucking Duan Mingyang's blood. However, when he tried to use these points to increase his MC, he was unable to raise it, indicating that it was similar to life value. The question was whether the MC would automatically increase like the life value. I can tell you the answer. The system said, the answer is no. The mutated cells in your body have an upper limit, and can only be increased through a certain technique specific to shadow system abilities. You'll either have to find a higher level mutant ability book or find a teacher. Su-ran then decided to add attribute points to strength and agility as usual. Right now, he only had one skill that required the use of charisma, and he didn't know how useful that attribute was yet. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Every time he increased his attribute points, he could feel small changes in his body, and the feeling was starting to become addictive, but he still had a gap with the others. For example, Jean Yuer, who was a level 5 ability, was able to reach 50 points in her strength test, and that didn't include using any enhancement equipment. As Song Ichwan gave him space to walk around, Su-ran took the opportunity to check out some of the new content he had unlocked earlier. The first was a new tutorial video called Combination Skills. This video was longer, and needed time to explain the entire process. Su-ran didn't have the time to watch it immediately and decided to watch it later. Next was the Shop tab. When he selected this tab, he could search by category and found a large number of items, including weapons, armor, rings, and so on, but there were no ability books or books of abilities. The only problem was that all the items were grayed out and could not be selected. The side of the screen displayed his backpack, and he had 16 basic level beast crystals, 1 intermediate level beast crystal, and 1 advanced level beast crystal. He couldn't remember when he had acquired them, but it was obvious that he had gotten them at some point. Could it be that I acquired it while sucking blood? Doubts flashed through Su-ran's mind, but he only remembered killing Duan Mingyang and no other creatures. Perhaps, after killing Duan Mingyang, all of his beast crystals were transferred to his system? The option on the right allowed him to choose an item. He first chose a weapon and the store automatically sorted and displayed the message. Unable to craft any item with beast crystals. Then, when armor was selected, the item prompt appeared in the center as well. 3 intermediate beast crystals are required to craft this item. These items remained gray, and Su-ran understood why. Item crafting required multiple specific beast crystals. And when a ring on the screen was selected, the store was once again automatically organized. 10 high-grade bat beast crystals are required to craft this item. Advanced bat beast crystal, 110. Effect: the ring allows the user to walk in the sunlight for 3 hours without being affected. This was a brilliant discovery. Su Ran had planned to create a set of equipment that completely insulated him from sunlight, but there was already a ring with the same effect in the store. The only problem was that it would require him to kill 10 high-level bat beasts, and recalling his near-death experience with mid-level beasts, Su Ran knew he should never risk trying to kill high-level beasts. In addition, especially with high-level beasts, the habitats were very specific. If Su Ran wanted to obtain this ring from the store in the future, he would eventually have to return to this planet through a portal. Overall, the discovery of the store made Su Ran doubly excited. He began to ask the system about how the store worked, and the system explained that as long as he brought in the materials required by the store, the items would be automatically created and given to him. Normally, after one obtained beast crystals, one would also need to give them to a beast artisan, who would charge a fee to create the item. Through the artisans, the beast crystals could only be transformed into one type of item, and all items had the same effect. A question popped up in Su Ran's mind: did Duan Mingyang know what items the bat beast crystal would bring him? If he knew, why did Duan Mingyang need such an item? Maybe it wasn't Duan Mingyang at all, but the people who hired him wanted to eliminate the bat beast. Su Ran was unable to obtain any items from the store for the time being, so he decided to check out the newly added Shadow System tab. This was an entire new part of the system that had been added after he had acquired his powers. The bottom of the tab listed about 10 different skills, all of which were grayed out and unusable except for the 2 he had gotten earlier. As he scrolled down, more skills had only a few question marks. First skill, Dimensional Storage. This skill allows the user to store items in shadow. As long as there is a shadow nearby, the item can be taken out and put in at will, including the shadow at his own feet. If only I had this skill earlier. Su Ran thought to himself. In the storage room, there were many items that he wished to take with him. Those books of powers and skills that had been converted into experience were no longer available to him. If he had been able to take those books away back then, he could at least sell them on the market, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now if he wanted to go through with it, he would have to leave the safety of the training center and walk out to face those beasts. Although Su Ran's system backpack allowed him to store beast crystals and specific books of special abilities in it, it did not allow for the storage of anything else. Thus, dimensional storage was an excellent skill. Second skill, Shadow Control LV.1. Allows the user to control their own shadow. This skill had a simple description and didn't seem to reveal much information. Even if he was able to control his own shadow, what good would that do? However, compared to the first skill, this skill had a level marker next to it. If it was anything like Su Ran's blood skill, it would gradually upgrade as long as he kept using it. Perhaps by then, he would be able to create shadows and even utilize his own. Chapter 73, Exploring Shadow System Skills. Su Ran checked the Skills tab again, and currently he could see a total of 10 skills while the rest were covered. Each skill had a number next to it. Shadow Cloak LV.1, unlocking requires 10 skill points. Although there were multiple skills, Shadow Cloak was the only one he could unlock right now, and he had just gained 10 skill points. Based on the name, it was assumed that this skill could surround him like some sort of shadow. He began to wonder if it could also block out sunlight, which made him feel weak after all. You have successfully unlocked Shadow Cloak LV.1. This skill allows you to utilize your shadow to wrap yourself in darkness. Depending on your opponent's perception, it will be difficult for them to see you. Best used in the shadows or at night. It turned out not to be what he had expected, but it seemed to be a sort of cloak of invisibility that worked well on low-level beasts, but not necessarily on high-level beasts. Su Ran stood up from the ground and prepared to test his skills. He saw Song Ichwan still walking around the arena, trying to find something. Due to the damaged lights, Song Ichwan's eyesight was not as good as Su Ran's. Shadow Cloak activated. 1 MC used every 10 seconds. The shadows beneath his feet began to rise from the ground, slowly wrapping around his body, from his toes to his knees to the hair on top of his head. At this moment, from the outside, Su Ran's body was shrouded in a strange mist. As he moved through the arena, he could see his MC value slowly dropping like a progress bar as he used his skills. He quietly approached Song Ichwan, who was sitting on the bleachers, weaving in and out of the chairs, looking like his skills were playing well. When he was about 10 meters away from Song Ichwan, he was completely unaware of Su Ran's presence. When Su Ran took another step closer, Song Ichwan suddenly jumped back and grabbed a chair. Even though Song Ichwan couldn't see clearly, he could feel the energy fluctuations around him, and the hairs on his body stood up as he saw something seemingly moving in the air. Song Ichwan threw the chair at Su Ran with force, and it flew past him and smashed into the stands. Wait, I'm Su Ran. Su Ran said hurriedly, disarming his skills to reveal his figure and crouching on the ground. Well brother, you almost gave me a heart attack. Song Ichwan complained, I was on high alert the whole time. Sorry, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh in a small voice. You already know how to use shadow-type powers? Was that a skill just now? Song Ichwan was filled with surprise. Usually, it took a few months to learn an alien ability, and even longer for some skills. It was unexpected that Su Ran could master everything so quickly. As I said earlier, when I read that book, all the information was instilled directly into my mind, and just by thinking about it, I was able to do it. Song Ichwan walked over and extended his hand. Can I have the ability this time? Of course, it's possible. The two shook hands and the system's message popped up again. An ability has been detected. Ability has been blocked. What does this mean? Su Ran asked the system in his mind. The system will try to help the user. It will inform of information such as the ability being used on you. Can I cancel this function temporarily? Su Ran asked. It's not really a function, it's just informing you of the natural reaction of a vampire's body. Besides, even if that kid could copy your abilities, he wouldn't be able to use them. What do you mean? The skill book you're using is for vampire cells, and what you have in your body right now are mutated vampire cells. That's why he can't be duplicated. Your body structures are completely different. But you can turn him into a vampire. Do you want to activate the skill, blood sacrifice? Yes, no. Su Ran was still pondering what exactly blood sacrifice was earlier. After all, there wasn't much information about it. But now the system's offer to turn Song Ichwan into a vampire had opened his eyes. It was a ritual that could turn Song Ichwan into some sort of vampire. Under the description of the skill, the number 02 was also displayed, which meant that he could only turn a maximum of 2 people into vampires. That number might increase in the future, but for now that was it. I can't just turn Song Ichwan into a vampire like this, or else he'll have to suffer the same pain I once experienced. Su Ran thought in his heart, maybe I need this to become stronger, but it won't benefit Song Ichwan who is already strong. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The blonde man in the video had told him to build his team strength. Could this be what he was talking about? But in the end, Su Ran felt that this was not something he could decide. Song Ichwan had given him a great deal of help, and if he wanted to, that was his choice, and it was nice to have someone to go through this with. Ichwan, if you have a choice, which is that I can turn you into a vampire, would you be willing? Su Ran asked. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but the answer is no, Song Ichwan replied. Most of the time it becomes weak, although it's okay on this planet, but... Again, what happens to my powers? Su Ran waited patiently for the system's answer. The system seemed to be smarter than he had initially thought, and it was clear from its previous words that it had been listening to their conversation. Alright, I know you're waiting for an answer. Song Ichwan's cellular structure will change, and he will become a vampire, or like a vampire. Yes, that means he will no longer have his psychic abilities. And, it may take a while before he can learn his new psychic abilities. What does that mean? Su Ran asked. You didn't learn the shadow ability the traditional way, and now there are no more allomancy books to learn from. Teaching it to him would be nearly impossible. Besides, you'll have to wait until you find an allomancy book that's compatible with vampire cells. I'm sorry, Ichwan, it might actually affect your psychic abilities. Su Ran scratched the back of his head. I was just asking, thinking that you might be the type of person who was fascinated by vampires. Is there really such a person? Song Ichwan asked in surprise. The two then began to walk down to the floor of the arena, an area designed for combat. They had been searching this room for an hour, but were unable to find the portal. They needed to make a decision, whether or not to leave the training center and go outside to look elsewhere. But before making any decisions, Su Ran wanted to familiarize himself with his new skills first. Song Ichwan was also interested in this and felt that he could help Su Ran. Chapter 74, Merging into One. The first test was his dimensional storage skill. Just like his other skills before, he only needed to think about it in his mind to activate it. Upon activation, his shadow began to twist and turn on the ground like a constantly surging ocean. Su Ran carefully pushed into his shadow with a piece of metal he had grabbed earlier in the day until the object disappeared completely into the shadow. This is nice, Song Ichwan said as he watched. Can you get it out? Su Ran reached into his shadow and sank his arm into it, but he could feel nothing. Then he thought of the piece of metal, and suddenly he felt something in his hand as he pulled out the scrap of metal. They continued to test the dimensional storage. Su Ran realized that not only could his own shadow be used to access items, but so could Song Ichwan's shadow or any shadow cast by walls and buildings. When Su Ran touched these shadows, they too began to twist and turn like his shadow. The next test was to see if it was possible to store items larger than the shadows themselves. Song Ichwan gathered a few chairs from the gym and put them together into a giant metal disc. Su Ran placed one hand on the disc and the other on his shadow for storage. The shadow under his feet began to expand, and eventually the entire disc fell into the shadow as well. It seemed like the size of the item didn't matter, and it was also good that using it didn't consume MC. The next skill was the one Su Ran was most looking forward to, shadow control. There wasn't much of a description for this skill. Shadow control LV.1 activated. In Su Ran's mind, a new connection seemed to form. He felt like he had a new pair of arms that were able to control the shadow beneath his feet. The shadow became vivid and was able to move freely. He lifted the shadow and it looked like a constantly swirling black mist that wrapped around him. This skill is now limited to the shadows around you, it's like a level 1 earth ability. Song Ichwan said, I wonder why it requires so many mutated cells to activate and is considered a level 6 ability. Using the shadows around him, Su Ran was able to extend it and pick up the metal pieces he had taken out of the dimension earlier, feeling like he was manipulating another person. After a period of time, Su Ran gradually mastered this skill. He was able to move the shadow anywhere around his body and even mold it into various shapes, like a weapon. However, when he tried to turn the shadow into a sword-like shape to cut through metal, it was ineffective, the shadow sword unable to produce any real effect. Now that you've mastered the skill, would you like to have a sparring match? Song Ichwan asked. Su Ran realized that keeping the shadow activated and moving around didn't consume too many MC points. It only consumed roughly 1 MC point per minute, which meant that if he didn't use any other skills, he could maintain it for roughly an hour and a half. No matter what he does with the shadow, the MC consumption remains unchanged. However, there was a drawback to this: when using the shadow control skill, he couldn't use the shadow cloak or shadow storage dimension at the same time. This was because at this point, the shadow at his feet was already being manipulated by him, and if he activated the storage dimension, the shadow would immediately return to his feet. At this moment, Su Ran and Song Ichwan stood on the training ground, preparing for a friendly duel. This time, Song Ichwan had a few metal balls floating around him instead of the spikes from before. Be careful, Su Ran, even though these balls aren't as sharp as the spikes, they can still cause considerable damage. Song Ichwan reminded. It's fine, Ichwan, my body can withstand it. Su Ran responded confidently. Song Ichwan did not use his full strength, only firing a metal ball at a moderate speed. Just as the metal ball was about to touch Su Ran, he quickly raised the shadows under his feet, forming a shadow wall. The metal ball hit the shadow wall and slowed down significantly, gradually falling into the shadow. Su Ran stared intently at the ball, however, when it was about to pass through the shadow wall, it suddenly accelerated. Not good! Su Ran exclaimed. The metal ball passed through the shadow wall and smashed hard into Su Ran's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Ah! Su Ran cried out in pain, trying to suck in his breath. I didn't expect this result either. Song Ichwan smiled helplessly. One more time. Su Ran said through clenched teeth. Song Ichwan fired a second metal ball again, and this time Su Ran raised the shadow wall again, but this time he sidestepped and dodged, leaving the shadow wall in place. The metal ball continued to advance and eventually crashed into the gym wall. Try a melee attack next. Song Ichwan said, holding a long metal tube in his hand and swinging it towards Su Ran. Su Ran once again used his shadow for defense, but the result was as before. Song Ichwan easily pulled the metal pipe out of the shadow and then quickly attacked Su Ran's other locations. He quickly realized that Su Ran's shadow could only cover his front and could not extend to his back. If he used his Nianli skill on one of the metal balls, he could easily injure Su Ran. Song Ichwan continued to launch attacks with the metal tubes, while Su Ran kept fending them off with his shadow while moving it to defend the direction he was attacking. Su Ran suddenly realized that every time the shadow fended off an attack, a chunk of his MC points would be consumed. This had also happened when blocking the metal ball. The stronger the attack, the faster the shadow's MC points were consumed. Just as Song Ichwan was about to attack again, Su Ran suddenly shouted, "Wait, stop, Ichwan." Su Ran's shadow disappeared instantly, his MC points having been depleted. Although the shadow could be used as a defense shield, it wasn't strong enough and could only slow down the attack. A little later, when Su Ran had recovered some of his MC points, he conducted a few more tests. If Song Ichwan got close enough, he could use the shadow to grab him like an extra pair of hands, or even wrap around his legs to slow down his movements. However, the shadows were limited in number and could either be used for offense or defense, not both at the same time. I see why your ability is rated at level 6.
Song Ichwan said, it's mainly because you can use shadows freely.
Usually, a skill is just some type of attack, but your ability, Shadow, is more than just a means of attack. It can act as a separate storage space, hide you in the night, and even act as a defense shield.
It's almost like 3 abilities in one.
Hearing Song Ichwan's comments, Su Ran grew more and more satisfied with his shadow ability, his heart filled with confidence. He couldn't wait to unlock the other skills in the Shadow Department's skill bar in the system. After the sparring session ended, the two decided to wait for Su Ran's MC points to fully recover before leaving the training center and continuing their exploration. After all, if they did nothing, they would soon become too hungry to stand, and Song Ichwan didn't want to see Su Ran lose control of herself again because she was too hungry. Su Ran's MC points recovered about 1 point every 30 seconds, so it would take him an hour to fully recover. When that time came, they would set off again. Chapter 75 Rescue Team arrives. At this moment, outside the abandoned asylum, in a city surrounded by ruins, on the street between 2 dilapidated buildings, the air suddenly began to distort, as if space itself was bending. Then, a tiny electric light flashed. Snap! Suddenly, 4 people appeared on the street holding hands. As soon as they confirmed that they were in the right place, they immediately let go of their hands.
Is everyone here?
Yin Fei asked while doing a quick head count. The class teacher, Shangwan Ming, was here, and he was still dressed like he was in class. Then there was the Dr. Su Li, who was wearing a whole set of high-level Fei equipment, completely unlike her usual appearance in a white coat, looking very majestic. It was only natural, after all, her father was one of the school's generals. Next was Li Snap. He was wearing close-fitting light armor, like Yin Fei. Both of their abilities were based on speed, so wearing too heavy equipment was not conducive to performance. Alright, our goal is to find the kids, Yin Fei said. That's right, the rescue team had arrived. At the other end of the portal, as long as the appropriate portal existed, the teleporter would be randomly dropped to a location within a kilometer of the surrounding area. That was why the members of the rescue team had to hold hands to ensure that they were teleported to the same location. Unlike Su Ran and Song Ichwan's previous situation where they had passed through the portal alone and were thrown to different places, the teachers made sure that they were not separated from each other. Shangwan Ming was carrying a huge backpack on his back that looked incredibly heavy. As he followed the group's footsteps, each step was heavy on the ground, and his back was slightly bent from the weight. Why do I have to carry this? Shangwan Ming complained in dissatisfaction. Right now you're the weakest of the 4 of us, right? Yin Fei responded, if you want us to protect you, then you should obediently carry this portable teleporter. Shangwan Ming glanced at Su Li who was walking next to him, and even though he didn't want to admit it, the doctor did look a bit intimidating. She was fully armed, wearing a set of armor made from powerful alien beasts, with spikes on her shoulders and a hideous mask style on her chest that sent shivers down one's spine. She also carried a huge greatsword on her back, almost equal to her height. She looked more like a professional hunter, seemingly hunting monsters in these dangerous places for years. Rich people are different, having a general father at home is bull. Shangwan Ming spat in his heart. Alright, I get it, but why do you still need to bring a portable teleporter? Isn't that teleporter fine? Shangwan Ming continued to complain. That's a spare. Li Snap said indifferently, look around, the size of this shelter is equivalent to a city. What kind of existence do you think will be here to protect it? Maybe we'll encounter a powerful foreign beast and have to make an emergency evacuation, or the teleportation portal is blocked. Having a backup plan is better than no preparation at all. In that case, let's head to the training center. That's where the portal was last seen, and we can go there to make sure it's safe. I don't want to stay on this planet for too long, much less find out what exactly destroyed the shelter. Yin Fei said as she gestured for Li Primrose to lead the way. Li Snap walked ahead as his alien rescue team avoided potential dangers. Although he was blind, in a way, his eyesight was better than the others. His ability allowed him to see the scents around things and distinguish them by different colors. The scents of Fei always appear red, while humans are yellow. What's more, he could also see through most buildings and see the creatures inside. As a result, they could avoid head-on encounters with Fei beasts. If they encountered a few ordinary split-claw rats on the road, Yin Fei and Li Snap would usually just go up to them and finish them off. Both of them were swordsmen, Yin Fei using a longsword while Li Snap used a katana.
The foreign beasts didn't even have a chance to counterattack before they were simply decapitated. As the group continued to advance, a question flashed through Su Li's mind, and seeing how easily they resolved their enemies, she couldn't help but ask, "I've always wondered, which one of you two is stronger?" The two walking ahead suddenly froze, and when Shang Wanming heard this question, he glanced at Su Li, feeling in his heart that she was a bit out of her depth. "How can you just ask this kind of question?" Shang Wanming reminded her quietly. He was actually curious, and this kind of question was brought up in the team from time to time. Yin Fei and Li Snap were one of the school's 8 lieutenants, and arguments about which of them was stronger often raged between the soldiers and other teachers. Similar discussions often occurred between the 3 generals as well. "Never mind." Yin Fei smiled bashfully, "I can answer you directly, it's Snap Li. You may not know much about his abilities, but we practically begged him to join us after the first big battle. At that time, he was just a small soldier, but his battle record was really amazing. He joined with only one condition, to become a teacher." Li Snap was silent, the silent swordsman as always. However, Shang Wanming was a bit puzzled. While Li Snap's ability was certainly useful, perhaps a high-level psychic ability, its main advantage was that it required a large amount of psychic value to support it, not the power itself. Yin Fei, on the other hand, possessed a super-speed alien ability, and in a real fight, Shang Wanming really couldn't see how Li Snap could win. He thought to himself that Yin Fei was probably just saying this to give this senior face. After all, Yin Fei was still young, only in her 20s. Shortly after, they arrived at the training center. "Let's make sure the portal is safe first, and then we'll go look for those kids afterward," Yin Fei ordered. "The portal looks safe," Li Snap said. They approached the entrance and found the corpses of several Riftclaw rats scattered on the ground. On top of that, the door to the entrance had been damaged beyond recognition, its panels twisted and warped, but still sealed tightly around the doorway. Yin Fei walked over to the identifier and entered the code, hearing the unlocking beep, but the door still didn't respond. The damage was too severe. "What happened here?" Xiaori asked. "Do you think those 2 kids did it?" "It should be that kid, right?" Shang Wanming added, "Don't forget that there's only one kid with psychic abilities." "Oh, it's Song Ichuan, isn't it, the original who can copy others' abilities? Although we're still not sure how his ability works, if he copies some powerful ability, he might actually be able to deal with these alien beasts," Yin Fei analyzed. "Then if we find Song Ichuan, we can go back, right?" Shang Wanming asked impatiently. "Are you saying that after we find Song Ichuan, we'll stop looking for the other children?" Li Snap asked rhetorically. "The mission only requires finding Song Ichuan, everyone else is just an extra reward. Are you willing to risk your life for a student? Back then, when I participated in that war, what did you think I was doing it for? I risked my life for the future of all mankind, and these children, they are our future," Li Snap said seriously. "Enough." Yin Fei stopped their argument. "Shangwan is right, but I can see that you love the children, Li Snap. Later we will use your ability to scout the surrounding. If we can't find anything, we will leave, how about it?" Without another word, Li Snap walked straight to the door and drew his katana, ready to attack. That's a gate made of graphite steel, one of the strongest materials in the world. The only reason this training center wasn't destroyed is because of this gate. Shang Wanming sneered at Li Snap, as if mocking his futile move. "Are you wondering why Li Snap is stronger than me?" Yin Fei asked. Li Snap flicked his blade, making no sound, and the door seemed to be untouched in the slightest. A few seconds later, a vertical crack appeared in the door, and the top half of the door came crashing down with it. "That's why," Yin Fei said faintly. Chapter 76, The Manzhen Family. Behind the steel door of the Grasai, the group worked together to restore the door to its original state by lifting the fallen portion back up. Although this couldn't completely block the beasts, it was at least able to keep them out for a while. As Shang Wanming looked at what was in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel at how high Su Li's equipment level was to be able to lift such a heavy door so easily. They continued to move forward in the pitch-black corridor, the darkness having no effect on Li Snap, who was leading the group. Shang Wanming, however, couldn't help but ponder along the way how Snap Li was able to cleave through that door with ease. Although he himself was a professor and had participated in wars, he had never seen such power. Could this be a Demon King level weapon? He speculated in his mind. But soon he dismissed this idea. Currently, there were only 2 Demon King level beast weapons in the world, one belonged to the military, and the other was in the hands of the pure organization. Even so, the weapon in Li Snapdragon's hand was at least a top-grade beast weapon.
They arrived at the reception area, and there were several passages leading to different areas of the training center. In front of them was the reception desk, while the left and right sides had their own passages leading to the arena. The reception area was also connected to the cafeteria and living area.
Wait! Suli suddenly called out to Snapdragon Lee and Fei, who were in front.
She squatted down to scrutinize the ground and found bloodstains. "Look here, you guys, there are bloodstains that lead to the living area,"
Suli said. "How do you know the direction?"
"There's blood on the other side of the arena as well,"
Shangguan Ming asked. "Look at the trailing trail of blood, it was obviously dragged from the arena side, and there's a lot of blood, like someone was dragged,"
Suli explained.
"Hurry up and follow, it might be one of the students," Fei said.
They didn't act rashly, but carefully followed the blood trail. If there was a beast inside, they didn't want to startle it. At this time, Li Snap was no longer leading the way, but was replaced with Fei. Although Li Snap's ability could sense the energy and aura behind the wall, it couldn't penetrate the Grasai material, which almost the entire training center was built with. Thus, he could only simply determine if there was danger ahead. They followed the trail of blood to the end of the corridor. Broken chairs and damaged doors were clearly visible outside the door. Fei probed and glanced into the room, her face turned ugly and she hurriedly backed away.
"Suli, you'd better come and take a look," Fei said, clearly unwilling to say more.
Suli took over and walked into the room, while Shangguan Ming couldn't help but take a peek and instantly turned his head, his face turning white.
"Did you see that corpse?"
"It was torn into two halves, and its internal organs were spilled all over the place,"
Shangguan Ming said in a low voice. Li Snap, who was standing on the side, couldn't see it, but he calmly responded, "No, I can't see it, I haven't seen anything for a long time."
Suli continued to examine the body and found the hang tag around the body's neck, which she pulled out from under his beastly costume. Upon closer inspection, she saw two more bite marks on the corpse's neck. "It's those two bite marks again, just like the previous student."
Suli thought to herself, is there really some kind of beast at work in the school? Or is there another reason? Suli stood up and walked towards Fei. "Do you guys want to hear the good news, or the bad news?" Suli asked. "Straight to the point."
Fei's tone was grave.
"The good news is that this isn't the student we're looking for."
Suli removed the hang tag and held it up in front of the crowd. "The bad news is that he belongs to one of the 4 original families."
The crowd's color changed drastically. "Which family is it?" Fei asked eagerly.
"According to this hang tag, he is from the Dream True family.
Suli said.
Hearing this name, Fei violently swung her fist at the wall. Why did it have to be them? The 4 original clans were super clans that possessed the strength to fight against the military, and their clansmen never shared their abilities with the outside world. The Dream True family was even the most unique among them. They had the closest relationship with the military, and even held a place in the national military force. This was all due to the head of the family who possessed the powerful psychic ability to take over the abilities of others. If someone dared to rebel against the military, the Dream True family lord would personally take action and deprive the other person of his or her abilities, so that he or she would never be able to use them again. However, the Dream True family lord could only take away abilities, but not use them, which made him dependent on the military for protection. Although he later began to form his own forces and bestowed the taken abilities to people he trusted, who were all grateful to him, the fear of betrayal was always in the heart of the Dream True family lord. With no power of his own, he still chose to stay on the side of the military. This situation made people compromise with the current military system, and even though many people were dissatisfied in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. "Let's leave his body here for now, and bring it back to the Dream True family when the mission is over,"
Fei said.
"Although it's troublesome, they should be grateful that we brought back one of their members."
Fei sighed.
After leaving the bodies, the group followed the blood trail back to the arena, and as soon as they stepped in they saw 2 children lying on the ground.
"They're here, what luck!" Shangguan Ming excitedly ran over.
Suli, Fei and Shangguan Ming immediately went forward to check, only Li Snap stopped where he was. This was because in the center of the arena, he saw a never-before-seen purple glow, emitting a powerful energy that he had never perceived before. Before the rescue team arrived, Song Yichuan and Su Ran were sitting in the center of the arena. There wasn't much to talk about between the two of them, so they casually chatted about their former lives at school. Su Ran's life could be described as terrible. He recounted how he had grown up without a father or mother and had been bullied ever since he entered the school. At first, the bullying wasn't particularly serious, but after the peace agreement was signed and the war stopped, people started to go crazy and the bullying got worse. But whenever Su-ran asked Song Ichwan about his school life, Song Ichwan always brushed it off with a short answer, then turned to ask Su-ran questions.
At first, Su-ran didn't notice anything unusual, but as he deliberately threw out some hard-to-avoid questions, Song Ichwan still skillfully avoided them.
In the end, Su-ran decided not to pursue any further. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and Song Ichwan was clearly unwilling to share them, so that was his freedom.
Hee, look.
Song Ichwan said as he pointed at Su-ran's watch. Su-ran lifted his wrist and looked at his watch, and even he himself was surprised that the value on the watch still showed level 1.
I remember you saying that the value on the watch would change when I activate the mutated cells?
That's true in theory.
Song Ichwan stroked his chin, seemingly pondering something. Do you think it could have something to do with you being a vampire?
Just like I couldn't replicate your shadow system's psychic ability, the watch might not be able to detect the mutated cells in your body either. Hearing this explanation, Su-ran couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had thought that he could use these abilities freely. After becoming a rank 6 ability user, he no longer needed to worry about being randomly challenged in school. But now, if he demonstrated his shadow system ability while his watch still showed level 1, everyone would definitely be suspicious of him. I think it's better for you to hide your shadow system ability for now. Song Ichwan suggested. You were able to hide your vampire ability for so long, it shouldn't be too difficult to continue hiding your alien ability. Seeing Su-ran's depressed mood because of this news, Song Ichwan also felt a little guilty. He understood what Su-ran had gone through at his previous school, and out of revenge, Song Ichwan had thought it would be a good thing to help Su-ran attack the second-year students, but it had ended up making Su-ran and Li Ruei-ro a bigger target. Don't be discouraged, Song Ichwan patted Su-ran's shoulder. We can find someone in the school who knows about technology and have them modify the value of the watch. Moreover, the competition at the military academy is about to start. Wait until the competition, then you can show your true strength and amaze the whole audience then.
Song Ichwan's comfort made Su-ran feel better.
There would always be a few tech-savvy students in the school, so perhaps it would be more appropriate to have Lin Yu help contact them.
Just as they were talking, several sergeants and professors entered the arena. Chapter 77, Returning Again. Class teacher Shangwan Ming was the first to rush to them and gave the two a big hug.
It's great that you guys are okay.
Tears hung on Shangwan Ming's face.
Su-ran and Song Ichwan both felt that their homeroom teacher really cared about them, and the truth was that Shangwan Ming didn't care about their well-being. He was just glad that he was finally able to leave this horrible place, especially after seeing Duan Mingyang's corpse. Shangwan Ming's heart was filled with fear that he would follow in his footsteps. Then, Suli came over and gave the two of them a basic checkup.
You don't look quite the same as the last time we met, Suli said. You still remember me?
Su-ran was a little surprised.
Of course I remember, you brought that girl to my office. Su-ran didn't expect her to remember him. Many people wouldn't remember Su-ran after meeting him once.
You've really grown fast, you've become so strong after only a few days.
Suli laughed.
Suli obviously spent more time when examining Su-ran than when examining Song Ichwan, especially when touching Su-ran's muscles. She looked a little uncomfortable.
Looks like the charm effect is starting to work.
The system said, it's a shame that you didn't add all your points to charm, otherwise she would have confessed to you on the spot by now. Su-ran had thought that the system was joking, but looking at Suli's reaction, he realized that it was true. Suli snapped back to her senses and hastily withdrew her hand. After confirming the physical condition of the two, Suli handed each of them a food pill.
Song Ichwan swallowed it without hesitation, while Su-ran chose to take it even though he no longer felt hungry.
Just after swallowing the food pill, Su-ran started coughing violently as if something was stuck in his throat.
Is he choking? Shangwan Ming asked.
No way, the food pill is only the size of a pea, it melts in your mouth, Suli replied. Su-ran continued to bend over and cough, eventually spitting out the food pill along with some blood. In-fei, who was standing by the side, revealed a worried look. Suli, quickly come over and check, there's blood in his vomit. It had been 2 days since he had eaten anything. Anyone else would have been starving their chests to their backs, but for Su-ran, it wasn't like that at all. Before taking the food pills, his stomach had been so full that it was swollen, and he guessed that it might be because he had drunk Duan Mingyang's blood earlier. He could feel every drop of blood in his body functioning, and as soon as the food pill was ingested, his body began to reject it.
Inedible substance intake. Life value 10.
Life value, 4555. Although Su Ran had disliked ordinary food in the past, he was at least able to swallow it hard. But this time was different. The food pill seemed to clash with something in his body. Su Li hurried over, flattened Su Ran on the ground, and began to check his body with her healing ability. Her palm emitted a faint glow, and Su Ran felt a soothing sensation coming from his stomach. Healing ability detected. Unable to block healing effect. Life value +1. Life value +1. Life value 55-55. Fortunately, the healing ability was still effective against Su Ran. Su Ran was secretly glad that in the future, if he was seriously injured, having a healing ability would be very helpful. "Thanks, I feel much better," Su Ran said. Although the healing ability restored Su Ran's life value, it could not do anything about the blood that he had just vomited. "Your hunger has increased. What's wrong with him?" Yin Fei asked. "It's uncertain at the moment," Su Li shook her head. "I'll have to take him back for a detailed examination." Just then, Li Snap walked in with something slung over his shoulder. Su Ran immediately smelled the sweet odor, a temptation he couldn't resist. Blood bank use. 9100 milliliters. You no longer feel hungry. Su Ran drew in some blood and suppressed the craving in his body, no longer feeling the urge for the corpse on Li Snapdragon's shoulder. However, the lingering smell of blood in the air still made it somewhat difficult for him to calm down. "Can we go now?" Li Snap said as he stared in Su Ran's direction. Su Ran's heart tightened. Is he looking at me? Isn't he blind? You two will have to write a detailed report when we get back, Yin Fei said as she looked at Song Yichuan and Su Ran. Even though we've already heard the other side's version, we still want to hear yours. You mean you guys know that someone pushed us into the portal? Song Yichuan asked in surprise. Yes. That second-year student has already confessed voluntarily, and General Du Jin is punishing them. Su Ran and Song Yichuan glanced at each other, their hearts more certain of their suspicions. Someone had instructed Li Rue. This was not something an ordinary person could do, it must be someone with a powerful background operating behind the scenes. The group began to return to the training center. Su Ran and Song Yichuan walked in the middle, Yin Fei led the way in front, while Li Snapdragon followed behind them. Su Ran could feel that Li Snapdragon had been staring at him, and although he couldn't see it, he had definitely discovered something. Just as Su Ran was pondering, Li Snap approached his ear silently and whispered, "When we return to school, let's talk, don't worry, I won't hurt you." After saying that, Li Snap revealed a meaningful smile, but Su Ran's mood became more and more complicated. Finally, they reached the reception room of the training center. Yin Fei walked to the computer and entered a string of passwords, followed by a mechanical voice coming from the direction of the arena. "Alright, you can leave now," Yin Fei said. The portal was slowly raised, and Su Ran's heart began to race. He couldn't help but start worrying. If it was still daylight when he returned, would his body still be able to withstand the sunlight? Would he turn into ashes? Is it day or night outside now? Song Yichuan suddenly asked. There are still a few hours before the sun sets, Yin Fei replied. Su Ran's throat went dry when he heard this answer, and his heart became even more nervous. Relax. The system suddenly spoke. The sun won't kill you. Really? Of course, but there will be other effects. What effects? You'll know when the time comes. After the system said that there was no need to worry, the tension in Su Ran's heart finally eased a little. The system had no reason to lie to him. The group walked into the portal and walked out from the other end. When they opened their eyes, they realized that they had returned to the training hall, the same place where Li Rue Ran had pushed Su Ran into the portal. Being indoors, there was no system to alert him of any abnormalities. But I remember that the portal is supposed to be randomized? Su Ran asked suspiciously. That's the characteristic of the red teleportation portal, Yin Fei explained. It's designed this way to prevent foreign beasts from knowing the exact location. Especially those teleportation gates to unknown planets, it's hard to pinpoint the exact location like on Earth. Song Yichuan, go back to class, Su Ran still needs to undergo some examinations, Su Li said. Su Ran followed Su Li to the infirmary while Song Yichuan returned to the dormitory. Shangguan, you can go now. Li Snap, come with me. We have to report to Chen Wang that the mission is complete, so that he can decide what to do with the corpses of the Dream True family members. Chapter 78, Irrevocable. The students were in class. Lin Yu sat in the classroom, the pen in her hand constantly tapping on the desktop, absent-mindedly toying with it. Whenever she was preoccupied, she would do this. She hoped that one of her connections could help bring Su Ran back, but Su Ran had been taken to a planet that almost no one knew about. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and all her anger was directed at Li Rue. When the bell rang, Lin Yu walked out of the classroom and heard the whispers of other students. "Did you hear? Those 2 missing students are back." "Really? I saw Song Yichuan return to the dormitory with my own eyes, and Mr. Shangwan is celebrating loudly in the corridor." "Song Yichuan is back? What about Su Ran?" Lin Yu's heart tightened and she immediately ran towards the boys' dormitory. When she arrived at the door of the dormitory, she hesitated for a moment, remembering that the last time she knocked on this door, she was almost strangled to death by that crazy Song Yichuan. But she had to make sure Su Ran was safe, so she gathered her courage and gently knocked on the door. A few seconds later, the door opened, and the person she least wanted to see, Song Yichuan, stood in the doorway. "Cut the crap, where is Su Ran?" Song Yichuan revealed a wry smile when he saw Lin Yu. "He's in the infirmary." "Thanks." After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait!" Song Yichuan shouted. Lin Yu turned around and saw the smile on Song Yichuan's face grow weirder and weirder. "You think you're the only one who knows?" he said grimly. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu frowned. "I'm saying that you're not special anymore, that he doesn't need you because I know his secrets too." Song Yichuan took a step closer, his smile too weird to be true. "You're still crazy." Lin Yu threw down a sentence, turned around and ran out. She ran to the infirmary in one breath, and when she pushed open the door, Su Li was no longer there, while she saw Su Ran at a glance. "Su Ran!" Lin Yu cried out in surprise as she fixed her eyes on him several times. Su Ran's jawline was clearer, his skin had become smooth, and it seemed that some sort of mysterious attraction was pulling her towards him. "Are you using some kind of charm on me?" she asked suspiciously. "Can you turn this thing off?" Su Ran complained mentally to the system. "Of course I can, but I thought you'd like the effect." "Like what?" "If so, she wouldn't really like me just because of the system." "The mesmerize skill is turned off." Instantly, Lin Yu's sense of fascination disappeared, but she still felt that Su Ran wasn't quite the same as before, and now he even looked as handsome as Song Yichuan. Although she didn't like Song Yichuan, she had to admit that he was indeed a beautiful man. "Are you all right? What exactly happened?" she asked with concern. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one else in the infirmary, Su Ran told her exactly what happened in the portal world. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to help," Lin Yu blamed herself. "I clearly said I would help you, but it turned out that there was nothing I could do." "That's fine," Su Ran smiled. "I wouldn't expect anyone to follow suit and jump into that portal, tantamount to suicidal behavior." "Someone did." Lin Yu muttered something in a low voice that Su Ran didn't hear. She felt a little unbalanced in her heart, feeling that Song Yichuan's loyalty was a cut above her own in front of Su Ran. "Remember, if you need blood, you can find me anytime, no need to rely on Song Yichuan anymore." Lin Yu hurriedly left behind these words and hurriedly ran out. Su Ran looked at her back and felt a trace of warmth in his heart. For the first time, he felt that someone truly cared about him, a feeling that he had never experienced before. In the past, whenever he returned home battered and bruised, he was always faced with an empty room. No one would care if he was hurt or if he was okay. And now, things were different. Since getting the system, his life had completely changed. After Su Li finished checking Su Ran and confirmed that he was fine, Su Ran was finally able to return to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Song Yichuan was holding a tablet and playing a game. "Back, bro, is everything alright?" Song Yichuan asked with concern. "They didn't realize that you're a..." He lowered his voice and looked around. "Vampire, right?" "It's fine," she said. "My blood test was normal and let me come back." The two were chatting when there was a sudden soft thud at the door. The door was opened and Li Ridge walked in. Li Rue often strolled around the campus alone, as he had nowhere to tell his heart and no one to help him out of his current situation. His mind was filled with remorse and Lin Yu's words. In a way, he felt like he deserved to be punished, but Lin Yu just walked away without even slapping him, which made him feel even more insignificant than before. After walking around the school several times, Li Rue decided to return to his dormitory as usual. But the moment he pushed open the door, he was almost scared out of his mind. The two people he thought had long disappeared, or maybe even died on another planet, were alive and well in the room. "You guys?" Li Rue's eyes were moist, and he hadn't finished his words yet. "Get out!" Song Yichuan coldly pointed at the door and shouted angrily. "What?" "I said, get out!" Song Yichuan shouted again. "If you don't get out, Li Rue, I don't know what I'll do to you."
But this is my dormitory. Li Rui choked.
I don't care, go apply for a dormitory change, you can't stay here.
Li Rui looked at Su Ran for help, hoping that he would speak up for him. Su Ran just turned his head, his body trembling slightly. He was equally uncomfortable in his heart, but he knew that this matter had to be dealt with. What Li Rui did was unforgivable, and if Su Ran was truly only a level 1 ability, then he would have been killed by the alien beasts long ago. Li Rui remained standing there, shocked and at a loss for words. He had thought that everything could go back to the way it was before, hoping that they would forgive him, and they didn't even give him a chance to speak. Song Ichuan casually grabbed a book on the table and threw it at Li Rui. The book smashed against the wall before falling heavily to the ground. Next time I'll smash your face. Song Ichuan threatened. Li Rui, let's go. Su Ran spoke. Su Ran's words were like a hammer blow, causing Li Rui to completely wake up. No matter how much he explained or apologized, he couldn't undo it. He was no longer their friend. Li Rui pushed open the door and silently walked out. It was already night outside, it was almost curfew time, and he had nowhere to go. The rest of the school was closed, so he had to stay in the dormitory hallway. He curled up in the corner like a homeless stray dog, crying alone until he fell asleep. Chapter 79. Same team. The next day, Su Ran and Song Ichuan woke up from their beds when they heard a clamor coming from outside. After opening the door, they found a group of students surrounding the doorway, crowding around something. What's wrong with him? I thought I heard someone crying last night, so it was him. One of the boys crouched down and grabbed Li Ridge's hair, roughly lifting his head off the ground and waking him up. So it was you who woke me up last night? The boy said viciously. After looking at Li Rui's watch, he realized that Li Rui was only a level 1 ability. The boy himself was a level 2, so he took the opportunity to show off to the other students, wanting to use it to get rid of his position at the lowest end of the class. At least learn to shut up if you're lying here like a dog. Saying that, he raised his hand and fiercely threw a slap at Li Rui's face. Li Rui had completely given up, he didn't care about what was in front of him. What were these few slaps intended to be? He was already dead at heart. The only person who had ever helped him was now disappointed in him, and he felt he deserved it. Just as the boy was about to wave again, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his wrist. Before he had time to react, he was met with a heavy punch. Boom! The boy's jaw was smashed with a crisp bone-cracking sound, and his entire body instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Through hazy, tearful eyes, Li Rui saw Su Ran standing in front of him with anger on his face. I didn't do this for you. Su Ran said coldly, if someone treats someone else like this, I will step in just the same. After saying that, Su Ran turned around and walked towards the cafeteria with Song Ichuan, completely ignoring Li Rui. Who is that person? I don't know, but he looks kind of handsome. Do you remember him? It seems like I've never seen him before. Don't remember, maybe he's new. After breakfast, everyone went to the classroom to get ready to start their morning classes. Everyone sat back in their respective seats. Song Ichuan and Su Ran were still sitting together while Li Rui was sitting alone in the corner. They really came back. I heard that they were pushed into the portal by a second-year student, so impressive that they managed to come back alive. The matter about Su Ran and Song Ichuan's disappearance for a few days became a hot topic in the class. After all, they were students in this class. At this time, Mr. Shangwan walked into the classroom with a smile on his face, ready to announce something important. Good morning everyone, now that everything has returned to normal, I'm happy to inform you that a time has been set for your first Ortal actualization, which will take place next week. So please prepare yourselves well and don't forget to practice more with your squad members. The previously assigned squad members will remain the same. This meant that Li Rui would still be grouped with Su Ran and Song Ichuan. Somewhere in the world, there was a city called Dreamland City. Here, there were many tall buildings, so dense that there was hardly a single empty space to be seen. Outside the city, there is a 100-meter-high wall, which is covered with patrolling turrets and mechs, guarding against any possible threats around the clock. Because of these defenses, Dreamland City was considered one of the safest cities, but that safety came at a price. Habitable land on Earth has become a luxury. Since the devastating war, many of the old cities have been reduced to rubble, the land is in pieces, and many places are no longer viable for humans. This has forced humanity to establish shelters on other planets, where it is much cheaper to live on the outer planets than on Earth, and where many exalts from different associations and clans will settle to keep these planets safe. Despite the fact that living on other planets might face the fear of being attacked by alien beasts at any time, they were still unwilling to leave.
This was because the few places left on the planet belonged only to those at the top. There are two ways to live in Dreamland City: you have to be very rich, or you have to join the Dream True family and serve the leader of the family to the death, doing whatever is asked of you. In the center of the city, there is a towering mansion, more majestic than any of the surrounding buildings. The mansion is made of the hardest substance in the universe, graphite steel. In an office on the top floor of the building sat a bald man wearing a tailored suit, his hands resting easily on his desk. His name was Wo, and he was one of the leaders of the Manjin family. At this moment, a woman in professional attire walked into the room. "Sir, a member of the family has been confirmed dead." "What class of hunter?" Wo asked. "Rank D, sir." In Dreamland City, students could become hunters after graduating from school, choosing to work for the family, the faction, or take on missions as free agents. The world government would give each hunter a rank based on the difficulty of their missions. Hunters start at rank F and gain points as missions are completed. It usually takes a few years to move up a rank, with ranks ranging from F all the way up to A+. Ranks were still important, but in the outside world, the attribute bonuses that higher grade beast armor equipment could bring were more useful than mere ability levels. Thus, the hunters cared more about abilities than ranks. Our D rank hunters often die during missions, so why do we have to make a point of reporting it? Wo asked. "Sir, this time, the news came from the military base, and the deceased was Duan Mingyang, who we had high hopes for." Wu Hyuk fell into deep thought. Usually he would receive reports from other families or organizations informing them that they had found the body of a family member. These people tried to curry favor with Wu Hyuk in any way they could and would often do such things. But what made him feel uneasy this time was the identity of the deceased. He remembered that he had personally granted Duan Mingyang a rather useful ability, and Duan Mingyang had used only a short year to rise from F rank to D rank, and Wu Hyuk had originally had great expectations for him. "Send me the report, I want to take a look." The female assistant picked up the device in her hand and gently clicked on it, and instantly, a hologram appeared in front of Wu Her. He quickly flipped through the contents of the report with his hand and checked a few photos of Duan Mingyang's corpse. "Alas, what a tragic death." Wu he muttered, looking at the photos of Duan Mingyang's body being cut off at the waist. But soon, he noticed something strange and zoomed in on a mark on Duan Mingyang's neck. "Pull up Chun Chi's report from 2 years ago." Report found. The computer system responded, and another document appeared on the holographic screen. Wu skimmed through it and found the same mark on Chun Chi's body. Normally he wouldn't remember these details, but Chun Chi was a level 8 ability, a former B rank hunter, and one of the strongest members of the Dream True family. His death at the time had shocked Wu, and to this day no one knew who or what had killed him. Could these two things be connected somehow? Wu pondered darkly. "They said they found Duan Mingyang's body by chance while searching for 2 students. I'm not too sure of the exact details." "Do you know which military base they were from?" The assistant adjusted his glasses and a series of words and data flashed across the lenses. "Sir, it's military base 2. Looks like I should pay them a visit and learn more about the situation in the meantime. Meanwhile, continue investigating Duan Mingyang's last mission." Wu stood up and closed his eyes. Inside his body, a dozen small flames swirled around his stomach, each one different from the other. "It looks like I need to replenish some of my abilities again. This time might be a good opportunity." Chapter 80: Lee Snap's Problem. After the morning session ended, the combat class was finally about to begin. Lin Yu brought Jin Yuer along as they walked in Su Ran's direction. Although the two weren't really friends and they barely interacted with each other, they had begun to spend more time together since that time they had searched for Li Rue together. Jin Yuer was still quiet, but while practicing teamwork, Lin Yu realized that Jin Yuer had actually called her by name. For Lin Yu, this was a huge development now. The three of them headed to the Fey Weapons class together, while Song Ichuan had already headed to the Elemental class. At this moment, Li Rue sat alone in the classroom, staring blankly at the wall in front of him. His former friends Ding Yang and his group had also begun to avoid Li Rue since Jin Yuer had threatened them. Now, they no longer needed him. Li Rue thought back on what he had done in the past, and his heart was filled with remorse. He grabbed his hair, desperately trying to forget those stupid memories, and every time he thought back, he would viciously yank off a strand of his hair. Soon, blood began to ooze from his scalp. At this moment, Su Ran was standing at the exit of the first-year school building, preparing to head to the Fey Weapons Hall. This was the first time he had ever stepped outside during the day, and since returning to school, he had yet to step out into direct sunlight. He had asked the AI system many times about the effects of sunlight on him, but the system had never told him a definitive answer.
Calm down, Su-ran, you won't die,
he said to himself in his mind.
Hey, Su-ran, are you alright? Lin Yu noticed Su-ran stopping at the exit. It's fine, I'm just.
Su-ran took a step and instantly felt the sun's scorching rays as a strong headache hit him, making him unsteady on his feet. He tried to acclimatize himself to this feeling, but the system's prompts made him completely collapse.
You are under direct sunlight, all attributes have dropped by 70%. 70%? What a joke!
Su-ran shouted in his heart.
I knew you would react like this, so I never told you.
The system responded calmly. As Su-ran continued to struggle to adapt to the sunlight, Lin Yu quickly opened an umbrella and blocked it above Su-ran's head.
Looks like I'm more useful than Song Ichuan-o.
Lin Yu snickered in his heart.
The sunlight has been blocked, all attributes return to normal. Can you two stop showing love in front of me?
Jin Yuer said coldly.
We're the ones who aren't. Su-ran is just prone to heatstroke. Lin Yu explained. What a weakling.
Jin Yuer dropped a dismissive remark and walked ahead. Although Su-ran knew she was joking, Jin Yuer's words always made him care more than the others. The three of them finally reached the weapons hall, and Su-ran lowered his umbrella, but his heart began to race. The reason he was nervous was simple, because of Lee Snap. Ever since the last time Lee Snap asked to talk to him at their next meeting, Su-ran had been feeling apprehensive. Although Lee Snap said that he wouldn't hurt him, those words didn't make Su-ran feel much at ease. When the lesson began, Lee Snap had the students warm up for sparring as usual, but he once again called out to Su-ran and took him aside. Thank you, teacher, for saving me in the portal world. Su-ran wanted to get close and curry favor with Lee Snap first.
I was merely performing my duty. Why is the black horn gauntlet on your hand gone? I can't feel the energy.
Lee Snap asked. They broke in the portal world, sorry, I'll pay for it. Lee Snap raised his hand, signaling that Su-ran did not need to say more.
No need, that gauntlet isn't expensive.
But to have your equipment destroyed, did you cross paths with some powerful fae?
Su-ran laughed nervously, not knowing how to answer.
No. I accidentally ran into a rat beast, I just raised my hand in defense, but it ended up biting dead on, so I could only throw down my wrist guard and escape.
Lee Snap was silent for a while, then said, Su-ran, do you know?
People often say that one's hearing becomes sharp after losing one's sight, but this is a myth. However, my ability does sharpen my senses, and I can hear your heartbeat.
Su-ran felt a pang of nervousness, afraid of what Lee Snapdragon would say next.
They also say that when one lies, there is a subtle change in heartbeat and more sweating.
Su-ran, I don't really care what you are, I only have one question. Are you, by any chance, on the side of the humans? With Lee Snap's question, Su-ran fell into deep thought.
Through the other party's ability, Su-ran knew that Lee Snap must have sensed that he was different. However, instead of immediately revealing him or reporting it to his superiors, Lee Snap chose to ask a simple question.
If I answer wrong, will he attack me? Or will he hand me over?
Su-ran was calculating in his heart. However, based on what Lee Snapdragon had said earlier, if Su-ran lied, the other party would definitely notice. Everything about present-day human society disgusted Su-ran, not just the government and the military, but even the progenitors displeased him. Back then, his parents fought in the war. Why did these progenitors wait until the war was almost over to show up? Why did they only share their power at that time? The military had devised this grading system to categorize people into different classes, a practice that made Su-ran extremely resentful. To a certain extent, he did want this society to collapse. However, he didn't want everyone to die, much less for Daki to win the war. Su-ran was in an awkward position. Technically, he could no longer be considered human. If the humans found out who he was now, would they accept him? Su-ran felt that the answer was obviously no, because humans were full of fear of the unknown. However, there were still two people who had accepted him, Ling Yu and Song Ichuan. They knew Su-ran's identity, yet they did not alienate him because of it, nor did they show any hostility towards him. Su-ran had an answer in his heart. I stand my ground, but I also have people I want to protect. After hearing this, Lee Snap stood in place for a moment in silence. He kept staring at the purple flames burning around Su-ran before finally turning away without saying anything else. It seems that my answer is quite alright. Su-ran breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he would have collapsed at any moment. Get yourself a new set of weapons, boy. Lee Snap shouted as he walked away, "You'll need it soon enough, and remember my earlier offer to duel me anytime." That was the end of this combat lesson, but Su Ran didn't participate too much. Since he didn't have the proper equipment, he could only pick a weapon from the wall for temporary use. When he tried to use a sword, he realized that he wasn't very good at it and had absolutely no foundation for it. Fists instead felt more natural to him, especially since most of his skills needed to be activated with his hands. He desperately needed a new pair of gloves. Before leaving the weapons hall, he borrowed an umbrella from Lin Yu and decided to head to the library in the afternoon, where he could use the public computers. On the way, he opened his system and checked his crystal inventory. He now had 16 basic level beast crystals, 1 intermediate level beast crystal, and 1 advanced crystal. There was a pair of intermediate gloves in the system store, which only required 3 intermediate level beast crystals, regardless of type. As for the advanced crystal, it could only be saved for building a ring. Chapter 81: The Market. Su Ran sat down in front of his computer and started browsing the market. He tried to check the standard prices of beast crystals for sale. Basic level beast crystals could be sold for roughly 100 points, intermediate level beast crystals for 1000 points, and advanced level beast crystals could be sold for 10,000 points. At this moment, Su Ran was like sitting on a gold mine. Some rare beast crystals could even fetch higher prices, depending on their attributes and uses. Next, he began searching for boxing gloves. There weren't many boxing gloves in the market, but there were still plenty to choose from. He found that once he entered the intermediate level and above, the description of each item became quite detailed, mentioning the beast crystal used to build the weapon, hinting that the weapon might have other attribute bonuses, such as beast crystals from fiery planets might grant flame resistance, while beast crystals from cold planets might provide frost resistance. "Let me give you a suggestion," the system said. "Place your hand on the computer while using your appraise skill to view these items." Su Ran followed the system's advice, and the results surprised him. Suddenly, he was able to see the specific attributes of all the weapons. "How is this possible?" Su Ran asked. "This system you're using is essentially the same as a computer. It analyzes the information transmitted by the computer and converts it into specific values for you to understand. However, it can only be used for beast crystals that have been recorded in the database. I tried my best to record all the types I've seen, but there are still some I haven't encountered." Su Ran continued to browse through the market, and to his surprise, none of the weapons in the market had attributes comparable to those in the system store. The most weapon bonuses were only +5 strength, while the mid-level weapons in the system offered +6 strength bonuses. Although there was only a small difference in strength, it was already a huge gap for the current Su Ran. Moreover, the prices of the gloves on the market weren't cheap, basically between 6,000 and 8,000 points, as this also included the cost of collecting the beast crystals and casting the weapon. Su Ran thought about it for a while and finally decided to sell that high-grade beast crystal. Even though it could be used to create a ring that would protect him from sunlight, he would need a whole 10 pieces of this crystal, and it would have to come from a specific red portal planet. For him right now, this piece of high-grade beast crystal was completely useless, and instead, the points were more helpful. Su Ran hadn't found any information about the advanced bat beast crystal in the market, so he referred to the prices of other beast crystals and set a base price, adding 2,000 points to it, pricing it at a total of 12,000 points. Done. Now I just need to wait for the beast crystals to sell, so I can buy 2 intermediate beast crystals and get the weapons in the system. Ding! In just a few seconds, someone paid for the piece of beast crystal and sent a teleportation confirmation code at the same time. Su Ran only needed to go to the storage area, put the beast crystal into the teleporter, enter the confirmation code, and the crystal would be teleported to the other party. In a gloomy room, a teenager with a backcombed hair was browsing the market, looking about the same age as Su Ran. "Killed 1,000, where the hell did that Duan guy go? I spent a lot of money to hire him to help me find that piece of beast crystal. I just need to find the last piece again," the teenager muttered. He hadn't expected to find anything in the market, but he came to check it once a day, and he didn't expect it to actually show up this time. "It can't be. And it's only 12,000 points, it's too cheap, we have to hurry." The teenager didn't hesitate to swipe his card to purchase the beast crystal. At this time, a man walked out from the shadows and stood beside the teenager. "Young master, if your father knew that you didn't get these beast crystals through your own efforts, he would be very angry. All of us must personally hunt those beasts as part of the trial," the man said. "Ha, does my father think he can stop me? Now with this ring, I can finally leave this place." The teenager looked at the computer screen again. "Thanks a lot, Blood Evolutionary, you've really helped me out.
If I have the chance to meet you in reality, I will definitely repay you. After sending away the high-level beast crystal, Su-ran quickly received the money. The teleportation box confirmed the authenticity of the item by scanning it, and then flashed to send it out. At the same time, Su-ran's watch made a ding sound. He checked his watch and realized that he had received 12,030 points. Su-ran had never thought that he would be able to obtain so much money. His original plan for coming to the military academy was to obtain his Earth ability from the school, then work hard to raise his ability to level 3, join a hunting team, and become a hunter, killing basic alien beasts and selling their beast crystals. And today's points were only possible for him to get by killing 120 basic Fey beasts. Su-ran didn't hesitate to put up 16 basic Riftclaw rat beast crystals for sale, and there were always people and companies willing to buy these beast crystals. Soon enough, his points reached 13630. He checked this number over and over again, unable to stop the smile from appearing on his face. After logging into the marketplace again, Su-ran began searching for 2 intermediate beast crystals. The system store showed that the gloves he needed didn't require a specific type, so he chose to purchase the 2 cheapest ones at a unit price of 1,000 each. It pained him to see the points rapidly dwindling, but he understood that he had to spend money to make money. Better equipment would allow him to hunt stronger beasts and thus earn more points. Before heading to the storage area to obtain the beast crystals, Su-ran decided to take another stroll through the market, hoping to find something useful. He also checked the items in his store, but all of them required specific beast crystals that were almost impossible to find in the market. In the end, he decided to spend a large sum of money on a pair of black boots. He deliberately chose a design that didn't look too fancy but had the best performance. This way, when others saw the equipment, they wouldn't suspect where Su-ran had gotten the money from. After Su-ran spent 8,000 points, he had only 3,630 left. He walked towards the storage area and couldn't help but leap in his heart. He arrived and entered the confirmation code for his order, and a few seconds later, 2 large boxes appeared in front of him. He quickly lifted the 2 boxes and ran towards the dormitory. When he entered the room, Song Ichwan and Li Rui were not there. He quickly opened the boxes, not bothering to think about where they had gone. Appraisal. Intermediate black horned wolf boots. Agility +4. Defense +2. Activate the boots to increase the user's speed by 10% for 30 seconds. If hit, speed will return to normal. The boots were pure black, and the part covering the ankle was slightly pointed, as if mimicking a wolf's ears. Other than that, they looked like regular boots and fit just right. Su-ran had heard of equipment having skills, but it was usually only high-level equipment that did so, and it was rare for mid-level Fey equipment to have active skills, hence the higher price. Chapter 82 Blood Hammer Strike. Next up were the 2 intermediate beast crystals he had purchased, and as he held each one in his hands, the message popped up. Do you want to deposit the intermediate beast crystals 2 into your inventory? After selecting yes, the 2 beast crystals begin to disappear, vanishing from his hands in an instant. Now, when he visited the store, the gloves he wanted were no longer gray. When selecting the item, a final message appeared. Did you create the best standard intermediate gloves? The naming of the item was a bit strange, but that didn't deter Su-ran, as only he could see the name of the item anyway. After selecting yes, an image appeared in his mind. He could see 3 beast crystals moving slowly in the dark air, as if they were attracted to something. When the 3 beast crystals touched, a dazzling white light flashed in his mind. When the light faded, all that remained were the gray gloves. They didn't look special, and it was actually hard to tell that they were made of beast crystals, but Su-ran didn't care, he only cared about the attribute values. When he opened his eyes and saw the gloves held in his hands, he marveled, wow, it's amazing that it just appeared in an instant. Appraisal. Best standard intermediate Fey fist gloves. Strength +6. Defense +4. Attacks will be increased by 5% when using the skills Blood Blade and Blood Rain. Su-ran immediately entered the store again, but strangely enough, when he scrolled through it, he realized that the item he had just created was no longer displayed. If you're looking for gloves, they're already in your hand. The system replied, seemingly a little confused. I know, Su-ran replied, I just thought that I could make another pair. If I buy 3 more intermediate beast crystals, I can sell them online and make my money back. Every item in the system is a one-time item. The system responded, once created, they can never be recreated again. Su-ran was instantly frustrated, he was willing to pay for the boots because he thought he could make another pair of gloves and sell them online to make his money back. Let me show you something cool. The system said.
Use your shadow system ability to open your dimensional storage skill and put the boots and gloves in it.
I won't lose them, will I? Su Ran asked.
Trust me. Su Ran had already tested the dimensional storage skill a few times, so he still believed that he would be able to retrieve the equipment. He did as he was told, opening a small shadow dimensional storage and placing the 2 items inside.
Weapon and armor detected in dimensional space. Gained new skill, shadow equipment. Shadow equipment? What does it do? Su Ran asked. Try it and find out. Shadow equipment activated.
As the skill activated, shadow clouds surrounded his hands and legs, and he could feel something forming on his hands and legs. When the shadow cloud dissipated, the equipment he had put into the dimension was already on his body. It was like instant equipment. Su Ran no longer needed to wear all his equipment in advance. He could even hide his advanced equipment and be ready to fight at any time. Wearing his new equipment, Su Ran couldn't wait to test it out, knowing that the most appropriate place to do so was VR gaming. What Su Ran didn't know, however, was that the last time he logged in, he had caused quite a stir, with people thinking he was a hacker gamer. One person in particular had been waiting for Su Ran to come online in order to find out the true identity of this blood evolutionary.
As the night wore on, the weekend of free time for the students was approaching, and as long as they didn't leave the city, they could enjoy their 2-day vacation to the fullest. Su Ran returned to his dormitory to end the long day. As he arrives in the dormitory corridor, he sees Li Ruiqi leaning against the wall of their room, asleep. As Su Ran walked past him, he couldn't help but glance at Li Rui, noticing that his body was covered in bruises and even had a piece of hair missing from his head. Is he still being bullied? Who on earth ordered it? Maybe Lin Yu knows something. Su Ran thought to himself, pushing open the door to his room and walking into the dormitory. Su Ran hadn't been able to forgive Li Rui yet, and even felt that he could never let go of him, but he still didn't want to see anything like this happen again. In order to prevent similar bullying incidents in the future, he had to find the person behind it. Su Ran entered the house and found Song Ichuan already lying on the bed, relaxing. Where did you go today? There was no one in the house when I came back. Su Ran casually asked. Song Ichuan replied, actually, the matter of Li Ruiqi has been bothering me. It's obvious that he was instructed by someone to do that sort of thing, and they also prepared a scapegoat. But when I went to check the whereabouts of that person today, no one knew. Everyone said that the scapegoat was handled by second-grade teacher Du Jin. Why don't you go ask Li Rui about his previous relationship with those first graders? They should know something about it. Yeah, I'm going to ask over the weekend, but we have to be careful. If my guess is right, this could involve someone at least sergeant level. Want me to accompany you? Su Ran asked. Forget it, I think it's best for us to split up. And if I'm discovered, they won't dare to move me easily, but you're different, unless the issue of your watch rank is resolved. That's also true, Su Ran snapped his fingers and said, you can go find Ling Yu and ask her, she's met those friends of Li Ruiero before. Song Ichuan's expression was a little forced, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his body was resisting. Su Ran, you know, I'm not on good terms with her. You'll have to settle this sooner or later, we have a portal mission next week. Take this opportunity to fix your relationship, I've already lost a friend and don't want to choose between the two of you anymore. Song Ichuan grabbed a pillow and smashed it directly into Su Ran's face. Alright, I'll try. The two of them each lay down, ready to rest. Are you really planning to make up with her? Song Teng sneered in Song Ichuan's head, just kill her directly, then Su Ran won't have to choose between us. We're the ones who are his best friends, it's as simple as that. Shut up and let me sleep. Song Ichuan responded impatiently. Su Ran would be free to go to the VR game room tomorrow. But before he closed his eyes and fell asleep, he decided to take a look at the new tutorial video that he had unlocked after rising to level 10. The blonde man in the video reappeared, in a place that resembled a dojo. Congratulations on reaching level 10. In this video we won't be learning new skills, instead we'll be creating your own. By now you should have unlocked the Blood Rain skill and learned Heavy Hammer Strike as well. Although Blood Rain can attack multiple targets at once, it's best to make contact with your opponent in order to deal maximum damage. And a better way is to use both skills in combination. The man assumed a fighting stance, recreating all the steps of the Heavy Hammer Strike, but at the moment of force, he cast Blood Rain. This time, instead of spreading like usual, the Blood Rain coalesced into a thick line and made a loud noise. Oh no, the man laughed awkwardly, looks like I need to fix my dojo. I call this move the Blood Hammer Strike.
Be careful, this move not only drains your stamina, it also drains your blood. The preparation time is also longer than normal attacks, so it may not be suitable for all occasions. But the key is that if you activate Blood Rain when you throw a punch, the power of the attack will be enhanced by several times. Su-ran carefully analyzed the movements in the video, then closed his eyes and finally settled down to sleep.
Chapter 83, Logging into the game again.
When Su-ran woke up the next morning, he received a familiar reminder message.
Avoid sunlight for 8 hours, gain 5 experience points. Experience value, 10-100.
Su-ran was glad that his experience value had reset after he evolved. He didn't want the experience value to grow indefinitely, that would make upgrading an almost impossible task. The two of them woke up and began to get ready. Su-ran saw Song Ichwan change into his uniform.
Good morning, Ichwan, aren't you going to bring a weapon? I actually prefer to use my elemental abilities most of the time, weapons sometimes get in the way instead. But you're right, I should prepare a weapon in order to get the right abilities. So if you could choose, what would you want most?
Well, I've always thought daggers were pretty cool, but it might be a while before I can craft my own fey weapon.
My family doesn't want to send me money, they think I should earn it myself. Song Ichwan said with a smile.
Su-ran secretly planned in his heart that he wished to build a new weapon each for Song Ichwan and Lin Yu. After all, they had helped him so much and he wanted to return the favor. Lin Yu had taught him a lot about vampires, and Song Ichwan had even followed him into the portal world. Moreover, Su-ran was worried that there might be other vampires or dangerous things coming to attack them. If that was the case, those enemies might target the people around him, so there was no harm in strengthening them. Li Rui was still leaning against the wall when the two of them walked out of the room. You can go into your room and sleep while we go out, but you'd better hurry up and leave before we come back,
Song Ichwan said. Afterwards, Su-ran and Song Ichwan each went their separate ways. Su-ran headed to the game room while Song Ichwan headed out. You're quite kind, Song Tang teased. We can't be the kind of people we're trying to destroy, Song Ichwan replied calmly. Speaking of eliminating the enemy, here's your chance, Song Tang reminded. Right in front of the dormitory building, Ling Yu and Jin Yuer stood there.
They had both taken off their military school uniforms and changed into casual clothes. Lin Yu wore a bright red dress, while Jin Yuer chose a more elegant white dress that was embellished with delicate floral patterns at the hem. She wore a large sun hat on top of her head to shield her from the harsh sunlight. When Lin Yu saw Song Ichwan, she immediately turned her head to look away. Every time Su-ran was absent, her interactions with Song Ichwan were not very pleasant. However, she heard footsteps getting closer. It can't be, right? He's actually walking towards us? Lin Yu thought to herself. Come on Song Ichwan, this is for Su-ran, don't be a wimp. Song Ichwan secretly cheered himself up. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Song Ichwan could just reach out and touch Lin Yu. I. Song Ichwan stuttered for the first time in his life, but not out of fear, but because Song Tang kept shouting all sorts of nonsense in his head. I need your help, he blurted out. Lin Yu's expression froze instantly, a look she had never shown before. Su-ran couldn't wait to rush to the virtual game room early in the morning. Now that he had enough points, he could practice his skills in the game as much as he wanted until he was exhausted. Su-ran also thought in his heart that it would be best to buy a gamepad of his own as soon as possible, so that he could connect to other players at any time in his own room and no longer be confined to the military academy's training camp. However, he couldn't help but snort at the thought of the price of the gamepad: 100,000 points. To buy it, he would need at least 10 high-level beast crystals, or 100 intermediate beast crystals. With his current situation, if he wanted to earn that much money, he was afraid it would take years. Su-ran couldn't help but feel regret that he couldn't utilize the system to duplicate the weapon before selling it over and over again. If he could, he would be able to make a steady stream of money. This also sent him into a state of pondering whether there was a way to gain more profit through certain loopholes in the system. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He already knew the materials needed to make weapons, and the gloves he was currently using only required 3 beast crystals. If he gave these materials and the gloves as a reference to a weaponsmith, he might be able to imitate a similar weapon. Doing the math, the material cost is 3,000 points and the weaponsmith cost is 2,000, totaling 5,000 points. If I sell it on the market for 8,000 points, then I'll make a profit of 3,000 points. However, very quickly, Su-ran realized the shortcomings of his plan. The profit from selling the weapons was not enough to cover the cost of making them. For large-scale production, he would need a large amount of upfront capital, or to find a partner willing to invest. If I were you, it would be better to be careful. The system suddenly said seriously, its tone completely different from usual. Do you remember why there were no similar items on the market when you searched for those items earlier? There was a reason for that. What reason? These weapons and their design blueprints were not created by humans. Su Ran didn't need the system to explain more, he immediately understood what the system meant. These things came from vampires. If you mass-produce these weapons and make them public, the vampires will soon find you. Looks like this plan won't work. Su Ran said with disappointment. I didn't say you couldn't do it, I'm just reminding you to be careful. After listening to the system's advice, Su Ran temporarily gave up his money-making plan. The current him was not strong enough to deal with humans, let alone vampires. In addition, he hadn't found a suitable investor or backer. Finally, Su Ran arrived at the VR game room, walked up to the counter, and charged 100 points into his account so that he could play for 10 hours. He didn't intend to use up the hours in one go, but this would at least ensure that he wouldn't be disturbed. It was still very early in the morning, there weren't many people here, and most people wouldn't choose to start spending all day playing games early in the morning on a weekend. Su Ran found an unobtrusive corner and secretly opened his shadow equipment, taking out his boots and gloves and placing them into the scanner for data entry. After the entry was complete, he quickly took the equipment back into the system. Welcome, evolutionary of blood. After entering the game pod, Su Ran was transported to the familiar white space. He first checked the list of skills, and as expected, the game system had not recorded any shadow system abilities. He attempted to cast his shadow system ability as if he were using his blood ability, however, this time it did not work. The game system can't record mutated cells? Could it be that the ability must be entered manually? Su Ran had half a clue about this, but no one could give him a definitive answer at the moment, so he decided to stop worrying about it for the time being. The only thing he knew was that his blood ability could be used normally in the game, while his shadow ability could not. However, his new skill charm was not a shadow ability, so it might be useful. Chapter 84 Combination Skills. Before engaging in matchmaking battles, Su Ran familiarized himself with the skills that he had previously seen in the tutorial videos. In the game, casting blood abilities would not consume his stamina, and he could use these skills countless times. Su Ran watched the video again as a reference, and then began to try to mimic the techniques in the video. On his first attempt, he surprisingly succeeded. Unlike other skills, this combo skill did not have any complicated movements, it just required the blood rain and heavy hammer strike skills to be cast at the right time at the same time. Next, Su Ran began to activate the blood rain skill while performing normal punches, focusing on the moment when his arm was fully extended. Sometimes he activated it too early, causing his arm to retract violently, and sometimes he was able to accurately grasp the timing. Most importantly, he had to master the timing of activating the skill. After 30 consecutive minutes of uninterrupted practice, Su Ran's success rate had increased quite a bit, with the success rate of the blood rain skill with normal boxing reaching 80%, while the success rate with the heavy hammer strike skill reached almost 100%. However, as the system said, the combination skill of blood rain and heavy hammer strike required more time to build up power, and the applicable scenarios were limited. It's time to test these new skills. Matching you with an opponent of the same level. Since Su Ran's level was still at level 1, the system matched him with an opponent of the same level. Su Ran just wanted to find a simple opponent to test his skills against, however, as he began his search, his player ID came online as well. It's been a while since I've seen him. Oh Yangjin said, I thought he didn't play this game anymore. Ever since Oh Yangjin had battled the Blood Evolutionary, he had developed a strong interest in this opponent, mainly because of Su Ran's special abilities. Watching the battle with Blood Evolutionary. Oh Yangjin wasn't the only one paying attention to Su Ran, but also Luo Gu. Although the buzz on the forums had died down, there was still a question in Logue's mind, could someone really profit from the game system he had designed? When Su Ran went online, Luo Ji's system immediately sent out a prompt that he could learn everything by watching the battle without having to add friends. Let me see how you do it. Luo Gu thought silently in his heart. He hoped that the previous video was just a fake, but in order to find out the truth, he had to confirm it with his own eyes. A minute later, the system found a suitable opponent. The virtual images of both sides appeared on the battlefield. After equipping his new boots and gloves, Su Ran's attributes had reached unprecedented heights. Strength, 16 plus 6. Physical strength, 15. Agility, 16 plus 4.
Charisma, 5.
As the countdown ended and the battle officially began, Su-ran immediately rushed out. The new boots made his body feel lighter and faster than ever.
This thing is simply fantastic. This battle was mainly used by Su-ran to test his new equipment and skills. As he ran, he activated the boot's skills to further increase his speed, and for the next 30 seconds, he dodged from side to side, making it impossible for his opponents to lock onto him. In his opponent's eyes, Su-ran was like a fly, sometimes visible, sometimes disappearing out of sight. The opponent quickly condensed the water element in his hand, forming a water blade. However, Su-ran did not intend to give his opponent a chance, and after 30 seconds had passed, Su-ran charged straight at his opponent. He's really planning to come at me head-on?
The opponent fought in his heart, and as Su-ran approached, he brandished the water blade in his hand, preparing to finish Su-ran off with a single strike. I'm not going to be finished off by this blade, but it's time to try out my new skill. Su-ran gazed into his opponent's eyes and activated his new skill for the first time.
Charm skill activated.
Opponent falls into a stunned state. The opponent instantly felt an inexplicable wave of fear hit him, a chill ran down his spine as he tried to swing the water blade in his hand, but his body was completely out of control. Su-ran swung out a punch in response, and as his fist struck the opponent's abdomen, he activated the blood rain skill. The opponent was sent flying straight away, blood spraying out along Su-ran's gloves and spilling in mid-air.
Winner, evolutionary of blood? Su-ran defeated his opponent with just one punch.
It looks like my other vampire skills work fine in the game, which is good news. Rogue witnessed the whole thing.
He couldn't believe that Su-ran could actually use some sort of red energy.
It wasn't like any known ability, and what surprised him even more was that Su-ran hadn't selected any abilities when he entered the game.
Rogue quickly tapped on his keyboard, ready to pull up more information on Su-ran. The game system had encrypted or obfuscated most of the data for the user's safety.
Although he was unable to find out who was using the game pod, he was still able to acquire some useful clues.
After a few minutes, a key message finally popped up on his screen. User Blood Evolutionist login location, Military Base 2.
This is really interesting, Rogue said with a smile as he looked at the computer screen. Looks like we're not that far away. In the audience, Oyangjin was so dumbfounded that it was hard to close his mouth. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The last time they fought, Oyangjin had won, but now, this blood evolutionary looked much stronger than before.
How is that possible? It's only been a few weeks since we last fought. Is he intentionally hiding his strength, or has he really become this strong in this period of time?
Whether it was speed, strength, or that strange red energy, it was all much stronger than before. As he watched the man get braver and braver, Oyangjin's heart began to get excited as well. After winning the first match, Su-ran felt that something was missing, but he couldn't figure it out for a while.
Wait, where's my experience value?
Previously, every time he defeated an opponent, the system would reward him with half of his experience value, but now there was nothing. To confirm his thoughts, Su-ran quickly searched for a Tier 1 opponent. The match quickly began, and this time, he didn't hesitate and quickly resolved his opponent. He rushed towards his opponent and unleashed his charm skill to put him into a brief state of disorientation, followed by instantly moving behind him with a flash step and ending the fight with a blood punch.
Blood Evolutionist victory. However, there was still no hint of any experience value. System, what the hell is going on here?
Really, every time you look for me it's because you're in trouble. The system responded impatiently.
It's actually quite obvious, don't you think? You've evolved and reached level 10, and the experience requirements have reset.
Simply put, your opponents are too weak for the system to reward you with experience value. Su-ran secretly cursed. Whenever he felt like he was about to make progress, the system would always put obstacles in his way.
Chapter 85, No Experience Value.
This time, Su-ran searched for a level 2 ability as his opponent, and the match quickly began. During the match, Su-ran still wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, but this time, he was more cautious. He used his blood blade to launch a series of attacks to disrupt his opponent's vision while he utilized his flash step to quickly appear behind his opponent. All of this wasn't necessary though, as his blood blade skill had risen to level 2. The opponent had never seen such a skill before and attempted to block with the normal sword in his hand, but he didn't expect the sword to shatter instantly upon contact with the blood blade. The blood blade hit the opponent hard, knocking him to the ground. The opponent was seriously injured, and Su-ran added a punch, completely ending the fight. Blood Evolutionist victory. However, there was still no experience value reward. Disappointed, Su Ran continued to quickly search for stronger opponents, hoping to find one that could at least bring him experience. He activated his appraisal skill, and found that his opponent this time was a level 4 Earth ability user, wearing a full set of basic beast costume, fully armed from head to toe. The match hadn't started yet, so Su Ran didn't notice that the surrounding stands were gradually filling up. His opponents from the first 2 matches were surprised by how quickly they lost and began to observe his subsequent matches. Those players found Su Ran's matches through his history and brought their friends along to watch. They told their friends that they had encountered an opponent who used strange abilities and defeated themselves in the battle in just a few seconds. The friends brought more people, so the number of people watching Su Ran's match increased, and now there were about 20 people in the stands watching the battle. Looks like others are starting to notice you as well. Oh, Yangjin said as he heard the murmurs from the side. Hey, do you think that's the hacker? Oh yeah, I remember seeing someone mention a player using red energy on the forums a few days ago. I thought that was a fake. We'll have to wait and see. Su Ran looked at his opponent, speculating about his strength in his mind. This was the first time he had faced off against an opponent who was fully clothed in a beast costume, which meant that the other party's attributes had received a bonus from their equipment. Actually, there's another person, the system suddenly spoke, but you've already eaten him. Hearing the system mention the scene during the Bloodlust Beast mode, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Thank you for reminding me of these things before my match. Su Ran responded helplessly. 3, 2, 1. The match finally began. This time, Su Ran did not intend to immediately rush up like before. He slowly advanced, keeping within a 5-meter range, and swung out a tentative blood edge attack. The opponent immediately stomped his foot, and a thick wall of earth rose from the ground to block the attack. However, the power of the blood blade was so strong that it actually chipped away part of the earth wall. Seeing this, the earth-type ability user continuously stomped his feet and kept thickening the earth wall. Eventually, the red line of blood blades disappeared and the attack was completely blocked. Just as Su Ran pondered how to penetrate the defense next, a sharp earth spear pierced his body from behind, knocking him to the ground. Lifesteal, 4655. It's true that you can't stand still. Before Su Ran could fully recover, several more earth spears appeared on the ground, heading straight for him. He rolled in a hurry to dodge a few earth spears before getting back on his feet. This battle was much trickier than he had imagined. The fighting style of this opponent in front of him was somewhat similar to that of Song Ichuan, and despite the fact that his opponent's ability level was not high, the creativity and skill he displayed when using his abilities caused Su Ran to feel the pressure. Boots skill activation. Su Ran's speed surged, easily avoiding the earth spears that kept stabbing out from the ground. Seeing this scene, those in the audience couldn't help but marvel. Wow, he's so fast. I think it's his boots that are doing the trick. Although they look ordinary, they might be intermediate or even high-level equipment. Although Su Ran could end the battle quickly by continuously using Blood Blade, he didn't want to win so easily. This match was a good opportunity for real-world practice. It's just like the undefeatable little powerhouse. The Earth-type ability user roared angrily and slammed his hands together, and 2 high walls quickly rose from the ground, completely sealing off Su Ran's direction of advance. Now you can only run in one direction. Su Ran had no choice but to rush towards the only direction, but he already had a plan in mind. Skill, Charm. Charm failed, target not controlled. Damn. Su Ran's Charm attribute value was very low, and when dealing with high-level enemies, the success rate was greatly reduced. Right at this moment, the Earth-type ability slammed the earth wall in front of him, and the shattered stones flew towards Su Ran at an extremely fast speed. Stone after stone slammed into Su Ran, and he didn't have time to fully dodge. Life, 4255. Life, 3855. Life, 3455. Su Ran clenched his teeth and held on without collapsing, but he was already in a very unfavorable situation. The murmurs in the audience grew louder and louder. It looks like this red energy isn't much better, it still can't beat the higher ranks. Yeah, the other party's power looks unusual, they should be wearing a whole set of beast outfit equipment. Without these equipments, it's simply impossible for a rank 4 ability to be this strong. Just as most people were beginning to lose confidence in Su Ran, only one person remained firm in his belief that he could bounce back. Blood Evolver, you're not like this, I know you can win. Oh Yangjin muttered. At this moment, the system's voice resounded in Su Ran's mind, you lack combat experience against exalts, and this is especially evident in this battle. Shut up, I know what to do.
Su Ran was somewhat enraged and decided not to show any more mercy. He launched another attack. The Earth-type ability user summoned a high wall once again and slammed it like last time, attempting to repel Su Ran with the splashing rocks. This time, however, Su Ran no longer just dodged, he decided to meet the attack head-on. Let's see whose attack is stronger. Every time a stone flew towards Su Ran, he counterattacked with Blood Blade. The blood-colored blade strikes, easily destroying the stones and continuing to advance in the direction of the Earth-type ability user. Seeing this, the opponent could only keep retreating while thickening the earth wall in front of him in an attempt to block Su Ran's attacks with an even stronger barrier. Damn wall! Su Ran no longer hesitated as he began to gather the power of the heavy hammer strike, transferring it from the soles of his feet to his entire body. Blood Hammer Strike! Accompanied by a roar, Su Ran's fist slammed into the earthen wall, combining the power of Blood Rain to multiply the power of this attack. The wall crumbled in an instant, debris scattering and splattering in all directions, even rippling into the audience. Haha, idiots, this is a game, the attack won't hurt us. Someone laughed at those who dodged the debris. The earth wall completely collapsed, and the earth ability person was also hit, disappearing into a blue point of light on the battlefield. Winner, Blood Evolutionist. Although Su Ran had won the battle, he collapsed to the ground because he had expended too much physical strength. He was teleported back to his personal space and recovered his stamina. The people in the audience were momentarily stunned. No one had expected the Earth-type ability user wearing a full set of beast costumes to lose so badly. Who the hell is he? Did you see his strange red energy? I've never seen an ability like that before. Is it possible that the ability of some primordial exalt was brought into the game? Just as the crowd was discussing a lot, Ouyang body involuntarily trembled. His heart was filled with excitement and shock as he knew that the Blood Hammer Strike Su Ran had just used had completely surpassed that skill from the last time they had fought. It seems like you've really gotten stronger, but I won't stop there either. Su Ran recovered his stamina and a smile appeared on his face as the system finally sent out a long overdue beep. Defeated user, gained 25 experience points. Current experience, 4100. After the continuous intense battle, Su Ran decided to take a break for a while. Just as he was about to exit the game pod, a young boy appeared in front of him. Hello, Blood Evolutionary. The boy said, we finally meet. Chapter 86 Android Technology. In front of Su Ran stood a boy with a short stature. This boy's height could only reach Su Ran's chest, and his hair was dyed dark green and hung down at the sides in a center-parted fashion. And there was nothing more conspicuous about him than the pair of deep dark circles under his eyes. How the hell did you do that? Rogue spoke, his voice full of doubt and excitement. Su Ran didn't react for a moment and looked around to make sure no one else had noticed them. At this point, the players using the game pods were either still in the pods or sitting far away, and no one had noticed their conversation. Rogue didn't wait for Su Ran to reply, and walked straight around him to the game pod Su Ran had just used, inspecting it closely. He placed his hand on the machine and closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. It looks like this game pod hasn't been modified, so what the hell is going on? Rogue said to himself. Then, his eyes fell on Su Ran's watch and saw the number 1 displayed on it. Impossible, right? Luoga froze. After you used such a powerful skill in the game, it's reasonable to say that you should be at least a level 5 alien. I thought you were a progenitor. Su Ran also glanced down at Luo Ji's watch, which clearly displayed 8, the highest level the watch could display. This number instantly alerted Su Ran, and his entire body froze in place. Should I run? If I run, will he make a direct move on me here? I even had a hard time with a rank 4 ability person in the game. How could I possibly deal with a rank 8, or perhaps even stronger than rank 8, ability person? Su Ran's mind flew through his calculations. Despite the fact that the highest rank displayed by the watch was rank 8, there were actually some people who had already surpassed that boundary. The ability level system that the military had access to could only display up to level 8 at most, but some originals or certain incredibly powerful existences had already surpassed this threshold. Therefore, when encountering such an existence, the watch would only display 8 by default. You don't want to run, do you? I haven't finished asking. Rogue suddenly spoke up to interrupt Su Ran's thoughts, his voice filled with eagerness. I have to know how you did it. How exactly did you sabotage my game? If you had hacked into the system, then I could understand, but this. What the hell is going on here? I have to figure it out. As Rogue's speech became faster and faster, he became more and more agitated as he spoke, and even began to close in on Su Ran step by step. Why do I always meet such strange people? Su Ran secretly spat in his heart. If you don't want to answer me here, then follow me to my dormitory. No one will bother you there, and we'll have plenty of time to talk slowly. Luo Gu said, reaching out to pull Su Ran's arm, wanting to take him away. It was at this moment that something strange happened. Ability detected. System is attempting to be modified. Modification has been blocked. What shocked Su Ran the most was that these system prompts were not only seen by him, but also by Luo Gu. Luo Gu immediately let go of Su Ran's hand, as if he had been bitten by something, and quickly covered his hand. You're. Luo Ji's eyes widened with a complex expression. Oh no, Su Ran's heart tightened. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? It would have been fine if it was Lin Yu and Song Yichuan and the others, but the Luo Gu in front of him was a stranger, and he definitely wouldn't understand Su Ran's situation. Su Ran pondered whether he needed to deal with Luo Gu on the spot, or use his Cloak of Shadows skill to escape. Or should he escape to a portal and live incognito on another planet? Are you a robot? Rogue suddenly exclaimed. What? Su Ran froze for a moment. You must be a robot. My ability confirms it, and this is the first time I've been rejected by a system. You must be a robot created by some powerful human and possess abilities that surpass mine. Did Dong Jiu create you? In that case, that explains your performance in the game. The level shown on your watch is 1 because robots don't have ability values, and those skills were programmed into your AI brain. The rogue in front of him looked like an excited little child, completely lacking the sense of threat that he felt at the beginning. But this put Su Ran in an awkward situation. Logue already knew that he had some sort of system, and had confirmed it with his own abilities. Now Su Ran was faced with a choice: should he tell him the truth, or make up some other lie? Thinking about it, Su Ran couldn't come up with an excuse that didn't reveal his secret but could also explain it away. He sighed and decided to reveal some half-truths. I'm not a robot, but when I woke up one day, I suddenly realized that I had this system. Maybe it's an ability given to me by some god. As for those skills you see in the game, they are part of what I can do. Su Ran said. Similar to my abilities? I really want to know who gave you that power. Maybe someone modified you into an android? Android technology has been developed for a long time, but the use of artificial intelligence systems to control the brain has long been banned, and the military is concerned that there might be aliens who could control these androids and use them to rebel against the military. But this is the first time I've seen an android as powerful as yours. Luo Gu was staring at Su Ran with curious eyes at this moment, as if a child who had discovered a novelty toy. At this moment Su Ran had a flash of insight. He was in need of someone who could help him solve the problem with his watch, and Logue obviously knew a lot about machinery. Perhaps altering the level displayed on his watch would not be a difficult task for him at all. Can you keep this secret? Su Ran asked. Maybe we can work together to find out who really did this to me. There's something I need your help with. Rogue was intrigued by this system. He had never seen a similar ability before, and the curiosity within him was about to be overwhelming. Perhaps this was really some kind of native who had somehow passed on his abilities to others, just like a computer system. However, why couldn't the watch display Su Ran's level? This was the only thing Rogue couldn't understand, and because of this, he was even more convinced that Su Ran might be some kind of unaware android. Of course, this also gives me a chance to study you. Rogue said, extending his hand. My name is Rogue. Su Ran. Su Ran shook his hand back. Ability detected. System is attempting to be modified. Modification has been blocked. Rogue immediately retracted his hand, his face a little unnatural. That's an uncomfortable feeling. Let's just avoid touching again, shall we? Agreed. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. Su Ran couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what exactly is this system? And who created it? The only thing he could associate it with was the blonde man in the video, and Su Ran remembered him saying that the experiment had been successful, which meant that other vampires like him probably didn't have the system? So why did he have it? Why did his parents have that book? Chapter 87, Modifying Levels. Outside the school gates, something unexpected happened. Lin Yu stood there, having just heard certain words coming out of Song Yichuan's mouth that were difficult for her to accept. First of all, please step back a little. Lin Yu said, also, no touching me. I told you a long time ago, wouldn't it be better to just finish this off? Song Tang said in Song Yichuan's mind. I'm reasoning with you. Song Yichuan said, Su Ran said you could help me.
Every time Lin Yu looked at Song Yichuan, she was reminded of that time she was choked by him. The feeling sent shivers down her spine, and her nerves tensed up whenever he was near. If it wasn't for the fact that Jinuer was standing beside her, she would have run away long ago. But she had to admit one thing: no matter how crazy Song Yichuan's reasons were, he truly cared about Su Ran. Soon, they would also be going on the portal adventure quest together, so it was important to take advantage of the situation to resolve the conflict now. Lin Yu let out a long sigh and finally compromised. Alright, what do you want to talk about? It's actually about Li Rue. Su Ran said that you guys had spoken to him when we went to another planet. Did you guys know anything from him? Song Yichuan asked. No, we couldn't ask anything from him. He looked very scared and it was useless to threaten him with Jinuer. Lin Yu said, this means that what he's afraid of is even more terrifying than Jinuer. I don't think we'll be able to get any information out of Li Rue now either. He's even more broken than before, so perhaps the only thing holding him up is his last glimmer of hope. Song Yichuan said, I want to get him back to the one who directed him by isolating him. Wait, you mean you did this on purpose? I understand that he needs to be punished, but don't you think that's a bit much? Lin Yu asked. Excessive? Song Yichuan asked rhetorically, you have no idea what happened at that time. Have you ever been almost killed by a bloodthirsty monster? Ever been abandoned in a world full of monsters? A bloodthirsty monster? So Su Ran really? Lin Yu suddenly stopped talking as she turned her head to look at Jinuer next to her. Just now, she was so emotional during the conversation that she almost forgot that she was still here. When they looked at Jinuer, she was bending down and looking intently at a group of ants on the ground, uninterested in their conversation. Anyway, if you guys don't get any information from Li Rue, you can go find a first year named Ding Yang. He was often with Li Rue before this happened, and it looks like the two have some sort of connection. Lin Yu said. Ding Yang, right, got it, thank you. Song Yichuan said, oh yeah, Jinuer, do you mind letting me touch your hand? Jinuer straightened up and stared at Song Yichuan for a few seconds. When they first met, she had rejected him because she felt that Song Yichuan was weak and not worth her attention. But then she realized that Song Yichuan was one of the strongest people in the class. I hope you can make good use of it. Jinuer said, extending her hand. Song Yichuan copied her ability, then turned around and left. That person is not easy to deal with. Jinuer shouted, I threatened him and he didn't reveal anything. Don't worry. Song Yichuan said as he turned back with a smile. After saying that, he continued walking back to the school. Hee, Song Tang, it looks like we might have work to do soon. Song Yichuan said. Looking at Song Yichuan's departing back, Lin Yu only had one thought left in his heart, crazy. Su Ran and Luo Ge were currently standing in an unusual part of the school. The floor they were on was in the dormitory area, but it was a bit higher than the one Su Ran usually lived on. Here we are. Log said. Su Ran looked around, noting that there were fewer rooms than usual in a dormitory, and that there was more spacing between the doors. What is this place? Su Ran asked. This is the VIP dormitory. If your family donated a large sum of money to the military before you came here, then you can live here. Log explained. When Log opened the door to the room, Su Ran was shocked by the sight before him. The room was twice the size of the dormitory he shared with 3 people, and there was only one bed here. But it wasn't this that surprised Su Ran the most, it was the piles of scrap metal and all sorts of mechanical devices, small spaceships, controllers, and so on that littered the room. There were 2 things in the room that were particularly conspicuous. One of them was a human-sized transparent tube that was connected to a computer with thick wires at the top. Next to it was a VR pod worth 100,000 points. Rogue's family was a rare exception. Usually, rich people relied on their powerful abilities to make money, but Rogue's family had accumulated their wealth by developing and selling VR gaming equipment. Rogue sat into a mechanical chair, which immediately extended several mechanical arms and began massaging him. So what kind of help do you need? Log asked. Su Ran was in an awkward situation. Lin Yu and Song Yichuan knew that he was a vampire, but they didn't know that he had a system. And Log knew he had the system, but didn't know he was a vampire. However, because of Luo Ji's knowledge of the system, Su Ran decided to explain from the system side first. I want to know if you can modify my watch so that it displays the numbers I want? Su Ran asked. This I can easily do for you, but you have to tell me why first. Log said. Su Ran hesitated, he and Log had just met.
Although Rogue seemed like a nice guy, a killer, or a madman might have acted friendly at first.
I know what you're thinking, you're worried that if the government finds out about your abilities, they'll take you in and dissect you. Rogue said, don't worry, I won't tell the government, the military, or anyone. To tell you the truth, Su-ran, I'm not interested in you, I'm only interested in the man who can implant the system into your brain. In order to find him, I need you to take me to him, and until then, I won't let anyone take you away. Rogue's words sounded a bit intimidating, but at least he was honest. Compared to the others, Rogue's mind was clear as day. As you know, my system has a set of skills that allow me to use them in the game. But actually, I do have an ability. Su-ran said, releasing his shadow and turning it into a giant hand that waved at Rogue. If Rogue wasn't sitting right in his chair, he might have fallen over in shock. What was that? Are you really a primordial alien? Rogue asked in shock. Not exactly, it's a shadow alien ability, but as you can see, Su-ran pointed to his watch, it doesn't show up on the watch. Rogue's mind began to race as to why this was the case. He wasn't interested in the powers themselves, what really appealed to him was why it happened. The modification of the watch is simple, but if I do you this favor, you have to do me one as well. Rogue said as he looked at the machine with the wires attached. Su-ran was starting to get nervous. If he hadn't been taken by the military to experiment on him, maybe Rogue would have done the same. Don't look at me like that, this machine is for the game. Rogue said, can you let me put your shadow system abilities into the game? Chapter 88 Obtaining Skill Points. Su-ran thought carefully about Luo Ge's proposal. In order to hide his true abilities, he needed to follow Song Ichuan's plan so that the others would not be suspicious of him. But before that, he had to make everyone think that his abilities were no different from ordinary people. However, the problem was that his shadow system ability was closely linked to vampires. It was likely that only vampires could master this ability, and if this ability was added to the game, it could cause huge trouble. Sorry. Su-ran said, this ability doesn't belong to me. Do you know what I've been through recently? What have you been through recently? Loz asked curiously. Su-ran explained that he had recently gone to a planet with a red portal with Song Ichuan, found a book of psychic abilities and learned the shadow skill, but that book disappeared after he mastered the ability. I see. Rogue said thoughtfully, it seems I did stay in my room too long to pay much attention to what was going on outside. You needed to modify the watch in order to carry out your plan with your friend, right? Rogue mused for a moment as the mechanical arm ended its massage and another machine behind him began to make coffee. Tell you what, you can still help me add the ability to the game, but I won't make it public. If you want, you can come up and play the game on my private server and practice using your abilities. You can't play against anyone else, but at least you can practice without anyone seeing you. I, on the other hand, can continue to study your abilities, and there are benefits for both sides. Rogue took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee and relaxed, so, how about it? Su-ran considered it carefully and felt that there really wasn't any harm in the proposal. The only problem was that he would feel like he was being observed like an experimental subject, but it would at least solve his current dilemma. In the upcoming portal quest, Su-ran hoped to unlock more shadow system skills so that if he was in danger, especially in the sunlight, he would at least have a chance of survival. I suggest you agree. The system said, if you want to unlock more shadow system skills, you need to practice and level up your current shadow system abilities to gain skill points, and then you can unlock skills. This is a perfect opportunity for you. Although Su-ran found the system a bit annoying, he had to admit that it had been doing its best to help him. Alright, Log, I promise you. Su-ran finally said. After hearing this, Luogo happily jumped up from his chair, an excited smile on his face. Awesome! Let's get started then. Following Rogue's instructions, Su-ran entered the strange, large glass test chamber. Once he entered, the glass lid slowly descended and Su-ran was trapped in the small space. Rogue quickly walked towards the computer and began tapping away at the keyboard. Can you hear me, Su-ran? I can hear you, but I'm a little nervous, is this going to hurt? Relax, you coward. Rogue teased, now, I just need you to take your time in the pod and use your abilities. Su-ran followed the instructions and began to exercise his shadow control ability, making the shadows move around inside the pod. The numbers on the computer screen scrolled rapidly, but Su-ran noticed that Rogue did not seem to be tapping on the keyboard. At this moment, Rogue's eyes were tightly closed and his hands were placed on the computer as if he was manipulating something. Could this be his ability? Su-ran guessed in his heart. There had been a few times before when Rogue had mentioned something strange. He had once touched the game pod Su Ran was using, saying that it had not been hacked. And when the two shook hands, Log could see the system messages.
And now this was happening again.
The test lasted for a while, with Su Ran showing off his shadow cloak and shadow equipment skills.
The only thing he didn't show was his dimensional storage skill. Alright, the test is done.
Rogue rubbed his eyes before walking towards the bed. All the data is uploaded to the virtual game pod next to you, so if you want to practice, you can use it anytime. I'm going to take a rest now, I'm exhausted. After saying that, Rogue laid down and within a few seconds, he was in dreamland with a smile on his face. He really trusts you, being able to sleep peacefully in front of you. The system said, if he knew your true colors, I'm curious if he would still be so relieved. It seems like you're getting more and more fond of taking the initiative to talk when I don't ask you a question now.
Su Ran teased.
After entering the virtual game pod next to him, Su Ran was transported to a white space again. As Log had said, he was unable to open any versus modes for the time being, as this was only a beta version of the game. Su Ran checked the list of abilities and realized that his Shadow tier skill had appeared in the options. After selecting the Shadow system ability, Su Ran immediately began to try out various skill combinations. Over the next few days, Su Ran went to Luo's room every day to practice his Shadow system skills. As promised, Luo Go had also successfully modified Su Ran's watch. Now, as long as Su Ran tapped his watch 3 times quickly, he could freely switch between level 1 and level 6 abilities. This was Su Ran's request, and he wished to disclose his true strength only at the right time. After a week of hard work, Su Ran finally reached his goal. His Shadow control skill had been raised to level 2, and his Shadow equipment skill had also reached level 2. The speed of Shadow equipping had increased dramatically, and it now only took a second to put on his beast armor. As the system said, every time he leveled up his Shadow skill, Su Ran would gain skill points. For every level up, he was able to gain 10 skill points in the Shadow system skill bar. Currently, Su Ran had unlocked 4 of the 10 Shadow skills.
Shadow Control LV2. Shadow Cloak LV1. Shadow Dimension Storage Space. Shadow Equipment LV2.
Su Ran looked at the skills that had yet to be unlocked, especially the Shadow Devouring, that required 50 points to unlock, and was quite tempted. But in the end, he decided to use 20 points to unlock the Shadow Void skill.
Shadow Void LV1 Unlock.
Shadow Void creates a space surrounded by shadows in a specific area for 1 hour.
Using this skill consumes 50 MC points. 50 points, that's half of my MC points.
Su Ran complained, but he knew it was useless. After all, this skill was designed to work with his vampire ability. Anyway, when he used his vampire ability, his MC points would gradually recover, and then he could switch back to his Shadow ability again. Su Ran tried the new skill in the virtual game, but it turned out to be unresponsive. Oh, it looks like Rogue still needs to program the new skill into the game, he said. After coming out of the virtual game pod, it occurred to Su Ran that this might be the last time he would see this machine in the near future. This was because tomorrow, it would be the day that their first-year students would take part in their first portal mission.
That day was finally coming. Chapter 89, Departure. Early that morning, the long-awaited portal adventure day finally arrived.
All first-year students were asked to gather in the training hall, which was located on the east side of the building. Normally, this hall was reserved for military personnel and was inaccessible to students. When Su Ran walked into the hall, he immediately recognized this place, which was exactly where he had been pushed down by Li Rui before. Most of the portals in the hall had been pushed to the side, with only one green portal standing quietly in the center of the hall. Shangguan Ming's class had already arrived in full, with a total of 50 students, who were divided into groups of 5 according to the previous arrangement, with each group standing together, and a huge backpack placed at their feet. The backpacks were filled with necessary survival supplies, including food pills that would last for a month, water purification pills, and first aid supplies.
Alright, kids.
Shangguan Ming stood in front of the portal and loudly announced, "Before you enter the portal, I have some important notes to tell you, so please be sure to listen carefully. When you enter the portal, the communication devices on your watches will not work properly. Therefore, be sure to maintain physical contact with your teammates when you enter, or you will be transported to a different location." Su Ran and Song Yichuan were already very familiar with this. Also, you will be randomly teleported to a certain location in the shelter.
Don't panic, the entire asylum is closely guarded by the military and other hunters.
This expedition will last for a week, and the goal is to bring back as many beast crystals as possible. The team that ends up with the most beast crystals will receive the highest score. It should be noted that the highest-ranked beasts within the green portal are intermediate Fae, but this is relatively rare. If you encounter a mid-level foreign beast, it is recommended to avoid it and not engage it.
Shangwan Ming continued to explain.
Within the shelter, there is a military base where there is a storage room, and they will help you record the beast crystals you have obtained. I suggest that you store your beast crystals on a regular basis so that you don't accidentally lose all of them. Our class was the first to enter the portal, and every hour other first-year classes will enter. I hope your class can remain competitive and not let me down. After Shangwan Ming finished his explanation, he also advised the other students not to leave the initial shelter too far away. Although there were several shelters on the planet, the risk of getting lost without a guide to lead them was high. And not every shelter had a military base. However, the last message was undoubtedly the worst news for Su Ran. Please be careful to keep time and organize your rest wisely. This planet's day-night cycle is 72 consecutive hours of daylight followed by 72 hours of darkness, so you need to control the time on your own. Hearing this, Song Yichuan and Lin Yu simultaneously turned to Su Ran, who froze in place with his mouth wide open. Don't worry, Su Ran, Lin Yu said with a smile, I brought an umbrella. Ha, umbrella? Song Yichuan laughed disdainfully, pulling out a bottle of sunscreen from his bag. The one I brought might work better. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the sunscreen in his hand, pointing at the bottle of sunscreen and saying, You idiot, how could this possibly work? How can you be so sure? Song Yichuan retorted angrily. Can you guys stop arguing? Everyone is looking at us, Su Ran said helplessly. Sure enough, the surrounding students were attracted by their argument and looked this way. Just as Lin Yu and Song Yichuan continued to argue in whispers, Su Ran checked his backpack to make sure everything was in order. Jean Yuer, on the other hand, fiddled with her beast sword on the side, and the only one who remained silent and didn't say anything was Li Ruiqi, who deliberately kept a distance from the others. Groups of teams began to be named into the portal, and before Su Ran's group was called, Su Ran pulled Song Yichuan aside and asked in a low voice, Have you found out who did this to Li Rui? No, Song Yichuan said, shaking his head. What, really no news at all? Yes. I lectured those students hard enough, and they still didn't say anything. But I did find out one thing, their target is not you, but me. Song Yichuan explained, I also followed them and found out that they often ran towards the second-year school building. I tried to follow them in to check it out, but it didn't work. It seems like I might have messed with quite a few second years. I see, looks like we still need to keep an eye on Li Ruiqi. Su Ran, Song Yichuan lowered his voice, do you really think this sunscreen is useless? He took out the bottle of sunscreen again. We've already tried it, it doesn't work, but thank you for thinking of me. At this point, it was their group's turn, and Jean Yuer was just about to reach for the backpack on the ground when Li Ruiqi grabbed it first. Let me help, Li Rui whispered, I don't want to be a burden to the group. Let him be. Song Yichuan exclaimed, he can at least help us carry our stuff. They stood in a line as requested, connected to each other's shoulders. Song Yichuan stood at the front, while Li Rui stood at the end. Remember, never let go. Shangwan Ming reminded at last, after 7 days, you will head to the military base and return here through the portal. Then, one by one, they stepped into the portal, and a strange sensation instantly surrounded their entire body. A few seconds later, when they opened their eyes, they found themselves in an asylum filled with the hustle and bustle of the city, surrounded by buildings, stores, and all sorts of stalls, with the incessant cries of food and weapons being sold. But Su Ran was not happy at all. You have been exposed to direct sunlight. Your attributes have been reduced by 70%. That shelter they had just arrived at was as big as the military base where their school was located. It was like an old town from the past of human civilization. The only difference was that there were no towering skyscrapers here, and the tallest building was a 3-story military building. The ground under their feet was hard and dry, orange in color, with no sign of green life. It was hard to imagine anything growing on this kind of land. It was obvious that the hot sun had dried and cracked the earth. For most of the students, this was the first time they had set foot on another planet, and even for Su Ran, this shelter was significantly different from the previous ones. The streets were bustling with people, children holding the hands of adults. Stalls sold all sorts of things, smoky grilled meats, mouth-watering fresh fruits and vegetables. This place looks even better than some places on Earth. Su Ran marveled, I don't understand why more people don't move to the shelter. Freedom. Lin Yu replied, look around, most of the people aren't members of the hunters or the military. Most of them are probably lower-ranked people who can no longer afford to live on Earth and have no choice but to move here. I'd wager that many of them have never left this shelter, and the outside world no longer exists for them. Having power meant having more options. Higher level people could choose which shelter to live in, or even have a home on Earth. They could travel as much as they wanted instead of being limited to a certain place. But not so for these people, they must choose a place to settle down and never leave. Shelters are built and maintained at the expense of corporations or the military. The shelter at hand is government-owned, so everyone needs to pay a credit tax to be protected and live there. Even hunters who are out and about must pay a tax if they want to return. Some of the shelters are controlled by large corporations or powers, most of which are controlled by what are known as the Four Great Families. They were the strongest native aliens, and the shelters they owned often mimic cities on Earth, with much better living conditions. The shelters were also divided according to rank, with the highest being level 1 and the lowest being level 5. The higher the grade, the higher the protection and income of the shelter, and therefore the cost of living was also higher. The shelter they were currently in, on the other hand, was of the 4th level. Chapter 90 Map. The 5-member squad had just landed when they noticed a circle drawn on the ground, and the pedestrians around them tried their best to avoid the circle. "We'd better hurry and leave," Song Ichwan suggested. "A little. Wait a little," Su Ran said breathlessly, sweat having soaked through his clothes. "Ah, Su Ran. Sorry." Lin Yu hurriedly handed him an umbrella. "What's wrong with him?" Jin Yuer asked curiously. "Oh, he's especially afraid of heat and hates the sun. He comes from a very northern place, really very northern," Lin Yu explained while talking more and more outrageously. Jin Yuer looked up and down at Su Ran, who was now holding an umbrella in his hand. "In that case, it looks like you might be even more useless than Li Rue on this trip. Are you going to fight while holding an umbrella?" This was a big question. Although Su Ran already possessed psychic powers and could fight through his fighting abilities instead of relying on vampiric strength, he still had the vampire's weakness, sunlight. If he fought during the day, the effects of sunlight would persist unless he used his shadow void. But the shadow void will consume half of his energy, leaving him unable to continue fighting. Another option was to use the shadow cloak, which was also able to block the sunlight in the previous test, but the problem was that he couldn't use the shadow cloak while launching shadow control to attack, and it could only be used as a stealth ability, and could not be used for it can only be used as a stealth ability, not for combat. Using the power of a vampire would completely expose his secret. Therefore, Su Ran had to conceal his shadow ability for the time being until he found a solution to the sunlight problem. Just as Song Ichwan had said, they left the circle, and it wasn't long before another group of 5 students landed in the same place. "How did you know?" Su Ran asked. "Although the teleportation is random, it's not completely random," Song Ichwan explained. "Just like the random resurrection points in the game, no one knows which point you'll appear at, but everyone knows all the possible landing points." "Where should we go next?" Lin Yu asked. "Let's go to the Hunter's Hall. Song Ichwan suggested. "There's all sorts of information about hunters there, and you can also exchange beast crystals for points or trade items." They walked through the shelter and eventually reached a huge hangar-like building. It was an open space with no doors, and everyone was free to enter and exit. Inside, there were stores with counters everywhere, with staff sitting behind them. As Song Ichwan had said, there were blacksmith stores where equipment could be forged, stores selling various gadgets such as beast baiters, and even quest boards. Most of the quest boards were mission requests posted by hunters who wanted to team up to accomplish a certain task. Occasionally, there were also civilians requesting protection, especially if they had to move from one shelter to another. "Looks like we're not the only ones who came here," Jin Yuer said as she looked around. It was easy to recognize the students as they were all wearing uniforms. Although some were wearing beast armor, almost none of them had a full set of complete equipment. After all, they were only first years. "What are they doing?" Lin Yu asked curiously as he saw them walking towards the mission board. "It looks like they're seeking help," Song Ichwan replied. "Those students from wealthy families usually hire hunters to help them hunt foreign beasts. This is too unfair." Lin Yu was a bit exasperated. When have they ever cared about fairness? Song Ichwan sneered. "Those who are close to the military, or have been sold to the military, will even receive direct assistance from the military. There's no need to bother about such things." Su Ran said. "We just need to focus on ourselves and do our best." "Easy for you to say, useless fellow," Jin Yuer interjected. They then walked over to a stall that sold all sorts of hunting equipment and beast trapping tools. The stall owner was an old man wearing a digital monocle.
Young man, is there anything you need? Looks like this is your first time hunting. The old man said with a smile. We want a map of the hunting area.
Song Ichwan spoke directly.
Sure, ask for 100 points.
100, said Lin Yu in dissatisfaction, you're obviously ripping people off. The old man laughed out loud, now it's up to 150 points, the young lady's insolence can be increased.
Song Ichwan pulled out a golden card.
Since their watches couldn't be used on other planets, every student needed to carry a points card with them. The others quickly noticed that Song Ichwan's card color was different from theirs. The color of the card indicated the upper limit of savings, and the gold card clearly belonged to the high end.
Drops. Thanks for the patronage.
The old man said smilingly.
So you're a rich man.
Lin Yu couldn't help but tease when he saw the gold card.
I don't want to hear another word from you.
Song Ichwan said in dissatisfaction, although I have a gold card, I only have 200 points to live on every month. This one map is almost costing me all my savings.
Everyone calm down, I can help you guys advance. Su Ran interrupted their bickering. Song Ichwan smiled when he heard this.
He thought Su Ran was just being polite because he knew that Su Ran only got 10 points from the school every day. They opened the map and found that it was a digitized paper map. The map showed the shelter they were in and the hunting areas around them, with different areas marked according to color, from green to orange to red. The closer to red, the higher the number of monsters in the area and the more dangerous it was. Su Ran saw to the top of the map where the name of the planet was written karate. He recalled that when he had fought against Oyangjin in the VR game earlier, Oyangjin had mentioned that his friend had hunted a creature with powerful wings in the desert on planet karate and used it to craft an extremely flexible cloak. If this was all true, then Su Ran might have found the solution to his problem of fighting sunlight. Su Ran and his squad were carefully examining the map, realizing that the closer they got to the shelter, the greener the area became, while the areas a little farther away gradually turned redder, with the reddest areas being the harsh environment located in the desert, which was the most dangerous zone in the entire region.
Do you think we'll be able to obtain a list of the beasts in these areas? Su Ran asked.
The old man we met in the store earlier might have it, so you can ask him.
If you need points, just tell me, I still have a bit left. Song Ichwan replied. Chapter 91. You've changed.
While the squad was discussing where to go next, Su Ran returned to the previous store alone. Sure enough, the store had a beast artifact atlas which recorded all the beasts in this region. Su Ran turned around and realized that the store owner was talking to another group of students, who were apparently making the same preparations as Su Ran's squad.
Excuse me, how much is the map? One of the students asked. The map costs 100 points.
The shopkeeper replied.
Military registered students too? Ha, of course not. You special treatment students only have to pay 50 points.
The old man said with a hint of mockery in his laughter. As Song Ichwan had said earlier, those students who intended to join the military directly after their 2 years of service were over could enjoy some special treatment during their missions, especially in the shelters controlled by the military. And ordinary students like Su Ran and the others would be treated unfairly. With some dissatisfaction in his heart, Su Ran reached out and picked up the locked beast artifact illustrated book. Although there was a lock on the surface, Su Ran thought to himself that this kind of lock might not be useful to him at all.
Appraisal. An illustrated book on the beasts of planet karate. Toothworm basic beast. Winged lizard basic beast. Burning snake intermediate beast. Please select one to view more information. Su Ran's guess was right, successfully cracking the lock on the iconography.
He sneered, thinking, this is what you get for punking us. Su Ran looked at the names of the 3 alien beasts and recalled in his mind a creature that Oyangjin had once mentioned. After careful thought, he felt that the one whose description most closely matched should be the flying winged lizard.
Flying winged lizard, although this beast has wings, it is unable to fly.
Their wings are often spread out above their heads to deter other beasts. The wings are also the hardest part of their body, while their weakness is in their abdomen. They mainly live in the deepest parts of the desert. This description seemed to match the cloak materials that Oyangjin had mentioned, but if Su Ran wanted to create a whole set of costumes, he would need a large amount of Fey Beast crystals. Since he had already opened the icon, Su Ran decided to take a look at the information on the other beasts. After all, in case they encountered these beasts, it was always beneficial to know their weaknesses and strengths in advance.
Hey, if you're not going to buy anything, leave now.
The shopkeeper suddenly came over angrily and shouted at Su Ran.
I'm just looking. Su Ran replied calmly.
The shopkeeper violently snatched the icon from Su Ran's hand. "I said for you to leave, do you hear me?"
Su Ran looked straight at the old man and said coldly, "People like you deserve to be eaten by wild beasts."
"What did you say?" The old man waved his hand up and angrily punched Su Ran in the face. "Did no one teach you how to respect your elders?"
Skill activation, charm. Target has been deterred.
Just as the old man's hand was about to hit Su Ran's face, his movements suddenly froze motionless. A second later, the old man's entire body shuddered, feeling a chill rise up his spine, vertigo overtaking him. "There are a lot of people here, count yourself lucky,"
Su Ran said coldly and turned to leave.
Su Ran's blood boiled within him, such a social system disgusted him. It was clear that the shopkeeper himself was weak, yet he still chose to scorn those weaker than himself instead of helping them.
"Su Ran, you're starting to change,"
the system said in Su Ran's mind. When Su Ran returned to the squad, they had already decided on a way forward.
"Did you get the icon?" Song Ichuan asked. "Too expensive, didn't buy it."
Su Ran shook his head. The squad finally decided that on the first day, they would first go to the green area close to the shelter to test out the strength and difficulty of the foreign beasts. After they had familiarized themselves with it, they would then head to the red area. Although Su Ran was eager to go to the red zone to obtain the beast crystals, he also felt that everyone's decision was wise. It was always good to be cautious. After all, they only had one life, and Su Ran was at his weakest when the sunlight was at its strongest in the past few days. A full day of sunlight had passed, and they only had 2 days with sunlight left when they arrived at the shelter. The small group set off for their destination, Su Ran and Song Ichuan walking at the front of the group, chatting.
"You know what?
When you went to the store, Li Ruiqi kept saying strange things,"
Song Ichuan suddenly said. "Strange words?" Su Ran was a bit puzzled.
"Yeah, Jean Yuer was originally planning to go directly to the red zone. She was very confident that the 5 of us would be able to handle it even if we encountered an intermediate-level alien beast. But that's when Li Rui suddenly started shaking, adamantly opposing leaving the shelter too far."
"Do you think they might do something during this operation?" Su Ran asked.
"I don't think so. It's not like a place like the Red Portal, too many people. There's no way they'd dare make a move unless we went completely off the map."
"But Li Rui should think they will," Song Ichuan explained.
The squad finally arrived at the exit of the shelter, and there were a few guards standing inside the walls. The shelter was surrounded by walls made of graphite steel, making it impossible for the place to be breached by the alien beasts.
There were also 2 giant mechs standing on the wall.
After declaring their intent to go out to the guards, the doors slowly opened and the squad was able to enter the outside world. The area they chose to target was a small oasis. On the other side of the dune was a pool of water and some greenery, the first greenery they had seen since arriving here. Of course, they weren't the only team to come here. The other teams had already started fighting the beasts in the area. The area was filled with beasts known as toothworms. The toothworms moved under the sand, but were easy to spot as they left a large bump in the sand as they moved. As they approach their prey, they will suddenly jump out of the sand and open their round mouths, revealing thousands of sharp teeth inside. The size of the toothworms was about the same size as an ordinary dog, but since they would only reveal their sandy surface when they attacked, they gave off a feeling that they were quite difficult to deal with. Su Ran and Li Ruiqi stood in the center of the group while the others were responsible for attacking these beasts. Song Ichuan and Jean Yuer had the easiest time dealing with these beasts. Jean Yuer didn't even need to use her sword, she just attacked the toothworms that leapt out with ice picks, while Song Ichuan also killed the beasts in the same way. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was struggling slightly. Although she had the ability to use her mind power, the toothworms attacked very quickly, and they often dived into the sand again before her arrows could hit them. In the end, Lin Yu realized that it was more effective for her to shoot directly instead of using her abilities, but it also required multiple shots to kill the toothworms. Seeing the others easily kill these basic level beasts, Su Ran's feelings were somewhat mixed. He wasn't sad that he couldn't participate in the battle, but rather felt sorry for all that lost experience. Right at this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Su Ran's mind. "You know what? If you use your vampire abilities to make them blood sacrifice members, you will be able to gain experience from every kill they make."
"What? Really?" Su Ran was a bit surprised.
"Yes. As a vampire, you are their originator, and all their battle experience will be fed back to you," the system continued to explain. Su Ran seriously considered it. Although Song Ichuan had refused before, Lin Yu had once taken the initiative to ask him to make her a vampire. And now, Su Ran could indeed do it. The only reason that prevented him from acting at that time was because Lin Yu was a second blood bank to him, and now that Su Ran could also rely on Song Ichuan as a substitute, perhaps this issue should really be seriously considered. Chapter 92 Killing the Toothworm. Su Ran was still debating whether or not he should let Lin Yu become a blood servant, and he decided to wait until the sun went down before asking her. If she turned into a vampire-like being, then she would be just as vulnerable as herself during the day, which was not a good thing for the current situation. While not all of the Fae were hostile, the toothworms were certainly considered among the vicious ones. Any slight vibration in the ground would trigger them to attack, mistakenly believing that food was nearby. Although they were quite numerous, they didn't have the sense to work together, unlike the split claw rats they had encountered before. The rank of the Fae beasts did not fully represent strength, but was divided according to the grade of the crystals in their bodies. As such, even basic level Fae beasts were sometimes more powerful than their counterparts. Just as the others were busy fighting, a toothworm passed through the defense line and headed straight for Su Shi. Done. That one slipped past. Lin Yu turned around and saw the toothworm that was swooping towards Su Ran and hurriedly shouted, "Su Ran!" But the bug was too fast and had already jumped out of the sand, its bloody mouth open and biting towards Su Ran. "It's fine," Su Ran said calmly. When the bug entered the shadow range of the sunshade, Su Ran quickly reached out and grabbed its tail. It twisted frantically in an attempt to break free, but Su Ran's hand was as strong as an iron clamp, trapping it in a deadly grip. As he twisted it with force, the bug's body was like a wrung-out towel, black blood dripping and spilling onto the ground. Basic level alien beast killed. Gained 10 experience value. First time killing a toothworm, additional 100 experience points gained. Current level, 11. Experience value, 7,200. Strength, 16. Physical strength, 15. Agility, 16. Charisma, 5. Gain 2 attribute points, gain 2 attribute points, gain 2 attribute points. Su Ran, as expected, the experience value from killing base-level Fae beasts had drastically decreased ever since he had turned into a full-bodied vampire. Whereas before he had gained 100 experience points for every base-level Fae beast he killed, now he was left with only 1/10 of that. However, the good news was that the attribute points he gained after upgrading had increased to 2. Physical strength, 16. Charisma, 6. Su Ran first added 1 point to his physical strength, feeling his entire body filled with power, while the remaining point was added to his charisma. Although 0.5 seconds of stun time didn't sound long, in battle, Su Ran knew its importance. What's more, other than using free attribute points, he wasn't sure if there were any other methods that could raise the charisma value. By this point, the squad had already killed 9 toothworms, and with the dangers around them gradually decreasing, Jin Yuer and Song Ichuan could finally relax a little. Right at this moment, the sand dune beside Li Rue suddenly began to squirm. Was this thing there before? Li Rue asked suspiciously as he stared at the pile of sand. Before the words left his mouth, a toothworm violently leapt out of the sand. Li Rue fell to the ground in shock, forgetting about the earth attribute staff on his back. But the moment the toothworm pounced on him, an ice spear flew from the side and instantly pierced through the bug's body, pinning it to the sand. The bug twitched a few times and stopped moving. "I knew I had to take care of this team, but I didn't expect to have to babysit," Kim Moon said as she walked over. "You should be able to at least deal with something like this." "Thanks." "Sorry, I'm just a little nervous," Li Rue said gratefully. In fact, Li Rue was not a poor combatant. He had learned quite a few basic combat techniques from Song Ichuan before, and he was still more than capable of dealing with basic level alien beasts alone. However, his mind was completely not on fighting right now, and he was always distracted, always alert to the movements around him. Just a short distance away in the oasis, another team saw the scene just now. They were a 5-member squad from another class, and their captain was Guo Peng, carrying a big stick on his back. "Ah, that guy is such a joke." Guo Peng laughed as he looked at Li Rue's wretched appearance. "Look at how many Fae beasts they killed," a person in the team said. "Yeah, if we had such strong abilities in our team, we could easily handle these things too," Guo Peng said disdainfully. Just before his words left his mouth, a toothworm jumped out from the side. "Captain, watch out!" his teammates exclaimed. Guo Peng was about to swing his big stick, but before he could do so, an ice spear accurately nailed the toothworm to the ground once again. "I'll take the beast crystal of this one, do you mind?" Jin Yuer walked over and asked with a smile. "Sure, whatever." Guo Peng barely managed to squeeze out a fake smile. When fighting a large number of Fey beasts, it was almost impossible to take time out of the battle to collect beast crystals, and it usually started after the battle was over. This also led to an unwritten rule: whoever killed the Fey beasts, the beast crystals would go to whoever owned them.
How many do we have now? Guo Peng asked the team members. A total of 4, Captain.
4? Guo Peng saw that the opposite squad's number of beast crystals clearly exceeded theirs, and it was still twice as many as theirs. And he also observed that the one who was following the group, Li Ruiqi, didn't seem to blend in with their group much. They didn't talk to him much and only asked him to help collect beast crystals when needed.
How strong the team is depends on the weakest one. Guo Peng revealed a meaningful smile.
After successfully collecting 15 beast crystals, along with the one Su Ran had obtained himself, they decided to return to the shelter. However, Su Ran did not tell the others about the beast he had defeated, but instead quietly left that crystal in his system. According to the rules of the army base, all beast crystals turned in would be counted as points, but the army would take 10% of the amount they turned in. Thus, Su Ran chose to keep that crystal in his system so that he could sell it later. After all, it could not be discovered in the system. As Sheng Guanming had said earlier, the sun was still high in the sky and would not set for a while. They knew that they had been out there for at least 6 hours, and were already feeling exhausted after spending a lot of time and energy on every part of the process, from setting out to preparing for the operation. They then headed straight for the army base in the center of the asylum, a square building with several different departments inside. Temporarily erected in front of the building was a small stall for the students, an adult soldier guarding the back of the stall with a huge electronic screen erected next to it. They handed the collected beast crystals to the soldier. After calculating, the soldier deducted 2 beast crystals and returned the rest to them. At this moment, the numbers on the electronic screen changed. Lin Yu's name appeared in the center, and the number 15 was displayed next to her name. Lin Yu pointed at the screen and said in surprise, "Look over there." At the top of the screen, a squad had already collected 30 beast crystals, twice as many as they had. Although Jin Yuer and Song Yichuan were considered strong in their class, it didn't mean that they were also the strongest amongst all the first-year students. There were still a lot of powerful opponents in other classes. Su Ran scanned the screen and also saw Luo Ji's name, his team ranking second with 24 points. Su Ran hadn't met Luo Ge during this event, but he knew that Luo Ge was also a first-year student, so he must have been in this operation as well. It seems that this is the strength of a rank 8 ability, and his teammates must be strong as well. Su Ran thought in his heart. Chapter 93, The Red Zone. After completing their mission, the soldiers instructed them to head to the dormitory area on the edge of the shelter to rest. They complied with the instructions and arrived at a 2-story dormitory building, which was designed to provide temporary housing for students on missions. Each squad was assigned a room, with no residents living around them. Upon entering the room, everyone was surprised to find that the interior was much more spacious than their dormitory at the military academy. Each person had a separate room and there was even a cooking area and living room. The school was able to provide such a large amount of space for the students due to the lower cost of living in the shelter. Before the break, they decided to have a group meeting. The 5 of them sat around the kitchen table, and Kim Moon was the first to speak. "I have a suggestion," she spoke. "As you all know, my goal is to be the top squad in this test. Right now, we can only be considered to be at the upper middle level, and I can't accept this kind of achievement. Therefore, I propose that we should enter the red zone tomorrow." Hearing this, Li Ruiyi wanted to retort, but under Jin Yuer's sharp gaze, he kept his mouth shut. Song Yichuan also commented, "The problem lies with the 2 of them." He finished by looking at Su Ran and Li Rui, who he considered to be the team's shortcomings. In fact, Su Ran also wanted to enter the red zone as he presumed that the flying winged lizards were likely in the red zone, but he planned to wait until after the alternation of day and night. Although Su Ran had a shadow system ability, he did not intend to use it in front of the others for the time being, especially since he did not fully trust Li Ruiqi yet, and he knew even less about Jin Yuer. Furthermore, Su Ran wasn't sure how many beast crystals were needed. If he were to obtain the beast crystals as part of a squad, he would still have to share them equally with the others at that time. "I thought of that as well." Jin Yuer said, "Look at the map. There's a safety zone at the edge of the red zone, where it might be a territory where 2 different kinds of beasts are at war, and they won't easily cross the border. At that time, Su Ran and Li Ruirong can wait there while we go in and hunt the beasts." Hearing Jin Yuer's proposal, Su Ran felt that it wasn't a bad idea. If the 2 of them were left behind in the safe zone, Su Ran might be able to take the opportunity to sneak out and hunt the winged lizards alone. Neither Su Ran nor Li Rui objected, and the plan was settled. The squad members then went back to their respective rooms to rest, and after a good night's sleep, everyone felt their fatigue sweep away, and were refreshed to meet the new challenge. The next day, they set off again, aiming for the red zone. And they didn't notice that another squad was quietly tailing them not far away. Wait for the right time, Captain Guo Pang said. The distance they set out for the red zone was much farther than when they went to the green zone before. The red zone was farther away from the shelter and the area was large, so a round trip would take 4 hours, and with the rest time, they would only have about 6 hours to hunt for crystals. After all, their abilities were limited, and the MC cells in their bodies would be depleted with the battle, requiring time to recover. When they set off in the morning, they realized that they weren't the only group heading to the red zone. There were a total of 4 squads moving together. That's our competition, Jean Yuer said as she glanced at a certain squad walking ahead. Which one? Lin Yu asked. Do you see the red-haired boy walking in front? That's the characteristic of the Red Shield clan. All members of the family will gain the fire ability once they master the skill. You mean he's from one of the 4 great families? I can't believe I didn't realize there were people like that in our school, Lin Yu replied. Although he isn't particularly outstanding in his family, he is after all from one of the 4 great families, and yesterday's results on the scoreboard proved it. Fire-type psychic ability, huh? Song Ichuan stared at the red-haired student, his mind calculating something. However, what Su Ran was most interested in wasn't that fire-type psychic, but Luo Gu. Luo Gu was also in the group traveling to the red zone, but unlike the others, he didn't walk on the sand, but sat on a strange device. The device looked like a chair that moved, with mechanical legs at the bottom that moved like a dog, while the top part was a normal chair. Rogue just closed his eyes and slept comfortably on the chair. What exactly is his ability? Su Ran pondered in his mind. It was definitely not simple to get second on the scoreboard. They had stayed together for such a long time, but Su Ran hadn't been able to figure out what Rogue's ability was, and he felt it was a bit impolite to ask the other party out of the blue. High-grade ability users tended to keep their abilities a secret, because if the enemy knew about their abilities ahead of time during battle, they would undoubtedly have a huge advantage. While all the other squads continued towards the red zone, Jean Yuer's squad changed their route slightly and headed to the left. We actually have to waste time sending these 2 over, Jean Yuer shouted with some impatience. You don't need to take care of us, Su Ran responded. If you're so concerned about trying to surpass others without caring about the safety of us weaklings, then you can just walk your way. Su Ran's words caused Jean Yuer to instantly turn her head, and sure enough, she stopped paying attention to them and continued walking towards the red zone. Are you guys sure you can handle it? Song Ichuan asked with some worry. Don't worry, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve if trouble comes our way, Su Ran smiled and said. Do you guys see that building in front that looks like an abandoned well? We'll wait for you guys there and come back for us when you guys get back. Before leaving, Li Rui took out a few food pills and a few bottles of water from his large backpack and put them into Lin Yu's small bag. These were just enough for them to cope with while the group was away. Meanwhile, in Guo Peng's squad, which was observing them from afar, the team members discussed what to do. The team seems to have split into 2 parts. The strong ones should have gone to the red zone. Which team should we follow? A team member asked Guo Peng. Act according to the plan, Guo Peng replied. Our team can't compete with those top experts. Going to the red zone was never our goal. I did some research last night, and there are 2 level 5 ability users in their squad, and you wouldn't believe it, there are actually 2 level 1 ability users. Really? They should be the only level 1 ability users in the class. Now I understand why they acted separately. I'm afraid they'll drag their feet if they go to battle together. As long as we snatch the beast crystals they got yesterday, we can surely move up significantly on the scoreboard, and our final grade on the exam should be good. Chapter 94 Fire Alien. Song Ichuan and Jean Yuer, they finally arrived at the red zone. Most of the squads chose to spread out to avoid interfering with each other's hunting progress. The red zone was filled with flying winged lizards, and the environment of the entire area was different from the previous desert. It was covered with several huge rocks with many hollows in them, and most of those winged lizards inhabited those caves, though there were also a few resting on the surface of the rocks. They were quite a bit larger than the toothworms they had encountered before, about twice the size of the toothworms. Before moving, Jean Yuer and the others patiently observed the movements of the other squads. They only saw the members of one squad take the lead in launching an attack, attracting the attention of a flying winged lizard. Afterwards, they drew the flying winged lizard towards their own team for a siege. Apparently, they were very cautious for fear of attracting too many winged lizards. The flying wing lizards were not as easy to deal with as the toothworms. Their wings could not only be used for flying, but could also withstand attacks in battle, especially when dealing with some ability weapons and ability skills. These wings played a considerable defensive role. After some tough battles, that squad finally defeated the winged lizards. However, not all squads were so tough. There was one team that had it especially easy, and that was the team of Chu Xuanji, who possessed a fire ability. Chu Xuanji's flames were stronger than the winged lizard's wings, and no matter how much the winged lizard resisted, it was hard to escape being ignited by the flames, and in the end, it could only turn into ashes. Seeing this scene, a smug smile appeared on Song Yichuan's face. I really wish we had a fire alien on our team. After Song Yichuan and the others watched how the other teams dealt with the winged lizards, they decided to adopt a similar strategy. First, Lin Yu approached one of the rocks and shot an arrow, hitting the foot of one of the winged lizards. Utilizing her chanting power, Lin Yu pulled the arrow out of the winged lizard's body. The arrow circled around the winged lizard's head like an annoying fly, and the winged lizard easily followed the movement of the arrow, and at that moment, it was Song Yichuan's and Jin Yuer's turn to go on the field. An ice scar began to spread across the ground, eventually trapping the four legs of the winged lizard firmly. Now that the winged lizard was unable to move, Song Yichuan began to take action as he condensed ice spikes in his hands and continuously threw them at the winged lizard. However, even though the winged lizard's legs were immobilized, its wings could still move freely. Every time Song Yichuan's attacks were blocked by the winged lizard's wings, and it wrapped itself in its wings like a turtle. You stupid bastard! Song Tang's voice resounded in Song Yichuan's mind. You've just seen other people's battles. This kind of attack is useless. Either shut up or help. Song Yichuan responded loudly while continuing to throw out ice spikes. He knew that as time passed, the winged lizard would eventually tire out, and his attacks were not completely ineffective. However, continuing like this was too slow. Just as Song Yichuan pondered this, he saw that Jin Yuer had already leapt into the air, the long sword in her hand raised high as she swooped down. A sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from Jin Yuer's sword as it left a deep wound on the winged lizard's wing, and black blood then gushed out. A few seconds later, ice began to form around the wound, the ice crystals gradually expanding until the entire left wing was completely frozen. Now that one of the winged lizard's wings was firmly fixed, Song Yichuan was finally able to aim for its body and managed to stab an ice spear into its torso, ending the battle. We finally finished it off. Lin Yu said excitedly, quickly removing the crystals and temporarily putting them into her small bag. The problem is, Jin Yuer said with a frown, it took us too long to kill a winged lizard. Even if there are more beasts here, 3 people against one winged lizard is too inefficient. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we go look for more toothworms? As they were talking, they heard cheers coming from their left. It turned out that the squad led by Chu Xuanji had just easily burned 5 winged lizards to ashes. Jin Yuer's face turned ugly, obviously upset because of the strength of the other party. Forget it, let's go look for toothworms somewhere else. Jin Yuer suggested. Wait. Song Yichuan suddenly called out to them, I have a plan. Chu Seeker's squad had just hunted the 8th winged lizard and was taking a short break. He needed to recover his stamina and MC value before he could continue using his abilities. I still have a long way to go. Chu Seek looked down at his hands. Although his fire ability was strong and he was considered one of the strongest in the school, he looked a bit out of his league compared to his clan. Members of his clan were able to last longer and unleash more powerful flames. Each native family had their own way of training their members. And in the Red Shield clan, all learning centered on self-awakening. The family would teach the basics, but after that, it was relying on individual effort and comprehension to enhance their abilities. Boss, watch out. A reminder came from the side. Chu Xuanji looked up and realized that a human body was flying towards him, and before he had time to react, the two of them had collided and rolled down on the sand. This woman actually laid hands on her own teammate. Song Yichuan said indignantly as he climbed up from the ground. Sorry, let me give you a hand. He said, reaching out to pull Chu Xuanyi up. What are you doing? A member of the team ran over and angrily scolded, you actually bumped into our captain. It's alright, Wang Yu, Chu Xuanyi waved his hand, it was an accident. Wang Yu, Chu Suizi's teammate, was surprised by this. If it was usual, Chu Xuanyi would have burned his opponent to ashes with his flames long ago. However, this time, the situation was different because Chu Xuanyi saw the ability level displayed on Song Yichuan's watch level 8. He didn't know what Song Yichuan's ability was, but seeing that the other party was on par with his own strength, he didn't want to rush into a conflict. Sorry. Lin Yu ran over to apologize, followed by Jin Yuer. Our stupid teammate was so annoying that I had to throw him out.
It's okay, accidents are inevitable. Chu Xuanyi said magnanimously. After apologizing, Song Yichuan and the others left Chu Xuanyi's squad and went on to look for prey. At this time, Song Yichuan already possessed the fire ability and couldn't wait to try it out. Why did you let them go? Wan Yu was a little puzzled.
That person is a level 8 ability, let's keep an eye on them and see what happens.
Chu Xuanyi said. Almost everyone knew about Chu Xuanyi's fire ability and that he came from one of the 4 great families.
However, other high-level ability users or members of the original family were not necessarily known by everyone. Therefore, keeping an eye on Song Yichuan was also part of observing the competitors. Xu Xuanji remembered that their squad had been hunting nearby before, and although he hadn't paid special attention, he still knew that they weren't far away from his team.
Why did they suddenly shift their position? Curious, Xu Huanji decided to quietly follow them up and take a look. After rounding a huge rock, Xu Xuanji saw Song Yichuan and his team from afar. Right under his gaze, Song Yichuan was easily burning a winged lizard to death with his fire ability. What? He knows fire abilities as well? Wan Yu was surprised. Is he from the Red Shield family?
No, I've never seen him before. It seems we have a lot of questions to ask.
Chu Xuanyi's gaze became deep. Chapter 95 Fire System Confrontation.
Before taking any drastic action, Song Yichuan's group decided to test out his new fire ability first.
As before, Lin Yu lured a winged lizard out first, then Jin Yuer used her freezing ability to restrict the winged lizard's movements.
When he was ready, Song Yichuan spewed out a stream of flame from his palm, and the winged lizard screamed and struggled in agony.
After a few seconds, the flames spread throughout the lizard's body, and Song Yichuan no longer needed to continuously output energy.
The winged lizard was wrapped in blazing flames and eventually collapsed. Xu Xuanyi saw the entire process from behind the rock, and all sorts of thoughts flashed frantically through his mind.
Could it be that someone had mastered the fire ability outside of the clan?
If that was the case, then he must be dealt with as soon as possible before the others found out. While Jin Yuer was still busy removing the crystals from the winged lizard's body, a ball of fire flew towards them from a distance.
Watch out! Lin Yu shouted.
At the last moment, Song Yichuan turned his head to look and launched a fireball of the same size as well. The 2 fireballs collided in the air, creating a small explosion and sparks splashed onto the sand.
I have to finish you off. Outsiders don't deserve to hold the secrets of the fire system.
Xu Xuanyi roared angrily, shooting flames from his palms and quickly propelling himself forward, causing him to move extremely fast.
Song Yichuan prepared to meet the battle, and he planned to counter whatever move Xu Xuanyi used in the same way himself.
If Xu Xuanji fired fireballs, Song Yichuan would counter with fireballs. If Xu Xuanji shot flames or created pillars of fire, Song Yichuan would do the same thing and do it better. This is exactly how Song Yichuan wins all of his battles. His experience with combat more than makes up for his lack of knowledge of his abilities, even though his opponents are extremely familiar with them.
However, Xu Xuanji used flames to propel himself into the air.
Flames erupted from his palms and feet, and it looked like he was practically flying through the air.
Whirlwind Flame Kick.
Xu Seeker spun violently with one leg, flames erupting from his heel, while the other foot fired multiple flame blades.
Aha, I don't know this kind of move. Song Yichuan shouted.
As the flame blades came towards him, Song Yichuan raised his hands and created a flame wall.
However, Song Yichuan's flame wall didn't serve as a proper defense as the flame blades pierced through the wall and continued to press forward. Lin Yu and Jin Yuer had long since moved aside and became spectators of the battle, as did Xu Xuanji's teammates.
Apparently, all of Xu Xuanji's attacks were aimed at Song Yichuan, and he didn't care about the others at all.
What the hell is going on here? Jin Yuer asked.
I'm not sure, but I know that Song Yichuan always manages to piss off a lot of people, and this might just be one of them.
Lin Yu said.
Even though Song Yichuan's firewall failed to block the flame blade, he was able to accurately judge when the flame blade would touch the firewall. He saw the right time and skillfully dodged all the flame blades.
This guy is quite powerful. Wan Yu commented while watching. As soon as Chu Xuanyi landed, he once again used the flames to propel himself forward.
Song Yichuan launched fireballs one after another, but Chu Xuanyi just used his hands that were wrapped in flames to knock them away one by one.
See, your flames aren't stronger than mine, fire thief.
Chu Xuanyi shouted, his hands burning with flames as he swung his fist towards Song Yichuan's face. Song Yichuan could see Chu Xuanyi's fist coming towards him, and despite his experience in close combat, the speed of the punch suddenly accelerated, and he couldn't dodge it in time, and was knocked down heavily, hitting his head on the sand and falling into unconsciousness. Song Ichwan fell to the ground, his eyes tightly closed, motionless. Although Song Ichwan himself couldn't see what had just happened, the others saw it clearly. When Shu Xuanyi threw a punch, at first glance he didn't seem to use any special techniques, but in reality, at the last moment when his fist hit Song Ichwan, Shu Xuanyi shot out intense flames from his elbow, propelling his fist to hit Song Ichwan at a much faster speed. Song Ichwan was used to fighting against other elemental psychic abilities, but he had never encountered a special psychic ability like flame. The flame ability was a primordial ability, unlike the common elemental abilities like ice, wind, earth, and water. What's more, the destructive power of flame was extremely strong, which was why it was considered one of the strongest elements. What should we do? Lin Yu asked, should we go over and help him? I don't think they'll kill him, Jin Yue replied, there are too many people here, if Chu Xuanji really wants to kill someone, he'll have to find a way to seal the mouths of so many people. But he's from one of the 4 great families, will the school really care? The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with uneasiness. Jin Yue hated this feeling of powerlessness, but she had to admit that Chu Xuanyi's strength was clearly stronger than hers. If she were to face off with Chu Xuanyi, she was afraid that the outcome would be the same as Song Ichwan. At this moment, Chu Xuanyi stood beside Song Ichwan and looked down at him. After a few seconds, Song Ichwan's eyes suddenly opened. In that dark space, Song Ichwan finally woke up. Wow, brother, you lost so badly. Song Teng scoffed, that guy taught you a thorough lesson. Wait a minute, Song Ichwan said, if you're here, then who's sitting in the chair now? Su Ran and Li Ruiqi had been walking for about 15 minutes when they headed for a seemingly abandoned water well. This well had once been used to draw water, a tool used by workers when the shelter was first built. Building construction was much faster now than it had been before, especially after the introduction of the Earth Exalted, but some of the powerful exalts charged quite a bit for their ability to quickly construct building after building. The two of them were silent all the way. Su Ran hated this kind of awkward atmosphere, and eventually he couldn't help but break the silence. Why did you do that? Su Ran asked. Li Rui did not need to guess what Su Ran was talking about, the truth was already clear. They continued walking for a while before Li Rui finally spoke. I don't want to make excuses, I know what I did was bad and all, I don't even deserve to talk to you, but you don't understand, Su Ran, I was really scared. They had already captured Song Ichwan, and then they came for me. Enough! Su Ran interrupted sternly, you just said that you don't make excuses, but then you listed a whole bunch of excuses. I'm not saying you don't have a reason to do those things, everyone has their own reasons when they do something wrong, whether it's good or bad, but we've helped you so much, why don't you come to us? Can you really help me, Su Ran? If you knew who was behind it, would you still say that? Li Ruiqi asked rhetorically. Did you give us a chance? Su Ran replied, have you ever heard of the saying if you don't try, you don't get a chance? We've always been by your side, and this isn't the first time this has happened. You saw what happened to Song Ichwan, has he changed? You of all people should know that I was treated the same way as you in my old school. They eventually arrived at a dilapidated village. Su Ran turned to look at Li Rui. At this moment Li Rui's face was filled with tears, he kept wiping them away with his sleeve. Li Rui, that day you chose to betray us, you had given up. You didn't try, and directly pushed yourself to the brink. Chapter 96, The Little One's Name. Surrounding the two Su Ran was an abandoned well with a huge machine in the center that was once used to pump water and was now long rusted, and it was obvious at a glance that it hadn't been used for a long time. There were 2 other abandoned buildings around it. One house was almost empty, with only one window, while the other had a few broken wooden bed frames. Li Rui put down his backpack and laid down on the old bed. He felt especially tired after carrying a large backpack all the way across the desert. Su Ran had an umbrella on this journey, and the sunlight had little effect on him, and he felt just fine. It seemed that the sun contained some special property that affected vampires. It also reminded him that he desperately needed the beast crystals from those beasts. If he wanted to make special materials, he couldn't keep relying on Song Ichwan and Lin Yu to collect enough beast crystals. Only then would he be able to completely get rid of the sunlight. I'm going to go around, are you okay with that? Don't worry, I won't go too far. Su Ran said. Are you sure it's safe? Li Rui asked. Yeah, as long as you're not behind me, I have nothing to worry about. Su Ran joked. Sorry, that was a bit much just now. Su Ran recalled the map in his mind. He remembered that the red zone was a huge circular area. They had just come from the left, and that was the direction Song Ichwan and the others had traveled to. So by heading to the right and ahead, they should enter another part of the red zone. After saying that, he walked into the desert with his umbrella. In the distance, Wapang and his squad were observing all this.
It looks like they split up.
The three of you go deal with the kid with the umbrella, snatch everything he has on him, and his points card, and force him to turn everything over.
Xia, you and I will deal with the other one, Guopeng ordered.
Following Guopeng's instructions, the three people followed Su Ran into the desert while Guopeng and Xiaoyu entered the building where Li Rui was. Li Rui was about to close his eyes and rest when he suddenly heard footsteps.
Oh, look what good fortune this is,
Guopeng said. I wouldn't have thought that I would actually meet someone in the middle of nowhere. Earlier in the day it looked like there wasn't a single person here. Meanwhile, in the desert, Su Ran hadn't even reached the red zone before he already heard the sound of someone approaching him. His eyesight wasn't very good in the sunlight, probably the only aspect affected, but his hearing was still very sharp.
Who sent you? Su Ran asked without looking back.
It's none of your business. One of the students said, you better listen to us or else.
Or else what?
Su Ran said as he turned around. The students raised their wrists, revealing their watches. One of them was a level 4 student, while the other two were level 3.
I guess you can understand, right?
The level 4 student said.
Oh, I understand.
Because your levels are higher than mine, I should be afraid now, right? I should listen to your every word because I don't want to get hurt. Skill activation, Shadow Void. Suddenly, the shadows beneath Su Ran's feet began to spread, gradually expanding until they enveloped a large area, creating complete darkness. The walls formed by the shadows continued to twist and turn, and from the outside, it looked like a huge storm. Su Ran gently tapped his watch 3 times and raised his hand for them to see that the numbers had changed. He was now level 6. Song Ichuan stood on the sand and didn't move for a few seconds, his head lowered as blood flowed down from his forehead and dripped onto the ground.
Why is boss standing still?
Wang Yu asked. In fact, Xu Xuanji could not explain the situation in front of him. A few seconds ago, the person he was facing suddenly became different, and that sense of oppression made him feel as if he was facing the head of the family in the clan. Song Ichuan finally moved. He raised his hand and wiped off the blood on his forehead with his sleeve, then stared at the bloodstain on his sleeve and muttered, "Didn't you guys say you would protect me?"
Don't look at me, Arnold.
Song Tang said. It was Song Ichuan who was knocked out, and I didn't even have a chance to make a move.
Maybe it's time for someone else?
Sino suggested.
What, let him take control of the body?
Song Ichuan retorted. If you do that, you'll be even lonelier than before, and even Su Ran won't stay by your side.
Su Ran.
Right, Su Ran.
Sino looked around. How come I don't see Su Ran?
That's interesting. Song Tang said, "Oh no, this person in front of you is hiding Su Ran." Sino began to stare at Chu Shuji, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. He took one step toward Chu Xuanji, his face filled with rage, as if he were an awakened demon. Chu Xuanji felt that anger, pressing down on him like substance.
Don't come over.
Chu Xuani shouted in panic, his arms immediately wrapped in flames, ready to attack. As Si Nua took another step forward, Chu Xuanji could no longer hold back and put his hands together, shooting out a pillar of fire like a flamethrower. Facing the oncoming flames, Sino waved his hand and lifted it, bringing up a burst of sand and dust, directly extinguishing the flames.
When did he copy my ability?
Lin Yu looked at this scene and said in surprise.
And why is it stronger than mine?
I've never been able to manipulate so much sand.
Song Ichuan's ability is weird.
Jin Yuer said. If I remember correctly, he can control 2 abilities, maybe it has something to do with his psychic ability. Chu Xuanji was also shocked. He had originally thought that Song Ichuan was just some outsider who had learned the family's secret technique, probably forcing some family member to learn it. Yet now, Song Ichuan had suddenly used another ability. How was this possible? Just as Chu Xuani was shocked, he felt an icy coldness climbing under his feet.
What is this?
Xu Xuanji looked down and his legs were being frozen. He immediately activated his flame ability, covering his legs and melting the ice, but Sino just wanted to delay it for a moment as he condensed an ice spear and threw it directly at Chu Xuanji's shoulder. The ice spear pierced Chu Xuani, but before he could let out a scream of pain, the pillar of flames around him had already begun to rise.
He even has control over the ability of ice.
Lin Yu marveled, that's 3 abilities.
How strong is Song Ichuan?
Attacking with flames on one side and throwing ice spears on the other, Chu Xuani could only barely dodge.
No way, can't he use up his MC value?
Chu Xuani said anxiously. In the inner world, however, Song Tang was laughing. This guy must have thought that as long as he lasted Sino's MC value would run out. How naive. Song Ichwan possessed 3 abilities, and whenever he copied a person's ability, he was also able to copy the MC value points in the other person's body. His powers and cells were also all very unique, and whenever he copied an ability, he was able to convert the MC cells in his body into the corresponding type. As a result, Sino was able to manipulate large amounts of sand to extinguish flames, while Lin Yu's ability could never reach that level. As the battle continued, Xu Xuanji realized that Song Ichwan showed no signs of exhaustion, and he knew he had to act quickly. With the flames coming at him from the right and the ice spear stabbing at him from the left, Xu Xuanji chose to shrink into a ball and began to build up the flame energy within his body. Just as the attack was about to come, he violently opened his limbs and released a ball of flame, temporarily clearing all attacks. But at this moment, Xu Xuanji was already panting and sweating like a pig. This was his last means of defense. As for what to do after this, he himself did not know. Chapter 97, Inside Information. Where is Su Ran? Si Nua pressed closer to Xu Xuanji and asked coldly. Lin Yu and Jin Yuer stood too far away to hear what Song Ichwan said, and they were worried that Song Ichwan might do something extreme. Crazy man, please don't do anything stupid. Lin Yu called out. Wait. Song Ichwan shouted, Song Teng is lying, Su Ran is safe, he's somewhere else. Let me take over the body, I can take you to him. You bastard. Song Teng cursed, now I'm going to get a beating. I'm tired. Sino said. Song Ichwan walked over to Xu Xuanji. I don't want to be your enemy, but you attacked us first. Song Ichwan said. The oppression Xu Xuanji felt at this moment disappeared, and when he looked at Song Ichwan again, it was as if he had returned to his initial state. I come from the Blade clan, perhaps our 2 great clans shouldn't clash with each other. Hearing the family name Blade, Xu Xuanji finally understood. The Blade family was not as prominent as the 4 great families, but that was because they chose to keep a low profile. This mysterious family didn't want to have too much influence in the outside world, so few people knew about them. Xu Xuanji had never really understood it, but his father had always warned him that if he met someone from the Blade family, he must show absolute respect. Xu Xuanji immediately bowed his head and apologized to Song Ichwan. I'm sorry, everything was my fault. Can I do something for you? Song Ichwan pondered for a while. He didn't like to rely on his family's reputation, but since he had already used it, he didn't mind taking the opportunity to get some benefits. It's fine, but the beast crystals you got today and yesterday, I have to take them. Song Ichwan said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Jin Yuer and Lin Yu, who witnessed this scene from afar, couldn't believe it. They knew that Song Ichwan was a primordial ability, and they also knew that he had a family, but they had never heard of the Blade family. But now, someone from one of the 4 great clans actually bowed down and apologized to Song Ichwan, and even offered beast crystals. Who the hell are you, Song Ichwan? Lin Yu secretly wondered in his heart. Xu Xuanji and his squad handed over the crystals they had painstakingly collected and placed them in a bag. At this moment, Song Ichwan had a bright smile on his face. Before he and Su Ran parted ways, Su Ran had specifically instructed him to make sure to collect as many crystals from the flying winged lizard beast as possible, saying that he had an important use for them. There you go. Song Ichwan patted the heavy bag that contained 39 winged lizard beast crystals. One you couldn't help but ask, boss, did you really just let them go? Xu Xuanji sighed lightly while looking at Song Ichwan's back as he left. We can collect the crystals again, but there is only one life. Besides, it's more important to maintain a good relationship. Song Ichwan, on the other hand, walked briskly towards Lin Yu and Jin Yuer, his entire body looking like he was stepping on a cloud. Lin Yu quietly glanced at the bag and stared in surprise. What the hell is going on here? How did you do it? Song Ichwan shrugged, unimpressed. Don't worry about that first, I think we should hurry back now and turn in these crystals, and then I'm a little worried about Li Rui Rong. But haven't these crystals already been recorded? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Each crystal stone had a unique pattern, just like a human's fingerprint. Once the crystals were turned in for scoring, their unique code would be recorded and the team's score would be updated. After that, the crystals could be freely disposed of, such as selling them for points or building equipment. However, in this exam, students were prohibited from purchasing beast crystals to increase their scores. The entire asylum strictly prohibited the sale of beast crystals to students to prevent cheating. Song Ichwan revealed a mysterious smile. You guys probably don't know, but my brother also took this exam 2 years ago, so I have some inside information. Although these crystals have already been counted, if they belong to another team, the code will be deducted from the other team's score and transferred to our team.
Lin Yu froze, so that means their score will go down and ours will go up? That's right, that's the secret. Song Ichwan said triumphantly. I have to admit, you did well this time. Lin Yu muttered, and although her mouth was stiff, she had actually secretly admired it in her heart. Since we have the advantage now, why don't we simply go hunting for more crystals again? Jin Yuer suggested. No, I'm more worried about Li Rue. Song Ichwan looked grave, he may have already been targeted. Jin Yuer was puzzled, if that's the case, why don't you guys let him stay in the shelter? Letting him stay would be worse instead, many people would take advantage of the opportunity to strike at him. In fact, Song Ichwan and Su Ran had another purpose for bringing Li Rue out. They wanted to use this opportunity to draw out the person that Li Rouge was afraid of. Li Rouge seemed certain that someone would turn against them in this mission, while Song Ichwan and Su Ran hoped to find some clues. There's not going to be someone who will go after a fellow student, is there? I can understand second-year students attacking you, but no one in the shelter would attack someone for a few crystals. Jin Yuer was not impressed. Jin Yuer, do you know what Li Rue's grade is? Song Ichwan asked in a deep voice. Rank? What does that have to do with his rank? Jin Yuer didn't even realize the situation of low-grade students, while Song Ichwan and Lin Yu had long known that in this school, low-grade students were often discriminated against and abused. As for Jin Yuer, due to her own powerful strength, she had never really come into contact with these students, and even turned a blind eye to their existence. Song Ichwan and Lin Yu began to explain to Jin Yuer the injustices suffered by the lower-ranked students in the academy, not only within the school, but the real world was also filled with such injustices. What's the point of the strong robbing the weak? Jin Yuer said in confusion, it only proves that we are stronger than them. Why don't we go challenge stronger opponents to become stronger? Song Ichwan smiled helplessly, everyone thinks differently. If we could really understand the motives of everyone's behavior, perhaps we wouldn't be in the predicament we're in today. It was at this time that Song Ichwan's worst fears finally happened. In the distance, a group of people had spotted Li Ruichi, who was alone. Chapter 98 The Spaceship. Li Rue heard footsteps stepping into the cramped building. He looked around and his heart sank, the only exit had been blocked, and the two men in front of him were standing in the doorway, completely blocking his retreat. He had nowhere to run. Don't be nervous, this can be a very simple thing for you. Hua Peng sneered, we only need those crystals in your bag. Li Rue's hand gripped the earth-based long staff behind his back and drew it out quickly, crossing it in front of his body. Yo, you still want to resist? Hua Peng glanced at the long staff and laughed sarcastically, I don't want to hurt anyone, I just want a good result. We can have a good talk, don't make it too ugly. As Hua Peng took a step, Li Ruichi violently turned the front end of the long staff into a sharp spearhead, pointing it at Hua Peng's face. Please, don't do this. Li Rue's voice trembled slightly, if you snatch the crystals away, they will hate me even more, I've already been hated by them enough, I can't let this happen again. Tears slipped from Li Rue's eyes and dripped onto the ground. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, the tip pointing firmly at Hua Peng's chin. Li Rude, right? Hua Peng suddenly spoke, mentioning Li Rouge's name. Hearing his name, a hint of surprise appeared on Li Rouge's face. Do you know why I know your name? We are also part of the army, and Du Jin has given us quite a bit of information. If you hand over the crystals, Du Jin will definitely reward you. Although Hua Peng and his team did serve Du Jin had never given such an order. Hua Peng had only used Du Jin's reputation to intimidate Li Rue. Students of lower ranks would eventually be controlled by Du Jin, and this was a common tactic he used. When Li Rue knew that Hua Peng was lying, although he could have complained to Du Jin wouldn't even care about a level 1 ability, while Hua Peng was a level 4 ability. Seeing the change in Li Rue's eyes, he thought that his words had worked and was about to take it a step further, but he didn't expect Li Rue to suddenly yell out, his spearhead stabbing directly at him. I said, no one can take my crystals. Li Rue shouted angrily. Seeing the spearhead coming, Hua Peng's companion beside him raised his hand and waved it, and an earth wall was instantly erected, blocking between the two of them. The spear tip directly pierced the earth wall, but it was stuck in the center and was then broken hard. Li Rue could only control the earth elements that he touched, while Hua Peng's companion was a more advanced earth ability, instantly blocking Li Rue's attack. Seeing the earth wall forming, Li Rue immediately rushed up and pressed his hands on the wall, casting his ability, and countless spikes were instantly born on the other end of the wall. He closed his eyes tightly and waited for the screams of his opponent as the spikes pierced into him. However, a few seconds later, what responded to him was the sound of a heavy object smashing the wall. Boom!
With a loud bang, a huge club sent the earthen wall flying along with Li Rui. Li Rui's entire body was blasted into the wall, and the tremendous force even caused the wall to collapse, burying Li Rui in the rubble. That wall was already loose due to its age, but it still required a tremendous amount of force to blast a person through the wall. What a useless struggle. I would have thought that someone like you would have resigned to his fate a long time ago. Guo Peng slowly walked through the collapsed wall and stood in front of Li Rui, looking down at him as he fell to the ground. Li Rui was covered in wounds, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his face and hair were covered in debris and dust.
Don't
hate me, Li Rui mumbled, his consciousness already blurred, having no idea where he was and who was in front of him. I'm sorry, Li Rui, this is reality.
Guo Peng said coldly as Li Rui's consciousness gradually fell into darkness.
Guo Peng bent down and rummaged through Li Rouge's bag, taking out the 15 crystals that he had obtained during yesterday's expedition, and also took Li Rouge's points card, the lowest ranked white card, along with it. They didn't touch anything else. The food pills, water and first aid kit were still intact. They prepared to head back to the shelter, first going to the oasis to hunt some toothworms, and meeting up there with the other three who were chasing Su Ran.
Just as they were traveling, a black behemoth suddenly appeared in the sky, flying in their direction. From afar, it looked like black smoke rising from its wake.
What is that?
One of them said in surprise.
I don't know, it seems like a spaceship, but I've never seen this design before.
Guo Peng replied with a frown.
The black object was getting closer and closer, probably about the size of a car. Eventually, it slammed to the ground on the sand in front of them, skidding for tens of meters before coming to a stop.
Quickly dodge! Guo Peng shouted. The black ship finally stopped, about 50 meters away from them.
Its appearance did not look like ordinary metal, but carried irregular scale-like patterns, as if it was carved from the skin of some giant beast. And in the center of the hull, there was an oval-shaped transparent orb, but it was impossible to see inside through it.
They're pretty lucky the ship didn't explode, the companion said.
Guo Peng, however, was trembling at this moment, his face filled with fear. He had seen images of such things before.
Run! Run!
Guo Peng shouted hoarsely.
The spherical hatch slowly opened, and a creature named Doki stepped out. In the desert, an area looked different from usual.
Outside it looked like a constantly moving black cloud that formed a huge dome-shaped space.
What is this? One of the men said.
At this moment, the other three people from Guo Peng's team were already surrounded by these moving shadows. It wasn't as pitch black within the shadow void as they had imagined, and the shadows released a faint purple glow, enough for them to see the internal environment.
Did you see his watch? Another asked. He's surprisingly a level 6 ability. We have to get out of here quickly.
This was the first time Su Ran had cast the Shadow Void skill, and he wasn't sure how wide the skill's area of influence was, nor was he sure if it could be disarmed at will after the skill was cast. If this kind of thing was discovered in the school, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Within the Shadow Void, Su Ran could feel some sort of connection with the shadows that was difficult to describe, as if the shadows were made up of a part of his body. Su Ran checked his status, and the system was as he expected. Everything was normal, without any weakness to sunlight. While Su Ran was busy checking his status, one of the men tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. He rushed towards the edge of the Shadow Void. This was bad news for Su Ran. If these three men escaped the Shadow Void, Su Ran would lose his current advantage. Out of instinct, Su Ran raised his arm at the sight and attempted to transform the wall of shadows into some sort of arm-like object. As the man approached, he attempted to swing his dagger at the arm, but upon contact, his arm's movements suddenly slowed, causing him to immediately retract his hand.
MC value, 48,100.
50 MC points had been consumed to activate the Shadow Void, and if he continued to control the exterior of the wall of shadows, the MC value would continue to drop. However, the others didn't know this. They felt trapped, and if they got any closer to the wall, they were afraid that those arms would reappear.
Chapter 99, Shadow Void.
The highest ranked of the three was a level 4 ability with a mushroom head, and the predicament in front of him made him feel increasingly agitated, as if he was falling deeper and deeper into the trap.
What the hell, isn't this guy just a bluff?
Mushroom Head shouted, you guys saw it just now, his watch data changed, right?
He's simply an imposter.
Besides, level 6 doesn't necessarily mean a powerful character. The other two gradually regained a bit of confidence in their hearts after hearing Mushroom Head's words.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a beast armor, one of them said.
Of the three, one carried a crossbow on his back, while the other had a few daggers tied around his waist. The mushroom head standing in the middle was wearing a beast armor that could enhance his strength.
Get on him! Mushroom head shouted.
The guy with the crossbow on his back drew his crossbow and shot arrow after arrow towards Su-ran.
Shadow gear.
Shadows began to surround Su-ran's arms and legs, and suddenly his limbs were equipped with beast armor.
When the first arrow came, Su-ran raised his arm and easily flicked it aside.
If he wanted to, he could have used his shadow ability to block the arrows, but at this point he thought it would be more appropriate to use his vampire ability, and soon he would be able to replenish his lost blood through bloodsucking anyway.
How can that be? Those are beast arrows, not ordinary metalwork.
The crossbow user exclaimed.
Never mind that, keep shooting.
Mushroom head roared. The crossbow user did as he was told, and crossbow arrows were fired one after another. At this moment, the other alien who remained motionless began to condense a small whirlwind in his hands, and when the time was right, he violently pushed his hands forward and a gust of wind followed. The wind seemed weak, but his purpose was not to hurt, but to make the arrow faster and more powerful.
I'd like to see how you'll cope with this move.
Su-ran stretched out his palm towards the front, waiting for the moment to come.
Blood hammer strike.
Blood, 5560. A jet of blood erupted from Su-ran's palm, knocking down all the arrows, which broke in the air and fell to the ground.
My turn.
Su-ran activated his black horned wolf boots, increasing his speed. At the same time, he used the appraisal skill to check the abilities of the three. The crossbowman's ability was to duplicate items, although the duplicated items were only half as powerful as the originals, so it was no wonder that he was able to shoot crossbow arrows continuously. The other student was a wind attribute adept, and lastly, Mushroom Head was a level 4 earth attribute adept, similar to the one Su-ran had once encountered in the game, except that this one wasn't wearing a full set of beast armor.
Let's deal with this annoying guy first.
With the acceleration brought about by the black horned wolf boots under Su-ran's feet, coupled with his own reaction speed, the crossbow user was simply unable to aim. When Su-ran approached, he swung out 4 blood blades that instantly struck the crossbow user's chest, leaving deep wounds as the crossbow user collapsed on the spot.
Blood, 5160.
The next one was an earth-type ability user. Su-ran didn't give him any chance this time, as he instantly executed flash step and simultaneously made a heavy hammer strike, striking the earth-type ability user's chest armor with a heavy punch. That beast armor instantly ruptured, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground.
Blood, 4660.
Suddenly, Su-ran felt a sharp pain coming from his back. Turning around, he saw the Wind Exalt holding several small daggers in his hands.
I got you.
The Wind Alien shouted triumphantly. He quickly threw out a dagger so fast that Su-ran could not react, and the dagger stabbed directly into Su-ran's abdomen.
Blood, 4260. Su-ran looked at the dagger stuck in his body and pulled it out.
As the dagger was pulled out, the wound gradually healed and the skin began to close back up, and in the end, even the ragged hole left in the uniform became the only trace.
You're a monster.
The Wind Alien shouted in horror. He kept throwing his daggers, which struck Su-ran again and again. Su-ran, on the other hand, didn't care at all about these minor injuries and pains, blocking his face with both hands as he rushed straight towards the Wind Alien.
Blood, 3860.
Blood, 3460.
Su-ran's blood level was decreasing, but he didn't care.
The Wind Alien subconsciously began to back away, fear causing his body to move back uncontrollably. Unconsciously, the Wind Exalt felt a cold touch on his back, and as he looked down, he realized that his waist was firmly wrapped around the shadow. He tried to break free, but his body's movements became abnormally slow, as if time had been stretched out.
Tell me, who sent you? Why are you attacking me? Su-ran asked coldly.
The Wind Exalt was trapped in a wall of shadows, but it was a strange feeling. He wasn't completely unable to move, but once he attempted to move, his movements became extremely slow, as if he was caught in some sort of gelatinous substance. When he calmed down, he immediately utilized the wind blade in his hand to cut a portion of the shadows. The shadows quickly parted, but instantly rejoined. Right at the moment the Wind Exalt cut the shadows, Su-ran's MC value immediately decreased.
MC, 44100.
It seemed that during the activation of the Shadow Void skill, he couldn't recover his MC value like before, and he had to use his Shadow skill and Shadow Domain skill more sparingly. In addition, like controlling his own shadow, his MC value would drop slightly when the shadow was attacked. The Wind Alien kept casting wind blades, gradually regaining some of his freedom of movement, and finally managed to get away.
I did it!
He shouted, but when he looked up, Su Ran was already standing in front of him. He grabbed the Wind Exalt's hands and twisted them violently so that his palms were facing his face. Su Ran then kicked at the Wind Alien's legs, causing him to fall to his knees while the shadow grabbed his legs once again. For elemental Alterans, most of their abilities were performed through their hands and feet, which might be different for fire and some other elements, but this was common for basic elemental Alterans. Now, answer the question I just asked. Why are you following me? I am sorry. The Wind Alien stammered. This was all Guopeng's idea. He said that we could deal with you first-level trainees and take away your crystals to increase our team's points. The Wind Exalt was filled with fear at the moment. Not only had he never seen such a bizarre ability before, but he was also speculating in his heart whether the person in front of him was human or not. He was able to manipulate shadows, as well as shoot red breath from his hands, and possessed supernatural self-healing abilities. Now, with the Wind Alien's arms being twisted, he also felt a superhuman strength. That Guopeng, who does he work for? Su Ran asked. We're all from the army. If you're asking if there's anyone asking us to do these things, there isn't. The Wind Exalt replied. Su Ran couldn't be 100% sure if what he was saying was true or not, but from his reaction and obvious fear, Su Ran felt that his words were probably true. Chapter 100 Increasing Charisma. If you increase your charisma points by a little bit, you can make these weak-minded people say everything. The system suddenly interjected. Are you kidding? Su Ran questioned. Nope. There are some skills in your system that will only be unlocked when you gain enough points. One of them is the mind control skill based on charisma points. If their minds are weak enough, you can tamper with their memories, make them reveal secrets, or even make them commit suicide. Of course, this kind of mind control skill can only be used by the highest level vampires. The role of charisma points seemed to be becoming more and more important. At first, Su Ran thought that charisma points would only help him attract the opposite sex and stun the same sex, but now it seemed otherwise. How many charisma points do I need to unlock this skill? Su Ran asked. 10 charisma points are needed to unlock the mind control skill. 140-200 experience points. At this moment, Su Ran had already gained 20 experience points by defeating a level 3 student, 40 experience points by defeating a level 4 student, and with the 2 daily quests he had completed, he had gained a total of 140 experience points. Even if he defeated the Wind Exalt in front of him, he would only be able to gain 160 experience points, which wasn't enough to upgrade. He checked the blood types of the 2 people around him through his appraisal skill. One was type A and the other 2 were type O. The characteristics of O-type blood allowed him to convert it into O-type blood. The characteristics of type O blood allowed him to allocate points to any attribute he wanted, but he wasn't sure if he could allocate them to charisma points, though it was very likely. But even so, his charisma points were only 8, 2 points short of 10. The reason why Su Ran was so obsessed with unlocking this skill was because he didn't know what to do next. These 3 students came from the same school, and they had already seen his ability. It would have been fine if it was just the shadow ability, but they had also seen his blood ability as well as his amazing self-healing ability. Su Ran didn't want to kill his classmates if possible, but this situation had to happen again. After all, they were the ones who had taken the initiative to attack him, and his secret must not be revealed. But could he really lay his hands on them? In truth, he had already killed someone before, but at that time he was in a state of insanity. Su Ran could even argue that it wasn't him, but some other force manipulating him. But now, if he killed someone in a fully conscious state, that would be a different matter. Just then, Su Ran's afterimage caught something forming on the ground, a sharp object flying out like a bullet, which Su Ran sidestepped just in time to avoid. Suddenly, the sound of ragged gasps came. Su Ran turned his head to look at the wall of shadows where the Wind Exalt was, and realized that an earth spike had pierced through the Wind Exalt's neck, and blood continued to flow down the spike as the Wind Exalt struggled to breathe. More earth spikes emerged from the ground. Su Ran looked ahead and found that the previously knocked out Earth alter egoist was barely standing at the moment, his arms raised high in the air, and it was clear that he had regained some of his consciousness. Die, you bastard! The Earth alien roared angrily. Thinking of that Earth spike just now, Su Ran felt like he almost died. Although he still had plenty of life value, if that Earth spike had stabbed him in the head, Su Ran was sure that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to recover. How dare you attempt to kill me? Su Ran roared, while I was still considering sparing your life. Humans sure are disgusting. Su Ran thought in his heart. For a moment, he thought that if he could change, perhaps they could change as well. After all, they were still young, all students, and still had time to correct themselves. However, anger instantly consumed him, and Su Ran indignantly unleashed several blood blades. The Earth-type aberrant attempted to erect a wall of earth for defense, but the wall was too fragile. The blood blades instantly destroyed the earth wall and continued to attack the Earth-type aberrant. Su Ran kept firing the blood blades until a system message appeared. Has killed a level 4 human, gained 80 experience points. Only at this point did Su Ran stop, and a few lines of system prompts popped up in his field of vision. 200 experience points. Congratulations, your current level has been raised to level 12. 2865 life value. Gained 2 free attribute points. 400 experience points. Su Ran lost his mind due to his anger and just subconsciously attacked. Someone had just almost killed him, and all of this made him react involuntarily, completely at odds with his previous plan. However, just like when he had seen Duan Mingyang's corpse before, Su Ran looked at the corpse of the Earth ability user without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. At this moment, the corpse collapsed powerlessly in the corner, having lost its vitality. Suddenly, a moan came from behind the wall of shadows. Save. Save me. The wind ability person's voice was trembling and weak, and his face had begun to turn white as he still had an earth spike stuck in his neck. Su Ran wasn't a healer, or else he might have been able to do something, but he simply didn't have that kind of ability, or at least there was no way to be able to save someone right now. Su Ran gritted his teeth, recalling the experiments he had once done on Lin Yu, realizing that his saliva seemed to have some degree of healing power. If he created a small wound on Lin Yu and applied it with his saliva, the wound would heal faster. However, the saliva's healing ability was limited, and it wouldn't help at all in a situation like the one he was in now. Su Ran walked up to the wind ability person and looked at him coldly. It was you who put yourself in this situation, and your friend missed and attacked you as well, but in reality, it was your own choice to attack me that led to all of this. I will end your suffering. He raised his hand and utilized his blood blade to cleanly slice off the wind ability user's head, ending his suffering. Kill level 3 ability user, gain 60 experience points. 7,400 experience points. It turns out that killing them does gain more experience points. Su Ran realized that when he killed his opponents directly, he gained more experience value than just knocking them out. Like the level 3 wind ability person just now, he directly ended the opponent and gained 60 experience points instead of the normal 40. Looking at the bloody mess, instead of feeling nauseous like a normal person, he began to gurgle. Your hunger is growing. During the battle, he had used up a lot of blood and had multiple injuries on his body. At this moment, the odor emanating from the corpses caused his hunger to grow stronger. But his heart felt torn, he was clearly no longer human, yet he was still struggling with these complex emotions. Am I really no longer human? Su Ran walked towards the body of the wind exalt and used the tip of his claw to make a cut on the opponent's wrist, sweet blood gushing into his mouth as his body instantly felt a sense of relief and recovery. 65 life value. O-type blood has been absorbed. 1 free attribute point gained. Su Ran then walked towards the corpse of the Earth Exalt and repeated the same action. He didn't absorb another large amount of blood, as his health had already been restored. Just lightly licking a mouthful of blood, he immediately felt an increase in strength. Absorption of type A blood? Strength attribute increased by 1 point. Finally, he came to the corpse of the crossbowman. Type O blood also flowed from the opponent's body, and the wound was deep but not fatal. Su Ran gently sucked a small amount of blood, and the flavor of the blood satisfied him. Type O blood has been absorbed. 1 free attribute point gained. When everything was taken care of, Su Ran decided to put all of his free attribute points into the charisma value. Charm value, 10. New skill, mind control unlocked. Depending on the user's charisma value and the opponent's mental resistance, the user can influence the target's mind. This includes operations such as memory deletion and information extraction. Direct eye contact must be made with the target. Su Ran looked towards the crossbowman who had fallen to the ground, hesitating whether or not to directly end the opponent's life in order to gain experience value. But if he did, he might completely lose his moral ground. Thus, he decided to try using his newly acquired ability. Chapter 101 Black Smoke. Su Ran approached the crossbowman and patted his opponent's face. After a few times, the crossbowman finally awoke. Su Ran immediately activated his new skill. Skill, Mind Control activated. Skill success. A red aura appeared around the crossbowman's eyes, and his body stiffened slightly.
What should we do next? Su Ran asked the system. As long as you speak the command, the opponent's brain will automatically process and execute it.
You can ask him questions, or make him forget something, or even tamper with his memories, but tampering with memories carries a certain risk, especially if the other party is interrogated in depth. Su Ran followed the system's advice and began to give orders.
I want you to forget everything that happened today.
You have never seen me, nor have you ever met me.
You just came out to hunt some foreign beasts and then went back to sleep. Is that enough? Su Ran asked.
Enough, you can bury the bodies in the sand if you wish. Eventually, they will be eaten by the nearby fey beasts, and when he wakes up, he will remember nothing but that the beasts did it. The red aura in the crossbowman's eyes disappeared, and he fell back into a deep sleep as ordered. Su Ran followed the system's advice and buried the corpses in the sand one by one. After disposing of all the corpses, he realized that his sunshade had been destroyed during the battle. With only about half of his MC, he had to endure the scorching sunlight until his energy recovered. Su Ran put away his shadow void skill, and the darkness around him gradually disappeared as the sunlight shone on his body.
You are receiving direct sunlight. All attributes dropped by 70%. Su Ran felt a splitting headache and weakness.
He figured that once his MC value recovered, he would use the skill to block out the sunlight again. Just as Su Ran was about to leave, he saw black smoke rising from a distance.
Isn't that where Li Rude is?
In the dry, harsh desert, Song Ichuan and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter too many beasts, and it seemed like the beasts in the desert were more inclined to guard their own territories.
The map accurately marked the distribution areas of the beasts. As long as they avoided these marked areas, they basically wouldn't encounter any danger.
Finally, after walking for some time, they saw a small abandoned well area from afar.
Su Ran said to meet here, right? Lin Yu asked.
Yes, they said it would be here. However, Song Ichuan suddenly stopped and looked down at the ground. The ground was littered with the rubble and debris of collapsed buildings, and what shocked him the most was Li Rue. He was crawling on the ground, his legs were severely injured, and probably a few of his ribs were broken as well. He could only use his forearms to crawl hard on the ground and approach them.
Li Rue, what happened?
Lin Yu hurriedly ran over and knelt beside him and asked. Li Rue did not respond to her at all, still crawling forward with his forearms.
I have to.
Li Rue muttered, I have to get those crystals back, or they will hate me.
I won't survive.
Li Rue said painfully. Suddenly, Li Rude stopped as his hand touched something.
Li Rue, you've done enough. Song Ichuan squatted down and pressed his hands on Li Rue's shoulders to comfort him.
Li Rue's consciousness was blurred, his body and mind were tortured to the point of agony, and there was only one thought that supported him to keep going. He had endured the intense pain of torture before, but what he couldn't endure was the feeling of being hated by everyone. He knew he had made the wrong choice before and wanted to change himself, change his life. Others might hate him, but what he hated most was actually himself. When he heard Song Ichuan's words, a certain string in his head suddenly loosened.
He looked up at Song Ichuan and tears instantly welled up.
I'm sorry, Ichuan. Li Rue cried, those crystals were taken away by them. I really tried my best, I swear.
I know you did your best. Song Ichuan comforted.
Hearing those words, the last trace of strength in Li Rue's body disappeared, and his entire body completely fainted to the ground.
Oh my god, what did he go through? Lin Yu asked.
Jin Yuer seemed unconcerned about this and walked straight towards a bag placed on the rubble.
The crystals are gone.
Jin Yuer said, they took all of our crystals.
It looks like that's what happened. Song Ichuan said. Wait, where's Su Ran? I don't see him. Lin Yu asked eagerly. We can't ask Li Rue what happened either.
Jin Yuer returned, it's likely that they took Su Ran away. Although this possibility existed, Song Yichu and Lin Yu did not think that Su Ran would be easily captured. They both knew that Su Ran had mastered the Shadow System ability and the Blood System ability, so he should have the confidence to deal with unexpected situations if they occurred. Unless the enemy attacking them was of an extremely high level, it was hard to imagine Su Ran losing the battle. Song Ichuan also felt that it was unlikely to be a high-grade enemy, otherwise those people wouldn't have waited until Li Rue had separated from them before making their move.
Could it be the second-year students' men?
Unlikely, they wouldn't have laid such a heavy hand on Li Rue. Even if Li Rue refused to serve them, they would at most kill him to prevent him from leaking the news, they wouldn't let him leave alive.
Song Ichwon thought in his heart.
Jin Yuer took out a small first aid kit from her bag. It looked like a small metal suitcase with a small red cross symbol on it. She then placed the first aid kit on the ground and pressed the red cross symbol. The first aid kit began to morph and eventually turned into a small robot. "What can I do for you?" the robot asked. "Go and treat the student named Lee Ridge and do what you can to make him feel better." The robot moved quickly and scanned Lee Ridge's body and began to use its gadgets to give Lee Ridge first aid and repair his injuries. "Will he be alright?" Lin Yu asked worriedly. "It shouldn't be a problem. This robot can handle some of the more serious injuries. It's like having a personal doctor with you." Jin Yuer said, "As long as he's not on the verge of death, he should be fine. There's only one of this robot though, and it can't be treated again when the medication runs out. I'm kinda surprised that you're actually willing to let Li Ruiqi use such a precious thing," Lin Yu said. Jin Yuer actually didn't want to use this valuable first aid equipment on Li Rouge. She felt it was a waste. Li Rui's recovery ability was strong, and sooner or later he would heal on his own, and the robot was only speeding up the process. But after hearing the other's words and seeing Li Rouge's agonized appearance, she felt that she might have underestimated the suffering of others. Just then, Song Ichwon saw black smoke rising in the distance. "Do you guys think that could be them?" Song Ichwon asked. "It could be them using their supernatural abilities. It doesn't look like it's far away, so maybe we can get the crystals back." "But what about Su Ran?" Lin Yu asked eagerly. "We can split up." Song Ichwon suggested, "We can't leave Li Rue here, I'll stay behind to take care of him, and when he recovers we'll go find Su Ran. You two can go over there to the black smoke to take a look, but if the situation is not good, come back immediately." Although Lin Yu did not like the idea of Song Ichwon coming to save Su Ran, this was the only option at the moment. If Lin Yu went to look for Su Ran alone, she might be seriously injured if she encountered a powerful beast on the way. And if Jin Yuer was allowed to search for Su Ran, she did not know Su Ran's secret and might be in danger instead. After deliberation, they finally decided to act on Song Ichwon's suggestion. Song Ichwon stayed behind to take care of Li Rue while the two girls headed to the place where the black smoke rose. Chapter 102 Dalki. On Earth, one of the few remaining landmasses stood a massive tower that towered over the land. The tower was built on a small island, and it was the only structure on the island. The tower is so magnificent that when you stand at the top, you can even touch the clouds. Despite its magnificent appearance, it does not exist to attract tourists, but has another purpose. The tower was built by Dong Jiao and his team after the war to monitor the movements of other planets connected through the portal. The tower required a strange energy source to power it, which was known only to Dong Jiao, and it was this energy source that supported the operation of the portal. Through this tower, Dong Jiao's team could clearly observe the situation on each planet. They had already mapped out the various planets in the entire solar system connected by the portal, and although there were still many planets that had yet to be explored, they closely monitored those that had established shelters. Today, unlike usual, a red alarm went off in the tower and the staff was tense and busy. In one room, about 200 employees stared at their computer screens, while in front of them there was a huge monitoring screen that resembled a movie theater screen. "Sir, there are signs of an invasion in the area of one of the green portal planets," one of the employees said. At the back of the room stood a man who appeared to be around 50 years old. He was almost completely bald with only some thinning hair on the sides, and wore a pair of small round glasses. While not exactly intimidating in appearance, his words always inspired trust. In this monitoring room, he was the only one wearing a lab uniform. Everyone else was in military uniform. "Bring up the feed to the big screen," he ordered. The staff was quick to comply, and a black flying object appeared on the screen, making its way through the planet's atmosphere and into the planet, looking like the craft had been damaged. "There shouldn't have been a Dalki presence in this area," the man frowned. "It's still in the first half of the solar system. Most of the Dalki planets are located in the back. The Dalki shared planets with the humans in this particular solar system. By the time the war broke out, the Dalki had already conquered half of those planets, while the rest were occupied by the humans. While the two have not yet broken out into conflict, they are vying with each other for control of more planets. Each planet had unique resources, and Dalki and humans sometimes erupted into conflict over those resources, which was one of the reasons this observation tower existed, to prevent Dalki from ignoring the agreement and launching unauthorized attacks on humans. Contact the Dalki base immediately and ask if this is their force. If it isn't, we'll do our best to take care of it," the man ordered. "Understood, sir." Also, notify the military base in charge of the planet and tell them to immediately dispatch personnel to deal with this matter. At the other end of the desert, the black smoke was getting thicker and thicker, like some sort of signal that traveled in all directions. Even though Guopang shouted at his friend to hurry up and escape, the two of them didn't dare to move, their eyes staring intently at Daki, who stepped out of the ship. They felt the mighty pressure of this powerful creature as if they could not take their eyes off it. Dalki were taller than ordinary humans. This Dalki was about 2 meters tall, with well-defined muscles. The upper half of his body was exposed, wearing only an undershirt and boots. The appearance of the Daki was somewhat similar to the legendary dragons. The sides of his body and neck were covered with scales, his eyes were slender like snakes, his palms were like claws, and there was a long tail on his back. When Guopang saw the only vertebrae protruding from Daki's back, he was slightly relieved. This was because they knew that the fewer protrusions on a Daki's vertebrae, the weaker it was. It meant that they saw that this Darky was in the weakest category. Maybe we still have a chance. Guopang said loudly, it's too late to run away now, let's go together. Although Dalki were a half-human, half-beast race, their abilities in all aspects far exceeded those of humans faster, stronger, and even much higher intelligence. If they turned to run away, they had no chance of winning and could only fight. Guopang drew the club behind his back and prepared to meet the battle. Are you ready, Xiaoyu? However, what responded to him was silence, and a few seconds later, he heard the dull sound of falling to the ground. When he turned his head, he saw that his friend Xiaoyu had fallen to the ground, dead. Guopang froze, he didn't even see what had happened. Fear made him react instinctively. He swung the club in his hand with all his might and smashed it at Daki, but Daki easily grabbed the club with just one hand, then with a grip, the club instantly turned into pieces. Guopang was extremely shocked. He possessed 5 times the transcendent strength of an ordinary person, but he was unable to cause any damage to Daki. This place is really disgusting, Daki said in disgust. The two young girls continued to walk in the desert. The sand under their feet did not leave any footprints, and when the wind blew, all traces quickly disappeared. The only thing they could rely on was the map and the rising wisp of black smoke in front of them. Wait! Jinyuer, slow down, it's too hot, I can't walk anymore. Lin Yu complained. But Jinyuer seemed to completely ignore the heat of the desert. Her pace was so fast that she seemed to be sprinting, as if she was going to start trotting if she went any faster. I can't let them take our crystals. If they turn them in, our points will drop, and we might not be able to keep our first place. Jinyuer said anxiously. So what? It's not worth taking this risk for first place. Even without these crystals, our ranking will still be good. Why do you have to be first place? Lin Yu asked in disbelief. Jinyuer stopped and clenched her fists, wanting to say something but biting her lips and forcing herself to hold back. We're almost there, Jinyuer replied briefly. By now, the black smoke had obscured the sight ahead of them, and it was impossible to tell exactly where the smoke was coming from, but it was certain that there was nothing in the desert that could produce such a large amount of black smoke. What the hell is this burning? There's nothing in the desert that can catch fire. Lin Yu was puzzled in his heart. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly quickened her pace. She saw a small black dot in the sky from afar, and as she gradually got closer, she realized that it was spherical in shape, and that there was liquid dripping down from the bottom. What is that? Lin Yu asked. I don't know, it might be someone's ability. Jinyuer replied, maybe you can try to control it. Lin Yu decided to try, and before the object slammed into the ground, she planned to use her mind power to stop it in the air. Jinyuer, on the other hand, prepared herself in case the object was too heavy for Lin Yu to control. When the object was still a few meters from the ground, Lin Yu managed to stop it in the air and slowly brought it to them. However, a few seconds later, she let go of the nimbus in horror and let the object fall to the ground. Thud! There was a muffled thud as the object rolled onto the sand, trailing a trail of blood. That was definitely a head. Lin Yu's voice trembled as he said, did I see it right? That was a head? Is it the head of some kind of foreign beast, or something else? Maybe it's related to the black smoke in front. Jinyuer remained calm. How can you be so calm? Hurry up and go, our lives are much more important than those crystals. Lin Yu shouted, let's go back and tell the others. Jinyuer, however, fell into deep thought. If it's an intermediate level Fey beast, I should still be able to fight it with my full strength? She silently calculated in her mind. Now is not the time to play games. Jinyuer, I usually put up with your crazy ass, but right now we have to get out of here. Lin Yu continued to persuade, even though Jinyuer didn't say a word. Chapter 103, My Family. A tall figure appeared in the desert in the distance, tail swinging from side to side as it gradually approached them.
"What is that?" Lin Yu asked. This time, Jean Yuer didn't look as confident as she usually did.
Lin Yu had never seen Jean Yuer show an expression of fear. Even when she had faced one of the primordial families, Song Ichuan, she had never shown the slightest bit of fear. At this moment, Jean Yuer was like a completely different person. She hugged herself, her body trembling in the hot desert, her mouth murmuring in a low voice, "Mom, save me." Lin Yu finally got a good look at the creature at this time. They had seen the images countless times in their lessons, and the textbooks had repeatedly mentioned these creatures' Dalki. But this Dalki wasn't alone, it was dragging something behind it. "Oh? Here are two more." The Dalki's voice was hoarse and low. It looked towards the body it was dragging. It was Guo Peng's body. Although the head was gone, the limbs were still intact. Dalki stomped on the corpse and ripped off an arm with force. "It's a bit closer than the last throw, but it's still not easy to throw." Dalki laughed, and towards the direction of Jean Yuer and Lin Yu, he threw the arm out violently like a javelin. That arm was so fast that it seemed like the wind around it couldn't even affect its trajectory. Seeing that arm coming at speed, Lin Yu understood that her Nianli couldn't slow it down in such a short period of time. She quickly pulled Jean Yuer and the two of them narrowly avoided the attack. "Jean Yuer, we have to get out of here," Lin Yu said hurriedly, then violently threw his hand and slapped Jean Yuer's shoulder, leaving a red mark. This hard slap worked, and Jean Yuer stopped trembling and realized the crisis the two were currently in. "Ice road!" Jean Yuer shouted. She formed an ice path on the ground, then condensed ice blades under her own feet. "Do you know how to skate?" Jean Yuer asked. "No." "Then hold on tight." As soon as Jean Yuer put Lin Yu on her back, she began to skate along the ice path. Whenever the ice path was nearing its end, she quickly extended a new one in front of her. Their speed far exceeded running, and they quickly pulled away from Dalki. The best thing to do would be to get to the shelter first, then find a ship. Dalki thought to himself, the two of them are probably planning to go to the shelter, and if they sound the alarm before I get there, that could be a problem. Looks like I'll have to stop them first. As a matter of fact, Jean Yuer and Lin Yu's destination was that ruined well, wanting to go and inform Song Ichuan and the others. Jean Yuer was worried that Dalki had already set his sights on them, and her only hope was to rely on Song Ichuan's power. After repairing Li Rui's wounds, the robot once again changed back to the form of a suitcase, and Song Ichuan put it back into his backpack before moving Li Rui along to a nearby building that hadn't been damaged in the battle. Although there were no beds inside, it was clearly more suitable than staying outside in the hot desert. At this moment, Song Ichuan was staring at Li Rui, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe and had stitches in those open wounds. This was only temporary. Once they found someone with healing abilities, Li Rui's injuries would be completely healed, and there wouldn't be any traces left behind then. "Have we gone too far?" Song Ichuan muttered to himself. "Too much? Are you kidding?" Song Teng sneered, "Have you forgotten that this guy almost got us killed?" "Song Teng, don't forget the meaning of our existence." Song Ichuan continued, "Perhaps Li Rui's state of mind is similar to Arnold's in the beginning, and it was because of our existence that Arnold was able to endure all that he did. Have a little more sympathy for Li Rui." Just then, Li Rui's body moved slightly, then he slowly opened his eyes and lifted his body with great effort. He touched his side and realized that the pain didn't seem to be as intense anymore. "I advise you not to move." Song Ichuan reminded, "It's likely that the robot injected you with some kind of anesthetic or painkiller, and although you can't feel any pain now, the wound is still there. You'd better lie down and continue to rest." Li Rui followed Song Ichuan's advice and lay back down again. Seeing the unnatural expression on Song Ichuan's face, his heart was filled with complexity, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. "I know you hate me, and that you have the right to do so. But I feel there are some things I must tell you." Song Ichuan still avoided Li Rui's gaze, pretending to be unconcerned, although inwardly he actually wanted to know what Li Rui was going to say. "You might think that I chose the school and those who bullied me over you. But the truth is, I chose my family." Li Ridge took a deep breath and continued, "Actually, I have a sister, or rather, I used to have a sister. My family wasn't rich, and they saved their money to finally buy a level 3 alien book for my sister, expecting her to make a difference in the military. She was our family's hope, but in the second year of her enlistment, she was killed in a mission, which hit my parents so hard that they could no longer provide me with any support. So they told me not to fight as hard as my sister, just to live peacefully. But I didn't want them to have such a hard time, so when I came here, I was determined to take over my sister's responsibilities. The military's earth powers became my only option, and I hoped to gain more resources and improve my abilities through loyalty.
However, I underestimated their requirements.
After speaking, Li Rui exhaled a long breath, as if a stone weighing on his heart had finally fallen.
You have a good family. Song Ichwan said lightly, you should have listened to them. What do you think they would do if you died?
Believe me, they'd rather you go back safe and sound instead of becoming another victim. Li Rui's heart throbbed when he heard Song Ichwan's words. I see, maybe I should have chosen a peaceful life in the first place and not had to pursue those dangerous things. Li Rui responded, but this time I don't have a choice, those people are starting to threaten me, especially during this mission.
Is it Ding Yang and his men? Song Ichwan asked. How do you know about Ding Yang?
Li Rui asked in surprise. I know what they did to you, don't worry, they've gotten what they deserve. I did more than just break their fingers, they won't trouble you anymore.
Song Ichwan revealed a wry smile.
Li Rui felt a wave of panic when he saw the odd look that passed through Song Ichwan's eyes, the chilling feeling that made him just want to get as far away from Song Ichwan as possible.
It's not just Ding Yang you're talking about, is it? There's someone higher up? Song Ichwan's hand was placed on Li Rui's shoulder, his eyes becoming stern. Who is it? Tell me. Is it a teacher? Or an officer from the army?
I saw them enter the second-year building, so I know that must be someone from that department.
Song Ichwan only wanted to make the person behind the scenes pay at this point.
This wasn't just a retaliation against him personally, but it implicated the people around him. Although he had long heard some rumors about corruption in the military academy, the situation here was even worse than he had imagined. Li Rui hesitated for a moment. He knew that once he told Song Ichwan the truth, Song Ichwan would definitely be involved in this matter, but he also felt isolated at the same time, and eventually chose to speak up.
Actually,
just as Li Rui was about to tell the truth, a scream suddenly came from outside.
Chapter 104 Fighting. Song Ichwan. Li Rui. Su Ran.
Lin Yu's shouts came from outside. The two of them immediately rushed out of the house, only to see that Lin Yu was being carried on Jean Yuer's back as she slid over from the distance. By the time they arrived, Jean Yuer had collapsed onto the sand exhausted, and Lin Yu had fallen off her back.
Are you okay? Lin Yu asked Jean Yuer with concern.
I've used up all my strength, I'm afraid there's no way I can help fight anymore.
Jean Yuer panted.
She had used up almost all of her powers in order to lead Lin Yu to a quick escape, and even though they had pulled away from the enemy by some distance, she could still feel that the enemy was in hot pursuit behind them. As the two of them looked at the dunes in the distance, they could vaguely see a figure slowly walking towards them.
What's happening? Are those who stole the crystals chasing you? Li Rij asked worriedly. No, it's Daki. Lin Yu replied, fear written all over his face.
Su Ran walked through the desert, slowly advancing towards the previously abandoned well building, the sand under his feet loose and weak. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and every time a drop of sweat landed on the sand, it was evaporated almost instantly. He wasn't far from the well building, but his stamina was draining away, and he felt weaker and weaker as his pace grew slower and slower. Walking under the sun all the time isn't a solution, Su Ran thought in his heart. His physical quality was stronger than that of an ordinary person, but at this moment, he felt weaker than an ordinary person. The only explanation, perhaps, was that this planet's sun was stronger than the suns of Earth and the Red Portal planet. The Red Portal planet was dark for half of the year, while the sunlight on this planet was almost nowhere to be found right now. At this point, Su Ran's MC amount had almost recovered, and he couldn't wait to cast his Shadow Cloak skill. Just as he was about to activate the skill, the system suddenly transmitted a message that worried him. Prolonged exposure to sunlight has been recognized.
Your body is further weakened. All attributes will be reduced by 80%. What? Su Ran exclaimed, 80%?
Su Ran instantly fell to his knees, as if his entire body's strength had been sucked dry by the sunlight. Even worse, he began to feel as if his skin was being burned, and his skin became strangely itchy, almost unbearable.
What in the world is happening? System, save me. Please tell me. Su Ran cried out in desperation. You are already a vampire. The system replied coldly, haven't you read those vampire novels?
Of course, prolonged exposure to sunlight will bring about serious consequences.
Then what will happen if I continue to stay under the sunlight? Su Ran's face was pale and his mood was incredibly tense. Well, your attributes will continue to diminish until eventually snap.
The system said in an extremely relaxed tone, as if this didn't have any effect.
I don't want to know what snap actually means, I've had enough. Su Ran shouted. Skill activation, Shadow Cloak. The shadows under Su Ran's feet began to gradually spread, like black currents, slowly covering his entire body. From the soles of his feet to the top of his head, his entire body was wrapped in shadow. The skill was more hidden in the darkness, and under this blazing sun, Su Ran's appearance stood out abnormally, as if he was a moving black silhouette in the desert. With the activation of the skill, Su Ran felt his strength begin to recover and his body gradually return to normal. Attributes have returned to normal. Although his MC quantity had not fully recovered, Su Ran was not worried. He was on his way back to the team, and with Jin Yuer and Song Ichuan protecting him, he didn't need to utilize any more of his abilities for the time being. Therefore, he decided not to rush his recovery for now, and rushed back to the team as soon as possible. Doki, are you sure? Song Ichuan asked doubtfully. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky, flying towards them. That shadow smashed into the metal device in the center of the well at an extremely fast speed, and the huge impact directly knocked the device into pieces, sending dust flying and obscuring the spot where Doki had landed. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Doki, standing in the center of the debris, gradually became visible. What kind of junk is this? Doki said disdainfully as he looked at the shards of metal in his hands. This isn't a shelter at all. His gaze then locked onto the 4 students standing in front of him. Tell me where the shelter is. Doki pointed at the metal scrap that was next to Linyu. I. Linyu was too frightened to speak, trembling as he reached out and pointed into the distance. The shelter is over there. Thank you, but unfortunately, you will not live to divulge my presence. With a flippant remark, Doki easily sliced through the shards of metal in his hand with his fingertip. As to make a makeshift spear. I cannot afford to fail in my mission. He said coldly before throwing the spear in the direction of the students. Danger! Song Ichuan immediately rushed to the front of the group, summoning a wall of ice to block them. That's not enough. Jin Yuer, who was still lying on the ground, said weakly. She raised her hand and helped Song Ichuan thicken the ice wall. The spear slammed into the first ice wall, which slowed it down slightly, but it still penetrated the first layer of the ice wall and continued to advance. I'll help too. Li Rui suddenly rushed to the front of the ice wall and pressed his hands on the ground, and with a tremor, the ground slowly raised a wall of earth, forming a third line of defense. The spear penetrated through the 3 layers of defense and finally stopped advancing through Li Rui's earth wall. Oh, it looks like you Earthlings are already starting to know how to train. Doki sneered. Looks like we'll have to start the war again sooner rather than later, or you'll get even stronger. Ah no. Quickly help us. Song Ichuan shouted. No. Sino's voice came from deep inside. If you don't help, we'll all die. Song Ichuan said eagerly. You said you would take me to see Su Ran, but I can't see Su Ran at all right now. Are you lying to me? Just like everyone else lied to me? Si Nuwa questioned angrily. Don't pay any attention to that brat. Song Tang took over Song Ichuan's body and started moving. As Doki continued to rush towards them, Song Tang quickly pressed his hands on the ground and an ice path quickly extended to Doki's feet. Ugly bastard, come try my flames. Song Tang taunted loudly, and then a huge stream of flames erupted from his hands and attacked Doki. However, it was as if the flames were sucked away by some force, and all the flames began to converge in Doki's direction. Thanks for the hospitality, Doki said with a cold smile. I haven't tasted anything this delicious in years. Just as everyone was feeling desperate, suddenly the light around them began to be swallowed up by shadows and the entire area was plunged into darkness. What is this? Lin Yu asked in horror. I don't know, but it's definitely not Darky's power. Jin Yuer replied in surprise. Just as everyone was confused, a powerful shadow force wrapped around the entire battlefield. Chapter 105 Shadow Boundary. Pitch black shadows slowly surrounded them from all sides, eventually enveloping the entire area in a purple-black shadow. It's finished. We're dead this time. Lin Yu shouted. Jin Yuer saw that Doki was similarly confused by the shadows around him, as if it didn't understand what was happening either. Don't be afraid, it looks like the Doki is just as confused as we are, it's probably for this reason that it didn't attack us. Jin Yuer said. There was always fear of the unknown, and the Doki now faced something it had never seen before.
It entered a state of combat readiness, sensing that there was some kind of unknown power peering at it from within the shadows, not just the 4 humans in front of it. Just then, a blood-red clawed shadow flew out of the shadows and straight at the donkey. It quickly turned around and crossed its arms, blocking itself. The blow didn't do much damage to it, and was followed by 4 more attacks of the same color coming at it. Dalki did its best to fend off the attacks with its hard skin. They didn't hurt it, but it felt a pressure it had never felt before. For the first time since it had set foot on this tiny planet, it was forced back a few steps by a human attack. As it lowered its arms, a figure appeared in front of it. "Oh, so it's you?" Dalki sneered. It was a seemingly ordinary teenager, but this teenager was actually able to force it back, and Dalki was shocked. Just as Su Ran unleashed his first strike, his shadow cloak disappeared, revealing his true identity. The problem was that Su Ran had very few MC points left. Initially, he had 90 points, but he had consumed 10 points when he used his Cloak of Shadows, and when he arrived at the battlefield, he only had 80 points left. Now that he had cast the Shadow Void skill, he only had 30 MC points left, and he had to use them carefully. "That's Su Ran!" Li Rue shouted, "What's going on with this power? I can't see it at all." Jean Yuer was also shocked when she saw that the number displayed on Su Ran's wrist was 6. His ability level is even higher than mine. Could it be that he's been hiding his power? Jean Yuer exclaimed. "He must have his reasons," Lin Yu interjected, "but right now, I'm afraid that he's facing an enemy that even he can't cope with." Lin Yu felt helpless. Her arrows were completely ineffective against Dalki, unable to even interfere. Jean Yuer's MC was depleted, and Li Rue's strength was too weak to help. The only one who could help now was Song Ichuan. "Please, Song Ichuan, help Su Ran." Lin Yu pleaded, "You must join forces to defeat it." However, the one controlling the body at the moment was not Song Ichuan, but Song Tang. "How is the little guy doing?" Song Tang asked. "He's still in a deep sleep." Song Ichuan replied. "Looks like I'll have to deal with this trouble myself." Song Tang said. Dalki casually picked up a broken metal plate from the ground, which was the remains of the base. Although the surroundings were shrouded in shadow, there were still a large number of metal fragments scattered on the ground. Dalki used his sharp claws to build the metal plate into a sharp spear once again. "It seems I can't get out of this shadow boundary you created. Since I can't escape, I'll have to fight," Dalki said with a cold smile. It did not know Su Ran's true intentions. In fact, Su Ran's only purpose for creating this boundary was to block the sunlight so that he could fight at full strength. "Come on. Let me see how strong you are." Dalki roared, and the metal spear in his hand was violently thrown at Su Ran. The speed of the spear was extremely fast, reaching Su Ran's face in almost the blink of an eye. "He can't block it!" Lin Yu exclaimed, "We have to help." Even before her words left her mouth, Su Ran had already deployed his shadow control skill, creating a black circular shield in front of him. "This isn't strong enough?" Jean Yuer shouted, "Why isn't he dodging?" When Song Ichuan saw Su Ran's movements, a sudden light flashed in his mind. The spear flew swiftly, its tip slamming into Su Ran's black shadow shield. But strangely enough, the spear seemed to be slowly swallowed up, as if it was plunged into a bottomless abyss. Su Ran seized the opportunity and dodged sideways while removing the shadow shield, the spear continuing to fly out with inertia. "Awesome!" Song Ichuan shouted excitedly. Su Ran's shadow ability is simply Dalki's nemesis. No matter how powerful the attack is, as long as it is blocked by the shadow, it will slow down. The Dalki froze, and this was their chance. Song Tang waved his hand and summoned an ice spear, which was quickly thrown at Dalki. The ice spear instantly shattered into countless ice crystals when it touched Dalki's skin. But this was exactly the effect Song Ichuan wanted to divert Dalki's attention. "Boring," Dalki said disdainfully, "I'm more interested in that kid." Dalki turned around and headed straight for Su Ran. Su Ran knew that he couldn't run from Dalki at all, and his only option was to fight. But he had yet to find a way that could actually hurt Dalki. "Hey, kid!" Song Tang shouted, "Its skin is too hard, attacking its interior will only work." Su Ran's mind lit up, he knew what to do. When the Dalki was a few meters away, it suddenly leapt up, its claws spread wide and its hands raised high above its head, ready to launch a fatal blow at Su Ran. Su Ran quickly cast his shadow shield above himself, and the Dalki's fist sank into the eerie shadow. MC 2100. Dalki could feel the speed of its attack rapidly slowing down as it touched the strange shadow, but it managed to pull both fists out of the shadow with its incredible strength. Every one of Su Ran's defenses was draining the amount of his shadow system MC, and he now had to end this fight as quickly as possible. Not distracted by his first defeat, Daki once again kicked hard at Su Ran, who once again blocked the attack with his shadow shield.
MC, 10-100. Its attack is too strong, I can withstand it at most one more time.
Su Ran thought darkly.
He knew that a single defense would no longer create an opportunity for him, and he had to take a more risky course of action.
When Daki swung his fist to attack again, Su Ran wrapped his shadow around Daki's fist quickly.
MC, 0-100.
The shadow began to fade, and Su Ran knew he only had a few seconds left before the sunlight would be exposed to him. He watched as Dalki's other fist swung, and glared violently into Dalki's eyes.
Skill, Charm.
Even though Daki was a powerful opponent and this skill would most likely fail, Su Ran clearly knew that he had to try even if there was only a slight chance. Charm successful, opponent has been shocked. However, Su Ran's next move would require more time, and the short stun wasn't enough for him to complete it. Su Ran dodges behind Daki using dodge step, and quickly assumes a stance, ready to make his strongest attack, the Bloodhammer strike. At the last moment, he infused his blood power into it and exploded into his strongest strike. Su Ran's fist smashed hard against Daki's hard back, and the air around him was shaken and tumbled. A moment later, Daki fell to one knee, and the blow struck straight into his internal organs, finally causing Daki to suffer effective damage.
You are receiving direct sunlight. All attributes reduced by 70%.
Su Ran thought that the fight was over, but he didn't expect Daki to suddenly swing his fist, hitting him in the ribs and sending his entire body flying out.
Fatal strike. Fractured ribs. HP remaining, 1265.
Daki stood up and wiped the green blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile.
I haven't had enough fun yet, kid. Chapter 106 Blood Bowl. Just the moment Daki fell, everyone's morale was suddenly ignited. For the first time since the battle had begun, they felt the glow of hope. No one knew why Su Ran had suddenly become so powerful, or why he had been hiding his power before, but at the moment, they didn't care, and only one thought echoed in their minds. I want to live. After seeing Su Ran's powerful attack, all of them felt that they might actually have a chance to survive, but the strength of this hope didn't last long. Just a few seconds after Daki fell to the ground, it swung its fist violently, sending Su Ran flying straight away. Su Ran's body went through the still intact building and hit the wall hard before collapsing to the ground. Is he alright? Li Rui shouted.
Don't worry, his ability to withstand a fight is much stronger than you think, Song Ichwan said calmly. Believe me, I've had first-hand experience, and an attack like that isn't enough to kill him. Lin Yu raised his head to the sky and suddenly thought of a very important thing. As long as Su Ran had enough blood, he would be able to recover. But right now, Su Ran was clearly restricted in some way, and she knew very well that the reason for all of this was none other than the sun. She finally understood why Su Ran had created a shadow barrier to envelop everyone in the middle of the battle. This way, even though the sun was still shining, Su Ran was still able to fight so well. Looking at the sky, Lin Yu realized that the sun was slowly sinking in the west, and the dazzling yellow color was beginning to change to orange. In a little while, night would descend upon this planet. We have to hurry and help Su Ran, she shouted to the others. Her shouts didn't do any good. No one dared to move forward, including herself. Even though she wanted to rush up to help, it was undoubtedly suicidal to rush up in the face of such a powerful enemy. What an impressive sight! Daki said with a fierce smile, his mouth full of sharp teeth on display, as if they were sharp and interlocked like a crocodile. To actually break through my hard skin and inflict damage on me from the inside. I've heard of your Earthling's supernatural powers, and before I didn't believe that it was of any use. But now it seems that I've changed my opinion somewhat. Just as Daki took a step closer to Su Ran, something strange happened. The spike on its back began to pulsate slightly, flickering with a hint of blue light. Did you guys know? The more injured we Dalki are, the more powerful we become. It revealed an evil smile. Everyone could feel the energy in the Dalki's body, and every time the spikes on its back flickered, the oppressive feeling grew stronger. As Daki tried to take the next step, he realized that he seemed to be pulled by some kind of invisible force field, and his actions became abnormally slow. This power is another kid? Impossible, he hasn't moved since he used his ice gun. Daki thought in his heart. Song Ichwan stretched out his hands and seemed to be controlling Daki's movements. What does this ugly monster want? In the dark room in Song Ichwan's mind, Sino took Song Ichwan's place. Is it trying to take Su Ran away from me? He roared.
Daki turned his head with difficulty and spotted Song Ichwan standing in the distance. It's that sub, but how did he suddenly become so strong? He wasn't this powerful before. Earthlings are completely different from what we know, and these kids are still just students. Daki grew more and more ecstatic, and the desire to fight swelled more and more in its heart. The others were shocked by Song Ichwan's powerful Nianli ability. Song Ichwan was currently focusing all of his MCs on his Nianli, blocking Daki's movements with all his might. Meanwhile, Su Ran was barely getting up from the ground. His injuries were too severe and he had no choice but to use the blood stored in the blood bank. 100 milliliters of blood used. HP restored by 50 points. Current HP, 6365. Blood bank depleted. With the rapid depletion of blood, Su Ran's body immediately began to heal itself. Compared to natural recovery, this healing was far too fast. However, a new problem ensued. The ceiling of the building had collapsed, and with the sunlight shining directly in, Su Ran's movements became abnormally sluggish, and his strength was rapidly diminishing. Song Ichwan, how long can you hold out? Lin Yu asked. But Sino didn't answer. He didn't like strangers calling his name, besides he was concentrating. Despite Sino's strength, he still couldn't completely stop Daki's advance. Relying on his strong physical strength, Daki was breaking through the Nianli barrier little by little and continued to close in on them. Lin Yu looked at Su Ran and saw him slowly stand up as the sun behind him gradually sank in the west. Even if it gets dark, will Su Ran be able to defeat this kind of monster? This monster is too strong. Lin Yu thought in her heart. Suddenly, she recalled something Su Ran had once told her: whenever he sucked other people's blood, his power would increase. She didn't know the exact details, but at the moment, any way she could change the situation she was willing to try. She knelt beside Jean Yuer and pleaded, Yuer, I know you're weak right now, but could you help me make an ice bowl? I know it sounds strange, but you have to trust me. Exhaustion was written all over Jean Yuer's face, not just physical exhaustion, but also a mental breakdown. She didn't respond to Lin Yu, but still raised her hands and coalesced a small ice bowl. Next, Lin Yu didn't ask for Jean Yuer's opinion anymore. She directly took out an arrow from her arrow pouch and used the tip of the arrow to make a small cut on Jean Yuer's palm. Strangely enough, Jean Yuer did not react to this bit of pain, proving that her condition was indeed terrible. Lin Yu let Jean Yuer's blood drip into the ice bowl, then, she herself made a slit in her palm and blood dripped into it. Finally, she walked towards Li Rue. Li Rue, if you want to live, let us do this. Lin Yu said with a determined look. Without any objections, Li Rue let his blood flow into the ice bowl. Daki was still advancing slowly, sweat dripping down from Sino's forehead. This monster is ridiculously strong. Sino said through gritted teeth. Hang in there. Hold on a little longer, wait for the sun to go down. Song Ichwan shouted. Sinua, vent out all your grievances and make this monster the culprit. Song Tang encouraged from the side. Sino gritted his teeth and continued to stop Daki with all his might. At this moment, Lin Yu appeared beside Sino with an ice bowl nearly filled with blood. I know you're busy, but for Su Ran's sake, I need your help. She said. She used an arrow to make a small cut on Song Ichwan's leg, and blood slowly flowed into the bowl. Once the bowl was finally filled, Lin Yu headed in Su Ran's direction. She didn't know if this was effective or how much blood was needed, but now she had no choice. Daki saw Lin Yu's movements, but at this moment, it had no time to care. Right now, the boy controlling its movements was its biggest threat. Su Ran, are you okay? Lin Yu shouted as he ran. It's okay, I'm just waiting for the sun to go down. The sun hasn't fully set yet, and I don't have quite enough power. But it looks like Song Ichwan has temporarily slowed it down. Su Ran replied. Both of them looked towards the horizon, where the last vestiges of the sun's afterglow were fading away. As the sun set, Su Ran's power was slowly recovering. Drink this. Lin Yu handed Su Ran a bowl full of blood. What is this? Su Ran asked suspiciously. This is the blood of all of us, I think it can help you. Lin Yu said. Su Ran had never drunk the blood of Song Ichwan, Jean Yuer, or Li Ruiqi, so this bowl of blood would give him 3 additional attribute bonuses. Although he wasn't sure exactly what attributes would be added, right now, he needed all the power he could get to help him reverse the situation. Su Ran took the bowl and drank the blood in one gulp. Chapter 107, Shadow System plus Blood System. HP, 6565. Blood Bank full. Agility plus 2. Gained 1 free attribute point.
A series of messages flashed before Su Ran's eyes, causing him to smile, but the last message was the most exciting.
You are no longer affected by sunlight. All attributes return to normal. Su Ran felt refreshed after drinking the blood from the bowl in one go. His blood bank was full and his body was fully restored. Most importantly, the sun had finally disappeared below the horizon and night had fallen. I can't hold out much longer, I'm too tired. Sino complained. The confrontation with Daki had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He wasn't as obsessed with fighting as Song Tang was, so he relinquished control and handed his body back to Song Ichuan once again. Song Ichuan was the weakest of the three, and could only use one ability and one consciousness at a time. Just as soon as he switched positions, Daki immediately felt a drastic reduction in pressure. Daki violently realized that he was able to move again, and the irresistible power he had felt before now became insignificant. I thought this kid had something special, but it turned out to be nothing more than a delay. Daki thought in his heart. Su Ran saw this scene and knew that the situation was not good. He had just gained 2 points of agility, raising his agility to 18, and with the addition of his boots, it totaled to 22 points. Seeing that Daki was charging towards Song Ichuan, Su Ran had to make a quick decision, and he didn't hesitate to add his free attribute points to his agility as well, which now totaled 23 points. He then activated the acceleration function of his boots and rushed towards Daki's location with all his might. Even if Song Ichuan wasn't in danger at the moment, Su Ran would still add his attribute points to agility. Daki's strength was too strong for Su Ran to fight against him head-on. Although Daki was also fast, he still wasn't as fast as Su Ran. With the extra attribute points and the boots performance, Su Ran was able to barely dodge Daki's attacks. With great speed, he rushed from the building to where the others were in a matter of seconds. When he was in attack range, he cast a blood blade, the attack splitting the dunes and heading straight for Daki. The Daki jerked back at the last moment, the attack only passing over the tip of its snout, before turning its head to look at Su Ran and realizing that he was in perfect condition. How is this possible? You should have been dying long ago. Daki said in surprise. By this time, Song Ichuan had collapsed to the ground, all of his MC points depleted. I'll leave it to you next, Su Ran. He said powerlessly. Daki charged fiercely at Su Ran, and Su Ran felt blood and adrenaline surging throughout his body as his entire being entered a state of extreme concentration, waiting for Dalki's attack to come. Dalki swung his sharp claws, aiming straight for Su Ran's head. Su Ran quickly crouched down and simultaneously threw a punch, casting blood rain at close range. The attack managed to force Daki back a few steps. HP 60-65. The battle continued in this manner, as Su Ran continued to dodge Daki's attacks, facilitating the use of blood-based abilities to push Daki away whenever he pushed him too close. Su Ran's life value was also dropping a little bit. HP 48-65. What's he doing? Jinuera was puzzled. His attacks are too weak to hurt Daki. Why isn't he using that powerful attack from before anymore? I think he's stalling for time. Song Ichuan said, still paying attention to the battle even though he was currently sitting on the ground, but what he's waiting for, I don't know. Su Ran had to make sure that he couldn't be hit by Daki. Not only were Daki's attacks exceptionally powerful, even the slightest scratch would disable the performance of the boots Su Ran wore, which would drastically reduce his speed. However, despite the fact that he had been dodging, the boots' performance eventually expired as their duration came to an end. Seeing that one of Daki's sharp claws was about to hit him, Su Ran was forced to perform a flash step once again, instantly appearing behind Daki. I can only use flash step once more, anymore, and I'll completely run out of stamina. Su Ran said in his heart. Daki grew increasingly frustrated and roared angrily, "You little worm, I'm going to crush you to pieces." It violently raised both of its fists and slammed them hard into the ground, the immense force causing the ground to crumble and debris to fly up. This was not an attack meant to harm Su Ran, but more like an attempt to vent its anger. The splattered rocks quickly fell back to the ground, but Daki's move once again demonstrated its great power to everyone. Su Ran quickly took a few steps back, distancing himself from Daki and opening his status screen. MC 4100. This was the moment Su Ran had been waiting for. He had been waiting for his MC points to recover so that he could use his shadow system skill again. Since it was now night, he no longer needed to use the shadow void skill, but the bad thing was that his MC points would not continue to recover while the skill was active. During this time, Su Ran did his best to avoid Daki's attacks, focusing on dodging and waiting for a suitable opportunity. In fact, he had originally wanted to delay some more to recover more MC points, but it was becoming increasingly dangerous to keep dodging. Daki raised his head and was surprised to find Su Ran charging towards it. Finally decided to attack, did you? Daki shouted. Su Ran stretched out his hand, fingers together, and released a blood-red line of energy. Just as the Daki intended to dodge, the shadows beneath its feet suddenly began to move. The shadow spread and grabbed onto the line of blood-colored energy, holding it firmly in place. At the same time, the other end of the shadow connected to Su Ran's hand. To the eyes of the others, Su Ran seemed to be wielding a huge red-black scythe. The black shadow extended from Su Ran's hand, and the curved blood-colored energy seemed to have become the blade of the scythe, held tightly by the shadow. There was still a distance between the two sides, but Su Ran still swung the shadow scythe. Instead of feeling scared, the darky looked a little confused. It knew that it was impossible for the scythe to attack itself from such a distance. However, as the scythe swung out, the red energy seemed to extend. Just before Daki could react, the red energy blade struck it directly in the side. Daki was knocked back a few steps and felt a stabbing pain. Looking down, he realized that his ribs had been slashed open with a huge wound, and green blood was seeping out of the wound. This was the result of Su Ran's week of hard practice in Rogue's Room. He had been trying to combine his shadow system skills with his blood system abilities, and after countless failures, he had finally found this effective way of fighting. Chapter 108 Sacrifice. Under Su Ran's brand new attack combining shadow and blood blades, Daki's body was shattered and the blood blades dissipated into the air. HP 4765. MC 35100. Su Ran combined the shadow skill with the blood blade skill to create a stronger combination skill. While the shadow controlled the blood blade, his power was infused into the attack. Not only did the shadow's effect make the attack more flexible, it also dramatically increased the range and power of the attack, allowing the blood blade, which was originally only 5 meters, to reach a much longer distance. However, Su Ran faced two problems. First, if the shadow couldn't catch the blood blade, the attack would be ineffective. Second, the attack would dissipate immediately after hitting, making it impossible to use it continuously. Moreover, using the shadow skill would also consume MC points, and this point also caused Su Ran quite a headache. At this moment, Daki's body was still dripping blood, and the spine spikes behind it began to pulse rapidly, glowing with light. Seeing that Daki was injured, Su Ran's heart was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he charged over again. "Come on! Keep attacking me!" Daki roared. Su Ran threw the blood blade into the air, then quickly grabbed it with his shadow and slashed at Daki from above. The attack was faster than Daki had expected, and it merely had time to raise its arms to parry it. The blood blade managed to hit, and Daki was knocked to the ground, green blood oozing from its arms. However, it paid no mind to its wounds and stood up to charge at Su Ran once again. Is this monster crazy? Lin Yu wondered in his heart. I've always heard that Dalki are a highly intelligent race, but why does it look like a mangler? Su Ran's brows also furrowed. Despite the effectiveness of his attacks, the Dalki's behavior was getting weirder and weirder. Just as he was about to swing the shadow scythe again, the Dalki unexpectedly leapt up quickly and easily dodged the blow. It's gotten faster. Su Ran exclaimed. I've already said it, Darky sneered, the more injured we Darkies are, the stronger we become. Before the words left its mouth, it had already swung its fist towards Su Ran's face. Su Ran was forced to block the blow with his shadow, but immediately afterward, the Dalki swiftly kicked out, so fast that Su Ran couldn't react in time. The kick landed heavily on Su Ran's ribs, and Su Ran was instantly knocked out, his ribs breaking once again. Life value, 365. Blood bank automatically activated. Life, 5365. Su Ran's body rapidly healed in the air, his bones resetting. He plunged his hands into the sand, desperately trying to slow himself down, and eventually came to a stop. I can't win, Su Ran muttered, even if I give it my all, it's still too strong. Wake up, Su Ran. The system's voice sounded in his mind, you've only been a vampire for a few weeks, how can you easily defeat such an enemy? The most important thing now is to survive. Su Ran understood that the only way to do so was to obtain more blood, only then would he be able to use his blood blade attack consistently. He quickly turned on the speed performance of his boots and charged towards Daki. At this moment, a sardonic smile surfaced on Daki's face, while Su Ran saw that his teammates' faces were filled with terror. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Su Ran shouted. Seeing that Daki's attack was about to fall, Su Ran used his flash step in time, instantly bypassing Daki and running towards his teammates. Lin Yu had already bypassed the battlefield and joined up with the others. At this moment, she looked at Su Ran's figure, her heart filled with doubts and worries. What does he want? Is he asking us to run away? Lin Yu thought to herself. I need blood. Su Ran shouted, without blood, I can't defeat Daki. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and quickly cut open his palm. Jean Yuer had also prepared an ice bowl. Although she didn't understand what Lin Yu had done last time, she knew that Su Ran had gotten stronger, and now he was their only hope. However, when they looked up, their hearts sank. Daki had already caught up with Su Ran, and not only had his strength increased, his speed had also increased significantly. Just as Su Ran was about to receive the blood bowl, Daki's fist had already penetrated the flesh and bones were shattered. Blood splattered, but this time it wasn't Su Ran who was hit, it was Li Rui. Su Ran. Li Rui said weakly, blood gushing from his mouth, forgive me. Li Rui's body collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood quickly soaking the sand. At the critical moment, the only one who stood out to block the fatal blow for Su Ran was Li Rui. However, he also paid a heavy price. A huge shock struck Su Ran in his heart as he saw Li Rui's body fall to the ground. He had seen many people die, and some of them were even caused by his own hands. However, this was the first time he had witnessed the death of a person close to him. Su Ran immediately shouted, Li Rui. When Lin Yu heard Su Ran shout, he asked suspiciously, when did Li Rui run over there? I was staring at Su Ran the whole time and didn't pay attention to him. Jean Yuer replied. Me too, he must have rushed over when he saw Daki rushing towards Su Ran. Song Ichuan said in a deep voice. But why would he make such a sacrifice? Daki looked down at Li Rui, who had fallen to the ground, and sneered, how noble, sacrificing the weak to protect the strong. This is exactly how our race survives. Unfortunately, all of you will die with him. Su Ran's heart tightened, he didn't have any more cards left, his MC points had been used up, and all that was left were his original skills. I'm going to kill you. Su Ran yelled, even if it means putting myself on the line. Su Ran quickly opened his hands and sprayed a rain of blood at Daki. Although Daki's footsteps paused slightly, it still had a sneer on its face. HP, 4865. This move originally wouldn't have caused much damage, but Daki had already been hit hard by Su Ran's shadow scythe attack before, and its defense hadn't been enhanced. Su Ran sprayed a shower of blood once again. HP, 4365. Su Ran didn't stop and continued to spray a rain of blood rapidly. Ugh! It seems to be working. Lin Yu exclaimed. However, Song Ichuan wasn't too sure. He didn't understand Su Ran's attack mechanism, as Su Ran had never explained it in detail. Moreover, he noticed that Su Ran's face seemed to become paler every time he launched an attack. HP, 3865. HP, 3365. I will kill you. Su Ran continued to roar, after I get you killed, I'll suck your blood dry until you turn into a walking corpse. He roared madly, seemingly having lost his mind. Right at this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Blood Rain skill upgraded. Blood Rain is now level 2. Su Ran spewed out the enhanced Blood Rain once again, and this time, it was more powerful and had a greater range. The wounds on Daki's body split open and more green blood flowed out of them. HP, 2865. HP, 2365. Meanwhile, his teammates ran to Li Rui's side to check his condition, and then laid him flat on the ground. Despite Li Rui's huge wound, he was actually still breathing. What should we do? Lin Yu cried, he'll bleed to death. The robot can't, it can only repair small wounds. Jean Yuer shook her head and said. Perhaps we should end his suffering here. Song Ichuan suddenly said. Hearing Song Ichuan's words, Lin Yu and Jean Yuer's eyes widened in surprise as they looked at him incredulously. You're kidding. I know that Li Rui did something wrong before, but we can't just give up on him like this. Lin Yu retorted angrily. Song Ichuan sighed, you misunderstood, Lin Yu. I'm not trying to punish Li Rui, I just don't want him to continue suffering. His injuries are too severe, he'll last a few more minutes at most, so it's better to let him go peacefully. However, before they could make a decision, the situation on the field changed once again. Chapter 109 Blood Sacrifice. Su Ran's blood rain attack suddenly stopped. The crowd turned their heads to look and saw Su Ran kneeling on one knee while Daki remained standing, green blood flowing out from multiple wounds on its body. Su Ran was already exhausted. Although his blood rain attack had increased in power, it had also used up a great deal of his physical strength. At this moment, his body was drenched in sweat and his muscles were constantly spasming. He looked at Daki, who was still standing, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. No. If Li Rui can fight for his life, I can't back down either. Song Yichuan suddenly shouted and rushed towards Daki. However, right at this moment, a huge metal object flew over Song Yichuan's head and inserted itself between Su Ran and Daki. You guys, retreat immediately.
A voice came out of the metal object, followed by another metal object landing on the field. It turned out to be two mechanical battle armor, and they immediately engaged Daki in a fierce battle.
Move. Song Yichuan shouldered Li Rui and shouted urgently.
Su Ran hurriedly ran to Li Rui's side and whispered, I'm sorry, Li Rui.
You saved me.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, if you want to save him, you must act immediately.
I can save him? But how can this kind of injury be cured?
It's true that it can't be cured, but if he is no longer human and gets enough blood, he can survive this. As long as the heart and brain core are undamaged, he can still be saved. You must make a decision as soon as possible.
Whether or not to initiate the blood sacrifice ceremony?
At this critical moment, the system gave him a choice whether or not to turn Li Rui into a vampire. If the system had asked him out of the blue as it usually did, Su Ran would likely have refused.
After all, Li Rui had betrayed them, and although it seemed like he wouldn't do it again now, who could guarantee it?
Su Ran was actually more willing to let Lin Yu or Song Yichuan become vampires. They had been helping him during this time. However, at this moment, loyalty or not, right or wrong no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was whether or not Su Ran wanted to save Li Rui's life.
Turning into a vampire is better than dying, right?
Su Ran muttered, making up his mind.
I do.
Su Ran said firmly.
Yes.
When Su Ran confirmed that he wanted to make Li Rui a vampire, a new system screen appeared before him, showing him the next steps in detail.
Su Ran, what happened to your eyes? Lin Yu asked in surprise.
Su Ran himself didn't know what had happened when he initiated the blood sacrifice ceremony. His eyes began to glow, and faint red circles appeared around his pupils, similar to the way they looked when he used his mind control skill. Afterwards, Su Ran followed the system's instructions and began to proceed step by step. Please inject the host's blood into the target's mouth. Su Ran put his equipment into dimensional space and cut his hand with the tip of Lin Yu's arrow, the blood slowly flowing into Li Rui's mouth. At this moment, Li Rui was on the verge of stopping breathing, but as the blood dripped into him, his fingers began to twitch slightly, and a warm sensation gradually spread through his body. The blood cells in Su Ran's body began to attach themselves to Li Rui's cells, slowly changing Li Rui's body. Li Rui's eyes snapped open, and his pupils glowed red. Su Ran felt a strange connection, as if he could see the changes within Li Rui's body. Su Ran, it's not enough, the transformation has only just begun, he still needs the blood of others to survive. The system suddenly shouted. Please, I need your help. Su Ran pleaded eagerly. At this moment, Li Rui's body began to tremble violently, his wounds still hadn't healed, but he was alive.
Su Ran hurriedly grabbed Li Rui's hands, quickly press his mouth. He shouted.
Song Yichuan quickly moved to the top of Li Rui's head and endeavored to press Li Rui's mouth. Li Rui frantically flung his head from side to side, like a wild beast caught in a frenzy.
Su Ran, why does he look like he's having an epileptic fit? Lin Yu asked in alarm. Su Ran was silent, the expression on his face already said it all.
Everyone finally realized that Su Ran wanted to save Li Rui's life by turning him into a vampire. Following Su Ran's instructions, everyone retore their previous wounds and dripped blood into Li Rui's mouth. Gradually, the wound on Li Rui's abdomen began to heal, the cells were repairing the wound at a high speed. The scene was like a miracle.
What kind of magic is this? Jin Yuer couldn't help but marvel.
Lin Yu and Song Yichuan, on the other hand, had worried faces. The two of them knew exactly what was happening.
Li Rui's struggles slowly diminished, and eventually his eyes closed, completely calming down. Is he still alive? Lin Yu asked apprehensively.
Song Yichuan put his ear to Li Rui's chest and could barely hear any heartbeat, but just as he was about to give up, the faint sound of a heartbeat suddenly came.
Should still be alive, Song Yichuan said with a few moments of confusion in his tone.
He then checked Li Rui's breathing and confirmed that he was indeed still alive. Just then, Su Ran received a system message.
Blood sacrifice ceremony successful. Target successfully transformed into a vampire servant. Current members, 1-2. Vampire servant created. New clan created. Please name your clan.
Su Ran's heart was filled with doubts when he saw these prompts, but the first thing he needed to address was the issue of naming a clan.
Family?
Since you have transformed Li Rude, he now belongs to your clan.
He bleeds your blood and thus becomes a member of your clan.
Everyone who transforms a vampire has the responsibility to take care of their family members.
The system explained. Su Ran's heart was filled with complex emotions. Although his ability had allowed Li Rue to become stronger, Li Rue's dependence on blood had become even deeper now. Without blood, he didn't know how to survive. What would he do in 2 days if there were no humans around to supply him with blood? He couldn't drink the blood of beasts, and every time he used a blood skill, it only made him more dependent on blood.
Clan name, Cursed Clan. This was the only feeling Su Ran had at this moment. Just then, a loud bang came from the crowd, and they turned their heads to look, only to see that a darky was standing on a mech, frantically tearing at its arm, covered in blood, its appearance hideous as a wild beast.
"Ha, it looks like we're lucky that it's only a single spiked darky."
A voice came from behind them, and the crowd turned around to see Snapply standing behind them.
He looked different from his usual appearance. Usually he was always in military uniform and wearing his katana.
But at the moment, he was wearing a suit of black and red light armor with a Japanese oni painted on his chest, the evil spirit's face grim and its horns high. This kind of gadget does not require summoning someone else or using my soul weapon.
Lee Snap said coldly. Chapter 110 Green Blood.
In the conference room of the 2nd Military Base, the meeting went on as scheduled. The commander-in-chief still hadn't shown up, so Chen Wang and Du Jin had to deal with the situation alone. There are reports from Planet Karate that a Dalki ship has crashed,
Chen Wang said.
At this moment, several first-year sergeants revealed shocked looks.
Don't worry, it looks like it should just be a lost ship. Chen Wang continued to explain, the command tower made contact with the Dalki, and they claim it was a defector. Goddamn Dalki. Du Jin slapped the table angrily, every year they keep encroaching on our territory.
However, this time, there is only one ship and a maximum of 2 darkies, Chen Wang said. Without waiting for Chen Wang to finish his sentence, Li Snap suddenly stood up from his seat and bowed his head to Chen Wang. Please let me go on the mission. These students are still too young to be allowed to face such dangers on their first mission.
They must be protected.
Chen Wang was quite surprised by Li Snap's sudden initiative to ask for help. Usually when it came to situations like this, no one would be willing to risk their lives against the Dargis.
He had to wonder about the rumors about Snapply. Did he really have a deeper than average hatred for Dalki? Or did he really care so much about his students?
But in any case, if Li Primus was sent, then there would be no need to send any other teachers or sergeants.
Alright, that's settled.
Chen Wang said, Yin Fei and Su Li, the 2 of you stand by, and if there is any need for support, immediately go through the portal. After the meeting was over, everyone began to move on their own. Li Snap put on his equipment while Yin Fei and Su Li waited outside the green portal.
Mr. Shangwan's class is really unlucky this year, Su Li said. Indeed, it's as if bad luck has been following them, Yin Fei responded.
After Primrose Li finished equipping herself, she walked into the portal without hesitation. The shelter quickly responded to the state of emergency, closing all the doors so that no one could leave without military permission. 2 mechs were sent out to search for signs of Dalki, but they arrived at the crash site without seeing him. It took a long time for the mechs to discover the location where the students and Dalki had fought, and then the mechs immediately informed Li Primus.
Everyone, retreat. Li Primus gave the order.
The 2 mechs did as instructed, while Dalki was grabbing the arm of one of the mechs and had no choice but to let it rip the arm to escape. Another one, Dalki said as he saw Li Primus approaching, his hand pressed against his scabbard, you bugs, you're really multiplying unchecked, and look how many there are already on this planet. Dalki's body was bruised and battered, but Li Snap knew not to be fooled by appearances. He could feel the still powerful aura of Dalki. At this point, Dalki had not given up the will to fight.
Why do you want to be our enemies? Li Snap asked. Dalki did not respond, but instead launched an attack towards Li Snap. Li Snap quickly drew his sword, and in an instant, Dalki's other arm was cleanly severed, green blood spurting out. You! Dalki pointed angrily at Li Snap, I know who you are. They warned me.
But before he could finish his sentence, his head was also cut off with a slash.
Is that all? Li Snap asked.
The students forgot to answer for a moment. They were still in shock at the sight that had just happened.
Yes, we only saw this one, Lin Yu replied.
The 2 mechs also quickly stepped forward and knelt in front of Snapply. Thank you for protecting us, Sergeant Snapply. Don't thank me, Li Snap said indifferently, this darky is already dying, you guys should have injured it a lot beforehand.
The two soldiers looked at each other. They knew that they hadn't hit the Dalki at all, not even a single blow. All the wounds on the Dalki were there before they arrived. Could the students have done this? They couldn't help but think in their minds. Lee Snap and the two soldiers were still examining the Dalki to see if they could find the reason why it descended here. On the other hand, the others were taking care of Li Rue and confirming his state. At this moment, Su Ran's attention was drawn to one of the Darky's severed hands. He walked over, and Song Ichwan noticed what he was looking at. Identification. Darky, half human, half beast. Half human, half beast? Su Ran revealed a puzzled look. Isn't Darky an alien race? Though filled with doubt, Su Ran continued to examine the arm, confirming another thing. Identification. Darky blood. Drinking this blood will have an unknown effect on the host. System, do you know the effects of Darky blood? Su Ran asked. No. The system responded briefly, but I can tell you that if it is harmful to your body, the system will issue a warning. Su Ran walked towards the severed arm and dipped his finger into a bit of the green blood, sniffing it slightly. It smelled a bit sweet and had a hint of mint flavor, like toothpaste. Should I try it? Su Ran thought to himself, the system said it wouldn't hurt me, right? The moment Su Ran tried to taste that green blood, doubts within his heart slowly began to surface. The system had long since confirmed that it didn't have any negative effects, or at least that it wasn't poison. However, what surprised Su Ran was that the system did not know the exact effects of this blood. Unless the system had intentionally concealed certain information, it seemed to indicate that the once vampire had never crossed paths with the Darky clan. But the question was, how did the system know about the existence of the Fey weapon? These timelines were incredibly confusing to Su Ran. It was only during the war with the Dalki that the humans had gradually mastered portal technology and discovered this planet in the solar system, but the vampires had clearly possessed the power of the Fey weapons a long time ago. Su Ran felt that the information in his hands was incomplete, and these clues were like a jumbled mess. The more he thought about it, the more it gave him a headache. Forget it, give it a try. The temptation in Su Ran's heart was just too strong, and anyone else would probably have made the same choice. He stretched out his finger and dipped some green blood into his mouth. The moment the blood entered his body, a strong minty flavor hit him, as if he was tasting an extremely pungent toothpaste, which wasn't exactly tasty but wasn't too difficult to swallow either. As the blood slid down his throat, an eerie tingling sensation spread rapidly from every corner of his body, as if his entire body was ablaze and in dire need of releasing some sort of power. Has ingested level 1 Darky blood? All attributes increased by 10% for 1 hour. The surging feeling of power was indescribable to Su Ran, and this time, the increase was not a fixed value like in the past, but rather, it was in the form of a percentage increase. Then, as long as Su Ran became stronger, this increase would also become larger. Su Ran once again looked towards the broken arm, calculating in his mind whether he could bring it back. However, he quickly realized that no living matter could enter his dimensional storage space. After returning to school, Su Ran also conducted some experiments to verify this. He first placed a bottle into the dimensional space, and the bottle was able to enter without any problems. Next, he obtained some blood from Linyu and put it into a bottle to try putting it into dimensional space again. At this point, the bottle was surprisingly unable to enter dimensional space. Su Ran also experimented with other items and found that any type of living matter, even plants, could not be deposited into dimensional space. Unfortunately, the broken arm of that Darky couldn't be taken into dimensional space. Just then, Lee Primrose and the other two soldiers had finished examining the Darky's body. These two soldiers will escort you back to the school and make sure that all the injured are properly treated. Back to school? Jean Yuer grumbled in dissatisfaction. What about our test? It's been cancelled, Lee Snap replied. All the students in the shelter have already returned to school, and those who went out hunting have also been brought back. Although Jean Yuer had complaints, she could only accept the reality helplessly and wait for the school to issue an official notice. As the other students followed the soldiers and left, Lee Snap suddenly grabbed Su Ran's wrist. You kept your promise and protected them. Lee Snap said, it seems that you are indeed on our side. Su Ran was momentarily speechless, not expecting Lee Snapdragon to suddenly say such a thing. And right at this moment, Lee Snap's gaze crossed over Su Ran and noticed Li Rue. He seemed to look a little different, with a faint hint of purple permeating his aura, the same as Su Ran's aura. Volume 1, The Vampire System, finished. The next volume, they're coming. Chapter 111 The Curious Boy. Somewhere in an unknown place, a huge room was set up with a long table, and there were 13 seats around the table, each of which had a character sitting on it.
with the exception of one seat that was empty. These people were of different genders and looked of different ages, but they all had one thing in common, and that was their red eyes. Behind each seat, a purple flame hung from the wall, and the flame behind the only empty seat was similarly roaring. A man sitting in the main seat broke the silence and was the first to speak. As you can see, the flame behind the 10th chair has been lit.
Does that mean he's back?
But I remember that he was already dead.
Hearing this, the other 12 immediately murmured.
No, he found a successor before he left this world, and they've managed to start a new clan.
But why did this wait until now? It's been 100 years.
A woman cried out in dissatisfaction.
I don't know the reason.
But what I do know is that we must find this new clan as soon as possible and make sure they obey our laws.
If they do not comply, we will have to completely obliterate them.
Inside the darkened training hall, a boy was quietly approaching a door. He stood outside the entrance and carefully poked his head into the door, looking around to make sure no one noticed him. And above his head hovered a miniature calf, slightly larger in size than a human fist. This calf also had wings and 2 huge sharp teeth in front of its face.
Ha, did you see anyone?
The boy asked, lowering his voice.
No, but are you sure we want to do this?
You could be banished from the clan. The flying calf flapped its wings gently in the air, its tone filled with worry.
Don't worry, absolutely not.
My dad is one of the leaders of the 13 clans, I'm destined to be his heir.
The boy replied confidently before striding into the hall, the calf flying in the air right behind him.
The boy wore his back hair slicked back neatly in dark clothing that almost blended in with the night. But even in such a dark environment, his glowing red eyes were still very eye-catching, which undoubtedly revealed his identity of vampire. His name was Hua Duan, and today he came to the hall in the family castle with one purpose: to go to the world of humans. Hua Dust was carrying a not-so-small backpack filled with all sorts of daily necessities, clothing, toothpaste, brushes, and other essentials. After all, he wasn't sure how long he would stay in the human world. He pulled out a small silver ring from the backpack, 10 crystals embedded on the inside of the ring, arranged neatly around it.
Hua Chen raised the ring and placed a gentle kiss on it.
Oh, evolutionary of blood, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would never have been able to leave this place. He put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand, finally ready.
Come on, Ha, don't dawdle. Wait, I think I hear someone coming.
Xiao Ha said alertly. Just at the moment little Ha reminded him, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. Hua Dust hurriedly looked around. The floor of the hall was evenly lined with square machines, the spacing between each machine not small. He quickly fished out a slip of paper from his backpack, muttering, "Hurry up, I have to memorize this teleportation code." However, due to his nervousness, his fingers trembled and he ended up accidentally dropping the note on the ground.
Hua Dust, they're right there. Xiao Ha was sweating with anxiety.
We can only take a gamble, hopefully we won't teleport to a place that's too trashy. Hua Dust rushed towards one of the square machines and quickly tapped on the top of the machine. The machine glowed brightly and a screen popped up, prompting him to enter the destination's teleportation code.
Please enter the correct destination teleportation code.
Hua Dust closed his eyes and tried to recall the numbers on the note, but he was unable to determine which code led to which place. In the end, he could only enter the only one he remembered.
Transmission code accepted. A mechanical roar came from the mechanism as it began to activate.
The guards patrolling the corridors heard the sound coming from the hall, and their hearts tightened.
Someone is using the teleporter? There are no plans to teleport out today, huh?
The guards were startled in their hearts and quickly rushed into the hall. Just then, Hua Chen was standing in front of the circular teleportation device.
Young Master Hua Dust, what are you doing? Quickly stop! The guard shouted.
Hua Dust turned around and grinned at the guard before saluting him and grabbing Xiao Ha before quickly jumping into the teleporter.
As Hua Dust entered the device, the machine automatically shut down and the teleporter stopped.
Young Master has always been crazy, but this time it's too much. The guard shook his head helplessly.
I must report to the family head immediately.
Inside the teleporter, Hua Chen's head was dizzy, and his eyes were filled with colorful light.
Xiao Ha, you have to transform. If the humans see you flying above my head like this, they'll definitely freak out.
Hua Dust said. Black smoke instantly rose from around little Ha, and when the smoke cleared, the original flying calf disappeared and was replaced by a black earring. At the top of the earring was the symbol of a calf, and at the bottom was a long, thin pendant.
Hua Chen quickly put it on his right ear. Finally I can leave this gloomy world, goodbye, vampire castle. Hua Dust shouted excitedly. Soon after, the light of the teleportation channel faded away, and Hua Duan felt that a force was pulling him to the other side. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a huge domed building with various electronic advertisements displayed on the walls around him. And the most eye-catching thing was a huge welcome banner, "Welcome to Toplone City. I've finally arrived." Hua Chuan was excited in his heart. At this moment, Hua Dust was in the human world city station, and in the center of the station was a circular device that shone with white light, with people appearing from the device from time to time. The people around them come in all shapes and sizes. There are workers in construction gear, white-collar workers in suits, and even hunters in beast armor. The station was divided into two areas, one for arrivals and the other for departures. Departure stations usually had tight inspections, and even privately owned teleportation stations were subject to regular inspections by the human guilds to make sure they were up to standard, or else they would be forced to close. And each teleportation station requires a teleportation code to be entered, and only a few people hold these teleportation codes. Hua Dust looked around, his face full of excitement. "Xiao Ha, did you see that? We made it. There are so many humans here, they look similar to us, but some of them are really ugly," Hua Dust said somewhat loudly. When the people around him heard his words, they cast strange gazes, but at the same time, they couldn't help but stare at him. Although he only looked 16, his aura seemed to carry some sort of irresistible attraction. "Hua Chuan, you have to suppress your ability," Xiao Ha reminded. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." Hua Chuan closed his eyes and focused on taking back the aura he emitted into his body. Instantly, those staring at him no longer seemed to be interested in him and averted their gazes. Hua Chuan continued to walk towards the exit without fear. However, when he reached the exit, he realized that it was blinding sunlight outside. "It's time to try this ring," Hua Chuan muttered. He closed his eyes and stepped out as the sunlight poured over his body. This time, there was no stinging or burning sensation, as if he was still in darkness. With a bright smile on his face, Hua Chuan continued to walk deeper into the city and began his adventure in the human world. Chapter 112 Blood Red Family. Hua Dust walked down the street with his backpack on his back, a wide smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. His grandfather had taken care of him from a young age until a few years ago, when he decided to enter eternal sleep and handed over control of the family to Hua Duan's father. However, Hua Duan had never forgotten the stories his grandfather had told about Earth, especially those about the countless wonderful things they could experience on Earth as vampires. Of course, Grandpa hadn't been to Earth in many years, but he never tired of talking about a drink called wine. So Ha-dun made finding wine his top priority when he arrived on Earth. "Did you know someone was following you?" Ha asked. "Well, I've sensed it," Ho-dun replied. "Is it someone from the clan who found us?" Xiao Ha asked with some concern. Ho-dun sniffed the air and realized that there were at least 4 people following them from a distance. "No, they don't smell like vampires, they should be humans." "But why are they following us?" Ho-dun said, frowning. Although Hua Dust didn't really listen carefully in class, there was one law that was deeply imprinted in his mind: no matter what the circumstances, they could not reveal themselves as vampires to humans. If a human discovered their identity, there were only 2 choices: either take them back and transform them into blood slaves, or kill them. Hua Duan was sure that he hadn't done anything to arouse suspicion, and although a vampire's identity couldn't be exposed, the law didn't prohibit conflict with humans. So, Ho-dun decided to turn around and walk into a dark alley, ready to face the humans who were following him. "I know you guys are following me," Ho-dun said coldly. "Is it because I bought this?" He held up the plastic bag containing the wine. "I know life isn't easy, but I've heard that this city is still quite rich, so if you guys need it, I can buy you another bottle," Hua Duan said generously. The 2 men took a step forward. "Don't misunderstand, we're not here for trouble," one of them said. "We just want to confirm your age, and also, see if you have an ID card?" The other asked. "Age again? What's going on with this place?" Hua Dust said with some annoyance. "I already said that I'm 16. As for the ID card, I lost it." The 2 men looked at each other. In order to avoid the draft, many people would intentionally lose their ID cards and live incognito. However, Hua Chen did look young, and he had admitted his age himself. In this case, their actions were already very clear. "Prepare to make a move," one of them whispered. "Looks like I'll have to fight my way out," Hua Duan thought to himself. He knew that he couldn't use his vampire abilities and could only use normal fighting techniques.
He had just taken a step when a stabbing pain came from beside his neck. He quickly looked down and saw a needle-like tranquilizer dart filled with green liquid.
What is this? What is this? How is this? Suddenly, his eyelids were heavy and it didn't take long for him to fall to the ground.
Two men walked up. A man said with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, he did not have hardening class powers. I thought it was going to be a fight." At this moment, in the castle, a man was sitting on an ornate throne, his left hand holding a cup of red liquid, his right hand constantly tapping on the armrests of the chair, looking a bit uneasy. The man looked to be an adult version of Hua Duan, and aside from the thick beard on his chin, they were almost identical.
The man was Hua Chuan's father, Hua Yu. "Any news?" he asked coldly. Kneeling in front of him were his 5 subordinates. "Yes, family master. We confirmed that young master Hua Duan has arrived at Toklon City, but the humans captured him first," one of the minions replied. Hearing this, Hua Yu slapped his forehead and shook his head. "Sooner or later, he will destroy our family," Hua Yu said in a deep voice. "This kid never listens carefully, but instead he listens to my father's ridiculous stories with great interest." "Do you know where he was taken?"
"According to our intelligence, he was sent to a military base to prepare for enrollment in a military school. They thought he was a deserter when they found him," the ministry replied. Hua Yu pondered his next move. If the other clans knew about this, their blood red clan would become the laughingstock of the vampire world. Worse still, if the vampire's secret was revealed, their family would also face severe punishment. Before the good news could spread, the other vampire clans were busy discussing the new clans that had recently sprung up. Hua Yu looked at the 5 minions in front of him and considered who to send to handle the matter.
"Silver Frost," Hua Yu said. "Yes, family master." A female subordinate stepped forward.
As her name suggested, she had bright silver hair, long hair tied into a ponytail that hung almost to her knees. "As a loyal blood knight of the blood red family, I order you to bring back Hua Duan and ensure that this matter is not known to outsiders. You may use all of the family's resources." Silver Frost once again bowed respectfully and said confidently, "I will not dishonor my mission." The meeting ended and everyone left the room, leaving Hua Yu alone in deep thought. "It's really been a long time since I've been to the human world. Perhaps this is a good learning opportunity for him." Recalling the experiences he once had on Earth, an anger welled up in Hua Yu's chest, and the wine glass in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. "Those damned humans will pay for what they did sooner or later." The first years were urgently summoned to the great auditorium. They hadn't had a chance to go back to their dormitories yet, and they couldn't put down their equipment, so they could only discuss with each other and speculate on the reason why the portal event was suddenly cancelled in the middle of the day. "I saw the city's mech unit leave the shelter," a student said. "Really? Why would a mech be out? I remember saying before that the strongest ferocious beasts on this planet are only mid-level, right? You didn't hear about it?" Another student interjected. A student saw black smoke in the distant desert, as if it was coming out of a spaceship. "You mean?" The students sucked in a cold breath. "That's right, I've heard it might have been a donkey," another student replied. After a few rounds of head counting, the teachers' expressions looked particularly grave as they gathered together to discuss in low voices. Yin Fei, who was the leader, stood in front of the stage, waiting for more information to be summarized. A soldier walked up to her and whispered a few words, followed by another head count. "Are you sure?" Yin Fei asked. "Did the school side check? Could it be that they came back on their own?" The soldier nodded, confirming the report. Yin Fei clenched her fists. The intelligence showed that Xia Yu and Guo Peng's bodies had been found in the desert, confirming that they had been killed by Doki. As for the other 3 people in their squad, they were never found. The only reasonable speculation was that Doki had killed them as well. These 5 were members of the same squad, so this was the most likely outcome. Chapter 113 Cancel. "Attention all!" Yin Fei shouted, and the students immediately lined up and saluted. Afterwards, the large screen behind them lit up, displaying the scoreboards of each squad. "First of all, as you all know, this portal adventure has been cancelled," Yin Fei explained. "Therefore, the scores you obtained in the first 2 days of the event will be used as the final score for this exam." "What?" Jean Yuer couldn't help but shout out. She wasn't the only disgruntled student. At this moment, their squad was still carrying the winged lizard crystals that they had obtained from Chu Seeker's squad, and they hadn't even had the time to return to the shelter to have their scores counted. Jinyuer glanced at the squad's score. They were still stuck in the middle of the pack, while Chu Seeker's squad was still firmly at the top of the list. Quiet. Infei droned, silencing the students' chatter. Right now, more important than the exam is the fact that there is a possibility that some of your classmates have already sacrificed their lives in this mission. Moreover, the enemy is none other than the Dalki we've been training to deal with. For a moment, the murmurs resumed. In a fit of rage, Infei slammed her weapon heavily on the ground, and the loud sound echoed throughout the auditorium, shocking everyone. The Dalki threat has been dealt with swiftly. The attack was not a planned operation, but rather a lost ship accident. As unfortunate as it is, these types of things happen sometimes. It also reminds us once again why we must train hard every day. I want you all to remember that. For the next 2 days, you may rest, after which you will resume your regular classes. For now, you may be dismissed. After Infei finished speaking, she left the auditorium, but the students' murmurs reached a new peak. They began to speculate as to which squad had been shipwrecked. However, Jinyuer was unconcerned about this as she fiercely pointed at Su Ran and loudly questioned, "Why did you hide your strength? If you had stepped in to help that day instead of hiding under the umbrella, we could have gotten a better result a long time ago." "Calm down, Yuer." Lin Yu tried to block between the two and calm her down. "Lin Yu, I'm disappointed in you too." Jinyuer glared at her angrily before turning to Su Ran, "And that strange power of yours, what the hell is going on? Li Rouge was clearly dying, but you actually cured him. Stop making excuses, I want you to give me an explanation." Tears welled up in her eyes as she once again looked at the score rankings on the big screen. "If you're that strong, why didn't you help?" Tears slid down her cheeks. Su Ran knew that Jinyuer had always cared very much about this exam, but her current behavior seemed a bit too obsessive. While everyone wanted to come out on top, it shouldn't be in this way. "I think we should go back to the dormitory and talk about it." Lin Yu said, "We can explain everything there, and I'm sure Li Ruichi has a lot of questions to ask." While the first-year students were receiving their notifications, the 3 generals of the academy held a meeting in the highest-level office. Chen Wang, the general in charge of the first years, Du Jin, the second-year general, and Su Yi, the general in charge of communications, all took their respective seats. The conference room was silent as Chen Wang and Du Jin coldly stared at each other until Du Jin was the first to break the deadlock. "If it wasn't for that sergeant of yours named Li Snap, your students would probably have died a lot more." Du Jin said, "I'm afraid you're not capable of fighting against Daki yourself." "Yeah, are you being so sour because you can't afford to buy him off with those Earth System psychic ability books?" Chen Wang countered, "It's a pity that your recruitment tactics only work on those weak-willed guys." Du Jin stood up in a heated manner as if he was going to make a move against Chen Wang, but fortunately at that moment, Sui stepped forward and blocked the two of them. "Stop, you two. I can warn you, if I find any injuries on you, now or later, I won't be able to heal you, and I won't let you seek help from my niece, Suli." Although Sui attempted to mediate, he knew in his heart that these two had a long-standing grudge, and I'm afraid that his dissuasive effect would be limited. Just then, a middle-aged man pushed his way in, dressed in a suit, carrying a briefcase, with a neat haircut. He did not look like a soldier at all. But with his arrival, the 3 generals immediately rose and saluted. "Principal," they said in unison. "All right, don't be so nervous all of you." The principal sat down and took out a preliminary report, showing it to them. "Recently there have been a number of unusual attacks on planet Karate. And each attack seems to be approaching our starting planet. Do you think they're targeting the city station?" Sui asked. "Most likely." The principal replied, "As of now, I think that these independently acting darkies are just scouts. They don't yet know how much we've grown in strength in the intervening time, or how tight our security measures are. But I fear that war may be about to break out again." The faces of several generals sank, and the atmosphere became a little more tense. After discussing the urgent matters regarding planet Karate, the principal mentioned some other daily matters. As the principal, he was often summoned to attend various important meetings, so he rarely appeared in the school. But this time, he had a special matter to explain. "In a few weeks, we will have an important guest arrive, the Dream True Family Lord, and I hope you will be able to select some students to prepare for his arrival." Hearing this name, the 3 generals glanced at each other, their expressions somewhat subtle. The principal swept a glance at the people present, then turned his gaze to one of the taller generals and said, "Du Jin, I'll leave this mission to you. Please rest assured, headmaster." Du Jin immediately stood up, saluted, and responded calmly. Night had long since fallen, but there was still some time before the curfew set by the academy. Everyone decided to return to the boys' dormitory and discuss what exactly happened during the fight with Daki. Jin Yuer's tears had stopped falling, but Lin Yu was still comforting her along the way. Su Ran silently watched the two of them, who were now even closer than before. When he initially came to the school, he never imagined that Lin Yu would be the one to comfort Jin Yuer. Walking down the corridor leading to the boys' dormitory, everyone remained silent. No one knew how to explain what had just happened, especially Li Rue, who was particularly interested in knowing what had happened after he had jumped between Su Ran and Daki. Su Ran, Song Ichuan, who was walking in front of him, asked softly, "Are you going to really tell her everything? Can you just talk about the shadow system ability and not mention anything else? Then how am I going to explain what happened to Li Ruiqi? And how do I explain about Lin Yu collecting blood?" Su Ran asked rhetorically. "You're right, but what if she reacts violently and tells someone else?" Song Ichuan continued to ask worriedly. Su Ran glanced at Jin Yuer behind him, and frankly, he felt that her focus right now was not on his secret with Li Ruiqi, but rather why he had to hide his strength from her in the first place. "Actually, I'm more worried about Li Rue's reaction when he learns the truth," Su Ran whispered. Chapter 114 Ghouls. They arrived at the boys' dormitory and everyone entered the room. All three boys sat on Song Ichuan's bed while the two girls sat on Su Ran's bed. "I guess I should explain first." Su Ran stood up and walked to the center between the two groups. "Recently, as you all know, Song Ichuan and I went to the Red Portal planet. There, I found a strange book of psychic abilities, which allowed me to learn the ability to control shadows. However, the book disappeared after I learned it." After Su Ran finished speaking, he tapped the watch on his wrist a few times, and the number on the dial changed from 1 to 6, and then back to 1 with a few more taps. "I knew it," Jin Yuer spoke up, "but why did you hide it from us? If you didn't want people to know, we could have gone hunting in secret to avoid others finding out. Because of you, we lost our chance to become number 1. Su Ran took a deep breath and continued, "It's because I have an even bigger secret to tell you all." Lin Yu and Song Ichuan both stared nervously at Su Ran, knowing that for Su Ran, this must be something very difficult to talk about. Although Song Ichuan wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, he was prepared for it. If Jin Yuer was unable to keep her secret, Song Ichuan would take action. "Actually, I'm a vampire." Su Ran looked at Jin Yuer and Li Rue, his expression tense. Li Rue didn't have any reaction, not because he had already guessed it, but because he was in complete disbelief of what he had just heard. However, he suddenly figured out some things, such as why Su Ran always carried an umbrella and why Lin Yu collected blood. But Li Rue also doubted whether vampires really existed. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by Jin Yuer's response. "What is a vampire?" Jin Yuer asked innocently. The others froze and turned their heads to look at her. In this modern world, it was not uncommon to not know what a vampire was. As time went on, there were fewer and fewer movies and TV shows about vampires. Very few movies, books, or even games would mention them, and only some old movies would occasionally be shown on television. Jin Yuer had grown up training for combat and learning about the current state of the world. She had never been exposed to entertainment products, and the word vampire was even stranger to her. So Lin Yu and the others began to slowly explain the concept of vampires to her. Vampires become weak in sunlight, and most importantly, they need human blood to stay alive. This information was too ridiculous for Jin Yuer, and she thought it all sounded like nonsense. "So you guys made up a vampire story to cover up the fact that Su Ran didn't use his powers?" Jin Yuer said disdainfully, "I don't believe it. Since vampires need blood to survive, wouldn't they have been exposed to the world long ago?" After saying that, she slammed open the door, leaving behind her last words, "You guys really let me down. I thought we were a team, but it turns out to be a bunch of liars." After closing the door, Jin Yuer angrily left. "Will she tell anyone else?" Su Ran asked. "Are you kidding? She doesn't even believe it herself." Song Ichuan replied. "If she can convince people that you're a vampire, she might as well convince them that she's a male. Do you still expect her to say, 'It's okay, you can suck my blood anytime'? She's not Lin Yu." Lin Yu was so exasperated by Song Ichuan's words that he couldn't say anything, but at the same time, he couldn't deny that he had reacted similarly when he first learned that Su Ran was a vampire. "I'll go check on her to make sure she won't really tell anyone. I'll let you know the situation tomorrow, Su Ran," Lin Yu said. Although Jin Yuer acted like she didn't quite believe it, Li Ruiqi did. He didn't know how to explain it, but his body had changed since leaving the battlefield. His sense of hearing had become sharper and his body was no longer as weak as before. What made him feel even stranger was that he seemed to have some sort of connection with Su Ran, like the two of them had become closely linked.
Su Ran, so am I a vampire now as well? Li Rui asked.
Su Ran did not know how to answer for a moment, as Li Rui was not the same as him. Su Ran was originally a half-vampire, while Li Rui had turned into some kind of existence called a ghoul.
What exactly is a vampire ghoul? Su Ran thought to himself. I'm afraid this isn't good news.
The system's voice rang out. Of all the possibilities, this is the situation I least expect to happen. The system's words made Su Ran's mood even heavier. Lately the system seemed to be giving him more and more bad news, as if it was no longer bringing good news. He had a hunch that the word ghoul didn't sound good, but at the moment, Li Rui didn't look abnormal, so Su Ran decided to put those worries aside for now.
What's that look on your face? Li Rui asked with some concern.
It's nothing, you need to memorize these things I'm going to tell you next. Su Ran replied as he walked over to the table and took out a piece of paper from the drawer. Song Yichuan and Li Rui stood behind him, looking curiously at what he had written down. Su Ran first wrote his name on the paper and labeled the word vampire next to it. He then listed all of his strengths and weaknesses: superhuman strength, exceptional recovery ability, and the ability to see in the dark. He also wrote down the skills he possessed. Then, Su Ran drew another line on the paper, separating the vampire column, and on the other end of the line, he wrote down the name Li Rude and labeled it ghoul.
I'm a ghoul?
Li Ridge looked at the words on the paper and asked in confusion, what does this mean? First of all, Li Rui, do you feel anything different? For example, do you hear voices in your head, or is there anything unusual about your vision? Su Ran asked tentatively. He wanted to see if Li Rui had a system as well, but he had to be careful with his wording. Other than feeling better physically than before, nothing else has changed. Li Rui replied. What about your abilities? Song Yichuan interjected. I remember when Su Ran asked me before if I was willing to turn into a vampire, he said that my abilities would disappear. Li Rui quickly walked over to his table and picked up a small ball of clay he usually used to practice with and tried to use his earth ability, but it was unresponsive. I can't use my ability. Have I really lost my ability completely? Li Rui was a little flustered. Su Ran interrupted. Don't worry too much, even though your abilities are gone, you can learn new ones. We just need to find one that suits you, such as my Shadow System ability book. Can I learn the same Shadow System psychic ability as you? Li Rui asked excitedly. Su Ran smiled awkwardly. Unfortunately, that book of psychic abilities was destroyed by a wild beast. Song Yichuan immediately interjected to explain. Now I'll tell you all I know. Su Ran said, picking up a pencil and making a list of pros and cons next to Li Rui's name. Is the system ready? Su Ran asked. The system began to explain the difference between vampires and ghouls, while Su Ran took notes on a piece of paper as he read the system to the two. Chapter 115 Loyalty. Let's start with the good. The system said, first of all, unlike vampires, ghouls are not affected by sunlight. Li Rui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I thought I'd have to walk with an umbrella all the time from now on. The system continued to explain while Su Ran continued to write. Ghouls are stronger, faster, and have better eyesight than ordinary humans. Their main advantage is their amazing self-healing ability, even more powerful than your recovery ability. Broken bones, torn muscles and skin can all be restored as good as new in an instant. That doesn't sound bad. Song Yichuan said, Li Rui, this way we can tell others that you have the ability to heal yourself. This kind of supernatural ability is still quite common outside. We'll have to keep it a secret though, after all, the school still thinks you have earth powers. What if someone finds out, or tries to hurt me when they see me heal myself? Li Ridge asked worriedly. Don't worry, other than the school staff, no one else knows about a student's abilities. If there's a real problem, I can try to use my mind control skills to make them forget. Su Ran comforted. The next information is mainly for you, Su Ran. The system continued, ghouls are very loyal to their makers, mainly because your blood flows through them. However, this also means that you must provide Li Rui with your blood on a regular basis, otherwise his body will gradually decline and eventually cease to function. As long as he gets a supply of your blood, he can live forever and follow you around forever. What does loyalty mean? Su Ran asked. Similar to your charm skill, no matter what orders you give, Li Rui will feel that he has no choice but to obey. However, it also depends on the amount of blood remaining in his body. Over time, if the blood in his body decreases, his obedience will also decrease. Su Ran began to feel sorry for Lin Yu and Song Ichuan. Right now, it looked like Li Rui needed to rely on his blood, while Su Ran needed to constantly obtain blood from Lin Yu or Song Ichuan to keep it all going.
Do I need to drink human blood?
Li Rui gulped and began to feel a strange hunger. No, you don't need to drink human blood.
Su Ran replied, unlike me, human blood will not help you in any way. So far, Li Ridge's situation as a ghoul was becoming clear.
He possessed vampire-like superhuman abilities, but did not have those vampire skills that Su Ran had mastered.
He possessed stronger self-healing abilities than Su Ran and remained strong under sunlight.
The only drawback was that Li Rui needed Su Ran's blood. Su Ran still decided to hide the loyalty part. There was already a marvelous connection between the two of them. Needless to say, Li Riku would be willing to follow Su Ran's arrangement. However, Su Ran knew in his heart that if the system considered ghouls to be one of the worst choices, then there must be other worse consequences.
Now let's talk about the disadvantages.
The system said. Hearing this, Su Ran's hand involuntarily trembled, and the two beside him saw this as well, and he was clearly nervous about what he was going to write down next.
First of all, Li Rui is no longer able to eat normal food at all. If he eats normal food, he immediately throws it up.
This drawback didn't sound too bad after all. Su Ran himself could only eat meat, and all other foods were somewhat similar to an allergic reaction for him. Still, as long as it was meat, especially raw meat, Su Ran could enjoy the flavor.
So, Li Rui can only survive on my blood? Su Ran asked the system.
No, blood is only the key to maintaining loyalty. Ghouls need other food sources.
The system replied. Then what exactly is it? Tell me quickly. Su Ran asked with some impatience. Ghouls need to feed on human flesh.
The system's voice became much lower. The pencil in Su Ran's hand dropped to the floor and rolled to the edge of the table.
Su Ran, what's wrong with you? Song Ichuan asked with concern.
Su Ran turned to look at Li Rui.
Li Rui, do you feel hungry now?
Su Ran asked tentatively.
I'm a bit hungry, I haven't eaten anything since morning.
Li Rui replied truthfully. Su Ran's heart sank. Blood was still acceptable, but human flesh was not something he could just handle. He was now considering how to break the news to Li Rui.
Li Rui.
You sit down first.
Su Ran opened his mouth. Why? Li Rui looked at him anxiously, wriggling his fingers uneasily.
I'm more scared if you say that.
Sit down.
Su Ran's voice carried an undeniable tone, accompanied by slightly glowing eyes. Li Rui did not understand why, but he felt he had to do as he was told immediately. After sitting on the bed, Su Ran pondered how to tell him the bad news in the most appropriate way.
The system suddenly spoke out, I can give you a temporary solution.
For the time being, he can rely on raw meat for a few days, but sooner or later, you will need to provide him with human meat.
Su Ran looked into Li Rui's eyes and finally gathered the courage to tell him the truth.
Turning into a ghoul means you can't eat normal food anymore, you need to eat raw meat now.
Raw meat? Does that mean uncooked meat?
Li Ridge said doubtfully. But raw meat carries so many bacteria and diseases, you'll get sick if you eat it, right? And the human body can't digest raw food in the first place. As Li Rui spoke faster and faster, his emotions became more and more flustered. Maybe we should try regular food and see if it will work.
Calm down, Li Rui. Song Yichuan suddenly shouted. I know this is scary for you, but Su Ran is helping you.
Then, Su Ran and Song Yichuan decided to go to a nearby convenience store to buy something to test it out, and they told Li Rui to stay in the room. Li Rui felt scared and wanted to follow, but something about Su Ran's power made it irresistible for him to stay where he was. On the way to the convenience store, Su Ran remained silent, and Song Yichuan could feel that he was hiding something.
Tell me, you didn't ask me to follow you here just to visit a convenience store, did you? Song Yichuan couldn't help but ask.
It's about Li Rui's. Su Ran's voice was small. I didn't tell Li Rouge everything. Turning into a ghoul doesn't just require him to eat raw meat. Raw animal flesh can only sustain him for a short period of time.
Song Yichuan suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Su Ran, I sincerely suggest that it would be better to kill Li Ruichi before it's too late.
Hear me out first.
He's already tried to kill us, and we know the reason behind him, and I'm afraid this will only cause you more trouble in the future. He saved you, and you saved him, so if you count by points, he owes you one more time. Besides, he's not the kind of person who can handle that kind of burden.
If he gets caught, do you think he won't betray you? He won't, can't. Su Ran replied firmly. How can you be so sure? Song Ichwan was clearly surprised by Su Ran's confidence. It was hard for Su Ran to explain, but he could feel the connection between himself and Li Rue, who was now completely dependent on him for his existence, and would do as Su Ran ordered him. I know you won't take my advice, but let me tell you, killing is not as simple as you think. Song Ichwan said in a deep voice. Su Ran understood the weight of Song Ichwan's words, but what Song Ichwan didn't realize was that Su Ran had killed long ago, and it was easier than he thought. Perhaps killing wasn't easy for humans, but for the current Su Ran a vampire, especially those who deserved to die, it didn't seem too difficult. The two continued on to the convenience store and bought various meat products. Song Ichwan had planned to pay with his wristwatch, but Su Ran paid the bill directly out of his pocket. When did you become so rich? Song Ichwan laughed. I have my own way. Su Ran blinked and replied with a smile. Chapter 116 The Worst Case Scenario. When they returned to the dormitory, Li Rue was still sitting and waiting in the exact same spot as they had left. Smells good. Li Ridge said. What did you guys bring back? Su Ran set the raw meat and cooked food on the table. Though Li Rue hadn't seen it yet, his nose had already told him which one was more tantalizing. That was the first time Li Rue clearly realized that he had changed. When Su Ran and the others entered the room, a sweet odor filled the room, and it was not the aroma of cooked food. Should we try the cooked food first? Su Ran asked. But let me tell you, you might get sick after eating it. No need. Li Rue sighed, a hint of despair in his tone. Give me the other one. They put the raw steak on a plate and placed it in front of Li Ridge. Is he really going to eat it? Song Ichwan asked. I don't know, it doesn't look too bad. Su Ran replied jokingly. Are you serious or are you joking? Song Ichwan said with a look of disgust. Li Rue looked at the raw steak in front of him and felt his hunger growing stronger. He could no longer control it and directly grabbed the steak with both hands and nibbled on it. His originally flat teeth became like a lion's fangs, tearing into the meat with ease. In a few minutes, the entire steak was devoured by him. Then, a soft cry came from the chair. I've become a monster. Li Rue choked out. Li Rue. Song Ichwan said. You're more of a person now than before, at least you know what you've become. Think about how much effort Su Ran put in to save you, don't say such things anymore. Knowing that Song Ichwan had a point, Li Rue wiped away his tears and revealed a smile, only his teeth were still stained with blood. Thank you, Su Ran, I'm sorry, I was too selfish. After the experiment was over, they put the rest of the raw meat into the refrigerator. Li Rue was the only one who slept peacefully, while Su Ran and Song Ichwan each had their own preoccupations. Song Ichwan spent the entire night thinking that he actually shared a dormitory with a ghoul, while Su Ran had similar concerns. System, do you know when he'll start craving human flesh? How long can I control him? Su Ran asked. His hunger will surpass your control, but he won't attack you. As for how long it will take for him to start craving human flesh, I'm not sure. Best case scenario is a week. And the worst case scenario? Su Ran continued to ask. Tomorrow. The next morning, Song Ichwan woke up with faint dark circles under his eyes, and Su Ran wasn't much better. You didn't sleep well either? Su Ran asked. Song Ichwan shook his head, his gaze falling on Li Rue, who was still sound asleep. He's still like a normal person now. All first-year students were given 2 days of vacation after the expedition. Su Ran knew in his heart that he had to find a solution to Li Rue's problem within these 2 days. The city was huge, and besides the school's students, there were also many outside workers and soldiers living here, and he knew that he would be able to find a morgue. Even though fatal crimes didn't happen here as often as in a normal city, since most of the residents were trained soldiers, it didn't mean that there were no corpses present here at all. They definitely couldn't look for a body in the school's morgue, it would be too conspicuous and would quickly lead to an investigation. Just as Su Ran was pondering how to solve the problem, a knock came from the door of the room. When they opened the door, Lin Yu stood alone outside the door. She seems to have calmed down a bit. Lin Yu said, that's strange, she didn't get angry after I told her you were a vampire, instead she was upset that you didn't strike earlier during the mission. That said, how is Li Rue doing? Su Ran then told her about Li Rue turning into a ghoul, and Lin Yu's face immediately changed. She had read quite a few books about ghouls and knew that there were many dangers in getting close to them.
Some ghouls were bloodthirsty, hungry monsters, while others would constantly thirst for human flesh and blood. After listening to Su Ran's explanation, she was more certain of her worries. After seeing you make Li Rui turn like that, I thought you were hiding something from me, so it seems you were afraid of the outcome. To be honest, vampires are pretty cool, but turning into a ghoul is a completely different story. Lin Yu said. Su Ran pondered silently in his heart after hearing this. He did seriously consider having Lin Yu turn into a vampire as well before, but the system had long ago reminded him that the result of Li Rui's mutation was just one of many possibilities. System, if I use a blood sacrifice to transform Lin Yu, will it be the same result? Su Ran asked. I'm not sure, it depends on the person's physique and the situation at the time. Perhaps Li Rui turned into a ghoul because he was too close to death while the ritual was in progress, but it could also be because of his own weak mind. While I can't guarantee that this won't happen, I believe that Lin Yu's situation has a higher probability of transforming into another being. Su Ran decided not to tell Lin Yu these words from the system for the time being. He already had too many troubles to deal with at the moment, and didn't want to take the risk of turning Lin Yu into an existence even more troublesome than a ghoul. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Song Ichuan suddenly said as he pulled out a small bag from under the bed and threw it to Su Ran. Su Ran opened the pouch and realized that it was filled with beast crystals. Because the portal mission ended early, we were able to keep these. Song Ichuan said with a smile. You mean these are? Su Ran asked in surprise. Yes, they are the winged lizard crystals that you wanted. Song Ichuan replied. Su Ran saw that there were roughly 30 beast crystals in the bag, and he couldn't help but marvel at what their team had done to collect so many. Now he understood why Jinuer felt angry at himself, because with so many beast crystals, their group should have been at the top of the leaderboards. Now he had enough beast crystals to make an outfit for himself. He remembered how that cloak was able to block his own blood blade attacks and still remain flexible. If he was able to craft a whole set of garments with these beast crystals, then he would be able to fight during the day as well. At first Su Ran was unsure of who to ask for help in designing this outfit, when all of a sudden he thought of someone, Luo Gu. If there was anyone who was good at creating new things and knew whether or not this was feasible, it was definitely not Rogue. However, he couldn't leave Li Rouge behind like this now. Li Rouge could completely lose control at any time and turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Song Ichuan could see that Su Ran was struggling in his heart, and knew that there must be a reason why he had asked himself and Lin Yu to collect these beast crystals. Go do what you need to do, Song Ichuan said. Lin Yu and I can handle the trouble here, and I happen to have an idea. Are you sure? Those beast crystals, should I pay you? Su Ran asked. You're kidding. Lin Yu laughed. Su Ran, if it wasn't for the fact that you saved us when you fought against Daki during karate, we would have been dead long ago, including Jinuer. Even though she says she has a problem with you, she can't deny that you saved her life. The least we can do is give you these beast crystals for free. Su Ran glanced at them again, understanding in his heart that if there was anyone he could rely on, it would be Song Ichuan, especially since Lin Yu was also helping out. Alright, feel free to let me know if there are any problems. I should be in the VIP dormitory area. After saying that, Su Ran quickly took the beast crystals and left the room. VIP dormitory area? Lin Yu frowned. I wonder what he's doing there. Who knows? Song Ichuan shrugged. At this time, Li Rui had started to wake up and rubbed his eyes. Chapter 117, Superpower. In the second grade building, Du Jin was sitting at his office desk, smoking a cigar. He wasn't usually a smoker, but in times of stress, he could never resist smoking more cigars. Boring as hell, that dream true family is coming again. Du Jin muttered to himself. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open and a sergeant wearing sunglasses walked in. His name was Zhao Shuhui, one of the instructors for the second-year students. Sir, I brought the list you asked for. Zhao Shuhui walked forward and handed Du Jin a small stick. Du Jin placed it on the table and the display immediately projected a list of students. Take a look. The combination is quite good this time. Du Jin said, you've confirmed the background of these people, right? If anything happens, complaints from those important families won't affect us, right? Yes, sir. At the top of the list, Li Rui's picture appeared. Today was a day off for students, and early in the morning, Su Ran decided to go out to meet with Rogue. He left Lin Yu and Song Ichuan in the dormitory, urging them to take care of Li Rui. Su Ran tells them that sooner or later, Li Rui will need to feed on human flesh and blood. Perhaps it will take a week, but it could also be tomorrow, and no one can accurately predict this change.
Song Ichwan, however, secretly thought in his heart, it might be today, we can't be that unlucky, right? Although he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart. The task Su Ran had given them was extremely tricky. Not only did they have to ensure Li Rue's safety, they also had to find a way to find human flesh and blood without letting Li Rue realize all of this. Let's go, Li Rouge, let's go out and take a look around. Song Ichwan tentatively suggested. Go out? Li Rue asked with some doubt. If I were you, the first thing I'd do when I got superpowers would definitely be to try and see how powerful I am. Su Ran said that you're a Superman now, so why don't we go and see how strong you really are? Song Ichwan said with a raised eyebrow. Lin Yu also chimed in, I think that's a good idea. So the three of them packed up their things and prepared to leave. Lin Yu even brought along her beast weapon equipment. Nowadays, many students carried weapons with them when walking through the city, even though it was one of the safest places on the planet. Ever since Daki had attacked the students' portal expedition, everyone had become more alert and ready to fight at any time. Before heading out the door, Li Ridge stopped in the doorway, however, looking a little hesitant. Don't worry, Lin Yu laughed, even Su Ran won't burn in the sunlight. He'll just feel weak and tired. Besides, I brought an umbrella just in case. Li Rue thought silently in his heart, you've been a weakling for most of your life, and now, maybe everything can change. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and finally stepped out the door, the sunlight spilling onto his skin. Just as Su Ran had said, he didn't feel any weakness, and was as calm inside as he was outside. The corner of Li Rue's mouth couldn't help but raise a small smile, at least he didn't have to hide in the shadows to live. The three of them walked to the park and followed the path into the deeper woodlands. The trail wound around the less traveled paths until they found a secluded clearing surrounded by trees, making it a perfect practice field. This place is good, Song Ichwan nodded in satisfaction, if someone approaches, we can hear them in time. Then what do we test first? Lin Yu asked. Let's try speed and reflexes first. Song Ichwan walked over to Lin Yu and stretched out his hand, mind lending me your ability? Lin Yu looked at Song Ichwan, recently he had become more reliable than before, and although she still felt that there was something wrong with him, he wasn't an outright bad person. She nodded gently and handed her hand to Song Ichwan, allowing him to copy her ability. The two of them then began to manipulate the branches and sticks on the ground with their Nianli, and due to Lin Yu's weaker ability, they could only control a maximum of 2 sticks at the same time, for a combined total of 4. Try to avoid these sticks. Song Ichwan stood 5 meters away and shouted to Li Rue. As they were ready, Lin Yu and Song Ichwan quickly maneuvered the sticks, which flew towards Li Ridge like arrows. For the first time, Li Rue felt such a powerful confidence, as if he could foresee every attack in advance, whether it was dodging or counterattacking. His body's reaction was perfectly synchronized with his brain's instructions, and this sense of control made him feel unprecedentedly happy. Just then, Song Ichwan accurately attacked Li Rue with both sticks at the same time. If Li Rue dodged when the first stick attacked, the other one would immediately come face to face. Just as the second stick was about to hit him, Li Rouge surprisingly grabbed the stick in the nick of time, although the tip of the stick still made a shallow cut on his face. I'm sorry, Li Rue. Song Ichwan hurriedly shouted, and the two of them rushed to Li Rue's side. When they arrived, the wound on Li Rue's face had already healed, leaving only a few drops of blood on the ground. It looks like the super healing ability is confirmed without a doubt as well. Song Ichwan smiled gratefully, and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was originally worried that if he used other methods to test Li Rue's healing ability, it might in turn accelerate Li Rue's desire for blood and flesh. Next, they prepared to test Li Rue's strength. This time, they found a big, thick tree as their target. Even Song Ichwan, who had the strongest physical ability, couldn't possibly injure this tree with his bare hands unless he used a beast weapon or other abilities. So you want me to hit this tree with my bare hands? Li Rue glanced at the tree, which was as thick as his waist, and imagined the feeling of his fist hitting the trunk. The bones in his hand seemed to have begun to ache faintly. Don't worry, Lin Yu encouraged, you have super healing abilities, it won't be a problem. Then it's not like I can't feel any pain. Li Rue laughed bitterly. However, Li Rue was still curious about just how strong he was. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and swung it towards the tree trunk. Just at the moment his fist was about to hit, he subconsciously withdrew some of his force, fearing that he would be injured. Ah! Li Ridge let out a cry of pain as he sprained his wrist due to the poor angle. The two rushed to check and found that Li Rue's bone had actually pierced the skin, but before their eyes, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the trunk of the tree was left with an obvious dent, although it was not enough to knock the tree down.
but hitting such a dent with his bare hands was far beyond the strength of a normal person. When his wrist was fully restored, Li Rui rotated it to confirm that it was functioning as normal.
The strength is indeed extraordinary, but there is still a gap between you and Su Ran.
Lin Yu said as he observed the tree trunk.
What do you mean? Li Ruiqi asked in disbelief.
Su Ran's body is more powerful than normal people. Even if he accidentally misses, his wrist won't be injured like yours. And although you have super strength, your body is still the same as an ordinary person. If you accidentally use too much force, you'll hurt yourself instead. In other words, you must learn to control your strength. Just as they were discussing, Li Rui's wristwatch suddenly lit up. Li Rui looked down and saw that it was a voice message. Li Rui student, please come to the general's office in the second-year teaching building immediately. I have something important to discuss with you. This was a message from Du Jin. Hearing this message, Song Yichuan's heart sank violently. How could the head of the second year be so concerned about a first-year student? Now, the question became how to fight against a general who controlled a military base? Chapter 118 Bite Me or Love Me. The general's orders were as unyielding as an iron law, and those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Conflicts between students were not bound by many rules, but for those above them, the situation was completely different. Those who break the rules multiple times will be sent to the school's underground prison. The school doesn't expel students easily, and almost no one who goes in there can walk out again, and if they do, they become a different person. There was a rumor going around those students who were put in the dungeon lost all their abilities. Because of this, even Song Yichuan didn't dare to act rashly. Perhaps he could use his family's power to influence the military's judgment on Du Jin, but that would require conclusive evidence, and relying on Li Rui's one-sided testimony alone would not be enough. What should I do? Li Rui asked, following Song Yichuan and Lin Yu on their way back to the military school, full of confusion. Listen to them for the time being and try to stay out of trouble. If they find out that you're getting too close to us, they'll think that you've betrayed them. Agree to their demands first, and then find a chance to get away afterward, Song Yichuan said. As they were about to leave the forest, Song Yichuan suggested that Li Rui go in front while they kept their distance and followed behind. Before leaving, Song Yichuan couldn't help but remind, Li Rui, I chose to trust you this time, but it doesn't mean I really trust you. Maybe never. Lin Yu gently bumped Song Yichuan's ribs and whispered, give him some time, he just went through the brink of death, and now he's being told that he's become a ghoul, so don't say anything to make it harder for him. She flashed a comforting smile at Li Rui. But Song Yichuan remained serious, and if it wasn't for Su Ran, he would have wanted to remove Li Rui long ago. They arrived in front of the second-year teaching building on the east side, where a few second-year students stood. Song Yichuan and Lin Yu couldn't move on any further, but could only watch Li Rui walk into Du Jin's office. Please have a seat, Li Rui. Du Jin said with a smile, casually closing the door behind him before sitting back behind his desk. He took out a few alien energy books from under the desk and placed them on the table. Those were the Tri-Native System alien energy books, with ranks ranging from 2 to 4. Although there were some changes in the plan, you still accomplished the mission. I'm not a person who doesn't keep his promises. Du Jin revealed a meaningful smile. Li Rui felt a hint of strangeness hidden in Du Jin's smile. He couldn't help but think of Song Yichuan's words, and his mind was full of doubts. Why did Du Jin have to deal with Song Yichuan? Shouldn't everyone join forces to fight against Daki? But he eventually accepted the Book of Supernatural Powers. Thank you, General. Is there anything else I can do? Li Rui asked respectfully. There will be a VIP visit next week, and I need you to learn your Earth Allomancy to level 4 before then. Go back and read these books, it will be much easier to learn in a gradual manner. Come back in 2 weeks to report on your progress, and you're free to go. Li Ridge bowed low and then left the room. Looks like I've managed to take in another person, Du Jin smiled smugly in his heart. In the end, everyone wants to stand at the top of power. Li Rui had just walked out of the office when he saw Ding Yang waiting at the door. He coldly glared at Li Rui and said in a harsh tone, "What are you looking at, punk?" The image of Ding Yang taunting him earlier surfaced before Li Rui's eyes, and the unpleasant memories in his heart surged up again. Wait for me at the back of the school building after school, my brothers and I are going to give you a little surprise. Ding Yang said with a sneer. Suit yourself. Li Rui agreed with his mouth, but he secretly sneered in his heart. Li Rui walked straight towards the back door, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'll be waiting for you, Ding Yang. Jean Yuer gradually calmed down. She recalled Su Ran's performance. Although he had hidden his power, he had saved everyone in the end. She could no longer be angry about not getting first place.
When she thought of Daki's terrifying appearance, her body couldn't help but tremble. She tried to take a deep breath to try and calm herself, but her mind couldn't help but start thinking about Su Ran's identity. What exactly was a vampire? It wasn't like some sort of psychic ability, but more like some completely different race. Curiosity drove her to the library, and after looking up non-fiction books for a long time, Jinyue realized that there was nothing about vampires. She had to turn to the fiction section, which turned out to have a wide variety of books. She casually picked up a book with a cover that read "Bite Me or Love Me." She stood between the shelves and read it, not realizing that the more she read, the more engrossed she became, her cheeks gradually flushing. "You're interested in vampires?" A boy's voice suddenly rang from the side. Jinyue turned her head to see that it was a student she didn't recognize, but there seemed to be an attraction about him that made Jinyue feel like she should remember him. "I didn't expect to meet such a pretty girl here. My name is Hwa-Duan. Nice to meet you." In the open space outside the second-year teaching building, Lin Yu and Song Ichwan were still waiting patiently. Li Rue had already been inside for a while, and they were beginning to worry about why Li Rue hadn't come out after so long. "Did something happen to him?" Lin Yu asked, glancing at the two second-year students standing at the entrance of the school building, who were like dogs guarding the door. "I'm not sure. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would lie," Song Ichwan replied, "but he did lie to Su Ran and I before, and we were surprisingly unaware of it, alas. Can you please stop getting hung up on this? It's really annoying." Lin Yu was a bit angry. She had already heard enough of Song Ichwan's words that always belittle Li Rue. Right now, all of us are helping each other. That's how this world should be, long before the appearance of supernatural powers. Song Ichwan heard some pain in Lin Yu's tone. As a lower-class person, it was common for people to be dissatisfied with the current system. Before the war with Daki, everyone had a voice and a chance to change the status quo. However, after the war, everything changed. Now, if you're lower class, the people in power don't care what you think. "The problem doesn't lie in the powers themselves," Song Ichwan said, "but in the people at the top who have formulated the current social system." Eventually, the wait was just too long, and they had a premonition that something might have happened to Li Rue. Thus, they decided not to wait in front and instead went around to the back of the school building to see if there were any other entrances. The second-grade school building was right next to the fence, and there was no direct back door. But maybe they could get in by climbing the wall or something. As they circled around to the back of the school building, they found another student on guard. Using her psychic ability, Lin Yu gently lifted a few stones and threw them into the distance, successfully distracting the guard. "Ready?" Lin Yu asked with a smile, but she quickly realized her expression and immediately tightened her smile. She couldn't believe that she was actually feeling a little excited about sneaking around and doing this kind of thing, especially with Song Ichwan. "Not to mention, you're still quite cute when you smile," Song Ichwan teased. Chapter 119 Strange Equipment. At this moment, Li Rue was standing at the spot Ding Yang had said to wait patiently. He looked around and realized that there was no exit from this area and no students were passing through. The high walls around the area were almost impossible to climb unless someone possessed special abilities. Just as Li Rue was staring at the wall in disbelief, a familiar voice came from behind. "Li Rue. So early." Ding Yang walked up and said, "You know, lately General Du Jin has been putting the blame for the failure of dealing with Song Ichwan on my head, so I haven't gotten a single penny. How are you going to solve this problem?" As Ding Yang walked closer and closer, his eyes fell on the books in Li Rue's hands, which were level 2, 3, and 4 Earth ability books. Although Ding Yang was already a level 4 Earth ability practitioner, he could sell these books for some money to spend. "Hand them over, punk." Ding Yang slapped Li Rue's face, leaving a visible red mark. In fact, Ding Yang didn't care about these exotic books. He knew that as long as he opened his mouth, Li Rich would definitely hand them over obediently. What he really wanted was to find a target to vent his frustration on, and Li Rue was the best target. Du Jin did not honor his promise to give him a reward, and Ding Yang was very upset. He felt that he had accomplished his mission when he convinced Li Rue to push his friend away. Not only that, but Ding Yang was given a hard time by Jinyue, and his friends left him afterward, unwilling to help him anymore. They were afraid of getting caught up in trouble again, especially in the face of Jinyue's danger. Li Rue touched the red marks on his face. In the past, in situations like this, his hands would have long started to tremble and his heart would be filled with fear, but today was different. Images of Ding Yang's neck being torn apart began to emerge in his mind, and that scene seemed to make him feel unusually excited. Ding Yang proceeded to kick Li Ridge in the stomach, then grabbed him by the collar and slammed him to the ground.
The two were now in the narrow space between the second-year teaching building and the storage room, which was dimly lit, so unless someone purposely came around, no one would even notice them. What a quiet little place for us to do some trading between old friends, isn't it? Ding Yang laughed. Li Rui stood up and revealed an intriguing smile, a good place indeed. After distracting the guards, Lin Yu and Song Ichuan quietly circled around to the back of the second-year school building. They didn't find any entrances, only a few windows that were too high to climb. Keep looking, said Lin Yu, there must be another way in. They searched carefully, but still found nothing. Just then, Song Ichuan discovered an alley between the school building and the storage room. Maybe we can find a pipe or something and climb up. Song Ichuan said. You've watched too many movies. Lin Yu said helplessly. They decided to keep checking, since they had already come here, they had to at least try before giving up. As they entered the narrow space, they suddenly heard some strange sounds. It sounded like some kind of beast tearing into its food, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. They turned a corner, and the sight in front of them made the two of them freeze instantly. Li Rui stood there, his hands and mouth covered in blood, while at his feet lay a corpse in a student uniform. The corpse's limbs were mutilated, with some broken flesh on the bones, and it looked like it had been torn off alive by something. Li Rui? Lin Yu asked with a trembling voice, what did you do? The third floor of the VIP dormitory building was a dormitory reserved for first-year students. Su Ran came here to look for Luo Gu, who was the only VIP student Su Ran knew. Although Su Ran wasn't sure if Log could really help, he still had the attitude of giving it a try. Su Ran's plan was to use the winged lizard crystals to create a combat suit that could wrap around his entire body. He needed a material that could wrap around his body and still be flexible enough, but it also had to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks in battle. He had already found a black suit that could block out the sunlight, but once it was torn in battle, he would still be exposed to the sunlight, greatly weakening his power. When Su Ran had learned about cloaks in the virtual game, he had developed this idea. Now that he had enough materials, the only problem left was how to make a proper combat suit. Normal blacksmiths and tailors would create equipment and weapons based on existing designs, but what Su Ran wanted was a customized garment that had never been made by anyone before, which required the help of an expert designer. But such customized products were expensive, and even if Su Ran sold all his crystals, it wouldn't be enough to pay for them. Thus, he thought of Luo Gu, thinking that perhaps Luo Gu had a way, or at least could introduce him to some people who charged less. Su Ran walked to the door of Luo Ji's dormitory and knocked a few times, but no one responded. This was odd, as he had never seen Rogue leave the room during the week he had been here training with Rogue's equipment. Trying to push on the door, Su Ran realized that it was actually unlocked and opened with a gentle push. Is anyone there? Su Ran asked softly, quietly stepping into the room as he did so. At the other end of the room, Rogue was sitting on a chair, a metal glove on his right hand, and a pair of giant goggles suspended over his eyes. Su Ran could tell at a glance that Log was immersed in his own world. Once Log entered this state, he wouldn't notice no matter what you did. The best thing to do was to wait until he finished the task at hand on his own. Su Ran began to look around at the various devices in Log's room, many of which made him curious, and he activated the system's identification skill. Some of the devices were completely unrecognizable to the system, displaying only a series of question marks. Some devices were able to display basic information, such as the material composition of the device. Of particular interest to Su Ran was a circular device placed on a shelf. Unlike the other dusty things in the room, this device was spotless. It was shaped like a small laptop with a digital display on top. Identification. Return teleportation device, returns to a preset destination after entering the correct access code. Maker, Dong Jio. As Su Ran approached for a closer look, this seemed to be the only item in the room that wasn't made by Rogue, and it was also a teleportation device. But unlike the large teleporters they had available, this device was much smaller, as if it was beyond the technology of the current era. Su Ran was reaching out to pick it up when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Go ahead if you want your fingers blown off. Rogue said with a hint of sarcasm. He had turned around and was staring at Su Ran. However, I'd like to see if your ability is stronger or mine. Sorry, I just thought this thing looked interesting. Su Ran said sardonically, hurriedly withdrawing his hand. Chapter 120 Special Mask. After hearing Su Ran's words, the metal glove on Rogue's right hand began to disintegrate into countless small bug-like parts. These little bugs flew towards the device and carried it to Rogue. This thing has literally become our family's nightmare. Rogue said as she looked at the device.
My family is one of the originals who hide their abilities. Before the war broke out, they did research for various corporations and governments. About 50 years ago, they discovered this device on an expedition. No one knew what it was at the time, and our powers couldn't work on it. Later, our family discovered Dalki technology and researched the similarities between this device and Dalki technology. It seems to be a teleporter of sorts, but the question is, why did this technology exist before Dargi came to Earth? And why did the Dalki attack us? Were they here before and we just never realized it? These questions from Log also sparked Su Ran's thoughts. Previously, he had always taken the government's claims as the truth, but now it seemed that the government might be hiding an even bigger secret. Perhaps, like his vampire system, the truth wasn't so simple. However, I'm not expecting you to answer those questions. Rogue continued, the only thing that is certain is that the guy who was able to create such a compact teleporter must be a genius. I really hope to meet him someday. What did you just say? Su Ran suddenly asked, you said you don't know who made it? Of course I don't know. If I knew, our family would have tracked him down for generations. Luo Gu replied. Hearing this, Su Ran fell into deeper thought. Dong Jiu, the renowned scientist, was both the one who discovered the power of the beast crystal as well as the pioneer in researching Dalki teleportation technology. Could it be that he knew everything already? However, this question was too much for Su Ran, who still had his own problems to solve. Speaking of which, is there something you came to see me about today? Want to play games again? Lowe's asked. Actually, I'd like to ask you to help me make a battlesuit. Su Ran said. After hearing this, Luoga smiled and said with some pride, you found the right person, I can personally design a set of battle armor for you. Really? Su Ran asked in momentary surprise. Of course, it's much simpler than those strange devices I built before. Most of the devices are powered by beast crystals, and I'm more than familiar with that aspect. As for the fusion process, I used an exclusive technique. Luo Gu added proudly. Su Ran could tell that Luo Gu was full of pride in his work. Every time he came here to train, Rogue would always show off his peculiar inventions, even though some of them seemed to have little practical use. And because of these interactions, Rogue was interested in Su Ran not only out of professional interest, but more as a kind of closeness between friends. There's a problem, though, Rogue said with a frown, if you're going to be covered all over, how are you going to breathe? From the material you described, this kind of battle armor is definitely not breathable. If even your eyes are covered, how are you going to see out? Su Ran frowned, his eyes searching around, thinking about how to solve this problem. He saw a small model placed in the corner of the studio, one that wore something similar to a gas mask on its head. Can we make a similar mask? Su Ran had a flash of insight, maybe add a few breathing tubes to the sides of the mask so I can breathe normally. It's possible, but your score in the fashion world might go way down. Rogue snickered. By the way, the mask should be able to be opened at any time, so it's convenient for me to replenish my energy whenever I'm on the move. Su Ran grinned. The two began to sit down and discuss the design, and Log put the beast crystals into a special container for melting. Of the 39 pieces of beast crystals in Su Ran's hands, 30 were used to make the battle armor, and the remaining few pieces Luoga said that he didn't need them and Su Ran could keep them for himself. Su Ran offered to pay for the production costs, and even gave the extra beast crystals to Luogu, but Luogu balked, saying that this small amount of money was nothing to him, and that he didn't need to worry about it at all. Luogu then took out a large metal plate and placed it on the table before closing his eyes and gently placing his hand on the metal plate. The metal plate began to disintegrate like before, transforming into countless little metal bugs. These little bugs moved around on the tabletop, gradually building a humanoid model that was similar in size to Su Ran. The two continued to modify the design, especially making a lot of adjustments to the mask part. Su Ran wanted the mask to not only cover his face, but also bring fear to his enemies. After many revisions, the final design was completed and Rogue began to work on it. As time passed, Su Ran couldn't help but fall asleep at the table. That was until Luo nudged him awake, wake up, your battle armor is finished. Su Ran, who opened his eyes, saw a metal model that resembled his own body shape, wearing the battle armor they had designed. The battle armor clung to the model's body, and the entire battle armor was predominantly black, with a snake-scaled-like texture on its surface, making it look extremely intimidating. This is fantastic. Su Ran couldn't help but reach out and touch the model, his face full of admiration. There were also a few red claw marks added to the battle armor's arms by Rogue. Su Ran had originally wished for the battle armor to be all black, but seeing that Rogue was so tired,
he was too embarrassed to propose a modification.
What do you think of these red lines I added? Luo Gu asked.
Su Ran nodded and said with a smile, "It's cool." What pleased Su Ran the most was the mask part. It was a metal mask that covered the area from the mouth to the nose, and the mask was engraved with raised patterns of animal teeth, as if it would devour the enemy at any time. I have to warn you though, despite using high-quality metals and beast crystals, this battle armor has its limits. Luo Gu said, it can withstand attacks from intermediate weapons, but if it encounters a stronger enemy or weapon, it may be broken. Su Ran nodded, memorizing this information in his heart. Just then, a strange power surged out of Su Ran's body. The feeling was like the euphoria that came from devouring blood, yet it was slightly different. His eyes began to glow red as power surged through his body.
What happened? Su Ran asked in disbelief.
Luo Gu stood to the side, watching him vigilantly, and the small metal insects in his hands had begun to gather around him, forming a set of metal armor in preparation for an unexpected situation. The feeling then quickly disappeared, and Su Ran's eyes returned to normal.
A message surfaced in Su Ran's mind. Family members have become stronger. What is this? Su Ran said suspiciously, could it have something to do with Li Ruiqi? An ominous premonition surged through his mind. Chapter 121 Another Vampire.
In the library's fiction book section, Jean Yuer was standing alone, holding a vampire love story in her hands. Her face was already flushed red, and she had no idea that someone would stumble upon her reading such a shameful book. The descriptions of these intimate scenes are so strange that it's hard to comprehend, Jean Yuer thought to herself, but this boy in front of her seems to know what this book is about. Could it be that he's also interested in this kind of book?
In order to avoid further embarrassment, Jean Yuer quickly put the book back and walked towards the strange boy.
That boy was none other than Hua Duan, and seeing her walking towards him, he couldn't help but lick his lips, thinking in his heart, this girl looks really delicious. Jean Yuer lowers her head and walks with steady steps, stopping when she walks only a step away from Hua Chuan.
A small smile appeared on Hua Chuan's face. What's wrong? Raise your head and let me see your pretty face again.
Jean Yuer raises her head violently and quickly rushes forward, an ice sword condensing in her right hand all of a sudden. She presses Hua Chen against the wall with her forearms, the ice sword in her hand pointing at his throat, the freezing cold spreading quickly as frost begins to cover Hua Chen's neck. If you dare to tell anyone about what you saw today, there will be consequences, understand? Jean Yuer coldly threatens. What's wrong with you, girl? How can you just attack someone? Hua Duan shouted in shock. Ignoring his panic, Jean Yuer continued to freeze his hands on the wall as well, ensuring that he was powerless to fight back. Frost extended from her arms and quickly froze Hua Duan's entire neck. No, I don't want any trouble, Hua Duan said, trying to calm her anger. Jean Yuer sized him up carefully, noting the contours of his features. Very well, I will remember you. If anyone learns about what happened today, I will definitely come back for you. With that, she puts away her ice sword and turns around to leave the library, leaving Hua Chen immobilized by the frost on the wall. Wait! Hua Dust shouts, you're not just going to trap me here, are you? Without looking back, Jean Yuer continues to walk towards the center of the library, coldly dropping a sentence, this is just a small warning so that you know the consequences of disobeying. After Jean Yuer left, the nearby students curiously came over to watch the fun, and everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Hua Chen being secured to the wall. This wasn't the first time they had seen someone being frozen for confessing to Jean Yuer. Many brave students had tried to ask Jean Yuer out, but she hated it when people wasted her time. The suitors always asked her to go to a quiet place, which she thought was important, but it turned out to be confessions and date invitations. She usually responded by pinning these so-called suitors to the wall and sealing them with frost until the ice melted naturally. This behavior also became her warning to other suitors, and gradually, fewer and fewer people dared to approach her. Hua Chen used his power to break free from the ice when no one was looking. He moved his hands and forcefully shattered the frost on his neck. Someone can actually resist my charm? How interesting. Hua Duan laughed lightly, this in turn makes me want to chase her even more. Frost girl, I'll remember you. Looks like this place won't be too boring. Hua Dust had originally planned to explore the human world and experience all the fun his grandfather had once told him about, but his plans were cut short when he was arrested. When he woke up, he found himself standing in front of General Chen Wang. They tell him that he is suspected of draft evasion. Chen Wang says he can leave as long as he contacts his guardian, proves his age and shows proof of this. But Hua Duan didn't dare to do so. He was more afraid of his father and family than he was of humans. If he was taken back now, He didn't dare to imagine how his father would punish him, and this was his only chance to experience human life. Just when Hua Chen thought everything had gone well, Chen Wang suddenly asked a tricky question. Since you claim to be fatherless and motherless, I need you to fill out this form and we will arrange for you to enter the course as soon as possible. Chen Wang said. A digital screen appeared in front of Hua Chen, asking for basic information such as name and date of birth. Hua Dust filled out the fake information, but when asked about his ability type, he paused for a moment and then filled it out as planned. After reading all the information, Hua Chen was issued a watch with the number 1 on the display. After seeing this number, Chen Wang lost interest in him, and the recruitment was handed over to Du Jin, who would use more advanced books of supernatural abilities to attract students. Although Chen Wang was a bit dissatisfied with Du Jin's approach, he knew that the base had certain tasks to fulfill. Not knowing what to do, Hua Duan decides to go to the library to learn about the current situation on Earth. He was quickly drawn to books about vampires, wanting to see what humans thought of vampires. As a result, he found that the vampires written in the books were almost all nonsense, indicating that humans knew very little about the real situation of vampires. After leaving the library, Hua Chen walked around aimlessly, intending to return to his dormitory. At this moment, a student hurriedly runs past him, and a familiar odor instantly enters Hua Chuan's nose. Hua Dust's heart was startled. The smell was one he was more than familiar with. It was the scent of another vampire. Unfortunately, by the time he realized it, the student had already disappeared at the end of the distant corridor. Interesting, I'd like to see which clan he's from that he's even in this base. Hua Duan murmured thoughtfully. In the dimly lit alleyway, away from the sight of the outside world, Ling Yu and Song Yichuan stood there, watching in horror as Li Rui was wolfing down a human corpse. They were now only a few steps away from Li Rui, and he was still frantically tearing the flesh and blood from the corpse, as if he hadn't eaten for weeks. Seeing such a horrific scene, Ling Yu could no longer bear it and turned her head, feeling like she was about to vomit. Just as she was about to do so, Song Yichuan grabbed her, forcing her to turn her head back and look straight into her eyes. Don't vomit it out, hold it in. Song Yichuan whispered, his tone dripping with tension and urgency. We can't leave any traces, or they'll realize we were here. A trace of panic surfaced on his face, clearly also frightened by the situation before him. Looking at the almost panicked expression on Song Yichuan's face, Lin Yu closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself down. Think about happy things, Lin Yu, stop looking at those horrible things. She kept chanting silently to herself, trying to calm herself down. After a few moments, the discomfort in her stomach finally eased slightly. When she reopened her eyes, she saw Song Yichuan walking towards Li Rui. However, when she saw the torn corpse again, the revolting feeling in her stomach surged up again. I have to go out to get some air, and keep a lookout on the side. Lin Yu said hurriedly, quickly rushing out of the alley. Recently, it seemed that Lin Yu had experienced more and more horrifying scenes. When she had seen the head thrown by the Daki clan earlier, she hadn't even had time to digest it all before fear took over her entire body and mind. Seeing this scene again just now, Lin Yu began to have doubts about the matter of letting Su Ran turn her into a vampire. Could she really endure this? It seemed so simple in the books, but the reality was so cruel. Chapter 122 Corpse. Li Rui. Song Yichuan shouted in a low voice, Li Rouge. Hearing Song Yichuan's voice, Li Rouge snapped out of that frantic state. He looked down at the corpse on the ground, still holding a piece of pink meat with blood in his hand. He couldn't even recognize which part of the meat this piece actually came from. He immediately dropped the bloody meat in his hand and backed away in panic. Did I do this? Li Rui was a little panicked as he tried to recall what had just happened. When Ding Yang kicked him down and shouted insults, the anger within Li Rui was instantly ignited. The Ding Yang in front of him at that time reminded him of all the pain those had inflicted on him, all just because of his weakness in the past. However, the current Li Rui had long since stopped being weak. When Ding Yang raised his hand again, ready to give him a slap, Li Rui grabbed the other man's wrist with force, and with the help of his superhuman strength, he directly crushed Ding Yang's fingers. Accompanied by Ding Yang's scream of pain, Li Ridge's hand was like a sharp claw, tearing Ding Yang's carotid artery with a single blow. Then, Ding Yang became Ridge's food. Li Rui originally wanted to say that he didn't remember what he had done, but he knew clearly that it was all just a lie. From the very beginning, when Ding Yang hit him for the first time, he had already planned his revenge. Those who betrayed him, all of them should be removed. They didn't deserve to continue living in human society at all. The only thing he hadn't planned for was what happened afterward. Upon seeing Ding Yang's body lying on the ground, Li Rui's eyes were drawn to something, not blood, but the muscle fibers and fat cells underneath the blood. He couldn't control himself at all and pounced straight up. Right now, Li Ridge needed to keep up his cowardly image. He was afraid that the others would know that he actually knew exactly what he had just done.
I killed someone. Li Ridge choked out. Don't pretend. Song Ichuan responded coldly, this is not the time for you to pretend to be innocent. How long has he been dead? What do you mean? Li Rui froze for a moment. I'm asking you, how long has he been dead? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? There was urgency in Song Ichuan's voice. I'm not sure, maybe about 10 minutes. Li Rui replied. Song Ichuan quickly walked towards the body that had been completely torn apart. The body had been split into pieces, and apart from a few large remnants, it was almost unrecognizable from what it originally looked like. He eventually found what he needed: the watch on his wrist. Song Ichuan used his psychic ability to lift the wristwatch into the air, then quickly threw it into the distance. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed Li Rui's wrist and pulled him to run out of the alley. We have to get out of here quickly. His voice was filled with tension. The three of them flew out of the area where the second-year school building was located until they once again returned to the clearing where they had practiced in the forest before. Take off your clothes. Song Ichuan ordered. What? Then won't others see me naked? Li Rui protested. Song Ichuan lost his patience and walked over to Li Rouge and directly started tearing his clothes. Go away! Li Rui shouted angrily, I'll do it myself. He pushed Song Ichuan hard, and despite the force, Song Ichuan didn't fall down. After taking a step back, Song Ichuan let Li Rui handle it himself. Why did you run away in such a hurry just now? We just left the body in the alley like that. Wouldn't the school realize that the student was killed? Lin Yu asked. There's no way, Song Ichuan said. Once the watch senses no signs of life, the information will automatically be sent back to the school. Although the watch will have a 5-minute delay before confirming the end of life, there's nothing we can do if we're detected. At least we're safe for now. What about the body? Won't they track down the murderer? Just as Lin Yu said this, there were rustling footsteps in the forest and another person walked in with an umbrella. What are you guys talking about the body? Su Ran asked. After the strange sensation in Su Ran's body disappeared, the system sent a message suggesting that one of his family members had gotten stronger. Su Ran didn't need to ask the system what this meant, as he had already felt it. That strange connection with Li Rui was similar to what he felt when he ingested blood. But this time, it wasn't him who was getting stronger, it was Li Rouge who was getting stronger. Rogue, thank you for your help, but I really don't have time to explain right now, I have to go. Su Ran shouted. He walked over to the model that held the mask and battlesuit and immediately put them away in his dimensional storage space. Just like his other equipment, these items had been registered as his Shadow System's equipment, and he could put them on or take them off at any time. Just as Su Ran was about to dash out the door, he suddenly turned back to the workbench. On it lay several different mask designs, all of which he and Rogue had conceptualized together until they felt that one of them was the most appropriate. Rogue, if it's not too much trouble, could you help me finish the other mask designs as well? Rogue laughed, are you kidding? I could make all the masks today if I wanted to. Su Ran smiled and looked back at Rogue. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, it was obvious that Rogue had been up for days without resting in order to finish the battlesuit. Rogue, I promise I'll return this favor someday. If I find any useful information, I'll be sure to tell you first. After saying that, Su Ran dashed out the door and rushed in the direction where Li Rui was. He didn't know where Lin Yu and Song Ichuan had taken Li Rui, but some kind of sensation in his body was guiding him, as if some system or inner force was telling him where Li Rui was. As he headed in the right direction, that connection became stronger, and vice versa, it became weak. Su Ran ran furiously all the way down the stairs and rushed through the corridors, completely ignoring the other people around him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar odor burrowed into his nostrils, an odor that was unfamiliar to Su Ran as his senses had sharpened a lot since he had been turned into a vampire, especially his sense of smell, but this odor was different. If Su Ran wasn't in a state of urgency at the moment, he might have turned around to check out just who was emitting such a strange odor. As he left the academy, Su Ran picked up one of the umbrellas at the entrance in passing. It was an item that students often forgot about, and was usually left on the doorstep to dry out. This undoubtedly added a lot of convenience to Su Ran's movements. Once out of the academy, Su Ran continued to follow the senses in his body,
eventually arriving at the park and then entering the forest. When he arrived, he happened to hear the last few words spoken by Lingyu. And through the system's information, Su Ran was already able to guess what had happened. Seeing the blood-stained clothes in Song Ichuan's hands and the blood on Li Rue's hands and the corners of his mouth, he no longer needed any explanation. Li Rue had devoured human flesh and probably killed someone because of it. Although Su Ran wanted to blame Li Rue, he wasn't able to do so. After all, he was the one who had turned Li Rue into this kind of monster, and he knew all too well the feeling of being out of control. When Su Ran himself had just turned into a vampire, he had also been unable to control his desire for blood and had even bitten Lingyu. Only Li Rue's desire was for human flesh, which was fatal to the person being eaten. Just as Song Ichuan walked out of the forest, he leaned close to Su Ran's ear and whispered, "You have to hurry up and find a way to fix him." After saying this, Song Ichuan walked out of the forest with his clothes and said in a loud voice, "I'm going to take care of these things, you guys take care of Li Rue." "Now can you tell me exactly what happened?" Su Ran asked. Chapter 123 Lying. Song Ichuan carefully wrapped his clothes and tried to cover up the blood as much as possible. He smoothly entered the school, avoided everyone's sight, and returned to the dormitory. He then put all the bloodied clothes, including his own, into a plastic bag. Then he took a few sets of change of clothes from his locker and Li Rue's locker. Luckily the school provided enough uniforms. After all, fights were frequent in the school. Now Song Ichuan had two bags, one containing Li Rue's clean, new clothes and the other with blood-stained clothing. He needed to find a place to dispose of the evidence. Just as he was walking and thinking about how to deal with it, he saw someone who could help him solve the problem easily. "Hello, Shoes Searching Ji." Song Ichuan said, "How have you been?" He held the bag with his left hand and patted Chu Xuanji's shoulder with his right hand, smoothly replicating his fire ability. "Oh, Song Ichuan." Chu Xuani revealed a forced smile. "Those crystals, you don't have to return them, consider it as a small token of our family's appreciation." "Great, I was planning to come over and ask you." Song Ichuan responded with a smile. Song Ichuan was doing his best to maintain the conversation, but he also noticed the students around him talking about something. "Did you hear about it? They found something?" A student said. "You mean that thing found behind the second-year school building?" Another student responded. "Yeah, the school's investigation team is looking for the truth now. I think maybe one of the students was killed?" "In the school? Hasn't something like that already happened this school year?" Maybe an alien beast really did sneak in through the portal. Song Ichuan took this opportunity to leave Chu Xuani and quickly traveled to a place where no one had seen him. Most of the students were now gathered near the second-year building, wanting to see what had happened or ask for news through other students. The vicinity of the first-year building became exceptionally quiet at this time. Song Ichuan took this opportunity to hide in a hidden corner and burn all the evidence without being noticed by anyone. "I hope we didn't miss anything." Outside the second-year school building, several soldiers stood guard, blocking all the entrances and exits in the front and back. The teachers who were investigating had all the second graders gather on the playground in front of the building, the students talking and speculating about what had happened. The second grade teachers were the first to arrive at the scene and began their initial investigation. In the alley behind the school building, Yin Fei and Su Li were looking at the scene together. The gruesome scene reminded Yin Fei and Su Li of gory images from the war, which was sickening. As former battlefield veterans, they have long been immune to such bloody scenes. Su Li squatted on the ground and meticulously examined the scattered body fragments without any discomfort at all. She rummaged through the blood-stained bones and pieces of meat as if she was picking out clothes. After looking for a long time, Su Li seemed to have discovered something, and she began to methodically arrange the body pieces one by one, with certain parts being lined up for her to carefully inspect. "Are you piecing together the corpse?" Seeing this, Yin Fei couldn't help but speak. "These corpse pieces all have one thing in common." Su Li mused. "Aside from being full of blood, I can't see what's in common." Yin Fei frowned. "Do you think this is the work of some kind of beast that escaped from the portal? Or is it just some student with weird abilities?" Su Li picked up a piece of the corpse that looked like it belonged to the leg and pointed to two puncture marks. "Look here, although most of the flesh looks like it was torn apart by some kind of sharp claws, there are also some wounds that look like teeth marks." "Teeth marks?" Yin Fei revealed a surprised look. Some of them were torn and whole, but some parts were obviously chewed. Su Li whispered, "They weren't meant to taste blood." "Doesn't that prove that it was done by some kind of beast?" Yin Fei asked suspiciously. "It's not that simple, I've seen similar wounds before."
Do you remember when we passed through the red portal and found that dream true family member? Suli continued, I've seen the same wound in the medical room. Are you saying that those students are related to this matter? Yin Fei was incredulous. I'm not saying that they are the murderers, but this matter might have some sort of connection with them. Suli said calmly, when the investigation is over, we'll have to find them again and ask them about it. Song Ichuan briefly explained to everyone what had happened, including how the news had spread quickly and the progress of the investigation being conducted by the school. After helping Li Rui clean up, several people returned to the dormitory together. In the first-year dormitory, Song Ichuan, Li Rui and Su Ran sat together while Lin Yu paced back and forth uneasily, tugging nervously at his hair. It's over, it's over. Lin Yu finally couldn't help but shout, I witnessed all of this with my own eyes, and if things fall apart, I'll be an accomplice. If we get caught, we'll all be put in the dungeon. How am I going to explain this to my parents? This was the first time everyone had seen Lin Yu so panicked. Although she was usually a bit of a fusspot, she had never lost control like this. Li Rude, you owe us an explanation. Song Ichuan said coldly, being hungry is understandable, but why didn't you come to us? This is already the second time. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself, Li Rui said in a low voice. Ding Yang slapped me and I lost my mind. When I regained consciousness, I was already gnawing on his corpse. I don't remember what happened in between it all. Li Rui had a horrified expression and looked very remorseful. Even Song Ichuan gradually believed him, only Su Ran remained skeptical. He's lying. The system's voice rang in Su Ran's ears. What do you mean? Su Ran asked. You remember what I said before, he needs to eat human flesh to sustain himself. Even if he loses control, it won't be this fast, the process should be much slower, and the connection between you will gradually weaken as his hunger fades. Now, if you want to know the truth, I have a way. Su Ran sniffed and walked over to Li Rui, looking at him sharply as he slowly bit through his own finger, guiding Li Rui with his blood. Li Rui instantly pounced on him, frantically sucking Su Ran's blood. The connection between the two instantly strengthened, both of their eyes flashing red at the same time. Back off! Su Ran barked out an order, and Li Rui immediately stopped his movements and obediently stood back. Now, tell me, why did you kill that student? Su Ran asked in an undeniable voice. Li Rui's eyes flashed red once again, and as if he was unable to resist, he began to give a truthful account. Ding Yang has been torturing me. Every time you guys are not around, he goes after me, breaking my fingers and then healing them with a healer, torturing me repeatedly. I've had enough of him, and it just so happens that this time I have the power, so I fought back. Hearing Li Rui's explanation, Su Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Although Li Rui's behavior was extreme, at least he wasn't killing people because he was out of control. Chapter 124 Alternate Plan. In this world, the rules of the school were not much different from the real world. Whoever's power suddenly skyrocketed, then he would have the ability to strike back at those who had oppressed him. This was an inevitable law under this social system. Of course, this situation was not common, as most people did not have the means to quickly become stronger like Su Ran and Li Rui. Li Ridge, your behavior is not wrong. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. Song Ichuan said, but what makes us different is that your behavior puts Su Ran in danger. If you're caught, the clues will point to him sooner or later. And it's not just Su Ran, we're also implicated. Song Ichuan's gaze was stern as he continued, I intend to personally take revenge on Du Jin and Zhang Jia. But I will choose a foolproof time. I don't want others to be implicated. When Song Ichuan said this, he was actually talking about himself, and as he looked at Li Rouge's situation, it was as if he saw his own shadow. It was because he chose to get close to Su Ran and the others, disturbing the balance of power in the school, that made Du Jin target him. In order to strike Song Ichuan, Du Jin chose to start with the friends around him. Therefore, Song Ichuan couldn't completely blame Li Rui for his behavior, and everyone knew in their hearts that once this matter was exposed, everyone would be in crisis. Thus, they decided not to continue discussing this matter, outwardly putting it all aside for the time being, but deep down they knew that sooner or later, they would have to face it. System, is there any way to make Li Rui stop eating meat? Any way will do. Su Ran asked. Of course there is, but you might not like my answer. The system responded. Just like you become stronger by sucking blood, Li Rui is enhancing his power by eating human flesh. Eventually, he will become strong enough to evolve to the point where he no longer needs human flesh. Hearing this answer, Su Ran's heart sank. In order to make Li Rui stop eating human flesh, the only way was surprisingly to make him eat more human flesh. Su Ran felt helpless and conflicted.
The next day, the students had expected something unusual to happen, but the daily routine on campus was business as usual. Although people were still talking about the incident that happened in the second-year building, that area was quickly cleared and the second-year students were allowed to enter the building again. However, the rumors didn't stop there, and with all the talk amongst the students, the school eventually released an emergency announcement, with all students receiving the same voice message through their watches. The message stated that a fey beast had escaped through a certain portal, but had already been disposed of. The school was investigating how the fey beast had gotten through the portal to make sure that this sort of thing didn't happen again. Fortunately, Ding Yang came from an unnamed family, and his death would have no immediate effect on the school. Several people gathered in the same room once again to discuss what to do about Li Rui.
Do you feel hungry now? Lin Yu asked. No hungrier than when I usually wake up. Li Rui replied. Song Yichuan and Su Ran had already prepared a large amount of raw meat for Li Rui to consume, and for the time being, it seemed that the raw meat had effectively suppressed Li Rui's hunger. However, the system's words made Su Ran even more worried since Li Ridge had already tasted human flesh and blood. The system predicted that his hunger would make a comeback even faster. The problem was that they didn't know how long Li Rui could last before feeding on humans for the first time. If Li Rui had gone berserk after a week, the system might have been able to give a more accurate estimate. But since Li Rui had actively chosen to kill and feed in a non-extremely hungry situation, the system could not give an exact time. This issue had been lingering in everyone's mind. Take it easy, everyone, Li Ridge said nervously. I won't do that again, and I promise I'll let you all know as soon as I feel hungry again. But, said Song Yichuan, that doesn't solve the problem. Even though we got away with it this time, we need a long-term solution. Several people racked their brains, trying to come up with a solution. In fact, Song Yichuan already had an alternative plan in mind, but this was a last resort. He still didn't fully trust Li Rui, wanting to see how loyal he really was, and he would only tell them his plan once all other options had been dismissed. Have you tried coffee? Lin Yu asked. Coffee? The crowd thought for a moment, finding the suggestion a bit outrageous. Oh, it's fine, I just once read in a book that coffee suppresses the appetite. Lin Yu smiled. What about a cemetery? Or a city morgue? There should be corpses there, right? Su Ran had actually thought of all this, but once again, the system brought him bad news. The meat had to be fresh enough, preferably freshly stripped from the bones or someone who had just died. And there weren't many dead people in this militarized city, which didn't have a high crime rate or an aging population like normal cities. More importantly, if they were caught in the process of obtaining the bodies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Ran felt the pressure mounting and was almost on the verge of freaking out. No matter what, he couldn't think of a good solution. The only thing he could think of was to kill more people, and if he was going to do that, he needed to start making a list of who deserved to die. Su Ran, relax. Song Yichuan said. If it really comes to an emergency, I have a backup plan. For now, just get through the day as normal. Lin Yu and I will figure it out. If we can't find a solution, use my backup plan again. What backup plan? Lin Yu asked. Song Yichuan called Su Ran to his side and whispered in his ear while glancing at Lin Yu out of the corner of his eye. It was obvious that he was deliberately showing off that he had a plan and Lin Yu didn't. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu couldn't help but angrily stomp his feet hard and glare at Li Ruichi in the corner. Song Yichuan, I can't let you do this. Su Ran said. Like I said, it's only as a last resort, it's the only way that won't put us in danger. Song Yichuan replied. Although Song Yichuan had helped Su Ran in this matter, the solution he proposed was just too much for Su Ran. While Song Yichuan and Lin Yu were in charge of watching over Li Rui, Su Ran decided to do something on his own. He didn't want Song Yichuan's plan to go through anyway, so the only thing he could think of was to go to the hospital. In this city, it was not uncommon for soldiers to be injured during training or missions, and sometimes people would even be on the verge of death due to their injuries, so there might be enough fresh meat there. Before heading to the hospital, Su Ran decided to go to a place first. Chapter 125, Starting to Get Hungry. He returned to the woods of the open park where they had trained with Li Ruichi earlier. Su Ran dropped his parasol, letting the sunlight hit his skin directly, and a system alert message followed. You are being exposed to direct sunlight. All attributes reduced by 70%. Shadow equipment. Su Ran shouted. The shadow quickly wrapped around Su Ran's entire body, and a few seconds later, the black battlesuit designed by Rog covered Su Ran's entire body, and a demonic mask was put on his face. You are no longer affected by sunlight. All attributes return to normal.
The test was successful. The equipment did exactly what it was meant to do, protecting Su Ran from the sunlight. Logue had specially designed virtual eyes for him, with an appearance that looked like an evil demon. He wanted the outfit to match Su Ran's shadow system ability, so there was nothing better than making Su Ran look like a shadow demon. With his white glowing eyes, matching demon mask, and red claw marks wrapped around his arms, he did look like something out of a child's nightmare. While the set of virtual eyes were about as good as human eyesight, the reaction time was a bit slower than Su Ran's night vision. The suit also had a night mode that allowed Su Ran to remove his upper body gear at night so that his head could get some fresh air while his face remained mostly covered by the mask. While the outfit wasn't needed at night, it still gave him extra protection, so it was best to use it when he needed it. Su Ran's heart was filled with joy at this point as he no longer needed to hide his shadow abilities. After Su Ran put on his brand new battlesuit, he immediately began testing his shadow and blood system powers to make sure they were functioning as freely as before. To his delight, everything maintained its original strength, and it didn't even affect his movements in the slightest. The material of the combat suit was extremely flexible, allowing him to move like the wind. Luo Ge did it too perfectly this time. Su Ran was secretly grateful in his heart. He put the battle suit into his dimensional space and decided to head to the hospital for his next move. He entered the hospital without incident and wandered around pretending to be an ordinary citizen. The security measures in the hospital alerted him. There was a small round object with a flashing red light in the corner of every room. Cameras. Schools were forbidden from installing cameras due to the fear of originals having their abilities stolen or their skills copied, but there was no such ban on public areas in the city, and the hospital was not one of the exceptions. Su Ran felt that this was a big problem. If he or anyone else tried to take action here, it was highly likely that the cameras would record them. He couldn't use that special combat suit or everyone would know it was him after revealing his identity. Although he had the shadow cloak to make himself invisible, the object would still be exposed if he touched anything. The camera would capture a floating object, again raising suspicion. It's still Song Ichwan's plan that's more reliable, so it looks like we'll just have to follow his scheme. Su Ran pondered in his mind. Since there was no other better ways, Su Ran decided to go back. On his way out of the hospital, Su Ran couldn't help but notice the blood bags around him. If we can find where the hospital stores the blood bags, the power will definitely increase drastically, right? He thought secretly. Su Ran knew that now was not the time. Perhaps one day, if he encountered an extremely dangerous situation, he would return whether he was caught or not. Just as he was about to leave the hospital, the communicator on his wrist suddenly sent out an urgent message, and without even having the chance to choose whether or not to play it, the message rang out directly. Su Ran, immediately head to the office of the first-year head. You must arrive within 30 minutes, or we will send an escort to escort you here. After the message ended, Su Ran's heart couldn't help but be flooded with tension. Had they discovered his identity as a blood clan member? Or had the matter of Li Rui been exposed and he had been betrayed? Despite all the thoughts rushing through his mind, Su Ran knew that he had no choice. The base was like an iron barrel and he could not escape. Su Ran did his best to arrive at the school within time. Standing in front of the director's office, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. A calm voice came from inside the door. After pushing the door in, Su Ran saw Chen Wang and two teachers, Su Li and Yin Fei, but what made him the most nervous was a woman sitting at the desk. He had met her not too long ago, and it was someone who possessed the ability to recognize lies. Sit down, Su Ran. Chen Wang said. On the other side, Song Ichwan was preparing to execute his plan. I'm going out for a bit, there's something I need to prepare. Song Ichwan said to Lin Yu. Can you tell me what this backup plan is? Lin Yu asked. Even if you knew, you wouldn't do it. I don't think you'd want to get involved. You can try, she said with a confident smile. Song Ichwan walked to the door and softly told her the plan as he passed her. After hearing this, Lin Yu's face instantly changed, her eyes widened, and her opinion of Song Ichwan completely changed in her mind. She had to admit that if she was in Song Ichwan's position, she wasn't sure she could make the same choice. When Song Ichwan went out to prepare his backup plan, only two people remained in the room, Li Rui and Lin Yu, and the atmosphere between them was a little awkward. Earlier, Lin Yu had gotten angry at Li Rouge, even saying that he was a disappointment. But since Li Rui sacrificed himself to save Su Ran, Lin Yu began to see him differently. The room was terribly quiet. Lin Yu even missed that crazy Song Ichwan a little. At least he could start a conversation. Time passed quietly. Lin Yu took out a book and began to read, while Li Rui lay there, contemplating how he had changed over the past few days. Ding Yang, who had once tormented him, no longer existed, and Li Rui didn't regret killing him at all. Instead, he felt that he had done a good thing. If Su Ran had this power all along, why didn't he use it earlier? Li Rui thought to himself. Just as they were each minding their own business, a low rumble suddenly came from the room. Lin Yu immediately jumped up from the bed and stared at Li Rui with panicked eyes. Li Rui. You're not hungry, are you? Lin Yu asked cautiously. Li Rui wanted to lie and tell her that everything was fine. However, Su Ran's bloodline power was deeply implanted in his soul, making it impossible for him to break his promise to Su Ran. He had to be truthful about the hunger he felt. I might be starting to get hungry, Li Rui admitted. Chapter 126. The sun was setting diagonally, it was getting late, and it was time for the students to prepare for dinner. In the school cafeteria, some students were dining with their friends, while others chose to enjoy the cafeteria's meals alone. At this moment, Song Ichwan was sitting inside the cafeteria, holding a snack bought from the cafeteria, but his mind was not on the food. He had already completed the necessary steps in his plan, gathering information about the other students which led him to the cafeteria. And now, he just needed to return to Li Rui to make sure the backup plan was foolproof. Su Ran had said that it was unlikely that Li Rui would feel hungry for a day after consuming blood and flesh once, but that did not rule out the possibility of certain special circumstances occurring. Therefore, Song Ichwan had to ensure that the backup plan was always on standby every day. When Song Ichwan returned to the dormitory and pushed open the door, the sight in front of him made him instantly nervous. Only to see Ling Yu standing in a corner of the room, the bow and arrow in his hand tightly aimed at Li Rui, while Li Rui had his hands up, trying to stay as far away from Lin Yu as possible. The whole atmosphere was so tense that it took one's breath away. What happened? Song Ichwan asked in confusion. No sooner had his words fallen than he received an urgent message on his watch. Student Song Ichwan, please head to General Chen Wang's office immediately. Based on your location, you are expected to arrive within 5 minutes. If you fail to arrive on time, there will be consequences. What is this situation? Song Ichwan said with a frown. You heard me, I have to make a trip. You two stop arguing, it's already troublesome enough. Lin Yu just wanted to stop him, but before the words left his mouth, the door had already closed and Song Ichwan had already left in a hurry and rushed to the office. Left in the room with Lin Yu and Li Rui, the atmosphere was still awkward and tense. I'm sorry, Li Rui, Lin Yu said in a low voice, just for now, I'll stay by the door, in case something goes wrong I can be the first to leave. Why don't you let me try the refrigerator and see if I can alleviate this hunger? Li Rui proposed. Lin Yu took a deep breath and finally reluctantly agreed. She opened the refrigerator through her Nianli ability and took out a piece of meat from it and handed it to Li Rui, while vigilantly making sure that Li Rui's hands stayed up. She remembered what Li Rui did to Ding Yang earlier, and now she didn't dare to be negligent in any way. Li Rui carefully ate the meat in his hands, while Lin Yu's bow and arrow remained aimed at him, always on guard. In Chen Wang's office, Su Ran sat across the desk as instructed, facing a seemingly gentle woman. He didn't really know why he had been called here, but the uneasiness within him was building up. Student Su Ran, you should be wondering why we called you here, right? Chen Wang said in a calm tone, there was a death yesterday, and we are investigating who was responsible. What? Are you saying that it wasn't the fierce beast that did it? Su Ran tried to act surprised. Who knows, maybe it was. But we have some cases that suggest that the last few deaths have been similar. You remember that we called you over for questioning before as well, and at that time, you were only a level 1 ability user, completely incapable of dealing with a high-level ability user, so we let you go after a brief inquiry. Chen Wang's expression became serious, but lately, death always seems to surround you. So, we need to determine if this is a coincidence or if something bad is following you. Su Ran's heart tightened, he knew that today's inquiry would not be as easy as the last one. This time, they should have discovered some clues and have some connection with him. And what worried Su Ran the most was the woman sitting across from him, whose psychic ability was able to see through lies. As long as her hand touched him, any lie would have nothing to hide. Now, Su Ran, please tell me if you know what happened to Ding Yang yesterday? The female asked softly. Su Ran's heart fluttered, this was a critical moment. Her hand began to glow, energy was gradually seeping into Su Ran's body. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ability intrusion detected. User's spiritual power and charisma are strong enough, should we stop the ability? Su Ran's heart let out a sigh of relief, this prompt came at just the right time. He had evolved into a complete vampire and gained a powerful charisma value. He was able to block the opponent's ability. However, would blocking the opponent's ability be detected? If her ability didn't react, would she think he was telling the truth? After some consideration, Su Ran decided to take a gamble and chose to block her ability through the system.
I don't know.
Su Ran calmly replied. After hearing Su Ran's answer, the female released his hand and turned to Chen Wang. He's not lying. What she did not realize was that Su Ran had completely shielded her abilities through the system, causing her to be unable to sense any abnormal reactions at all. During the ensuing questioning, Su Ran remained cautious, using the system to block out secrets she didn't want to reveal a few times.
After ending the questioning, Chen Wang did not pursue the matter further. It seems that you are innocent, student Su Ran.
Chen Wang said, we just want to make sure that every detail is error-free. Su Ran was taken to the side of the office and stood with Yin Fei and Su Li while they waited for the next suspect. A few minutes later, the door was knocked on and Song Yichuan walked in, his expression instantly becoming tense when he saw that Su Ran was also present. Student Song Yichuan, please sit down, we need to ask you a few questions.
Chen Wang said. Su Ran's heart sank, the situation was bad. If they asked Song Yichuan the same questions, then his secret might be completely revealed.
When Song Yichuan entered the room and saw Su Ran and the others, he immediately began to think about what had happened. Judging from the appearance of Chen Wang, the head of the first grade, things should be very serious. However, Song Yichuan was unable to rationalize the connection between him and Su Ran.
How had they come to the conclusion that the two were involved in something?
If someone had seen them while they were fleeing with Li Rue, Song Yichuan thought it would be more reasonable to call in Lin Yu and Li Rue rather than Su Ran. After all, the only thing the two of them had done together was that mission to the Red Portal. Little did they know that the bite marks were the key to linking the two together. With similar bite marks found on multiple students in a row, along with the discovery on the Red Portal planet, the only common denominator in all of this was Su Ran. Now that their suspicion of Su Ran had been largely ruled out, the current main suspect became the person who had appeared in these events at the same time as Su Ran, namely Song Yichuan.
Please sit down. Chen Wang said politely once again.
There was one thing that Song Yichuan was still thankful for, because the person present today was Chen Wang, not Du Jin. After learning about what Du Jin had done before, Song Yichuan had even thought of directly teaching Du Jin a lesson as soon as he saw him. Song Yichuan sat down on the chair opposite the girl, sneaking glances at Su Ran from time to time. He saw a worried look on Su Ran's face, indicating that what happened next might not be good for them.
Chapter 127 I am not Song Yichuan. We just want to ask you a few simple questions today, Song Yichuan, is that okay?
Chen Wang said with a smile. Normally, Song Yichuan had a knack for reading people, but for some reason, Chen Wang's smile gave him the creeps, and he simply couldn't tell if it was real or fake.
However, I warn you, it's best to answer the question truthfully.
This pretty lady will be able to tell if you're lying.
Chen Wang added. Song Yichuan finally realized at this point why Su Ran looked so anxious.
They were clearly interrogating Song Yichuan about something, perhaps they had already discovered some of his secrets and just needed him to confirm them himself, or perhaps it had something to do with Li Ruiqi.
The point was, Song Yichuan himself didn't realize just how much information Su Ran had revealed.
The woman extended her hand to signal Song Yichuan to shake it. When the two of them made contact, Song Yichuan copied her ability, but he wasn't quite sure of the mechanism of how it worked, and he didn't have the time to look into it right now. If he could figure it out, perhaps he could even utilize the ability against her in turn.
Did you have anything to do with the death of a student named Ding Yang? She asked. Song Yichuan didn't answer immediately, he was thinking.
After hearing that name, Song Yichuan finally understood why they had called him. He didn't know what Su Ran had been called for or what Su Ran had said during the interrogation, but the best thing to do now was to lie and hope that he wouldn't be recognized. Song Yichuan could only hope that Su Ran had chosen to do the same. One of the mistakes the interrogator made was telling Song Yichuan about the girl's abilities before interrogating him. While Song Yichuan was indeed present at the time, it was different from his community's Manhwa.
Song Yichuan couldn't rely on Song Tang because Song Tang always stood by Song Yichuan's side, criticizing him and offering advice while watching how he did things.
But Manhwa was different, he was always sleeping in his room or sitting back and staring. This was Song Yichuan's only option and he could only hope it would work. He closed his eyes and left the chair for now, walking towards the room where Sina was curled up and rocking back and forth as usual.
Ano, a lady wants to ask you some questions.
Song Yichuan said, you just need to answer her questions and then we can go play.
Play? Manhwa asked with wide eyes. Yeah, Su Ran is also in the room and they asked him the same questions. So you have to answer it properly, and after that we can play together, okay? Every time Song Ichwan spoke to Si Nua, he would use a slow and gentle tone, just like a mother speaking to her child. Because Si Nua's mind was very much like a child's, one slip-up could anger him. And once that happened, Sino's rage would make him lose control. Sino's power far exceeded Song Ichwan and Song Tang, so they had to be careful how they spoke to him every time. Okay, so I can play with Su Ran, right? Sino asked. Yes, but you might only be able to play for a while. Oh. Song Ichwan replied. Si Nua sat there and seemed to be seriously considering the offer. And at that moment, Song Ichwan's body was still sitting on the interrogation chair as time passed by. If you don't answer again, Song Ichwan, we will take your silence as an admission of guilt. Chen Wang said seriously. Just as Song Ichwan was about to give up, Si Nua agreed. Deal. Si Nua smiled and stood up, walking towards the chair. In reality, Si Nua looked around happily at the others with a smile, and when he saw Su Ran, he waved his hand. Su Ran found this behavior strange, especially in this tense situation, which was completely unlike Song Ichwan's style. Su Ran returned the hand anyway, and Si Nua's smile became even wider. Do you have a question for me? Si Nua asked innocently, pointing at himself. Even the interrogating lady was a bit surprised by his change in attitude, but continued the interrogation as she repeated the question again. No, I wasn't there. I don't even know who Ding Yang is, I only know Su Ran. Sino said innocently, and pointed in Su Ran's direction. The lady then continued to ask the other questions posed by Chen Wang, and Si Nua continued to answer them all in a childlike, innocent tone. He didn't lie. The lady confirmed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wang subconsciously pushed his glasses, a small gesture he often did when he was stressed. Maybe there really are beasts roaming around our school. He said. Even though Chen Wang's instincts told him that things weren't simple, he couldn't seem to find anything broken in the face of the lady's abilities. You two stay here for now. Chen Wang said, we will continue our investigation and find some witnesses who were there to see if anyone saw you. What? We've already answered your questions. Su Ran complained. Don't worry, if you guys are innocent, then there's nothing to be afraid of, is there? Chen Wang retorted, I only ask that you all wait a little longer. As the words fell, most of the teachers left the room to gather more clues. The only ones left in the room were them and Yin Fei and the lady. Now that the two were no longer under interrogation, they were free to sit on the sofa and relax a little. Yin Fei, on the other hand, was busy going through some documents with that lady. But just then, Si Nua still maintained his smile and stared at Su Ran. Ichwan, are you okay? Su Ran asked tentatively. Si Nua looked around to make sure that no one else was close by before whispering, I'm not Song Ichwan, I'm Si Nua. I've been waiting to meet you, Su Ran. Su Ran froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He calmed down and began to think. How did Song Ichwan escape interrogation in front of the female investigator? Could it be that he had used some special ability? The Song Ichwan in front of him claimed to be another person, and if he didn't have the exact same appearance, Su Ran would even believe him. Perhaps this is some sort of mind-swapping ability? Su Ran secretly speculated, this would allow Song Ichwan to successfully fool that female investigator. Song Ichwan, you are truly a genius. Si Nua, nice to meet you. Su Ran revealed a smile, thank you for your help just now, we really owe you a favor. No need to thank you. Si Nua proudly patted Su Ran's curly hair as if Su Ran was his beloved puppy. Su Ran started to feel a little embarrassed, but due to the occasion, he didn't want to create a bigger commotion, so he had to let Sino continue patting his head. If you need anything, feel free to ask me for help. Just then, within the dark space, Si Nua stood up from his chair and whispered as he passed by Song Ichwan, thank you, it looks like he won't become the next Ding Xiaowei. Hearing this name, a shadow flashed through both Song Ichwan's and Song Teng's hearts, but now was clearly not the time to think about the past. Song Ichwan quickly ran towards the chair and regained control of his body. At this moment, his hand was still unconsciously resting on Su Ran's head, and his face instantly turned red as he hastily withdrew his hand. I'm sorry. Just now it was. That was. Song Ichwan stammered and apologized. It's okay, I can tell that wasn't you. Su Ran said, that mind swap idea was a good one, right now, as long as we're not witnessed, there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 128 Mystery. As soon as Su Ran's words left his mouth, he suddenly felt that some kind of important connection within his body was fading away.
He pressed down on his chest, his face grave.
What's wrong? Song Ichwan asked with concern. It's Li Rue. Su Ran said through clenched teeth, he's hungry. I'm about to lose control of him, that connection is weakening.
But he just had a full meal yesterday.
Song Ichwan asked, lowering his voice. I know. But his condition seems to be getting worse.
If he doesn't eat every day, he will continue to starve and become harder to control.
I'm worried that
if we don't find food soon, he'll lose control again.
In Song Ichwan's mind, he suddenly recalled the scene before entering the interrogation room.
He remembered that when he entered the room at that time, Lin Yu was drawing his bow at Li Rue.
Could it be that at that point in time Li Rouge had already begun to lose control? Song Ichwan secretly pondered.
They had already been in the interrogation room for nearly 2 hours, and at this point, the sky outside had completely darkened, the night sky replacing the daytime sunlight.
Su Ran, we have to hurry and get out of here. Song Ichwan grabbed Su Ran's hand. I think Lin Yu might be in trouble.
Just then, an electronic beep sounded, the door to the interrogation room slid open, and Chen Wang walked in with Su Li.
We found some clues,
Chen Wang said with a smile.
Behind them, another student walked in.
Inside the dormitory, Li Rue had eaten almost all of the raw meat in the refrigerator, but his hunger was not alleviated. Instead, the pain in his abdomen grew stronger.
Li Rue, you're really scary like this,
Lin Yu said worriedly. Li Rouge was arching his back at this moment, his hands gripping his abdomen in death.
Lin Yu, please, get out of here,
Li Rue cried out in pain.
I can't leave. What if you lose control and go on to hurt someone else? Please, you can hold back.
I've dieted before, and it's much harder than this.
Can you believe it?
I once drank only fruit juice and didn't eat anything for 3 whole days.
Lin Yu spoke incoherently, hoping to ease the tension between the two. If I really want to hurt someone, I'd rather hurt those damn people than you.
Li Rue raised his head to look at her, a hint of struggle revealed in his eyes. You used to make me realize how despicable I was, but now I'm different. At this moment, he felt like an invisible hand was thrusting into his abdomen, hardening it and yanking all the food he had just eaten outward. A few seconds later, Li Rue violently vomited, throwing up the food he had just eaten along with a puddle of greenish-yellow liquid.
Li Ridge, are you okay? Lin Yu panicked and ran over to check.
At this moment, Li Rue raised his head, his eyes had turned blood red, and his 2 fangs had become longer than usual, exposing his lower lip. He slowly stood up and approached Lin Yu.
Li Rue.
I'm sorry, Lin Yu said softly, and the bow and arrow instantly shot towards Li Rue's knee. The arrow hit Li Rouge, but he was unresponsive and didn't even try to dodge. He casually pulled out the arrow and snapped it in 2, the wound instantly healing. Lin Yu did her best to try and control Li Rue, but it was clear that Li Rue's consciousness was gone, and what was in front of her now was nothing more than an out-of-control monster. She quickly ran towards the door of her room, ready to flee, but a sound of breaking glass in her ears stopped her in her tracks. She turned around to see that the bedroom window had shattered, and Li Ridge was nowhere to be seen. They were on the 3rd floor at the moment. An ordinary person jumping from here would definitely break both legs, but Li Rue was no longer an ordinary person. Li Rue limped towards the forest in the dark night. Although his legs had been broken, the wounds were rapidly healing with each step.
I won't hurt you guys, I promise,
Li Rue said to himself, but I have to do something to fill this hunger. Behind the teacher stepped out a student Su Ran didn't recognize, but Song Ichwan was very familiar with him. The student's name was Chu Shuji, and as soon as he saw Song Ichwan, his palms began to sweat. Since meeting Song Ichwan on Planet Karate, Chu Xuani decided to gather more information about him and his family. When Chu Xuanji reported to his family that he had met someone from the Blade family, his father's tone immediately changed, urging him to be careful not to offend the Blade family. This is the first time Chu Xuanji has seen his father act so nervous despite his father's low status in the family. He has always been quite respected as a member of one of the 4 great families. And when Chu Seekers tried to find information about the Blade family, he realized that he couldn't find any. Whether it was their abilities or their contributions in the war, and even when asking his friends, everyone said that they had never heard of this family. Because of this, his father's reaction became even more mysterious, and made Song Ichwan's position in Chu Xuanji's heart more and more mysterious and terrifying. Chu Xuani said that he saw a student running down the corridor that day, looking very panicked. Chen Wang said, humans are strange, they like some gossip news. While everyone else rushed towards the second-year school building to see what was going on, one student ran in the opposite direction.
And that student that Chu Sik-shi described, a curly black-haired teenager. Su Ran was silent. There was no way they could accuse him based on that suspicion alone. But now that there were eyewitnesses and the school authorities were suspicious of him, they would definitely be watching him more closely in the future, which would lead to more trouble, especially now that Li Ruiqi had run away out of control. Su Ran knew that the best option at this moment was to remain silent. Any superfluous explanations would only complicate the situation. At this moment, Song Yichuan suddenly laughed out. "Do you guys really think that Su Ran did it?" Song Yichuan said, "Come on, the two of them don't even take classes together. Besides, do you guys know how many curly-haired brunettes there are in the school?" Song Yichuan, "That's exactly why we brought him here." Chu Searching Ji wants to confirm who exactly it was that he saw that day. Chen Wang said. Chu Shuinji did see Su Ran running in the corridor that day, but when he saw Song Yichuan defending him so quickly, he suddenly understood something. "This isn't the student I saw that day." Chu Shuinji said, "I think it's another person." "What?" Chen Wang was surprised. "Are you sure? Come over and take a closer look." Chu Shuinji approached as he was told and took a closer look at Su Ran, trying to act as natural as possible. He stole a glance at Song Yichuan. "I'm sure, it's definitely not him." Chu Shuinji said, "Can I go now?" Chen Wang sighed and walked over to his office chair and sat down, looking out at the dark night sky, with only the moonlight spilling out the window. He sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair, his legs resting on his desk. "That's it for today. Looks like I wasted everyone's time for nothing." Chen Wang said, "You guys can go back, remember to get some rest." Su Ran was confused about what had just happened. Maybe Chu Shuinji had really seen the others and not him. But in any case, they were sort of off the hook now. Su Ran and Song Yichuan looked at each other and hurriedly walked out of the room. Despite their inner anxiety, they tried to keep their pace as steady as possible, not wanting to arouse any suspicion. As they walked to the door, Song Yichuan turned his head and said, "Thank you, Chu Shuinji, I owe you a favor." "Haha, remember this favor." Chu Shuinji returned indifferently. Chapter 129, Embrace. Li Rui had already passed through the forest, and although his legs had completely healed, the pain in his stomach had not disappeared. The feeling was strange. Li Rui's consciousness was still there, he could control his body, but his mind was filled with the desire to eat raw human flesh. He kept recalling how delicious Ding Yang tasted. He tried to get as far away from the school as he could in order not to hurt his friend. By the time he came back to his senses, he was at the edge of the park's forest. Li Ridge stepped onto a path that ran along the outskirts of the forest and park, leading to the entrance of the city, while the other end led in the direction of the school. It was late at night, the stores were closed and hardly anyone would cross the park to get to the city center. The only convenience stores near the park were still lit up. "Should we go to the convenience store? Maybe we can find someone, follow them, and pull them into the woods," Li Ridge muttered. Just as Li Ridge was about to carry out his plan, he saw a figure walking down the path in the distance. His body instinctively wanted to pounce on it, but Li Rui forced himself to hold back and hide in the woods to observe. Suddenly, the man stopped and stood still. "I can feel your killing intent." The man said coldly, "Come out, demonic creature, and tell me where your master is." That person's eyes flashed red in the darkness, staring straight into Li Rui's eyes. Su Ran and Song Yichuan slowly made their way towards the dormitory, trying to remain as calm as possible, not wanting to draw any more attention from the other students. If anyone saw them running wildly through the corridors, it would definitely attract unnecessary suspicion. As they walked, their hearts were each filled with thoughts. Su Ran could no longer feel the connection between himself and Li Rui, while Song Yichuan was blaming himself for not confirming Li Rui and Lin Yu's safety in advance. He never expected Li Rui to feel hungry so soon, when he had just eaten Ding Yang yesterday. The moment they reached the door to the dormitory and pushed it open, what met their eyes were broken windows and shards of glass scattered all over the place. "Where did Lin Yu go?" Su Ran asked. "You don't think that Li Rui has eaten her, do you?" However, if that was the case, Su Ran would have received a notification from the system a long time ago, not to mention, there weren't any bloodstains in the room. At this moment, they heard a slight sob coming from the corner. Turning their heads, they found Lin Yu curled up in the corner, tears streaming down his face. "Luckily you're still alive." Su Ran let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Yu raised his head and realized that Su Ran and Song Yichuan had returned, his eyes mixed with anger and fear. "Where have you guys been?" Lin Yu said with anger, "I can't handle this situation alone." Lin Yu was in great shock. Su Ran tried his best to calm her down, but he didn't know how to comfort a crying girl. He had never encountered such a scene before.
Suddenly, a long blurred memory surfaced in his mind. When he was 3 years old, he once got separated from his mom in a supermarket. At that time, the whole supermarket seemed like a strange world to him, and he felt lonely and scared. Later, when his mom found him, she gave him a big hug, instantly dissipating all his uneasiness. With that, Su Ran gently hugged Linyu. "It's okay, Linyu, everything will be fine. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let you face this alone," Su Ran said gently. Although Linyu was scared, she still had expectations in her heart, and Su Ran's hug made her feel warm, as if she had returned to her family's embrace. At this point, Linyu felt strange as she saw the worried expression on Song Ichwan's face. She thought that Song Ichwan was jealous because she and Su Ran had become close, but in reality, Song Ichwan was worried about the Sino inside her body. Luckily, Si Nuo was asleep and didn't see the scene. The hug lasted for a while, long enough to make Linyu feel a little embarrassed because Su Ran wasn't quite sure of the proper length of a hug. "Su Ran, I'm fine, you can let go of me now," Linyu said as he gently pushed Su Ran and wiped the tears off his face. "Linyu, you need to tell us what happened, where's Li Ruiqi?" Song Ichwan asked. Linyu recalled what had just happened and said that it was about 15 minutes ago, coinciding with the time when Su Ran had lost the connection between him and Li Rui. "If he's out there, I have to find him quickly, I can't let him mess around like he did with Ding Yang," Su Ran said. "That's not good," Song Ichwan said, "they've already suspected us, something absolutely cannot happen to us now." Su Ran began to prepare to leave the room. "You two stay here, in the worst case scenario, I can use my shadow system skill to hide myself. Besides, even if someone sees me, they won't recognize me." "Wait!" Song Ichwan called out, "I'll go with you, if Li Rui is really like what Linyu said, you can't handle it alone. We'll just have to implement the backup plan." Su Ran didn't like the idea, no matter what, he didn't want to go that far, but right now they had no choice. "Alright, let's go," Su Ran said. "Linyu, you'd better go back to your dormitory. Also, prepare some blood for me if you can, I might need it when I come back." Linyu nodded and watched the two of them leave downstairs. "Su Ran, sometimes I think you're too kind for this cruel world," Linyu thought to himself. After clearing away the glass shards on the floor, Linyu returned to her dormitory. She gently knocked on the door a few times, wondering if Jin Yuer had returned, but there was no response. She walked into her room, and Jin Yuer really wasn't there. Linyu pulled out a small box with a digital lock from under her bed, and after entering the password, the box opened. She took out a spherical device and placed it next to the door of the room, making it easy for her to be able to immediately put it away if someone came in. After pressing the top of the sphere, the device glowed faintly, and after a moment, the glow faded. "Agent 83, do you have new information to report?" A female voice came out of the ball. "Yes, I would like to update my previous report. Originally I thought certain things were working in our favor for our plan, but now I'm afraid that's not the case. I will report back in detail later," Linyu replied. "What a pity." The female in the ball said, "I hope you will continue to enjoy your time at school and continue with the original plan. In addition, the Dream True Family Lord will be coming to the base for an inspection soon. We're not sure who we'll be picking this time, but don't have too many concerns." "Understood," Linyu responded. "May purity last forever," the woman said. "May purity live forever," Linyu responded with a tone that seemed a bit forced. "Su Ran, I really hope that I'm doing all of this right, not only for myself, but also for everyone," she thought silently in her heart. After Su Ran and Song Ichwan exited the school gates, away from the sight of the guards and surveillance, they quickened their pace and ran into the path. It was late in the day, and with curfew approaching, no pedestrians could be seen on the road. "Ichwan, I'll go first, I can feel Li Rui's scent," Su Ran said. "Li Rui's scent? Are you a dog?" Song Ichwan teased. In the next second, Su Ran's body was shrouded in black shadows, then transformed into a black figure wearing a beast costume with a mask on his face, instantly disappearing into the night, speeding towards the depths of the forest.